There had been no wind for a whole month, and a grey cloudy veil with a kind of bluish tinge smelling of coal dust, stove smoke, gasoline fumes and something else that could not be named filled the entire basin where the village was located, surrounded on all sides by the mountain dumps of the oldest section of the region. Accordingly, the dumps here were the highest, and the rising veil, reaching their tops, beyond which they could no longer be seen, flowed down the outer slopes like cooling volcanic lava to the foothills and spread around the farm fields. Of course, this has happened before. Descending from the neighboring Red Army Mountains, where the population of the village rushed by car on weekends to breathe clean air in a birch grove. Ride with children on rides in a children's park or skate in an ice palace on the site of the village, one could only see a muddy spot completely hiding both houses and streets, and even the boiler room pipe, the highest points of buildings in the village. But 2 or 3 days passed and the rising breeze dispersed this absurd gloom. The sun was shining again in the village, people were hurrying through the streets, children were riding on slides built before the new year, cheerful voices, laughter, car signals were heard. It felt like life again. And for the past month there has been absolutely no air movement, and the veil was getting thicker and thicker. In the morning, the light of modern LED lanterns installed before the Miners' Day along the central streets hardly illuminated only a piece of space next to the lamp. The light fell on the ground in a grey, yellow spot with no clear boundaries, in which it was impossible to see either tree branches or the edge of the curb or even car signs installed near pedestrian crossings and intersections. If earlier people with flashlights on the street in the morning could only be seen on the outskirts, which the area service did not care at all, and where no one installed lighting lanterns, now a person lighting his way to work in the early morning could easily meet on the main street, where there were plenty of poles with lanterns. Yes, they were of little use. The most interesting thing is that something unimaginable was happening in the country with the weather, as could be seen from the loud reports of the weather forecasters on television, which, fortunately, worked without interruption. Distant Sakhalin and Kamchatka are at the mercy of a cyclone. Krasnodar territory is falling asleep with snow. In the fertile Crimea, prolonged rains. In Moscow, hurricane-force winds tearing up trees and dropping billboards like houses of cards. The wind drives water waves from the Gulf of Finland to St. Petersburg, creating a threat of flooding. And only here is an absolute, some kind of eerie multi-day lull, covering the village with a hopeless gloom more and more harshly. In the early days of this incomprehensible collision, everyone paid attention to the sharp, absolutely unusual temperature spikes in January. During the day, the air temperature outside could change from -20 to +3. It was with this that hypertensive patients associated their unstable pressure, and asthmatics associated progressive suffocation. Those who did not consider themselves particularly ill also grumbled because of the headaches, dizziness, unmotivated weakness, nosebleeds and the like. The ambulance was working hard. The hospital administration even decided to release a third reserve brigade to the line. In the last 2 weeks the temperature has suddenly become predictable, even very predictable. It was still -20 at night, -8 in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, and so on from day to day. Between the extremes it changed smoothly. At noon it was 12, at 8 in the evening it was also 12 frost. It was even possible to guess the time by the temperature. In the afternoon -12 means noon, -8 means 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Besides, it wasn't snowing at all. Imagine a whole month and some January absolutely snowless. Okay, there was no wind, but it can snow without wind, and there was none. The one that fell earlier in the beginning of the month due to temperature fluctuations melted, settled, became covered with coal dust, became nostrous, dirty grey and in places thawed with different sized spots and stripes all the way to the ground, especially on the slopes facing south. People began to get sick and the number of cases increased almost exponentially. By the time the clinic opened and the reception began, it was already packed with coughing, sneezing, complaining of chills, sore throats and other various places. It was difficult and scary to walk along the corridor between the closely seated and standing patients on both sides. The therapists, of whom there were already only 3 instead of 5, one of whom came from a neighboring city only twice a week, had to see 50 to 60 people. On the contrary, the number of patients with narrow specialists has sharply decreased. The gynecologist took 3 to 5 people per shift, the optometrist up to 10, and the surgeon, who often had no fewer visitors on normal days than the therapist, suddenly breathed freely. 15 to 20 visitors a day, and that was it. Moreover, there are more and more emergency cases, and those who need to extend their sick leave. There were practically no planned patients. People were afraid to come to the hospital, which was considered the source of all the troubles. The chief physician, the head of the clinic, and the head of the polyclinic, trying to overcome the situation, put paramedics from the ambulance on a therapeutic appointment, alternating them, but it practically did not help. 2 paramedics, infected at the reception, were out of action, and the work of the ambulance was exposed, which could not suit its head in any way. He categorically opposed the decision of the management to close the problems of the polyclinic with ambulance staff, and some of the calls from the polyclinic had to be simply transferred to an ambulance. The situation was close to critical, and the chief doctor finally contacted the village administration with a request for help with cars and gasoline, which he received absolutely immediately. The head of the village administration, who recently replaced his predecessor, who had lost his trust, lived in a neighboring town and got to work by official car. He arrived when it was still dark and it was impossible to see, descending from the Red Army Mountains, the gloomy blue spot hiding the village, and he also left in the dark. So all his communication with the village these days was reduced to the very few meters of the way that he walked from the car to the entrance to the administration building and his office. No, at the very beginning of his work, he really traveled a lot on the streets, even sent mobile crews with a cameraman weekly to meet with residents, which was then broadcast on local television, and some problems were really solved. There were no questions for him here. But then it was summer, the breeze blew periodically, and there was no such huge, all-consuming, gloomy spot. At first, all these hardships with the health of residents were attributed to the emergence of a new strain of coronavirus infection, Omicron, which affected everyone, and the number of infected throughout the country and around the world grew by leaps and bounds. But if Omicron was relatively easy in the world, and the number of people dying did not exceed the standard statistical error, then here in the village people began to die much more often. Not to say that in batches, but for a village with only 14,000 inhabitants, where previously about 200 people died a year, 3 deaths a day already seemed something unnatural. 3 a day, in 10 days, 30 in 100 days. And in a year, then how much? Who felt quite comfortable against the background of this disaster? So only the director of the funeral service, who at one time took over both the village cemetery and funeral supply stores. Of course, every funeral gave him several thousand rubles of net profit, and even in the early days, when funerals were held in the village almost daily, he assured all those who lost their loved ones with absolutely honest eyes. Oh, come on, there is no growth. Everything is within the framework of last year. No more. I should know. But gradually he also fell silent because it was no longer possible to hide it. And then people began to leave the village. At first, young mothers on maternity leave, grabbing their babies, moved far away from this gas chamber. Then older people, both mothers and grandmothers, trying to protect their children and grandchildren by any means, went to relatives, friends, remote sanatoriums and even abroad, who had a vaccination certificate, hoping to return when this terrible grey veil was lifted. It's going to happen sometime. Well, it can't be forever. Max has been a pathologist for 5 years. Yeah, it's a pretty good job, you can't really brag about it. Not surgery, of course, but someone has to do it too. And besides, here the scalpel is the first instrument, just like a surgeon who Maxim wanted to be since childhood, but it didn't work out somehow. He sincerely believed his mentor, Inna Gennadievna, head of the city pathology bureau, that their work was primarily needed by the living. After all, only they, pathologists, can accurately name the cause of death of a patient. Either confirm the diagnosis of the attending physician, the same surgeon, which led to death, or refute it by stating a medical error. Maxim understood in his heart that this medical specialty was also very important, no less than any other, but in conversations with strangers, he still tried not to advertise it. And how did Lena marry him when she found out that he was not just a doctor but a pathologist? How he scared her then, the fool, calling himself a corpse ripper. What an idiot he was. But somehow she came out, and she doesn't seem to regret it. For a whole year, Maxim got used to the smell of the morgue. At first he tried not to notice it, then gradually he completely stopped paying attention. To do this, recently he even began to brew strong coffee, several packs of which he brought from Vietnam, and this fragrant smell of flowers and burnt sugar hovered not only in the corridors, but even in the autopsy room. 3 years later, Max defended the second category, and now it's time to write a paper for the first one. The growing Alyosha demanded money, and it was impossible to earn extra money here, such as in surgery or therapy on extra duty. There was no other morgue in the city. He was already working for a rate and a half. At the rate, by order of the pathologist, it was supposed to open at least 200 corpses a year. If you throw away vacations, weekends, it turned out to be only 0.8 per day, but Max usually opened 2 a day, exceeded the plan. There were days, however, rarely, but there were days when autopsies were not carried out. There were no dead people, but there was also biopsy work, which also required time, which was catastrophically, as probably every doctor lacked. Maxim had no doubt that he would protect the category. The main thing is what? The main thing is to have more colored diagrams, tables, graphs so that they look beautiful, and he will draw conclusions. And the testing will take place without any problems. He was sure of that too. Now it was necessary to work out the numbers. And he worked hard. So today I have already opened 2, I even started the 3rd, but something deflated. Either he was tired or his mood had deteriorated at the wrong time. There didn't seem to be anything so extraordinary, but there are more and more dead people coming from COVID control centers. Even a special small sectional hall was allocated for them. It's really a pandemic. But Maxim did not know what interesting things could be dug up to work for the category. It's all the same. Despite promising his wife to drink no more than 3 cups of coffee a day, he brewed another one and began to review his latest report today. Uneven hemorrhagic changes in the mucous membrane. When examining the distal trachea and bronchi of large and medium caliber, the processes of circulatory disorders in the vessels of the microcirculatory bed of the submucosal layer in the form of microangiopathy were revealed. In all cases, the main morphological signs of diffuse alveolar damage were found. No, that's it. That's enough for today. The dead man from Krasnoyarsk, who was also brought from the COVID center of a neighboring town and whose chest Max had already opened, will probably not run away, smiled at his joke. And in the morning I will finish. While taking a shower, which I always did after work, I dried my hair with a hairdryer. Winter, after all, I changed my clothes, it became completely dark outside. Pulling out a USB flash drive from the computer in the hope of still working at home, if Leshka's son, of course, would give. And, taking his briefcase, Maxim left the office, turned off the light in the hallway and, as if saying goodbye, looked into the dark dissecting room. In the next minute, some unknown force pulled the skin on his head and all over his body. His body was covered with goosebumps, and a squeak or a sob escaped from his mouth with difficulty. Maxim froze, unable to move, and there was a reason. From the chest of the deceased lying on the autopsy table, the autopsy of which Max began but did not finish, a stream of faded pale blue color was escaping. The light did not come from a beam like from a lantern, but somehow dissipated. But even this was enough to see both the edges of the table and the sink at its head, the tiled walls and even the ceiling above the table. For all that, it was so quiet that Max didn't even know if he was breathing or not. After a minute, he regained his ability to think. He seemed to let go, and he exhaled deeply and reached for the light switch. The electric light hit the eyes, and the glow in the chest of the deceased immediately disappeared. Well, Natasha... Infection. Maxim immediately thought of his third colleague, a pathologist, a broken 30-year-old woman capable of various similar dirty tricks, which she practiced very widely, especially in the first year of Maxim's work. Even the manager took the shavings off her, but it was all to no avail, the one like water off a goose. I must have put in some kind of flashlight that turns on in the dark, he thought and even smiled. Well, wow, a con artist? But he was scared, and even more so. Maxim remembered his chilling feelings and shivered. You'll get scared here. Then he began to reason. What the hell is Natasha? Didn't she leave before I started the autopsy? So what does it mean? Means, did I not imagine all this? And was there really a light? Maxim felt anxious and uncomfortable again. He almost tiptoed up to the dead man sprawled on the table, not forgetting to put on a respirator. There was still not enough to bring the infection home, and looked into the open chest cavity. Everything seems to be as usual. It's not the first year he's been working, and anything unusual would immediately catch his eye. Trachea, lungs, heart, not yet separated, in place. No extraneous foreign body is visible. Yes, it can't be. He opened it himself. Did it get there before? Nonsense. Maxim remembered the medical history he had skimmed before the autopsy. A patient from the COVID center. Bilateral atypical viral pneumonia. He probably had X-rays and CT scans there more than once. The foreign body in the pleural cavity could not be viewed in any way, and if it's not X-ray contrast, even more nonsense. Just as carefully he moved away from the corpse and reluctantly turned off the light. After a second or two, the eerie, somehow dead, Maxim couldn't find another word, glow appeared again from the open chest. Maxim panicked again, grabbed the phone and mechanically dialed his wife's number. Lena, Lena. Lena, can you hear me? He almost shouted, not even bothering to make sure his wife was listening. Lena, it's me. I'm sober, absolutely normal. Lena, do you hear me? Through his pathetic mumbling, he still heard her voice, which, oddly enough, restored his ability to control himself. Max, where are you? What's happening, Maxim? Are you alright? Where are you? Lena insisted. Lena, please don't interrupt me. Listen to the end, then we'll decide what to do. He took a deep breath, realizing that even his wife would find it difficult to believe him, but he would try. I was late at work. I opened the corpse from Krasnozersk in the evening, and when he was leaving I noticed that a blue light was pouring out of his chest in the dark. Well, or something. Flax, I've never seen this. I don't know what it is or what to do. I don't want to call Ina Gennadievna, she'll laugh. Probably, Maxim imagined what his wife was thinking about him now and still said once again, Len, I'm completely sober, normal. Trust me, this is not a prank. His frightened voice, the desperation with which he tried to reach his closest person in this unimaginable situation, did not make Lena doubt Maxim's words for a second. She began to think and suggest. It was easier for her. She didn't see it. Max? Her voice changed from a frightened question to a firm and resolute one before her eyes. First of all, calm down, she demanded. Think. Maybe what kind of phosphorus? Or something else? What can glow in a corpse? Well, any kind of gas? Max, encouraged by his wife's support, also began to think and propose. Well, what kind of phosphorus is inside a living person? Yes, even if not alive. The chest was absolutely airtight for sure, and the gas? I don't know. He would have disappeared and that was it. Would you shine a little light? And I turn off the light, it shines, I turn it on. It disappears. It's kind of a mystery, and added a little more quietly, stupid. Max, Lena suddenly suggested. Take a picture and send me this light. Max furiously slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple thing himself? I quickly disconnected from the conversation, set up the smartphone camera, and, waiting for the glow to appear, clicked it. The flash flooded everything with its dead white light, and Max realized that he was unlikely to achieve anything this way. It is necessary to turn on the night shooting mode, turn off the flash. It should work out that way. After sending the photos to his wife, on which little could be made out, he waited a minute or two. Finally, Lena called back. Max. She paused, as if considering how to gently tell her husband that there was nothing in the photos sent, no blue light. I don't see anything. I see the table and the corpse, but there is no blue light. Max put down the phone and fell silent, not knowing what else to say. He saw that light clearly. Then he heard his wife's voice, already screaming, Max, no sourness, maybe it's something else that we don't understand yet. Max put the phone to his ear. Lena, I'm coming now, he began wearily. Maybe I really worked hard. No, Max, wait, his wife interrupted his pessimistic attitude. You can invite someone from the hospital to your place now. You've got a lot of people on duty there. You have friends there, don't you? You'll show them. Understood? No longer doubting that Maxim would do just that, his wife, determined to figure out what was what, drew the line. Yes, if you talk to them, turn on the recorder. I want to hear their reaction later. No wonder she worked as an investigator for the prosecutor's office. The surgeon on duty, Volodya Potemkin, or as he was called in the hospital, Potemkin Tavrichesky, for resemblance to the surname of the favorite of the former Russian empress, had just left the operating room, and what to do next, whether to write the protocol of the operation first or drink coffee, cheer up a little, has not yet decided. No, coffee first, the protocol will wait, and Vladimir Ivanovich opened the cupboard where, along with monographs on surgery, atlases of operations, shaving foam, cookie crumbs and other nonsense, cups, packs of tea of various varieties and cans of coffee were stored. The only thing was that they were on a separate shelf. An old electric kettle with scum on half a finger, probably the same age as the hospital, which still could not be replaced with at least a plastic Chinese one, constantly stood on the refrigerator, next to the sink of the wash basin. Yes, and there was only instant coffee left, and even that black card on the bottom. It's a pity that none of the grateful patients have brought normal coffee for a long time, at least Egoist or Davidov. Potemkin remembered what a good Robusta Maxim, a young pathologist, had treated him 2 days ago in the morgue after the autopsy. Not Arabian, of course, but also nothing. Yes, you can't find a better place here. Vladimir Ivanovich tried to imagine the memorable taste of fragrant, freshly brewed coffee that he had drunk quite recently, and he did not want to try instant coffee, which, as he read, contains the devil knows what, even ashes. Okay, later. I'm going to the traumatologist's. Boria is on duty there today, he is also a coffee lover. At the very least, English tea is Richard, he certainly has it. The ringing of the city telephone, installed in the orderly room during the Soviet era and repeatedly repaired due to frequent nightfalls from the hands of sleepy attendants, was both sharp and somehow boring. It was impossible not to answer it. They called him more often from the emergency room, inviting him to the incoming patient, well, and less often in the afternoon, when relatives tried to find out about the condition of the patients. Although lately almost everyone has mobile phones less and less often, even grandmothers, deep pensioners, and it is easier to find out about the well-being of the patient himself than to get through to the resident's room, in which no one happens during working hours. There was this bell ringing, as Potemkin dubbed it for himself in his youth, just when he was finishing writing the protocol of the operation. That's it. Vladimir Ivanovich picked up the phone, not doubting at all that the call was from the emergency room. Not at all. It was Max, the same young pathologist who had treated him to coffee 2 days ago, although the reason for the coffee time was not the most joyful then. The baby was buried with umbilical sepsis and multiple metastatic foci in the liver, so Volodya went to the autopsy as the attending physician. He was listed as a pediatric surgeon on the staff, since he was the only one from the entire department who specialized in pediatric surgery. But he was on duty simply as a surgeon. In his heart, he understood that he could not do more in that case than he had done, even from the field of specialists. He called a pediatric surgeon and an intensive care specialist, but his soul was sad. It was especially difficult to explain to a sobbing mother, for whom this baby was the only one. That's when Max, seeing Potemkin's mood, treated him to coffee, trying to distract him from his sorrowful experiences. Vladimir Ivanovich, Maxim's voice was a little worried, which seemed strange to Vladimir Ivanovich. The night, consider it in the yard. Why is Max calling? It must have happened that... Good evening, not distracting? Oh, Max, hi. Potemkin addressed him as you. Why are you so late? Still at work, or has something happened? The vague intonation interested Max, and he continued. Are you not too busy? He paused, waiting for an answer, but did not wait. And I wanted to invite you for coffee. He paused again and finally gave out the most important thing. Well, to show you something interesting here. He paused and added something completely incomprehensible. Unusual. You definitely haven't seen this. What interested Count Taurichesky more, he did not understand himself, whether the coffee, the taste of which he now clearly imagined, or the intriguing promise of something unusual, although probably it's still coffee. Well, what could be unusual in the morgue? Did the dead come to life? If you get through the emergency room, you can only run 30 meters down the street, so you don't even need to get dressed, just throw on a jacket. Having warned the nurse on duty at the emergency room that he would stay in the morgue for some time, Vladimir Ivanovich hurried along the passage, out of habit, putting his hands in the pockets of his robe and slightly hunched over. Maxim was already waiting for him. This was evidenced by the mesmerizing smell of coffee floating in the resident's room. No, I did the right thing by coming, Vladimir Ivanovich thought. Boria definitely does not have such coffee in his injury. Listen, Max. After shaking hands, Potemkin decided to ask, sitting down at the table. Where do you get this kind of coffee? The whole hospital says you've been drinking it for 6 months now, and you're still not running out of it. Maxim waved it off somehow easily. Yes, he brought a whole suitcase from Vietnam. They bought $300 at once. My wife and I are both amateurs. He paused, and not hearing another question from coffee drinker Potemkin, who was already busy savoring the drink, continued. Vladimir Ivanovich, help yourself. Drink, and in the meantime, I'll tell you about my problem. You'll see for yourself later. I just don't know. Maxim did not say what I do not know, somehow hopelessly waved his hand and also drank from his cup, already the 5th one today. Potemkin was even a little worried seeing Max's lost face. Maybe he's... that moved a little bit among the corpses? Don't pull the cat. What happened? What is it? He asked, finishing his coffee. Let's go to the gym. You'll see everything there. Only here too, the light must be turned off. This was not at all clear, but Vladimir Ivanovich, grateful for the coffee, was silent. It was light in the autopsy room, but when they both entered and Vladimir Ivanovich confidently examined the half-hidden corpse on the table, Maxim turned off the light. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. Then Maxim saw again the now familiar, somehow familiar milky blue light that was born in the chest of the corpse and rushed out. I wonder why you can't see him in the light, Max thought, and immediately smiled at the pun that arose. There is no light in the light. No fucking way. Max, what the hell is this? Almost scared but still surprised, Potemkin began to inquire. With his hand pulled back in the dark, he felt and squeezed Max's hand and apparently felt more confident, although Maxim was much younger than him. "You see it too, don't you, Max? But it also doesn't happen. Are these magic tricks?" Maxim turned on the light and immediately saw the astonished and frightened eyes of Potemkin, Tavricheski still clutching his hand. Then he could only exhale. N-U. Maxim somehow cautiously touched the doctor's palm with his other hand and sadly, to the point of goosebumps, declared, "Vladimir Ivanovich, and at first I thought I was crazy." Potemkin was gradually coming to his senses. "No, Max, they don't go crazy together. The two of them are only sick with the flu," and somehow he laughed artificially. After a couple of minutes, the experiment was repeated, but with less surprise and fewer unprintable near-censorship epithets. Thoughtful Vladimir Ivanovich, who had already forgotten that he was on surgery duty, suddenly declared, "Max, let someone else see it, otherwise no one will believe it." Max realized that there was a rational grain in this. The phenomenon is not displayed in the photo, even if there are witnesses, and the more, the better. And Potemkin was already taking out his cell phone. Borya, he dialed the traumatologist on duty, with whom he also often drove teas and coffee when there was an opportunity on duty. "What are you doing right now? Are there any heavy ones? Then get your feet in your hands and go to the morgue. You won't regret it." Boris Nikolaevich, who came to work at the hospital about 5 years later than Potemkin, seemed to resist. And he continued to persuade him. "What kind of our hospital?" He meant the morgue. "You go through the emergency room, you don't even have to get dressed there. We're already waiting for you here." "Yes, with Max. There will be coffee for you." He turned to Max and spread his arms. "That's a fucking salesman. He'll come if there's only coffee." And I decided to sweeten the pill for Maxim. "You see, Max, your coffee is already famous all over the hospital." Max smiled and went to put water for coffee and prepare a coffee filter, Finn, which he also brought from Vietnam, won during a bus tour to Dalat. Borya's reaction to what was happening in the morgue after the lights went out in the autopsy room was slightly different from Potemkin's reaction. There were more mothers. It's understandable. Traumatologists are rude people. They deal more and more with alcoholics and their injuries, and there the vocabulary is even worse. Maxim, who did not forget to turn on the dictaphone even before the arrival of Vladimir Ivanovich, completely forgot about him and their entire conversation, as well as the conversation after the arrival of Boris Nikolaevich, where it was better, where it was worse recorded for future evaluation by Elena. When the last coffee was already drunk and the doctors were about to leave, Maxim suddenly noticed the words that Borya, throwing on his jacket, repeated in admiration. For the first time, Max heard something about fireworks in half an ear, but somehow he didn't pay attention, and now he's wary. "No, well, cool. It's like fireworks, and the sparks are so juicy, powerful. But where do they go? Unclear. And in general, everything is unclear." Then he looked significantly at Max. "What are you going to do with all this anyway?" Maxim stared at Borya uncomprehendingly, then asked anyway, "Boris Nikolaevich, what did you actually see? What kind of fireworks?" Here Potemkin also stared at Borya, and also with a surprised face. "Fireworks? Have you seen the fireworks from your chest, Borya?" Borya stood in the doorway, turned around, looked at the guys in confusion and said quietly, "Well, it's like a firework. Only it's low, about a meter in total. It burst out of his chest, and the yellow sparks quickly went out. And there was no sound. What did you want?" Potemkin and Maxim stared at each other and started talking almost simultaneously. Max was ahead of me though. "Guys," Maxim said, confused and completely oblivious to the fact that he called people almost twice his age guys, "I saw a blue light, solid, even white and blue." He almost reached the ceiling. I saw both the walls and the windowsill clearly, after which I fell silent, waiting for Vladimir Ivanovich to continue. And I saw the smoke, white, swirling like that, and also disappearing. The stunned silence lasted a minute or more. Everyone digested what they had heard from others and remembered what they had seen in the dissecting room in complete darkness, and why their friends had seen something completely different. It was broken by Potemkin. "Max, is your coffee okay? Maybe there are hallucinogens there?" "Well, what kind of hallucinogens, Vladimir Ivanovich?" Offended, very childish, Max replied. "I bought it in a simple supermarket. I just took it off the shelf and put it in the cart. I was already ashamed that I had scored so much." Not hearing the response, Maxim continued hotly. "Yes, they have the death penalty for 21 articles there, including just for counterfeiting products and medicines, not that for drugs. The guy told us. After all, Boris Nikolaevich had already drunk coffee when he saw everything. Yes, that's right. That was it, drawled Potemkin. Then some inner struggle was reflected on his face, and he gave birth to an idea that everyone liked. That's what, guys, I think we should keep quiet about all this for now. I saw the puzzled looks. No one will believe it anyway, but to drag everyone here at night to prove, you know, or they'll start dragging us around. They'll also shut the hell down. While Max and Boris were getting used to this idea, Vladimir Ivanovich continued. You, Max, deal with this corpse more seriously. Who, from where, what was treated, why did he die? Take all the tissues for a biopsy, sow them on the microflora. Maybe some mushrooms are glowing. Although, what kind of mushrooms? Fireworks, smoke? Contact the judicial officers, let them check for toxins what they can. Lie to them something for speed. Other corpses, see if there will be more like that. If there are, from which places and with what? If there are a few coincidences, it will be easier. Otherwise, all three of us will be locked up in a mental hospital. Maybe the psychiatrists didn't look at Prostokvashino, and the first one laughed, although his eyes were completely sad. Maxim lived not far from the hospital in the 3rd microdistrict, across the street past 2 9-story buildings and already at home. And now, half an hour later, after everyone had left, he was already sitting in the kitchen and reliving everything that had happened once again. Little Alyosha, not waiting for his father to return late, was already asleep. After dinner, Max told everything in detail to Lena, who at first listened to him in silence without asking a single question. Then he told everything again, where almost every sentence of the memoirs was followed by a question, or even several from the investigator's wife. Then she listened to the recording of the dictaphone for a long time and attentively, not at all embarrassed by the profanity of the doctors, probably understanding their condition at the moment of the appearance of an unexpected light show, as Maxim dubbed both light, smoke and fireworks. Lena had no doubt at all about the reality of what was happening, although any sane person could easily write it all off as a masterfully conducted prank. No, it's obviously something else. Why did you all see the most different things? She had already repeated the question several times, more to herself than to Max. It looks like the effect of some kind of drug. Addicts use the same drug, but they have different feelings. Then she repeated, No, there's something else here. Then they searched the internet until midnight, hoping to find at least something similar to today's events at the morgue. Failed. There was nothing like the glowing dead, except for horror films where such people met, although they learned a lot of new and interesting things about drug addicts and substance abusers. By the beginning of the new day, a small program was developed, where all further actions were described step by step, mainly for Maxim. 1. Perform a similar autopsy in a similar way for a non-COVID deceased. Evaluate the results and compare them with the current ones. 2. To carry out a similar autopsy in a similar way of the deceased from COVID but not from Krasnoyarsk. Evaluate the results and compare them with the current ones. 3. To carry out a similar autopsy in a similar way of the deceased not from COVID, from Krasnoyarsk. Evaluate the results and compare them with the current ones. Well, there are also 5 or 6 less significant points. It was a small matter to find several suitable corpses and explain to the head of the pathology bureau why her employee prefers to open corpses at night. Trying to tell Inna Gennadievna why he hadn't finished the autopsy the day before, which was completely out of practice at the bureau, Maxim referred to feeling unwell, which seemed to suit her quite well, and no reprisals followed. Max finished the autopsy with all care. He took pieces of all possible tissues for biopsy, smears, prints, sewed the contents of the chest cavity on flora, having previously agreed with the laboratory, photographed and documented everything. Then it became more difficult. According to the plan, the corpses of the deceased had to be opened either in the evening or at night, in order to evaluate the results by analogy with the previous case in complete darkness. Otherwise, the purity of the experiment will be violated. I had to work as usual for several days, and only then, referring to the need for a set of material to protect the qualification category, which the head knew about, and she spurred Maxim on, allegedly to delay the start of the autopsy of a late arriving corpse. Moreover, the applicant was just from Krasnoyarsk and fell under one of the points of the planned program. He died not in the COVID center, but in the CTPSO, Primary Vascular Department. A common stroke, the number of which has increased significantly recently. Max was terribly worried. It was something akin to a slight panic before the exam, but he knew perfectly well that it would pass once he started answering. The sensations were still fresh in my memory. Only 5 years had passed after graduation. But this was not an exam, and the jitters did not pass. Maxim even wanted to invite either Potemkin or Boris to the autopsy, but neither of them was there today. They had already worked out and left. Then Max called his wife. While she, without explaining the reasons, briefly placed Alyosha with the neighbors and ran to the hospital, it was completely dark. The purity of the experiment was observed. Lena saw the same thing as Vladimir Ivanovich. Clouds of white, gradually disappearing smoke coming from the chest of the dead man sprawled on the table, as she told Maxim. Max saw the faded, pale blue light again, just like the first time. Lena wanted to experiment with an incomprehensible phenomenon and even approached the table with the obvious intention of extending her hand into the clouds of smoke. Max barely managed to intercept her, but he did the same himself. He put his hand not into the clouds of smoke, which he did not see, but into his blue stream. However, at first he held various objects in a beam of light, a sectional knife, a sheet of paper, an ordinary light bulb, which he specially unscrewed from a table lamp, thinking that it would suddenly light up. Nothing happened. Objects did not disappear, did not light up, did not glow themselves, and fell from a height with the usual noise, everything as usual. Then Max passed the brush of his left hand over the chest of the deceased through a stream of light. Nothing. There are no sensations. I held both hands over my chest for a while, and after making sure that nothing was happening or changing, I wanted to complete the experiment and turned on the light. Max, Lena stopped him. We see different things for some reason. There must be some explanation for this. It will definitely appear later, but we must be on equal terms. I also need to feel the effect of the smoke that I see on myself. Turn off the light. Maxim failed to convince her of the danger of an as yet unknown phenomenon, no matter how hard he tried. Before her eyes, she turned from an investigator into a researcher, and fanatically minded, which later received full confirmation. Only after fulfilling his wife's wish, Max turned on the light and brought the autopsy to an end, so that in the morning he would not have to explain himself to the head again. A week later, they knew that an unusual phenomenon was happening to deceased patients only from Krasnozersk and not necessarily from COVID. Nothing else but the place of residence and gender connected the glowing dead at night with each other. They were all men. Neither the age nor the nature of the diseases or the methods of treatment, the duration of the diseases or the cause of death, nothing. Of course, there was very little statistical material, and it was too early to draw conclusions, even preliminary ones, but something had to be done, or to inform the hospital administration, or the competent authorities, or psychiatrists maybe? Maxim still couldn't get rid of the thought of the unreality of everything that was happening, and it seemed to him that all this was not happening to him. Twice more he invited Potemkin to a consultation at the night morgue, and once Boris Nikolaevich, who still saw their own way, but they did not bother much and agreed that Max himself should decide who to inform first. And to confirm everything, they will confirm even under oath. While Maxim was gathering material at evening gatherings in the morgue, Lena searched the entire internet and knew almost everything about Krasnozersk, where, what, when, well, and so on. She found the latest news on the site Krasnozerцы Everyone Here especially interesting, and was a little surprised by the numerous complaints that appeared in abundance in various instances, including the prosecutor's office over the past month. People wrote about everything, about the problems with housing and communal services, the poor work of management companies, about the Razrezovskaya carpool located right in the middle of the village, which they attributed to the non-disappearing multi-day smog, and with it, in turn, an increase in morbidity and mortality in the district. Complaints were duly registered and sent by subordination to the management companies, the director of the incision, the chief physician of the hospital, and something to the head of the administration of Krasnozersk. There have been no clear answers yet. And in the administration of the region and the relevant ministries, into which the former departments were renamed in the light of new trends, it seems that they did not know about the problems of the village yet, or if they did not consider them to be out of the ordinary. It was quiet so far. Max, his wife met Maxim after work. Do you know that Krasnozersk has been in some kind of unusual weather anomaly for 2 months? Maxim made surprised eyes. He did not know this. Lately he had no time for other people's anomalies. There were enough of his own. There has been a terrible fog or smog there for 2 months. And there has been no wind or snow for 2 months. Can you imagine? People have started to leave. They are afraid of cancer. Or they don't know what. You're worried here. Even their corpses are glowing, Maxim grumbled to himself. And what else is known about this Krasnozersk? He tried to find out, not knowing how to react to Lena's statement about people leaving. 6 kilometers from the village there is a station, Krasnoarmeyskaya. It is administratively from another district and is 120 meters higher in relief. It is located on small mountains. So there's a completely different world out there, Lena said, looking at the computer screen. Can you imagine? There is even a ski slope, an ice palace, an entertainment center with a swimming pool, a 5D cinema, a zoo of its own. Water station, Maxim was surprised. What else is there? The birch grove is huge and very beautiful with various figures made of wood, the wife continued. Here, look at how many photos there are. She turned the mouse wheel. Maxim joined her, and together they began to look at photos of this mysterious little station with so many places for recreation and entertainment. The photos were impressive. I especially liked the Zastava Eco Hotel. 5 neat 2-story wooden houses beckoned to them, but in front of them, on horseback, ready to protect them, like the whole of Mother Russia, from uninvited guests and enemies, sat the most authentic epic Russian heroes in full growth. Moreover, the growth was impressive. Typical are Ilya Muromets and his comrades in carefully crafted armor, holding a sword, a shield with a spear, or a bow with an arrow nocked. Photographed against the background of this original and unusual composition, cast from an alloy of copper and bronze, the children reached the tops of hardly stirrups with huge heroic boots. After a short conversation, it was decided to go to this park hotel next weekend, look at all these man-made wonders, well, and at the same time at the mysterious shrouded Krasnozersk, the source of the glowing dead at night. They decided not to take Alyosha with them. Of course, it's tempting to show the kid both the wooden Baba Yaga and the goblin, and the Puss in Boots living in a birch grove, those same heroes guarding the outpost, and ride buns from high slides, swim with him in the children's pool, but... That's right, but... This ill-fated Krasnozersk confused all the maps and you just need to go there. It's not for nothing that all these shows are dead from there. I didn't want to take the baby to the gray zone without understanding what was going on there. Lena's grandmother, Lena's mother, gladly agreed to tinker with her grandson on the weekend. It's not a baby, it's almost 4. The most interesting age. However, dozens or even hundreds of questions a day, asked by an inquisitive crumb, often led her to a dead end, as, indeed, did her mother and father. But she promised to endure 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. The first surprise awaited Maxim and Lena right after the exit from the highway to the place of Saturday rest. Yes, there was only 1 day for rest. They decided to devote Sunday to work and figure out what was wrong in Krasnozersk. The only road to Krasnoarmeyskaya, according to the navigator, led just through Krasnozersk. Maybe there were some bypass field or technological roads along which it was possible to get to the place of rest bypassing the ominous village, but the navigator stubbornly refused to show them, and most likely in winter they are covered with snow. So Maxim had no choice but to skip past the huge blue and white monument stele, stating that it was here that the very first coal mine of the region was located, which was only 7 kilometers away. The paved road would have been quite decent if it hadn't been for the shallow track that was still being planned, which Maxim had to keep an eye on. He knew how dangerous these dents in the road surface were, the depth of which was also increased due to the ice on the edges. After a few minutes, the road became smoother, and for the first time he took his eyes off the road. On all sides, the car was already surrounded by powerful 2- or 3-tiered mountain dumps of empty overburden, in places scantily covered with snow. Moreover, each tier was at least as high as a 5-story house. On the left, the road receded from such a place by only 20 to 30 meters. On the right, the dump towered 500 meters away, and it was 2 kilometers to the dump looming ahead, and where the road seemed to rest. There was clearly not enough attention to these dumps, in any case. There was no smell of reclamation there. Is it the case in Germany, where Maxim managed to visit the largest brown coal mine in Europe? There, in the dumps planted on the slopes no less in height than here, in a continuous neat, as if trimmed forest, even birds nested. Here, uneven, completely unplanned slopes with huge ugly protruding pieces of rock, giving them a very unassuming appearance, overgrown with stunted bushes with huge bald spots, and rarely found at the top of the next tier of rather tall trees, which confirmed the idea that these dumps are more than a dozen years old. Running up a small hill, the road swerved to the right for another kilometer before the dump, which flashed right in front of my eyes, and soon the car rolled along the cemetery, fenced with a low cast-iron fence. The high gates made of metal rods with a welded orthodox 8-pointed cross, despite the early hour, were ajar, and there were a little less than a dozen cars in front of them. Maxim thought about it. It's still early for funerals, they usually bury at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but according to tradition, relatives are obliged to visit the person buried the day before in the morning, take breakfast to the cemetery, reconcile the soul of the deceased with the fact that she will already be in the afterlife. What is it? How many relatives does the deceased have? Is it doubtful? Or were several people buried at once yesterday? Rather the second one. What is going on here in this Krasnozersk? After another turn, leaving behind the crowded cemetery, Maxim, frightened, almost drove into a roadside snowdrift, finally seeing what today's trip was about. More than once he imagined what Krasnozersk looked like, shrouded in an ominous gloomy veil, but what he saw exceeded all his expectations. Literally half a kilometer in front of the car, there was a gloomy, dirty grey, frightening wall that seemed to breathe. It spread out a little to the sides and fell off again, rose slightly and fell again. Moreover, it also changed shades. It suddenly became lighter, then it suddenly darkened in different places. If its height only hid the houses hiding somewhere behind it, then it spread surprisingly wide to the sides and rested its edges against the dumps surrounding the village. I didn't want to drive into this devilish darkness, and that was exactly the impression it made. Oh, how I didn't want to. Maxim chose a cleared place next to the Krasnozersk stele, somewhat reminiscent of the stele at the Cosmonautics Museum in Moscow, which the grey wall did not reach, slowed down and began to observe. Cars passing by, without even slowing down, calmly drove in and immediately disappeared behind the grey veil, and just as calmly drove out with fog lights on. They're used to it probably, Max thought somehow distantly, and glancing at the silent Lena, he slowly set off into the unknown. It's good for them, he continued to think about the desperate motorists of the village. They didn't see the glowing corpses. It was still possible to see something behind the seemingly opaque grey wall, and it seemed that it became even brighter. They drove past the gas station, which remained on the right, then on both sides stretched small, rather neat wooden houses of the private sector, fenced off from the road by identical yellow-brown fences. Then, when climbing the mountain, 2- and 3-story houses built in the 60s appeared. On the facade of some of them you could see some colorful drawings, a rainbow, smiling children, flowers and tree. It was still possible to see something behind the seemingly opaque grey wall, and it seemed that it became even brighter. They drove past the gas station, which remained on the right, then on both sides stretched small, rather neat wooden houses of the private sector, fenced off from the road by identical yellow-brown fences. Then, when climbing the mountain, 2- and 3-story houses built in the 60s appeared. On the facade of some of them you could see some colorful drawings, a rainbow, smiling children, flowers and trees. True, it was not seen as clearly as in sunlight, but it was possible to distinguish and understand what was painted. And the sun itself did not go anywhere. It continued to hang over the village in the form of a faded dim disk, which could be looked at quite calmly without any dark glasses. Turn left at the traffic light at the prompt of the navigator, and the old houses were replaced by more modern 5-story buildings. There are quite a lot of cars near the Maria. Rasto, turn left at the traffic light at the prompt of the navigator, and the old houses were replaced by more modern 5-story buildings. There are quite a lot of cars near the Maria, Rastre. There were fewer people scurrying past, and all of them were wearing protective masks, which did not seem to prevent them from discussing any of their business at all. Max remembered that at the very beginning of the COVID epidemic, the requirement to wear masks on the street was mandatory. There were even special sanitary patrols that monitored this, but gradually it all went somewhere, and the all-Russian Dr. Malisheva even declared the uselessness of masks in her TV program. It was quite the opposite here, and it was surprising. Soon, 5-story buildings again gave way to private sector houses, among which there were new 2-story brick buildings with balconies and even domes above real towers. Then the apartment buildings. Soon, 5-story buildings again gave way to private sector houses, among which there were new 2-story brick buildings with balconies and even domes above real towers. Then the apartmentings finally disappeared. A fenced-in area with several metal barns and a sign "Peasant Farm" flashed by on the right, and a milky white veil appeared in front, completely hiding everything except a piece of road in front of a car about 30 meters long. Only this veil was not as frightening as at the entrance. It looked much more attractive. His veil was not as frightening as at the entrance. It looked much more. Using the services of a navigator, Max wandered a little through the streets, and soon drove to the very birch grove that he and Lena had viewed in photographs on the internet. There was an ice palace on the left with a lot of parked cars, so it was possible to drive to the outpost only with great caution. Finally, there are the Copper Bronze Heroes and the Park Hotel, where the couple had a double room booked. There were no fewer cars around than at the Ice Palace, and Max was surprised at his wife's foresight in persuading him to book a hotel room in advance. Saturday afternoon, the day of rest flew by quickly. After a short registration and check-in procedure, leaving the car in a guarded parking lot, Maxim and Lena went to entertainment places. We looked at the ski slope and took a couple of rides on buns from a high hill, after which we decided that it was better to ski. After the ski descent up the mountain, it was possible to climb without much effort, with great pleasure on the lift, which was evident from the flushed, joyful faces of happy skiers. But with a bun in hand, you had to climb the mountain yourself, and the faces of obese people who had difficulty climbing the mountain were completely different. For just 400 rubles, they took a ride on a dog sled, wandered through that very birch grove, not forgetting to take pictures of Baba Yaga, Leshy and Puss in boots. Photos were immediately sent to Grandma on her smartphone so that she and Alyosha would also enjoy the unprecedented beauties. Well, in the evening there was a swimming pool in a nearby entertainment center and dinner at a restaurant. In short, we had a great rest. In the morning after breakfast, in a cafe located next door to the hotel with the unusual name On Seven Winds, which was generally true, the cafe stood on the very top of a windswept mountain. It was necessary to go to Krasnozersk. They began to think about where exactly. There was no hope that a random passerby on the street, stopped by unknown people, would immediately begin to pour out his soul and complain about problems in the village. It's unlikely. These are not the times now. People have withdrawn. I had to come up with something else, and I found a way out. Len, what if you go to the hospital, to the doctor on duty? It seems like we came to visit the village, but I felt sick. And then maybe we'll talk, Maxim unexpectedly suggested. It's still necessary to start somewhere. Elena agreed. Things were left in the room, hoping that conversations and research in the village would not take much time. They took only the Geiger counter, which was specially taken. Lena begged him from a friend of the head of the research department, who bought it on AliExpress for only 4,500, hoping to measure the radiation background in this obscure village. Why the boss needed a personal counter when exactly the same ones were in the department, it was anyone's guess. Maybe all these incidents with corpses are the result of some kind of ionizing radiation. And then, indeed, in order to solve these no longer small problems, it is necessary to involve completely different specialists here. Although the background of glowing corpses in the morgue, which they measured almost immediately, was within acceptable limits, and Max was not particularly in danger. The hospital in Krasnozersk was found immediately with the help of a navigator. There were only 2 main streets here, so she stood on one of them. A quite decent 3-story brick building, built according to a standard design, was connected by an above-ground passage with a similar 2-story one. Most likely a hospital and a polyclinic. The clinic does not work on Sunday, that's understandable, so you need to go to the hospital. Leaving the car on a small platform near the entrance with the sign Krasnozersk City Hospital, located under a sloping canopy supported by columns lined with plastic, Maxim and Lena entered the building. The hospital was being monitored. In the lobby, lined with expensive tiles, there were a number of recommendations on COVID, an antiseptic dispenser and a typographic sign that video surveillance was being conducted here. In front of the entrance, behind the monitor screen divided into several squares, sat an elderly thin guard in a black uniform, who immediately stood up and addressed the newcomers. "What did you want, young people?" "We should have a doctor on duty," Maxim began uncertainly, not forgetting to make a pained face. "I don't feel well. Pressure, perhaps." The guard sat down again, put black horn-rimmed glasses on his nose, took out his phone, found the necessary number. "Natasha, a patient is coming in here. We need a doctor on duty." I listened to the questions of the unknown Natasha. "It's bad," he says. "How do I know?" "Call Nassim." Maxim realized that Nassim was the doctor on duty. A minute later, a middle-aged woman in a red and pink medical suit came down the elevator. Almost the same ones were worn at Max's work, only without the colored collars and cuffs like here. So a nurse. But certainly not Nassim. The now famous Natasha invited patients to the emergency room, the door of which was next to the guard post, and began to enter Maxim's data in the log of those who applied, because it was he who called in sick. Maxim, in order not to complicate the situation, hid that he was a doctor. After all, the attitude towards colleagues is completely different from that towards ordinary mortals, and he did not need it at all. He introduced himself simply as a funeral worker. The nurse was quite satisfied with this. She wrote down the place of work of the patient who applied. Funeral service. A minute later, the doctor on duty came into the waiting room in a long white coat, from under which pajama trousers in a blue diamond peeked out, and the upper part was represented by a t-shirt of an indeterminate grey color. However, was all Maxim had time to think. Our doctors on duty don't walk like that. As the supposed doctor on duty entered the conversation, Maxim understood from his Central Asian accent that this was the Nassim he was looking for. "What did you want?" Speaking in Russian, Nassim asked, whose patronymic has remained unknown. The nurse has not yet joined the conversation. "Yes, here." Maxim pulled vaguely. "We came to visit friends yesterday. Everything seemed to be fine. They didn't drink. And today I have a headache, I feel sick, I feel weak. This kind of thing has never happened before. Maybe the pressure has risen? And I decided to throw in the bait right away. You have everything in some kind of smoke here. I've never seen anything like it. Maybe because of this?" Nassim, without a patronymic, silently sat down at the table, next to which Max was already sitting, took an electronic tonometer from the table and began to measure the pressure. "The pressure is good. Natasha, take your temperature," he asked the nurse, and he took a phone endoscope from the same table and invited Maxim to undress. He listened carefully to the lungs, tapped on the small of his back, then looked at his stomach, laying Max on the couch here in the receiver, and apparently was satisfied. "There is nothing wrong," he said in thought, more to himself than to the patient, and then suddenly gave out a phrase addressing the nurse, from which Maxim really felt sick. "What are we going to do, colleague? The doctor, judging by his age, is not a young intern, asking the nurse for advice. How's that? And if she wasn't around, what would he suggest?" "Nassim Istamovich," the nurse began wearily, finally revealing the secret of the patronymic of the doctor on duty. "Here, most likely, is a banal cephalgia. The man came from another region, no wonder he got a headache and felt sick. How are we all here not sick yet?" she finished grumpily. "So there is, I took a bite," Maxim shouted happily to himself. "We need to develop success." "How long have you had such a shroud here?" Hiding his interest, he asked casually. Lena did not seem to participate in the events taking place. She looked thoughtfully out the window of the emergency room and did not listen at all to the conversation between the doctor, the nurse and the patient, her own husband. She was clearly interested in something outside the hospital. To the right, 50 meters from the hospital building, stretching towards the polyclinic behind a constantly open barrier and a nearby vegetable stand, among the grey snow dusted with coal dust, there is a completely black, smooth square of 40 by 40 meters. In some ways it resembled fresh asphalt, but in some ways it was subtly different from it. On the left, also not far from the barrier in front of the magnet store, there was a vast paved area filled with cars, but here the asphalt was completely different. Snow, even dirty, even grey, but still covered the road to the hospital and the vegetable stand and the square in front of the magnet, and there were small snowdrifts in front of the entrance to the hospital after the janitor's work. Where did this completely clean flat black area come from, where there was not only snow, but even some kind of garbage, which is usually found everywhere? There are several trees with bare branches near the clinic. There are open dumpsters behind the vegetable stand, literally 10 meters from the edge of the square. There is a whole mountain of construction debris behind a large store on a site fenced with a chain link fence. And where are the fallen leaves or garbage plastic bags on this mysterious square island? Where are the scraps of paper? Why is there not a hint of human activity on this black bounded square? It was as if some clean guy had just vacuumed and washed this giant black floor under the open sky. Meanwhile, things went on as usual in the emergency room. After consulting, Natasha and Nassim, who had acquired a patronymic, decided that since there was nothing wrong, it was necessary to treat the patient symptomatically. He has a headache, ketorol in his buttock. I feel sick, metoclopramide. In the same place, Maxim, who realized late that he had played too much and would have to pay for it with his body, endured the injection of ketorol, which he knew about stoically, but refused metoclopramide categorically. The name, somehow subtly connected with bedbugs, scared him. The doctor on duty, quite satisfied with this development of events, humming something and waving his colored pants at every step, majestically left, not forgetting to instruct the nurse to arrange everything properly. He didn't seem to know how to do it himself, while Natasha was writing a certificate of appeal, signed in advance by Nassim Istamovich, which Maxim in fact did not need. They continued to discuss the problems of the village, the many-day grey veil, increased morbidity and everything else. "Natasha," Lena suddenly turned to the nurse. "Do you know what kind of black square is in front of your windows?" And she nodded in the direction of a randomly discovered anomaly. Exactly an anomaly, of that she was now quite sure. Natasha looked up from her writing, glanced casually out the window. "And this. Yes, it was done just before winter. They filled up with something and leveled everything." "What was there before?" the restless Helena persisted. Natasha, who didn't mind chatting at all, launched into an explanation. Our old hospital used to be here. This one was just built in the 80s. Over there, Natalia pointed to a vegetable stand next to the road leading to the hospital. There was an old polyclinic, two-storied in front of the polyclinic, closer to Gagarin. She meant the street, not thinking that the guests of the village might not know this. There was a hospital, also two-storied, and here, she pointed to the very middle of the black square, was gynecology. Small but good. And where did everything go? Lena asked in surprise. Maxim has not yet intervened in the conversation. He intuitively realized that Lena was interested in something, and she also wanted to get information that might shed light on the unusual story they were involved in. Yes, everything fell apart, the nurse replied nonchalantly. No one needed anything, so it fell apart. Then everything was dismantled, pulled apart, and the cinder blocks from which the hospital was built were sold to capital garages. Here, half of the village has built capital garages out of these cinder blocks. They were sold for 10 kopecks apiece, and the new ones cost almost a ruble. She smiled sadly as if remembering something good, although she could not bear to witness those changes. It's been 40 years since the 80s, and she doesn't look more than 40 herself. Smiling, Natasha continued. Then everything was overgrown. The grass is taller than a man, then the trees grew taller, almost like in the jungle. And as soon as the new head of administration arrived, he immediately began to restore order. First, everything was cut down and mowed down, and then some kind of incomprehensible black rock was brought in. There was no dust from it at all, and everything was leveled with a grader. That's how the black spot appeared. She was silent for a while, looked at the unusual patients listening with interest, and decided that it was time to finish. We are already used to it. We don't notice it. And where did this black breed come from, don't you know? Lena tried to clarify.
Yes, from where? From the slaughter, probably. Nobody told us.
Then, with surprise as if seeing this spot for the first time, she finished. Really, it's kind of weird. And there is no snow on it. What if there's radiation? She muttered with unfeigned horror. She shook her head and quickly said goodbye to the curious visitors. After saying goodbye to the guard, Lena and Maxim left the hospital and, without speaking, went to the mysterious black spot. Lena was in charge here, staring intently at the incomprehensible anomaly. First, they walked around the spot, a square around the perimeter, although it was not quite easy. Loose, porous snow fell almost to the ankles behind the edges of the dense black coating. Then, moving to the edge opposite from the road, where no one could see what they were doing, they sat down and began to examine the surface spread out in front of them. It really looked like asphalt in color and density, but the structure was different. There were no patches of rubble, there were no cracks and specks familiar on Russian roads, and the color was more saturated and dark, thick or something. It's strange. Lena was perplexed, unsuccessfully trying to chip off a piece of the coating. The nurse said that here the breed was only equaled by a grader, but it felt like it was rolled by a road roller, and the heaviest. That's why everything is so dense and smooth. Maybe they did, Maxim objected. But the nurse just didn't see it. She couldn't have been sitting by the window all the time. Maybe it wasn't on her shift either. And it's winter now, everything is frozen, that's why it's so hard. Maybe. Lena was frowning, shaking her head. But it doesn't look like... just not frozen, but fused. With the back of her hand taking off her glove, she touched the surface of the stain, then clearing a piece of snow from the ground next to it, touched the ground. She raised her head and, smiling, invited Maxim to join her. You try it. The spot is warm. The smooth black surface was indeed much warmer than the frozen ground, but Maxim, without even touching this pseudo-asphalt, was stubborn. You know that black accumulates heat, therefore snow in the city, for example, melts much faster than in the forest. It is blacker in the city because it is dirty. Lena did not argue, took out a Geiger counter from her purse, with which she walked, resembling an ordinary children's game console with a small display and large blue buttons on the panel. There didn't seem to be any radioactive isotopes here. In any case, they did not hear the loud increasing clicks and crackles that they were used to in disaster films. There were none in the center of the spot, where amateur researchers went after studying the outskirts of the anomaly. Max, why is it so clean here? Thinking about something of her own, Lena asked Maxim and, without waiting for an answer, offered. Let's put something here now in the center and go home. See what happens. Will it disappear or not? Maybe it's some kind of self-cleaning anomaly. She laughed already. Max was not too lazy to go to a pile of construction debris for a magnet, and brought a rather weighty piece of plaster, such as the wind will not blow away. Although, there has been no wind here for 2 months now, so I could have brought something less. Lena even photographed this avant-garde composition from different angles. With great difficulty, with the help of her husband, she still managed to chip off a piece of coating from the edge, which she put in a plastic bag with the hope of clarifying its composition in her technical department. What can you do? The investigator. And in the end, Lena gave out an idea that could have been born, probably, only from a science fiction investigator. Max, is there any way to clarify whether your glowing corpses are connected with this spot? Well, or the breed from which it was made. Maybe they all worked in the same place from where the breed was transported. You said yourself that they are all men. Doubtful. Maxim did not support her. There were two almost old people there, definitely not working. Well, maybe you used to work there. Then you need to install it through your own channels. I can only look at the stories, the names, well, and the place of work. But how can I establish the place of work of these old people? They write pensioner on the stories of the elderly and that's it. I definitely won't be able to. He paused and formulated a task, without solving which all previous questions receded into the background. First of all, it is necessary to establish where the breed was brought here. Then we will look for analogies and draw parallels. What do you think we took a piece of the coating for? Lena answered the question with a question which this story with the dead and the black square of Not Malevich seems to have captured in earnest. When Maxim and Lena picked up their things from the hotel and drove back to the hospital in Krasnozersk, nothing had changed on the surface of the black square. The piece of plaster that Max had dragged in continued to lie quietly on the dark, almost glossy surface and was clearly not going to disappear. Lena took another picture of this masterpiece of abstractionism and, asking Max to wait, ran into the hospital. A couple of minutes later, she appeared, hiding something in her bag, and her satisfied smile said that everything she had planned had turned out. She shared her plans with her husband only when they left this inhospitable, disturbing grey dome that covered the entire village from edge to edge. I took the coordinates of the nurse from the guard, who told us about the hospital. It might come in handy, she said, still thinking about something else. I'll call her in a couple of days. Ask her to take a picture of the playground and drop me a photo. I don't think much time has passed yet. Yes, and it's light. So, he gave you her phone number too? Max asked. It doesn't seem to be allowed. No, it's not. The phone number of the therapy where she works and her last name. I said that I wanted to write a letter of thanks to the ministry for the good attitude. He melted away. And why didn't you ask the guard about it? It's easier. Well, Max, you're giving... We don't know him at all. Hello, goodbye. She'll look at me like a fool. And Natasha and I talked for a long time. She's interested. You noticed how scared she was at the end. She even mentioned radiation. That's what we're going to play on. I'm really an investigator. I will say that we are interested in the spot. We want to figure out what it is. You want to deal with your dead, don't you? Max wanted to, so he just smiled. A smart wife is something. Good. And if it's also beautiful... Nothing unusual happened in the next few days. However, on Monday, Lena brought some photos from work, which she silently put on the table in front of Max after dinner. In the photos taken on a smartphone at the time, it was easy to recognize the same piece of plaster, erected as a monument to unusual fantasies in the very center of the black square. Two of them had the numbers 1 and 2 on them. Max looked at the photos once, twice, turned them over in his hands, turned them over, but still did not understand why Lena took such large, colorful photos of an ordinary stone made of sand and cement, and even handed them to him. So something is wrong here. But here's what. So what? Accepting his own stupidity, Maxim asked. I don't see the difference. Lena laughed. That's exactly what you don't see. I shot the stone from the same point, with the same approximation, this one right away. Lena pointed to the photo marked with the number 1, and this one, when we stopped by for the second time, a photo with the number 2 lay on the table. Only 3 hours passed between filming, and experts say that in the second photo the stone is smaller than in the first. What do you think? Max made a face of disbelief and scratched his head. Of course, I'm not an expert, but I still don't see the difference. And what parameters did they evaluate? If we hadn't left and the camera was fixed motionless on a tripod, then it would still be possible to compare, but so... Elena, offended by his distrust, interrupted her husband's rant. Max, they were attached to the edges of the stain, well, and to something else. They're experts, you can't disbelieve them. I'll call Natasha on Thursday. The nurses are on duty every 3 days. I'll ask them to take a photo, then we'll see. Len, don't you think that someone will just remove this plaster from the asphalt? Will some kid run by and drive in front of him instead of the puck? Still, they drove in childhood. Lena looked at Maxim accusingly. Oh, Max, You are an unobservant person. Have you seen at least one path that would fit to the edges of the square? We went all around, there wasn't a single one. Why would the boys be running around there when the snow is almost knee-deep and there is a road nearby? Maxim remained silent. On Thursday evening, Lena posted a photo of a spot with nothing on it in front of Maxim. Not the piece of plaster itself, not even the remnants of it, not a piece, not a grain of sand around the center. Max thought about it. He no longer wanted to argue with his wife, the investigator. He would still argue. Did he disappear or become invisible? What is it? He asked, puzzled. Lena was also looking at the photo thoughtfully. I don't know yet. She deliberately highlighted the word "by" in her voice so that Maxim believed. She would get to the bottom of it. She would definitely get to the bottom of it. And on Friday, Lena just killed Max. When they put Alyosha to bed and Maxim, having attached himself to the computer, decided to make up the pages of his work into a category, Lena, sitting down opposite, again began talking about the mystery of Krasnuzersk the last few days, although they had touched on this topic. But since everything had become more or less clear with the corpses, they did not strain themselves much. Lena seemed to be waiting for something. It looks like she waited. Max, she began from afar. I was in Krasnuzersk today. Maxim looked up uncomprehendingly and stared at his wife, and she continued. The investigator went there today. The case is about robbery in connection with the theft of fuel and lubricants at the mine. Well, I clung on. While he was talking to the guards there, solving his business, I was stuck in the Razrezovsky personnel department. And I also looked into the Veterans Council. I checked everyone you gave me, even the old ones. Max froze. And? Max, Lena said quietly and solemnly. They're all from the same mine. 2 of your old men also worked there before retirement. Both are excavator drivers. They were even in the same carriage. Maxim, of course, immediately understood who he was talking about. His glowing dead. Oh my god, I dug it up after all. But he clarified it anyway. And how was the face installed? Experts have given an opinion on the composition of the black square rock. It is identical to the rock of the deepest face of the section on the third mountain. They also determined the composition of the rock in the faces at the section. So it all coincided. Maxim passed the test easily. After the first attempt, which took him only 17 minutes, the computer showed 93% correct answers, although 75 were enough. Now he was returning home in a great mood. The work for the category, along with the package of necessary documents, has been submitted, testing has been passed, and the interview in connection with the coronavirus epidemic has been cancelled. So all that remained was to wait for the order from the ministry and, hello, new salary. How much will they add? Max thought serenely and answered himself. Well, no less than 1,000, and maybe more. It was good. So in 3 years he will receive the highest category, his salary will be raised again, and more than now, and then he will be able to think about a new car. That's where all his subsequent troubles began. As often, the smallest microscopic accident, which in fact is not worth paying attention to, can change a whole life, and more often not for the better. Max usually did not drive reckless, drove as standard, 90 as expected, sometimes accelerated, sometimes slowed down, really assessing his driving abilities and the capabilities of his Logan. He never arranged races if he was overtaken by a Mercedes or a BMW, calmly without reacting in any way, let go of any Toyota or Audi overtaking him, but the fact that immediately after Polisovo he was bypassed and sped ahead by the Ukrainian Tavria, which had been removed from production a long time ago, angered him to the depths of the soul. In dreams of a new car, which will certainly be cooler than Logan, Maxim seems to have relaxed, slowed down, but then decided to play his part. He's got a Renault, not some kind of Tavria. Max hit the gas. The car was rapidly gaining speed, but the brazen Tavria was not visible because of the turn in the road, and Max continued to press on the pedal, but from behind a green fence made of profiled sheets stretching along the road and enclosing some suburban garden association from it. A traffic police inspector jumped out with a striped baton in one hand and a radar in the other and desperately waved a stick, demanding to stop. Maxim was not going to compete with the system, so he slowed down and pulled over to the curb behind the edge of the fence, next to which the traffic police car was parked. No, well, how skillfully I chose a place for an ambush, even though it is now forbidden. Because of that damn fence, it was really impossible to see either the patrol car or the inspector himself. And the radar slightly outstretched. Can you really see at speed? He parked about 10 meters from the traffic police car, realizing that he would still have to explain himself, and, most likely sign the protocol on the violation, did not wait for the approach of the law enforcement officer, but went to him himself. The inspector, who was without a partner, saw that the offender was picking himself up, stopped near his car, threw a baton through the slightly open door, and put a radar on the front seat. Isn't he even going to show its meaning? Maxim thought with surprise. A slightly overweight, no longer young senior lieutenant, which was surprising, introduced himself, casually putting his hand to the visor.
Are you violating it? Your documents.
Maxim silently submitted the pre-prepared license and registration certificate, which the driver began to study with all care. Do you understand the reason for the stop? He continued after about 5 minutes, clearly not intending to return the documents. All the time of the check, or more likely its artificial prolongation, Max remained silent, and what to say is clear enough. I assume that speeding, although it is not entirely clear why the Tavria, which was driving in front of me at a much higher speed, you did not stop but detained me? The inspector was literally taken aback by such impudence. Admittedly, Maxim himself did not expect such a thing from himself, but it's true, he didn't even try to stop Tavria, but he was welcome. The inspector pulled himself together with difficulty. Everyone should be responsible for themselves. You are for yourself, and the driver of Tavria is for himself. He'll get caught someday. Max was silent. Seeing that the intruder did not seem to be trying to enter into a discussion with him anymore, he took the radar out of the car, but did not hurry to show the measurement results to Maxim. You exceeded the speed by 24 kilometers. Maxim, as they say, the harness got under the tail. And how can you tell that this is my speed? Maybe this is just the speed of the Tavria. This time Gates got angry and didn't even try to hide it, having narrowed his eyes rapaciously, which made his face, which was already not shining with beauty, lose the remnants of intelligence. He spoke quietly and ominously, looking directly into Maxim's eyes. Listen, smartass, I'm not going to explain or prove anything to you. You have broken the law and you will be punished. He was severely punished. He paused and continued mockingly. I take away your rights, and you will appeal the legality of my actions in court if there is anything. I see that I didn't have time to turn on the dictaphone. Everyone became smart. He finished again with outright malice. Max was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After all, it's much easier. You really had to turn on the voice recorder in your phone or even take pictures. It's allowed now, but it's too late. What is the withdrawal of rights for? For exceeding the speed limit by 4 kilometers, he still decided to continue fighting. We have a non-fined 20-kilometer threshold for speeding. This is not an oncoming lane, not running a red light or a closed railway crossing, and I did not cross a solid double. Seeing that his argumentative speech, as it seemed to him, did not make any impression on the policeman, Max slowed down. I do not refuse that I violated the traffic rules. I agree to pay the fine, but why take away the rights? The traffic policeman, already heading for his car, did not even turn around, deciding that he had said enough. This kid is not going anywhere. He will wait like a darling until he writes the protocol. And he won't be in a hurry. No, it won't. Incredible anger when he saw such an obvious disregard simply overwhelmed Max. That asshole, he cursed to himself, clenching his teeth. You've got the shit out of you. How many people like me can you catch in a shift? I just don't understand why you're still a lieutenant. With such abilities, he should have been a major for a long time. Damn you, you dumbass! Pointing the index finger of his right hand like a pistol in the direction of the inspector, he whispered desperately after the senior lieutenant, remembering his favorite comedy. The inspector, who had opened the front door of the patrol car from the passenger side and was already trying to get in, suddenly froze, as if listening to something, straightened up, shifted his feet, turned around, and somehow looked at Max in disbelief, as it seemed. Then he very quickly opened the glove compartment, took something and quickly rushed towards the green fence, behind which he disappeared without explanation. Just a few seconds later, very specific sounds were heard from there, leaving no doubt about their origin. Max's eyes widened. Well, no way. What is this? Did he conjure it up? No, this can't be happening. Max smiled maliciously. That's what you need. I'll go deaf. But without the previous malice, he thought. You'll know. The inspector appeared with a kind of helpless expression about 5 minutes later, wiping his hands with a damp cloth, but he was not going to change his mind at all. Wait a minute, he muttered, getting into the car and taking out a folder with blank forms of protocols. He's going to write anyway, Maxim thought again with despair. Then he went to the courts. He did not want to go to the courts, and he did not consider himself particularly guilty. Can I try it again? Thinking about the unusual incident, he thought again. No, it's stupid. Maybe he ate something, and I rolled up my lip. The miracle worker. We need something else. But what? The solution was found a minute later when the lieutenant was already copying the data from Maxim's documents into the protocol. "May your nose bleed," Max whispered and again pointed his hand in the direction of the inspector, watching him very carefully. And again the inspector seemed to freeze. Anyway, he stopped writing, and then abruptly stuck his head out of the car and pulled it forward, remaining sitting in the car. Max was dumbfounded and really scared. Blood was running from the inspector's nose in frequent drops, scattering in small red splashes on the ground. The inspector, who should have known all the rules of first aid in case of an accident, including nosebleeds, behaved completely incorrectly. Either he was confused or he didn't know it at all. Instead of just holding his nose between his fingers and calmly sitting with his head down, he threw his head back, and if it weren't for the upper arch of the front door, he would have lifted her nose to the sky. Max fidgeted, terrified of what he had done. He, the doctor, in some unknown way, made the man suffer. Let it be harmful, unpleasant, evil, but still a person. Maybe he's just having such a day. And he himself, is it better? Maxim instantly forgot all his grievances. He jumped up to the helplessly sitting inspector, whose blood from his upturned nose simply ran down his chin to his neck and was lost behind the collar of his uniform shirt, took his hand in his own and dragged it towards his nose.
"You're doing it wrong," he almost shouted. "You need to hold your nose with your fingers. I know, I'm a doctor. Like that."
Max, demonstrating, pinched his own nose with the fingers of his free hand and nasal. "Hold your nose with your hand. And don't tilt your head back, otherwise the blood will just flow down the back of your throat into your stomach." When the stunned inspector did follow Maxim's command, Maxim began to calm down a little. "Hold tight for 3 to 4 minutes, do not let go. It is necessary for a blood clot to form in the vessel. I thought a little. Does your blood pressure rise by any chance?" Now the inspector, who was also calming down, began to talk.
"Yes, it happens, but not often. I don't even take pills regularly. So, from case to case."
Max thought a little more. "You know, I'll do a nasal tamponade for you, otherwise it might start flowing again. Hold on, don't let go." Seeing that the policeman was going to take his fingers off his nose, Maxim demanded again. Surprisingly, the lieutenant listened to him and began to wait meekly, squeezing his nose with his powerful fingers. Max tried his best to make amends. He really felt guilty. He literally rushed to his car, opened the trunk and took out a first aid kit. So, medical gloves are mandatory, otherwise all hands will be covered in blood. A sterile bandage, that's it. He tore open the package and rolled up a long, narrow strip of bandage a centimeter wide, wrapping the edges of the bandage inside. The inspector's fingers slowly unclenched. The blood was no longer dripping, it was already easier. Then Max began to push the turunda into the nasal passage with his index finger, first on one side, ramming as tightly as the patient in uniform could tolerate, then in the other. That's it. Now you can be calm, he won't run. But it's better to go to the ENT doctor anyway, let him take a look. Maybe moxibustion will do. Then, immediately turning out the gloves so as not to get his hands dirty in blood, he wrapped them one in another, turned his head and, not finding where to put them, threw them over the fence without even looking there. The inspector, who could only breathe through his mouth now, looked gratefully at his rescuer. "Doctor, thank you. Saved." It did not even occur to him that the doctor he had detained was the cause of all his health problems, and maybe he himself. Max modestly kept silent and even waved his hand. What kind of saved, so? "You, that's what?" The lieutenant continued thoughtfully. "Don't hold a grudge against me. It's some kind of stupid day today. Take back your rights. And thanks again," he finished firmly. He took the confiscated license and registration certificate from the panel of his car and handed them to Maxim. Maxim felt ashamed to tears. He just couldn't lift his head and look into the inspector's eyes. So, with his head down, he spoke. "And you will forgive me. I was wrong too. I wonder what carried me away." Then he took his documents, nevertheless looked into the inspector's eyes, smiled apologetically and went to his car. A minute later he drove onto the highway, not forgetting to blink his turn signal, realizing that the inspector was watching him anyway. For an hour, while Maxim was getting home after a difficult meeting with a traffic police inspector, he literally could not find a place for himself, even here, at the wheel. He fidgeted incessantly, grunted, pinched his ear. He could not believe that everything that had happened was not a dream, that it really took place. Two feelings were tearing him apart. Firstly, he was ashamed of the way he had treated the unfortunate lieutenant. Well, okay, first I wished him a heartfelt wish. That's not good enough. Let's get to work, let's not be harmful. but the blood on his chin and behind the collar of his shirt was still standing in front of Max's eyes. It's probably cruel, and it's not so easy to wash off the blood. And here, secondly, what was that all about? It's completely incomprehensible. It just couldn't be. It couldn't, but it was. And Max had no doubt about it. Or did you doubt it? He didn't know what to think or what to do. What if it's just a monstrous coincidence? At first, the lieutenant just had a stomach cramp. He ate something wrong, then he freaked out. His blood pressure rose and nosebleeds opened. But 2 coincidences in a row? But what? My head was spinning. As he drove up to the house, Maxim already knew what had to be done. Of course, he will not make people suffer from diseases anymore. It's just as a last resort, like a protective measure. But it's worth trying to get a person to do something neutral in order to understand what they can and cannot do. He couldn't manipulate inanimate objects and phenomena, no matter how hard he tried on the road. The radio in the car did not turn on. The headlights did not blink at his request. The horn did not honk, and things did not fall into his hands, no matter how hard he tried. Max remembered his favorite childhood book in time, The Adventures of Dono, especially the chapter where Dono got hold of a magic wand and ordered ice cream for himself and his friends on the way to the sunny city. Maxim vividly imagined how his favorite popsicle on a stick would fall into his hand right now. He even already felt its coolness and taste, but no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he went through all the options from requests to demands, no matter how he stretched out his hand with fingers spread out, he did not wait for anything. That's all. Past. Complete nonsense. Are there people and maybe animals left? Maxim parked in the yard in his usual place, which, according to an unspoken agreement, no one occupied, and he did not apply for other places. There was only nothing from here to the entrance, but even on this 30-meter stretch, Max managed to conduct 2 experiments that opened his eyes a little to his abilities. A neighbor from the 35th apartment, an elegant lady of far from Balzac age, was coming out of the entrance with her pet royal poodle Tishka, a curly-haired, rich chocolate-colored aristocrat who seemed to be friends with the entire entrance. With his cheerful, irrepressible energy, he forced the hostess to go out with him several times a day, which she did with obvious eagerness. On the street, Tishka never barked, ran around, poked his nose wherever he got, constantly twirled his tail, which made the gorgeous brush on his tip resemble a fan propeller. He barked only at home, and probably only when he demanded an obligatory walk in the open air from the hostess. Maxim realized that this was his chance and, approaching the fashionable couple, whispered his request, directed specifically to Tishka. But alas, the cheerful dog did not bark, waved his tail affably as he ran past, bumped his nose into Max's legs, and pulled his mistress, whom Max managed to greet, into the corners of the yard, waiting only for him. The first experiment failed. Maxim did not use the elevator in principle. Firstly, the 3rd floor is not that high, and secondly, he has already been stuck in the elevator once and waited more than an hour for this ill-fated elevator to be repaired. Even he was late for work. Well, and thirdly, it was necessary to keep fit, at least some physical activity. Going up the stairs, he saw a man coming down from above, who lived somewhere 2 floors above, and it seems also did not use the elevator on principle, however, only heading down. Max has already met him several times. They did not know each other, did not greet each other, silently passed each other, and immediately forgot about the meeting. Now Max wanted an unfamiliar neighbor to say hello. It's not like he's training, he's not jumping up the stairs on the same leg. But again, alas. The neighbor, thinking about something of his own, walked past without even looking at Maxim. The second experiment also failed. At home, washing the dishes after a small snack, Max summed up his road and yard experiments and concluded that he could do nothing but cause diseases or pathological conditions in people. And even then the big question is whether this is true. It was necessary to clarify, but Maxim did not decide how, and frankly, he did not want to. The blood on the lieutenant's chin was still in front of his eyes. The doorbell caught him off guard. He wasn't expecting anyone. It was still a long way before Lena's arrival, and she has her own key. The mother-in-law would have called beforehand. She knows that they are at work during the day. Friends? I don't think they know about his work either. Still not deciding who it might be, Maxim boldly opened the door. 2 men, slightly older than Maxim himself, stood on the threshold. Pretty light jackets for April, short haircuts, attentive eyes. One, the one who seemed to be older, asked in a pleasant voice, "Maxim Sergeyevich Averin?" Confused, Max nodded his head. "Yes, it's me." "We're from the police," the older man continued. "Criminal Investigation Department." They almost synchronously took out their IDs, opened them and held them for a few seconds in front of an astonished Maxim. He only had time to look at color photographs of people in uniform, a red seal and some kind of holographic sticker in the left corner. He did not remember the surnames, he only understood that the senior was a captain and the junior was a senior lieutenant, although the staff introduced themselves by their last names, as it should be. We need to ask you a few questions. May I come in? Maxim had no choice but to nod and let the police into the room. The younger one remained standing in the doorway, as if he was afraid that Max would run away. The second one sat down at the table. Maxim settled down on the sofa, but sat on the very edge, leaning his hand on the sofa cushion. Maxim Sergeyevich, the Renault Logan K573AE car. Does the region belong to you? Trying to understand what the criminal investigation officers want from him, Maxim, who has not committed anything illegal not only today, but probably in his entire life, nodded again. He knew his car number by heart. Did you go to the regional center today? The eldest of them continued. Max breathed a sigh of relief. That's what's the matter. His experiments with the traffic cop have already started, quickly. But what does the criminal investigation department have to do with it? Did anything unusual happen to you on the way? Maxim seemed to let go, and he did not hide anything, except, of course, his role in what happened to the inspector. Yes, there was a case. He began, a little embarrassed. On the way home from Polesovo, I was stopped by a traffic police inspector, a senior lieutenant. He introduced himself, but I didn't remember his last name. I exceeded the speed a little bit. Tavria overtook me there. Well, I foolishly chased her, so I got it. Did you have any conflicts with the inspector? Realizing that there was no point in lying, he would still tell how it was, Max did not hide anything much. Yes, no. At first I got a little overreacted, asked why he didn't stop Tavria, which was traveling faster than me but slowed me down, and turning more to the staff, he asked passionately. Why did he ambush behind the fence? It's forbidden now. He was probably offended, he even wanted to take away his license, but then he returned it. I haven't even drawn up a protocol.
Why such generosity all of a sudden? This is not typical for DPS.
Yes, his nose started bleeding and I helped to stop it. I'm a doctor. First I pinched it with my fingers and then I even did a tamponade. Tamponade? The captain asked in surprise. What is this? Maxim smiled, not to know the obvious. These are long swabs from a bandage inserted into the nasal passages and, as it were, tamped down to compress the damaged vessels. This way a blood clot forms faster. The captain exchanged glances with the senior lieutenant. Something like surprise or disbelief slipped through their silent dialogue. And then what happened? The youngest of the partners, the senior lieutenant, asked the question for the first time. Then, Maxim thought for a minute. He said that I saved him and therefore he would not draw up a protocol, although he had already begun to write like. I returned my license and registration certificate, and even wished you a safe journey, all. Tell me, did you see anything suspicious? Or maybe you've heard what? Was there no one behind the fence? Maybe some kind of crunch sounds or voices? Max thought about it. No, there didn't seem to be anything like that. There was silence in the hall. The police were thinking about something, but Max was in no hurry. Maxim Sergeyevich, what kind of shoes did you wear today? Can you show me? The younger one finally asked, which was completely unexpected for Maxim.
Please, there are shoes in the hallway.
They all went out into the corridor, which was clearly cramped for 3. Maxim took his black shoes in his hand and handed them to the senior lieutenant without a second thought. Both operatives examined them carefully, turned them over, looked at the sole. Maxim Sergeyevich, can you tell me why there is blood on them? Maxim shuddered. For the first time, the thought slipped through his mind that not everything was so simple in the visit of the guys from the criminal investigation department. They don't deal with any nonsense like traffic accidents. Yes, they also ask about blood. Well, probably when I stopped the nosebleed, then it hit, and it was already decent on the ground when I came up. Maybe that's when it came. I didn't look at the shoes. And what happened? What does the criminal investigation department have to do with it? Perhaps. Thinking about something of his own, the younger one spoke softly, and the elder suddenly opened up. And what happened, dear Maxim Sergeyevich, is that this inspector was killed and, it seems, immediately after you left. And they also took his service weapon. Ivanikov, his last name, was... And stared intently at Maxim. Maxim was taken aback. At first he tried to take a deep breath and stand up, but quickly realized that sitting was better for him now. He physically felt the lack of air and his pallor, which the captain also noticed. And why are you so pale, Maxim Sergeyevich? He asked in a kind of insinuating voice. Maxim was confused. This was the first time in his life. No, not pallor and confusion, but an exciting feeling of hopelessness and emptiness, of his complete helplessness. It didn't take a genius to figure out that they suspected him, Max, in the first place. What nonsense. And there's blood on the shoes. We need to say something. We parted kindly, Maxim babbled. I even apologized for my abruptness at the beginning, and he also told me not to hold a grudge against him. Max was filled with pity and impotence. Nothing can be changed. Here's a kind of random meeting, a random person, even if not the best, but it's a pity. After all, everything is fine. How is it? And immediately, someone else inside him seemed to scream, "You better feel sorry for yourself, you fool. If you choose not, you will remain extreme."
You don't think I killed him, do you? Maxim asked a little more firmly. Because of what?
The police watched Max closely, were silent, then one of them answered anyway.
It turns out that you are the last person who saw the inspector alive. Weren't you surprised that we found you so quickly? The captain continued and without waiting for an answer answered his own question. And the inspector had an unfinished bloodstained protocol form with your data in the cockpit. What were we supposed to think? And didactically finished. We have to figure it out. The usual investigative actions are underway. A number of examinations will be carried out. Again the silence dragged on indecently.
You need to come with us, Maxim Sergeyevich. You will write in detail how everything happened, talk to the investigator, and then we will decide what to do.
Max roused himself, realizing that this could not be avoided.
I need to call my wife. Warn her not to worry.
Please call.
Lena's phone was silent. Rather, the cheerful melody about Carlson, installed as a ringtone on his wife's phone, sounded, but no more. Lena didn't answer. There could be many reasons, and Max did not bother. It takes a long time to text. It is much easier to write a note and leave it on the table. He will come and see. He wrote, "Lena, I'm with the police. Suspected of murder. Help me. Kiss. Max." Max didn't have any convict acquaintances who could tell in a private conversation about life behind barbed wire and how they get there. Of course, by profession, he had to meet people who, judging by the abundance of tattoos on their bodies,
had been to camps or to a logging camp, but they could no longer tell anything. Therefore, all information about the police and places not so remote was based on television series and books.
He and his wife watched so many detective films together. For some reason, they preferred series where female investigators easily and naturally left arrogant colleagues. Of course, men with their noses. Bloodhound, Moscow Greyhound, Clue. Yes, a lot. So, for example, he imagined what the interrogation room and other rooms at the police station looked like, and even expected that he would be taken immediately to the interrogation room to talk with the investigator. But the operatives took him first to the forensic experts. He realized this immediately from the abundance of equipment in the room. He saw many of the devices for the first time and did not even guess what they were called and what they served for. He was familiar only with a forensic magnifying glass, a comparison microscope and a gas chromatograph. Everything is the same as in the TV series. Fingerprinting. I played the piano, then with a damp rag soaked in some kind of solution, I wiped my fingers for a long time. Hand washes are also wet, but with cotton wool, it is unclear why. If it's for gunpowder gases, then he didn't shoot at anyone. In vain. In the office of the operatives, who puzzled the experts, as in the films, by the need for urgent examinations, everything was also familiar. Tables with computer monitors and piles of paper folders, a massive red-brown safe in the corner, a dartboard on the back of the door with darts sticking out of it. And finally the portrait of the president on the wall. Only here he was not in a formal suit and tie, but in a navy officer's jacket and a dark blue cap with a huge cockade. At least there's a difference. And so everything is the same as in the movies. By the way, how did the policeman die? Maxim realized that he still did not know how the inspector was killed. Shot, stabbed, beaten, strangled. What other options are there? My head was spinning. The captain sat down at a table by the window and invited Maxim to take a seat on a chair next to him. There was little free space on the cluttered desk, and Maxim had no idea how to write here, but writing, for which he was invited from home, has not yet been offered. Then he banished these thoughts from himself and began to prepare for a serious conversation. He could tell by the captain's stern face, his hands folded confidently on the table, and the thoughtful, piercing gaze with which he stared at Max. "He's trying to embarrass me," Max thought. Of course, here he is on his own territory, and here I am completely at his mercy. But he wasn't going to give up. "Maxim Sergeyevich, why did you decide that we implicate you in the murder of a traffic police inspector? Isn't that what you wrote in your note to your wife?" The senior operative began the conversation. The younger senior lieutenant sat listlessly at the next table and did not enter into conversation yet. I wonder when he managed to read my note. Max thought casually. It must have been when I went into the bedroom to get the other shoes, and he had already started talking. "You said I was the last person to see him alive." Then you think that we had a conflict because he wanted to take my rights away. There was blood on my shoes and no one saw how it got there. You most likely think that I hit him, and then I made up a beautiful fairy tale, nosebleed, medical care, parted in a brotherly way. Maxim no longer hid his emotions, spoke loudly and even waved his arms. The captain looked at everything that was happening with satisfaction and seemed to be happy. Then he stopped Max anyway. "Well, you see, you told me everything yourself, how it was." He paused for a moment. "And where did you put the crime weapon?"
Max, in despair, asked in a loud voice.
"What kind of weapon? What crime? I didn't kill anyone and I don't even know how this Inspector Ivanikov died." Then, as if remembering, he said in a confused, out-of-place way,
"And the blood on the protocol from his nose." He had already started writing when she went.
Maxim remembered the name of the deceased policeman.
"Calm down. No need to shout," the operative continued almost amicably.
He seemed to enjoy the fact that the person sitting across from him was nervous, although outwardly everything looked quite decent on his part. "Don't you really know? He was hit on the head with a piece of pipe." The policeman did not wait for Maxim's reaction, who could not digest everything that was happening and somehow pulled away from what was happening, maybe even to his own detriment. "Aren't you surprised? Oh yeah, you don't know. We found this pipe, Maxim Sergeyevich. And they found the gloves that held this pipe." The captain said something stupid, but did not pay attention to it at all. The main point is, "And there is blood on the pipe and on the gloves, and there are traces of grease inside the gloves." Do you understand what I mean? As soon as the results of the examination are ready, you understand. Maybe it's better to make a deal with the investigation. Already begging, he finished, as if pitying Maxim. Max emerged from the stupefying fog. "I helped the inspector with gloves, I tamponed my nose, naturally there was blood on them. And then, so as not to get dirty, I threw them over the fence. I didn't even look where... Maybe that's what they are. But I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill. And I didn't take a gun. Do searches, at home, in the car, wherever you want." He held out his hands in the direction of the senior operator.
"Look for traces of gun grease. Take flushes if not enough. I didn't kill, and I don't need to make any deal."
The captain, surprised by the suspect's stubbornness, continued, although his patience was wearing thin.
"Okay, are you saying that you tamponed your nose and left? So?
That's it.
And then how to explain that there were no tampons in the dead man's nose? Are you in no hurry, Maxim Sergeyevich? Think about it."
At first, Max was taken aback by this unexpected news. Then he realized and went on the attack.
"This means that whoever killed the inspector pulled them out on purpose to confuse you and set me up." He waited a bit and gave out a version that seemed worthwhile to him. "He won't carry long bloody bandages with him for a long time. He'll get dirty. He'll leave it somewhere nearby anyway. We just need to expand the search area and find them. It will be in my favor." The captain blushed at such impudence and a direct indication of his incompetence, and the senior lieutenant, on the contrary, began to look at Maxim with interest, but so far remained silent. Maxim, a little encouraged by his look, continued, "And where did you find the murder weapon and the gloves?" The captain pulled himself together and spoke condescendingly again. "Oh yes, in the attic of one of the garden houses, there, not far away. Maybe they thought we wouldn't look in the attic."
Maxim almost interrupted him.
"I didn't think anything because I didn't hold this pipe in my hands." He paused, gathered himself and continued, "It's April now. The snow has recently melted. It is unlikely that there is asphalt on the streets in the garden association. It should be dirty around the houses. If I threw the pipe and gloves into the attic, then I went to the house and there should be dirt on my shoes. And there's only blood on them. What did I kill first? Then I threw the pipe and then I went to spray blood on my shoes. Then I could only smear them. The examination will easily determine how the case was and whether there is dirt at all. He's gone. There's no stopping him. Probably picked up from the investigator's wife." The senior lieutenant looked at the captain with a smile, and it seemed that his sympathies were entirely on the side of the suspect, such a desperately beating cockerel. On the contrary, the captain was gloomy. He understood that this guy's arguments were correct, and he would have to check all this. And so I wanted to do it quickly, in hot pursuit. "I see. You don't want to be nice. Okay, it's up to you." Then I asked a question that even inspired Maxim a little. "Here you are in a note asking for help from your wife. What, if not a secret?" Max, with some braggadocio, realizing that he had nothing to hide as well as nothing to lose, replied, "It's not a secret. My wife is an investigator for the prosecutor's office, and she will definitely help me unearth the whole truth, if she's already dug up everything about the black spot." Then, as if catching himself, he fell silent in fright. But the captain did not pay attention to the words about the black spot, but that the investigator's wife confused him a little. He paused as if weighing all the pros and cons, exchanged glances with a colleague who did not react to Max's words in any way, then, having made a decision, voiced it. That's even how… well, nothing. She is an investigator of the prosecutor's office, not in our city, and as a person interested in investigative measures, she cannot be admitted. In the meantime, we'll figure it out. He paused and said the most important thing. I decide to detain you for 48 hours until everything is clarified, until the results of the examinations are ready. You will sit and think. After a minute, while Max was recovering from this news, he added, as if he was waiting for him to perceive the words adequately, everything is according to the law. Maxim knew the laws too. I'm supposed to make one phone call, he said sullenly. The captain, as if mocking, reacted quite unexpectedly. You made it at home, you left a note. We didn't resist. So, I'm sorry. Maxim began to get angry. Do not forget that within 3 hours you must inform your relatives about where I am.
Maxim Sergeyevich, you left a note where you are. Why the unnecessary formalities?
Maxim did not give up.
The note just says that I'm in the police, not specifically where. Does the wife have to call the whole area? When the door closed behind the sergeant who was taking the detainee away, the captain stood up, turned to the window, demonstrating the ordinariness of the situation with his whole appearance. In his opinion, everything is going as it should. He even tried to whistle something, but obviously he was wrong. He realized this, turned abruptly and looked at his partner, who had been staring at the captain for a long time. Well, why do you look like Lenin at the bourgeoisie? And he tried to laugh at this old worn-out joke, which even had a grey beard.
Stas, the senior lieutenant calmly replied, but not at all what the polite captain wanted to hear. Aren't you overdoing it with this guy? You can break his life like that.
A guy? Captain Stas almost jumped up. Yes, he is almost the same age as us. And he had time to think about everything. Especially the wife is an investigator. He could have consulted on the phone. Stas, his partner said softly, almost as if to a small stubborn child. He had no reason to kill the inspector. This is nonsense, because of the deprivation of the right to kill a person. He's not a maniac, and he doesn't need a gun. You know yourself. But what he says is very similar to the truth. And we haven't finished our job, we haven't finalized it. He's a brat, but he gives us professionals the right advice. How, where, what. Stas understood, but the desire to quickly solve a high-profile crime, to get a tick for disclosure, overcame common sense. Nothing, Vitya. Blue will do the work with him. He'll be more accommodating by morning. He turned to the next table and tried to turn the conversation to another plane. What, are you saying Blue didn't really help us a couple of times? I helped, the senior lieutenant replied as if waving him off. Only this is not the case here, and more. I talked to colleagues from the department where this Ivanikov worked. I saw the puzzled look of my partner. When I had time, the senior lieutenant, who, as it turned out, was named Victor, told me very interesting things. Yes, by phone. I have a friend who works there. Well, this Ivanikov was a captain, but he messed up something a year ago and he was demoted in rank. Well, they didn't get kicked out of the organs. He began to earn points by hook or by crook, fulfill and exceed the plan in order to return the title. I was constantly doing ambushes in that very convenient place, although it is forbidden now. He waved his hand, who is watching now. Maybe someone found out about it, ambushed him and killed him because of the gun. Then if you shut the guy down and the gun comes out somewhere, you know, it won't seem enough. He sighed heavily and finished, and he will definitely come out and shoot. That's what they cleaned it up for. Stas drummed his fingers on the table nervously. Okay, morning will show. So far we have not violated anything. We're figuring it out. Maxim stood facing the wall next to the metal door, which still fenced him off from an alien hostile world, which he really did not want to meet. But it was impossible to fix anything. The escort IVS, to whom the sergeant handed it over, looked into the cell for a moment, said something quietly to someone and nodded his head. Come in. An ominous thick door, hidden deep into the wall, with an external padlock, a peephole, a hinged window and a welded metal handle, quietly closed behind Maxim's back, shutting him off from the familiar, such a kind and affectionate world. There was no metallic clang or rumble, which puts the final point in the former life, as they say in the books. There was no. Only a dull, soft knock and the protesting rasp of a key being turned 3 times in the lock broke this silence. It was a completely different world here, with its own rules and laws that Max had to learn. He had to somehow live and survive these long, hard 48 hours, from which he did not expect anything good.
48 hours or 2 days, if nothing happens.
At a table located between two tiered metal bunks with wide metal strips welded instead of a shell mesh, 3 men were sitting, actively conducting a quiet conversation. Max saw on the table a half-smoked sausage, sliced bread, condensed milk, some kind of plastic box that looked like a doshirak package. Steam rose from the aluminum mugs, and Max felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. It was already evening, but he hadn't really had lunch, just had a snack. How long has it been? And in a completely different life. Closer to the window, which was covered with a thick metal grill, sat a not young, slightly over 40 sturdy man with a short crew cut on his head in a neat black tight t-shirt. There was nothing unusual about him, except for the attentive, deep-set eyes, some kind of remarkable destructive power emanating from him, and tattoos peeking out from under the sleeves. There were 3 impaled rings on the fingers of his left hand, indicating that their owner was a nurse with experience. Maxim knew that it was impossible to just make some kind of tattoo in prison, and even on the outside. They will ask for this on occasion, and they will ask strictly. And this self-confident, domineering, seemingly unquestioning man is exactly the one who can ask. Although, if you put aside tattoos and a hard look, a man is like a man. An even more interesting character is placed next to him. According to the theory of the Italian Lombroso, he probably occupied an intermediate place between a typical murderer and a thief. Thin, with a narrow sloping forehead, but with overhanging massive brow ridges and sunken cheeks. A completely bald man in an unbuttoned jacket thrown over his naked body attracted attention with his chest and stomach covered with tattoos. There were church domes, mermaids, stars, and some words whose meaning was difficult to understand because of the small size of the open area of the prison art gallery. Even the backs of his hands were blue, and there were as many as 4 rings on his fingers. But still, despite the fact that he looked older than his partner, and he had more rings, it was clear that the man with the hedgehog on his head was in charge of this company. Across from them at the table was a third dinner companion, a relatively young one, probably Maxim's age, but who had also already visited those very separate places. This was evidenced by the blue ring on the 3rd finger of his left hand. Here he was stripped to the waist and felt at home. Of course, his orphan tattoos on his chest in the form of 6 pointed stars and the cobwebs on his left forearm were far from the gallery hidden under the jacket of an elderly prisoner, but he was proud of this too. Also on his stomach, the bared snout of some predator, distorted by a post-operative scar, shone, which made it seem a little flawed. The mouth with bared fangs looked like an uneven step, and instead of one eye, either a tiger or a leopard, there was a rough scar, the mark of a knife strike. Probably the surgeon who performed the laparotomy was not completely sober and did not pay attention to this barbaric beauty, or maybe he did it deliberately. The young convict was all kind of wobbly, twitchy. His voice was sometimes loud and rude, suddenly breaking into a light, breaking, almost girlish, which irritated not only others, but also himself. With the arrival of Maxim, he was the only one who turned to him, even threw his legs over the next stool. The other 2 just raised their heads and fell silent, as if they were checking the price. 2 more inmates of the cell, whom it was difficult to examine in detail in the dim light of the ceiling lights, enclosed in a metal grid, were lying on the bunks of the 2nd tier and did not take part in a lively conversation. It was impossible to understand whether they were experienced nurses or the same pioneers as Maxim. One of them was generally dozing with his face turned to the wall, but when the newcomer entered the cell, he opened his eyes, turned around and looked at the newcomer with interest, some kind of entertainment. Maxim felt stupid, humiliated with a mattress under his arm, but there was nowhere to go. "Thank you, Captain." Stepping towards the table calmly, if only not to panic, he greeted me evenly.
Hello.
He had read somewhere that when entering the hut for the first time, one should throw the mattress on the floor, but away from the toilet, which was visible here behind the cloth curtain in the far corner, but did not dare. He stood in the middle of the cell, silently looking at this new world for himself. No one answered the greeting, but it did not escape Max's attention that the curly-haired, half-naked guy first looked at the man with the hedgehog, received apparently tacit approval for his actions, then asked, "Who are you?" Max was taken aback. "How who? Person. Although it's not here." "My name is Maxim. This is my first time here." And Max, turning his head, once again examined this veil of sorrow and sorrow. Yes, for him there really is a veil of sorrow and sorrow with its hardships, difficulties and worries. But for the same wobbly one there may be a native home, and for the decorated one too. Maxim did not know what else to say, and remained silent waiting for further questions. "Maxim, you say?" The half-naked nurse grinned. "Forget it, you're not Maxim anymore. Are you hungry?" Max knew perfectly well what was driving him, and he knew that he urgently needed to compose something, otherwise the owners of the hut could come up with such a thing. In one thief's bestseller, he read how a prisoner who had recently arrived at the zone asked the prison for a nickname. "Rodnok prison, give me a nickname," he yelled at the entire prison yard as he was led to the quarantine barracks. Some joker shouted from the window of a multi-story building to the whole courtyard so that everyone could hear. "Call me a scrotum." Most likely few of the prisoners knew what a scrotum was, but the word is not a sparrow, he asked for it. A scrotum is nothing less than a scrotum in Latin. No other way than the prisoner who gave the nickname was a man with humor and medical education, and the desperate prisoner could not change anything. It is unlikely that his fate in the thieves' world with such a nickname turned out the way he wanted. "They called me a doctor on the outside," Maxim answered a little embarrassed. "A doctor?" Surprised and at the same time happy, the questioner clarified. "So are you a doctor or something?" "Yes, sort of." Realizing that he would have to name his profession anyway, Maxim tried to delay it as much as possible. The man with the hedgehog, who was not participating in the conversation, also looked at Max with a little interest. "What do you mean, like? Explain yourself," he said through clenched teeth. "I'm the pathologist." "A pathologist?" The young interlocutor almost whistled. "Are these corpses, or are you gutting them?"
Well, yes, I'm opening. Max paused.
The elderly man sitting next to the hedgehog remained completely indifferent. For him, this news was nothing, as if he knew everything in advance. He continued to sip seagulls and looked somewhere through Max, but his neighbor was interested, even smiled and gently nudged him in the side. "Hey horse, your colleague showed up. Although no, you're more alive." And immediately raised both hands in a conciliatory manner, noticing the discontented look of the elderly man, but his eyes continued to laugh. "What did you get in for, doctor?" It looks like the owner of the camera took Maxim's chase. There was no point in lying here, Maxim knew that.
Yes, they think that I killed a policeman, a traffic police inspector, and the gun took him away. Max's voice darkened, bringing him back to the events of today.
The cell became quiet almost immediately. An elderly prisoner in a jacket looked up at Maxim and stared at him with considerable interest. The men lying on the bunks stopped creaking with metal springs and seemed to freeze. "Are you chasing me?" the young man asked breathlessly, extremely amazed at what he had heard. "Did this snotty first-timer kill a cop? And you took the gun from him? The world has turned upside down."
"I didn't kill him," Max said stubbornly.
The elderly man and the hedgehog exchanged glances.
"Tell me,"
the elderly man said for the first time in a really hoarse voice. "I had to tell everything without concealment. How I chased the Tavria, how its inspector braked, how he took away his license, how his nose bled, and everything else, right down to the blood prints on the pipe trim." Maxim wisely kept silent about his role in all this. Shortly before the end of the novice's confession, the door to the cell opened after the squeak of the key. "Sinev, out!" the guard shouted, and the young man, throwing on a very nice sports jacket with the Adidas logo, went with him, showing with all his appearance how he did not want to leave such an interesting plot. "Okay," the man with the hedgehog said neutrally after Maxim's story. "Let's figure it out. Take a free booth, or if you want, have a cup of tea." Maxim refused tea, not forgetting to thank with the unusual word thank you, because he knew that it was not customary to say thank you in the cell. 15 minutes later, when Max was already lying on a bunk on the second tier, the key was heard scratching in the door again. It was amazing with what calmness the massive door opened and closed, and with what a shrill squeak its small key opened. It's just like in people's lives. A big man works silently, does big things, and a small man, whom it is difficult to call a man, screechily proclaims to the whole world that he is doing the hardest work, which is also difficult to call work. A blue man stumbled into the camera, smiling rapaciously. Maxim, having lain down and calmly reflected on what awaited him, now had no doubt that it was about him that the captain had mentioned when sending Max here. Why did he need it? And the sergeant, passing on the wishes of the operative to the escort, mentioned the blue one, which should be delivered in 10 minutes. Sinev is a ready-made blue. Only by looking at his rather smiling face and the short glances surreptitiously cast in Maxim's direction, he understood why the polite captain had called him. Now this inhuman and captain's henchman would break Max. He had a rough idea of how, but he wasn't at all worried. He remembered his measure of protection. Blue undressed again, showing off his very meager masterpieces of body painting, went to Maxim's bunk and stared at him. Max did not react in any way, which slightly confused the homegrown artist. He wanted to give a performance in which Max was given the role of a bull on a string, and he was given the role of such a proper bullfighter, but something went wrong. Nevertheless, he had to work out this performance for the captain, which he had done more than once and for which he enjoyed certain preferences, which other prisoners did not need to know about at all. Bratva, trying to attract the attention of all the inhabitants, Sinif almost spoke in a voice. And we have a Cossack scent. He recalled his barefoot childhood and the unfading film about the elusive. He got his way. Everyone was wary, even the horse, most phlegmatic of them all, and he stopped rinsing over the sink and turned to the newfound Yuri Detochkin, a fighter for justice. After a pause, making sure that everyone was listening attentively, Blue continued. Our doctor is really not a murderer. He didn't lie. He didn't wet any cop, and he didn't take away his trellis. He mysteriously paused and gave out the most important thing. He tried to break into a hairy safe, but he made a mistake. They've got a healer, he said triumphantly. Ah, doctor, why are you silent? Say something in your defense. Maxim lay with his arms thrown behind his head, silently staring at the ceiling, and continued to lie there, completely not going to justify himself, which confused Blue a little. He thought that he would start wagging, lying, making humiliated excuses, shaking with fear, which would amuse the bored inmates, but again something went wrong. A hedgehog unexpectedly stood up for Max, who, as the owner of the hut, on the one hand, could not allow lawlessness, unfounded accusations, and on the other hand, he himself was not in a rush. Did he look at practically omitted? Although it's not a prison or a zone here, there should still be order. Blue, are you responsible for the bazaar? What is it? He asked softly, but succinctly enough. Blue was confused at first. He knew that for a rotten bazaar they would really ask when everything would be found out, but that was if it turned out, and the police captain was here right now, near BP. He'll ask you tomorrow. And the Bratva one else. Yes, maybe they will transfer him to the pre-trial detention center, or maybe they will let him go completely, the captain hinted. And then, you see, everything will be forgotten. Maga, he said with unfeigned resentment in his voice. What did you buy it for? A bird chirped alone in the hallway. Is this bird by any chance with captain's shoulder straps? Max asked suddenly and at the same time calmly, as if even lazily. Blue literally froze in place, not expecting this in any way. He is used to the fact that the pioneers never act, always fawn, justify themselves, and this one is too greyhound. Nothing. Let's break the horns now. Are you, Freyr, throwing me, an honest thief, that I'm hanging out with the cops? Without waiting for Maxim's reaction, he screamed in a broken, almost girlish voice. You will keep the answer, right now. Max panicked again, although he tried not to show it outwardly. And if all his abilities are fiction, then there's only one thing left to do, fight. And to fight cruelly. You have to keep the answer, otherwise you're finished. Of course, Maxim was not a good boy. I fought as a kid, like all the boys. However, the last time was in the 8th grade, also because of an insult, which he no longer remembered. But I remembered Sanya Vorobyov, with whom I fought, well. He also remembered how, after the showdown, the two of them drank a bottle of port wine 3 sevens in the garden behind the barn, which a sparrow had dragged from somewhere. They drank in turn from the throat and had a snack with a cucumber from the garden. He didn't remember anything else. I woke up the next morning at home under the reproachful gaze of my mother, who, oddly enough, did not swear much but only sighed. Neither the lookout nor the other inmates were involved in the showdown anymore. It's not outside, it's every man for himself here. Moreover, the charges were serious. One, an honest thief, claimed that the originator had deceived everyone and ordered a serious article for himself, so as not to be omitted for attempted rape. The other, Pervohod, accused an honest thief of cooperating with the cops, which did not go through any gates at all. Yes, for such a thing, at least how honest you are, they will drop you in one fell swoop, you won't even have time to make a sound. But if you lied, you won't be alive. Thugs do not forgive this. Blue, who managed to serve 5 years for robbery, went through a good survival school on his first trip. They beat cunningly, beat meanly, beat several against one, and he learned this, cunning and meanness in a fight. After the convict school, he consciously joined the thieves, but did not become a man like most of the pioneers. The doctor is clearly not a discharged athlete and Blue expected to deal with him quickly. Although, no, he decided not just to beat him, but to beat him hard, painfully, and beat him for a long time so that he would know who to open his mouth to. Secretly, without admitting even to himself, Blue was afraid that this Freyr would blurt out something else that would be very interesting to a magician or a horse one, and because of this he just went berserk. but jumping onto a bunk on the second tier or pulling this sucker by the legs was somehow creepy, and he still did not dare. Maxim looked gloomily and intently at the flushed, sweating Urkegan and asked very calmly, "What are you doing, Blue?" Meaning most likely the indecision and timidity of the Urka. As it turned out, no. The blue one suddenly really made an indecent sound, and what's there? It sounded so loud that it could probably be heard in the corridor. It is clear that he did not expect this himself, so he was even scared. It was a trap to spoil the air in the cell. They could have asked for that too. "Blue," Maga spoke disgustedly and at the same time maliciously. "Did you accidentally confuse the Ramses? It's lucky for you that we're not at the table." He paused and asked a little more cheerfully, "Or maybe you really are a doctor?" Bratva. Looking around, the confused Blue half-crouched, turned to the table and began to speak more frequently. "My joint, I admit. I didn't expect it myself. I'll be a bastard. I don't understand how it happened. You can't see the will for a century." Then, considering that none other than this friar today was to blame for his puncture, he turned back to Maxim's bunk and rushed to her. He was ready to tear him up, strangle him, trample on him in order to somehow justify himself in the eyes of the brothers. And he would have done it if he hadn't loudly let the whisperer in again. He just froze in surprise, realizing that the second time was too much. It was most likely the end of his thieving career. And Maxim jumped off the bunk easily, looked straight into the eyes of the restlessly looking enemy. "You're not thinking about that, Blue. You need to think about your health." Blue froze in surprise. The inmates also stared at Max in disbelief, and he continued as if it were a matter of course. "Hey, you're going to have an ulcer in your stomach. I'm a doctor, a pathologist if I haven't forgotten. I can see right through you." He parted his lips in a sardonic smile, then suddenly made a stern and serious face. "Hannah is coming to you, Blue. You'll be lying in the morgue really blue and cold." He pointedly looked at his watch, which had not been taken away with a schmon before boarding the IVS, and a second later Blue softly gasped, mumbled something, pressed his hands to his stomach and literally collapsed to his knees. "Bitch, bitch, bitch," he repeated monotonously, as if complaining about his fate, bending lower and lower, pressing his stomach harder and harder against his knees, and not even trying to get up or sit down. He was in pain, very much in pain, about the same as after that knife wound in the stomach during the first walk. Any attempts at movement only intensified this sharp dagger pain in his stomach. The Blue turned pale, large drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Tears appeared in his eyes, which did not fit at all with the outfit of the tough nurse he always considered himself. Unable to fight the pain, he finally raised his anguished eyes and looked pleadingly at Max. "Get a doctor," he almost croaked. All the cellmates stared at Max and Blue in complete silence, not understanding what was happening. The stale air of the cell, saturated with blue hydrogen sulfide after the exercises, now seemed to be still saturated with bewilderment and fear. Literally, a strong young guy who had just been rushing into a fight, who was considered a clear favorite in the upcoming showdown, humbly knelt in front of the one he wanted to destroy and asked for help. It was impossible not to notice it. Maxim calmly stood over the prisoner, writhing in pain, and was silent. He was convinced of his abilities and did not regret what he had done. This is not at all what happened with the inspector. It's not that at all. Something went wrong this morning. Captain Butsikin, sleepy and therefore angry, managed to cut himself with a safety razor while shaving. Then I searched for a long time for a suitable piece of paper to seal the place of the cut, as I did in my youth. In the end, I had to use the torn corner of the book page. There was no other paper in the house besides toilet paper, but the captain did not dare to use it for an unusual purpose. The notebooks of a first grader's son don't count. You can't even tear a gram of them, they'll notice right away. It was good that his wife and son were no longer at home. While running around with this cut, I forgot to add salt to the scrambled eggs that I was cooking for breakfast. The sausages left by his wife, although they smelled nice, seemed too salty, so Stas decided to leave them for later and put them in the refrigerator. Well, in the end, he poured freshly brewed coffee all over the table, catching on the leg. I almost got burned myself. I had to lift everything, wipe it dry. There was no time to brew new coffee. After that, the mood was no good. Moreover, thoughts of the detained Averin, suspected of murdering the inspector, did not give rest. It was probably because of him that he didn't get enough sleep. No, technically there were grounds for detention, but everything is painfully obvious. And the protocol with the last name in plain sight. And the blood on the shoes, the blood on the pipe trim, and the gloves next to it. The captain had no doubt that the examination would give a positive conclusion on the traces of fat about their belonging to this Maxim, which was alarming. When people quarrel and rush into a fight, medical gloves are not put on at first. There would be blood on his
Hands, clothes and gloves here, and the inspector doesn't look weak, healthier than that. He could easily have fought back, but it turns out he let himself be killed.
It turns out that this guy first unexpectedly hit the inspector on the head with a pipe, knocked him out, then put on gloves, broke the lieutenant's nose, dripped on his shoes, smeared the gloves, took and smeared blood on the pipe, then hid it and left the gloves nearby and the protocol in the car in a prominent place so that it would be found immediately. It's too complicated. And how can shoes be dripped with splashes of blood from a corpse lying on the ground? He's probably wrong after all, or vice versa. Everin's wife is an investigator. Maybe she played the whole game according to the notes. Did he call her yesterday or not? Did the calls from his phone ring or not? I definitely called before the arrest, but I didn't get through. And before? Okay, let's see what he says today after the conversation with the prisoners. Blue should try and do everything right. And if this one does not want to sit on a shameful article,
he can write a purely heartfelt confession. Then everything is in color. We'll see.
Maxim was invited for questioning shortly after breakfast. Breakfast was of course so-so, but Maxim, who was hungry, was glad to have it. A plate of millet porridge, that's just on water without butter and sugar, tea, although pale, but with sugar, and bread is white and not very stale. I didn't have to choose. Maxim remembered the military training camps after the 5th year of the institute and what they, the cadets, were fed there by the Caucasian chefs of the Dimob. On the first day, he couldn't even eat the soup, which was more like a noodle soup which was given as the first course at lunch. It was so thick and tasteless. For breakfast the next day he, tormented, like most of his classmates, by exercise and a 3-kilometer cross, was already eating with appetite something similar to a noodle casserole, about which they later said that it was the same yesterday's soup left over from lunch, just thickened even more overnight. No, now in prison. Max privately called the Ives cell a prison. They fed better than in the Russian army in his student years. Senior Lieutenant Viktor Trubin appeared in the office after the suspect in yesterday's murder was brought there. In a hurry, he did not even look at Maxim sitting at the table, and when he caught his breath and looked, he saw a completely different person. No, nominally the suspect was the same. Height, weight, face shape, eye color, hair color, all the same as yesterday, except it was a different person. Yesterday, in front of him and his partner, Captain Butsikin, sat a young guy who probably faced a serious problem for the first time in his life, desperately defending himself and trying to prove that he was not a murderer, which reminded him of a young fighting cockerel. Today, right now, a tired man was sitting in front of them with barely discernible wrinkles near his eyes, holding something for which it was impossible to find an expression, and with some kind of indifference to everything around him. He seemed to know what to get and how to do it. Trubin didn't like the look of him. The captain also noticed the change in the suspect, but unlike the lieutenant, he was pleased with it, and his whole appearance expressed satisfaction with his supposed rightness. After all, he said that this Averin is not so simple. Probably Blue tried his best and all rosy hopes for objective justice, and his wife, the investigator, disappeared.
Maxim Sergeyevich, you don't want to tell us anything, the captain said instead of an elementary greeting.
Victor, who probably understood more than the captain, blinded by hopes of the impact of his forced convict on Max, looked at him in a completely different way. Maxim indifferently, as if casually, glanced with empty eyes at the captain, then shifted his already meaningful gaze to his partner, as if deciding whether it was worth talking to them. Then I decided to do it anyway. I want to, he began vaguely. I want to say that in my life, even as a student, I turned to you 4 times for help as a victim. I mean the police, and not once. Do you hear? Here he clearly turned to the captain, addressing the words specifically to him. Not once have I received any help from you. 3 cases of theft and once the last one for robbery. And nothing. I do not even know whether criminal cases have been opened in these cases or not. Probably not. They didn't even accept applications from me. It's just... They said some words, hung up on their ears, promised, and that's it. He paused, wondered if it was worth continuing, but seeing the captain's expression change from complacently promising to viciously condemning, he decided to continue. And now I've come in here, on the other hand, as a suspect, not without your help. He continued to stare intently at the captain. And here it's even worse. If there's just indifference, a desire to get rid of the hangers-on, then this is real meanness. Moreover, meanness towards a man whose guilt has not yet been proven. Even prisoners have some concepts, and you don't have... He pursed his lips and shook his head sadly. It turns out that you are worse than prisoners. The captain clenched his fists angrily and indignantly stood up, about to burst into an angry tirade, but the lieutenant waved his hand reassuringly. Let him speak. And Max continued, "It was you, Captain, who sent your Blue Six to correct the article in my cell in front of everyone for a shameful one, so that the prisoners would mock me. Maybe I'll break down, agree to cooperate and take on an article, although difficult, but respected in prison. I don't care that I didn't kill anyone. I don't care that I have a little son. You need to close the case quickly, get a tick, and there are 3 or 4 such disclosures." And another asterisk. Maxim looked sternly into the captain's eyes. "Isn't it hard to live like this, Captain? Do you have nightmares at night?" The captain, already ready to explode strangely enough, pulled himself together. He remembered that this brat still has an investigator's wife, and everything that will happen here if he gets angry and blows this, sooner or later she will know. How will she behave? Yes, he will not be silent. Another cart will roll into the USB that was beaten. The captain was not afraid of his partner, who had condemned him yesterday. He had a one-on-one conversation with Blue, so you just have to behave yourself right now, and he tried. No one gave you the right to talk like that here. We are not in a restaurant and we did not switch to you. I don't need your maxims, I'm just doing my job. And by the way, I'm addressing you properly. Take the trouble to behave appropriately. I don't know about any Blue. The captain caught himself, remembering in time that in front of the lieutenant and even in front of Maxim, he asked the sergeant to bring him to himself, but he wasn't even embarrassed. Or rather, I know, but I called him for a completely different reason. And that the police once refused to help you somewhere, that's where you make claims. And then you know. For insulting in the performance, you can add another article. Maxim interrupted him, speaking slowly but weightily. "Captain, has the first murder article already been proven that you're giving me another one? Do you want to intimidate me in any way?" Mockingly, using the vocabulary familiar to the captain, he grinned. "It was yesterday that you were you to me when I still did not know your essence. I thought you were really trying to figure it out, and today I know for sure that people are garbage to you. You wanted to give an innocent man to the prisoners to be torn to pieces, only to prove your fictitious rightness falsely, so that, in your opinion, it would be." Maxim was already speaking with bitterness, then suddenly abruptly changed his tone to a completely indifferent one. "That's why you're nobody to me, and there's no way to call you. And you can't do anything to me with all your ardent desire." He paused as if thinking whether to speak or not, then decided anyway. "Because you don't work here anymore. You just don't know it yet." The lieutenant, Butsikin's partner, who was all ears, literally opened his mouth, and the captain himself was slipping off his face, not understanding what was happening. No one, not even the most inveterate convicts, had ever talked to him like that. They scared me, yes, they threatened me, yes, everything happened, but to be like this, calmly and... that, wow, you're not working. Maxim was silent for a while, waiting for a reaction, did not wait. Then he spoke only to the lieutenant, and mentioned the captain only in the third person, as if he had not been in the office. "He has epilepsy, he just doesn't know." "I see. I'm a pathologist, I've seen a lot of things. And I've seen such epileptics more than once. He's going to have an epileptic fit right now. You see, he's already sniffing. It's an aura, the smells are unusual for him. Then he will lose consciousness, convulsions, start knocking his head on the floor, involuntary urination, foam from the mouth will go." "What do you think?" Maxim addressed the lieutenant with you. "Can a person with epilepsy serve in the organs?" With bitterness on his face, he decided to joke. "Even if it's internal. That's it." The captain tried to make sense of what he had heard, tried, but couldn't. With some kind of unnatural expression on his face, which simultaneously reflected fear, amazement and anger that had not gone away, he looked at Max and was silent, and Max decided to add a cherry to the cake. "Yes, Captain, and your blue one is sunbathing in the hospital, if he is still alive. The ulcer in his stomach burst from the unbearable burden. You've put a lot on him, so you made a mistake here too. I overdid it. I feel sorry for the accomplice, perhaps. Although it's unlikely. You don't feel sorry for anyone but yourself." That was the end of his speech, at first accusatory, then derogatory, which he himself did not seem happy about. Then everything happened almost exactly as Maxim described. The captain, clutching the edge of the table tightly, tried to stand up. After a couple of seconds he turned his head, took several deep breaths, as if really sniffing at something, then lost consciousness. His face turned red, he fell to the floor and stretched out. His body arched and tensed so that only the back of his head and heels touched the floor, and it lasted for 10 seconds or a little more. All this time, the captain was not breathing. Then he suddenly relaxed, his back fell to the floor, and there were convulsive twitches of his arms, legs and head, which became stronger and stronger with every second. His breathing became hoarse, noisy, and flakes of white foam appeared from his mouth, bubbling and flowing down his chin. His head was hitting the floor with a heavy thud, just like the elbows and heels of his bent knees. Only the sound of the blows to the head was much stronger than anything else, and this scared the lieutenant so much that he began to look at Maxim with great apprehension, as if intuitively he saw in him the source of the captain's troubles. Maxim, after a few seconds, as the captain's head banged the back of his head on the floor, rushed to him, knelt down next to his head and put it on his lap. The noise in the office immediately decreased, but the legs and arms twitched and knocked on the floor for a couple more minutes. It was no longer scary.
Give me a towel, Maxim shouted sharply to the lieutenant, dropping all the conventions of addressing you, not to sentiment. He wiped the foam off his face with a towel, then even got into his mouth and wiped it there, turned his head to one side. The captain began to breathe more calmly, there were fewer wheezes, the redness of his face gradually disappeared. Then he calmed down completely. His arms and legs stopped twitching and tapping on the floor, but a large wet spot was spreading on his trousers. Maxim carefully put his head on the floor, got up and moved to a corner. He's going to sleep for about 30 minutes now, and it's not worth waking him up. Call an ambulance, let them take you to neurology. They will spin and fly there. Then it will be necessary to be examined by an epileptologist in the region. Maxim spoke in general, not directly addressing anyone, although there were a lot of people in the office by that time. But I'll have to stop with the service, he finished as a matter of course.
When the still sleeping captain was carried away on a stretcher to an ambulance, the senior lieutenant, who remained alone in the office with Max, did not seem to address him directly, looked reproachfully and said, "And he has a little son in the 1st grade." Maxim, without raising his head and also talking to nowhere, replied, "He will still stay with his family, only he will change his job." He paused, then looked directly at the lieutenant. "And I could have been rattled for 10 years or more, and my son would have grown up without me." The lieutenant looked away, as if acknowledging Maxim's correctness. Senior Lieutenant Viktor Trubin, the partner of the suddenly ill Captain Butsikin, was sitting in the office of the head of the city administration, summoned by the colonel to clarify the situation in their department. The colonel was annoyed and did not hide it. He walked nervously around the office, and as if not knowing where to put his hands, he put them behind his back, then put them in the pockets of his jacket and looked anywhere but at the lieutenant. "Tell me, Trubin," the boss was saying in a mentoring, questioning tone, "why is it that the prosecutor has been calling me almost since the morning and demanding to deal with your department? What have you done there? Are you completely fucked up? Couldn't they have come up with anything smarter than the husband of an investigator of the prosecutor's office, a doctor? How to take some drunkard and put him in a cell with prisoners just because a traffic police inspector stopped him? It seems that the colonel was aware of the whole story of the inspector's murder, but the prosecutor's call was a complete surprise to him. Victor tried to justify himself, to insert a word into his diatribe, but so far it has not worked. I should have waited for the boss to vent his anger and deflate. It happened only about 5 minutes later, when the colonel really got tired of shouting, got tired of running around the office and sat down heavily on a chair. "Speak up," he said grimly. "Comrade Colonel," the senior lieutenant began after a moment's thought. "There were grounds for arresting Averin. At that time we did not know that his wife was an investigator of the prosecutor's office. It wouldn't have made any difference." He saw the colonel raise his head in protest and quickly continued. "A blood-stained unfinished protocol was found at the crime scene, indicating only the data of the suspect and his car. Why isn't it finished? The inspector did not have time, most likely because he was killed. At that time, we didn't know what and how, so we went straight to Averin's house. There's blood on his shoes. There was also blood on the gloves in which the weapon of the crime was held and which he said he used. There were disagreements with the words of the suspect and the data from the crime scene inspection. Averin said that he tamponed the nose of the deceased inspector in these gloves, but there were no tampons in his nose. Well, everything in the same way. We had to wait for the expert opinion, so we delayed him for 48 hours. And what? It was impossible to limit yourself to a subscription? The head of the department also asked gloomily. Trubin, realizing that he could not harm his former partner in any way, boldly declared, although he would hardly have said such a thing if he had known that Stas would return to the department. The decision to detain was made by Captain Butsikin, as the senior in rank and position. The colonel shook his head at how smoothly everything was going, but he couldn't object. Indeed, there were grounds. "Where is he now?" "Meaning Averin?" he asked, still on guard.
"At home, Comrade Colonel, under subscription," the lieutenant breathed with relief.
The experts concluded that the blood on his shoes really came from his nose and not from a wound on his head, and this happened during the inspector's lifetime. There is no dirt from the area where the murder weapon was found on his shoes, therefore he couldn't have hidden it there. Yes, and most importantly, we found the killer or his accomplice. He smiled frankly. So far only on video, but the rest is only a matter of time, he continued happily. And Averin was driving alone in the car. They followed the cameras, so it's definitely not his accomplice. And he could not have known that his inspector would stop him in order to plan everything in advance. And he doesn't need it. The chief raised his head questioningly and already stared at the lieutenant with interest. The bloody tampons that the suspect was talking about we found not in the garden association, but after we expanded the search area, in a dumpster at a gas station. There is a gas station on the other side of the fence, about a kilometer away, on the highway. So he threw those bandages in there. We would have found them in the gardens anyway, but otherwise the garbage would have been taken out and the ends into the water. Only he did not think that there was a surveillance camera there, so he got there. We are looking for it. The colonel, who calmed down and seemed satisfied, was silent for quite a long time, assimilating the information that had to be announced to the city prosecutor in the near future. Then he started talking about something else. Yes, and what about Butsikin? I didn't understand anything. Trubin, shrugging his shoulders, did not mention the prophecy of the suspect, although he secretly did not like something about it, even oppressed, but simply stated. Epilepsy came from somewhere. Right during the interrogation, the attack happened. This Averin even helped him. He's a doctor. He decided to appease the already cold boss. If he knew how Maxim Averin helped the former captain...
Max, I think you haven't told me everything.
Lena was lying next to him, facing Maxim, and was still trying to figure out his criminal history, which she already knew almost by heart. No wonder she was considered not the most recent investigator in the prosecutor's office, logical and purposeful. If necessary, she could talk to anyone, a child, a homeless person, an illiterate hard worker, or a highly educated aesthete, so much so that established psychological contact with a witness, suspect or accused sometimes persisted even after the investigation and trial were completed. But there was something about the story with Max that she didn't like, and that she herself couldn't figure out yet, so she called Max out for a frank conversation again and again. And she already knew about his painful, inappropriate, impossible adventures, which, sadly enough, turned out to be reality, and before Max returned home she was worried hard. She still could not believe that this was happening to a person close to her. With Maxim's return, the experiences were pushed to the farthest corner of the soul. Let them wait until they can give free rein to their feelings, but not now. It was impossible for her to help Max become the same, but he had changed. It was impossible for her not to see. Their place was taken by a sober mind and the ability to analyze, and even endless tenderness. I wanted to hug this blockhead to me and not let him go until he forgets everything and becomes the old Max. Calm and at the same time cheerful, reckless and at the same time reasonable, unpredictable and yet obligatory. The way she loved him. Maxim, throwing his hands behind his head and staring at the dark ceiling with a frozen gaze, thinking about something of his own, said nothing. Then, still without turning his head, choosing his words with difficulty, as if afraid to offend her, he said, "Lena, I don't want to go back to this.
Not because it's unpleasant for me. It's already in the past. I'm just afraid that you'll misunderstand me. No, that's not it. You just won't believe me."
Lena, which surprised Maxim, laughed good-naturedly. "Max, are you a fool? I believed in your glowing dead right away when you were screaming like crazy on the phone out of fear, if you remember. I haven't even seen them in my eyes. And this, you know. Would you believe it? Think before you speak."
Then, with some indescribable warmth, she stroked his cheek.
"Max, there are 7 billion people on Earth. 7 billion? That's a lot. And I have only you, Alyosha, and my mother. Well, so are your parents. Really close, you know? Only 5 people out of 7 billion. She paused as if giving Maxim time to process her words. The words were not simple. He had never thought about it. "Even if you had killed the inspector, I would have tried to understand you first," she continued. "To understand, but not to condemn right away. Because I'm sure you couldn't have done it. And if you doubt it for even a second..." She suddenly stopped talking and turned her head away, also staring at the ceiling. Maxim did not hurry with words of justification or consolation. Then, nevertheless, having made a difficult decision for himself, he turned to his wife.
"Len, I didn't kill the inspector. Truth, but it's not that simple. I don't even know where to start."
Elena immediately turned to him again. The investigator had won, but she was silent, afraid to scare off Max's indecision, which had decided to talk. In general, I'm not a completely normal person. Here. She laughed lightly and affectionately. I know that. I just told you. So what? You're not the worst freak? No, it's not what you think. And this is not a joke, Len. I'm serious. Lena became quiet.
It's my fault that the inspector's nose started bleeding, and that he had diarrhea before that.
Even in the dark, even before Lena spoke, it was clear that she was extremely surprised.
Diarrhea? What's the diarrhea, Max? Let's get more details.
That's the investigator.
Maxim was going to do it for a whole minute, then he decided. Well, in general, the inspector who slowed me down, although correctly, but behaved incorrectly. It's like I'm nobody, trash and dust, and he'll do whatever he wants with me. So he said, "You will prove your case in court if there is something." It turns out that if I had turned on the dictaphone, he would not have behaved like that. And so you can demonstrate your power, mock a person when nothing threatens. Is it possible? It seemed to me that he even enjoys it. I did not argue that I exceeded the speed limit. I said that I agreed to pay the fine, so he did not turn his head as if I were an empty place. Well, I freaked out then. He said, "Damn you, you ogre." Maxim smiled sadly, recalling recent events. Lena didn't rush him. 5 seconds later, he ran over the fence. It's clear why. Of course, I was surprised.
I didn't believe at first that I sent him there, and he went out and wrote the protocol again. Well, I told him to have a nosebleed. I was very angry. She went.
He was silent again for a long time and continued with obvious reluctance.
Here I was really scared. What am I doing because of some rights? He paused. Then I stopped the blood myself, just not mentally. My nose was tamponed, and he let me go and returned my license.
Lena, not disappointed but still with a degree of skepticism, asked, "Well, what's the big deal? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" "Yes, to be honest, he
should have been punished for his arrogance," she said casually. "So you didn't do anything particularly criminal, and let's calm down. I can see you're not yourself." Max, whose monologue alternated with long pauses today, spoke again.
"That's not all. I sent one prisoner specifically to the hospital in my cell, also mentally. I remembered a suitable word I had read somewhere in a fantasy novel. Mentally. It's more the captain's fault who shut me down." Maxim, without noticing it, began to speak in a kind of surgic from the usual language and Fanny managed to pick up in 2 days. He kept encouraging me to cooperate with the investigation. He called me to confess because everything seems to be against me, and I'm not into any. He did this and made everyone in the cell say that I was arrested for attempted rape. You know how prisoners treat such people. Lena, by profession, of course, knew and was horrified what could await her Maxim next. This blue one was always in trouble. Apparently he was working off the order. Then he completely flew off the rails. Maxim did not specify why. He rushed at me, wanted to tear or flatten me. So I wished him that his ulcer would burst. I hoped that he would at least calm down then. He calmed down, a typical Mondor triad. Lena didn't know what the Mondor triad was, but she immediately realized that these were some typical signs of a burst stomach ulcer. Here Lena looked at Max in a completely different way, attentively and warily. It's a good thing he didn't notice it. But that's not all, is it? Bluffing, she clarified with barely concealed interest. Max took a long pause again, deciding whether to talk about the captain or not. He hasn't decided for himself yet. Is he right to punish the captain like that or not? No, not all of them. I also punished this captain. For his meanness. I don't think he's ever done that to me. Lena looked at Max, not with obvious amazement, but something like that.
And how did you punish him?
I fired him from the authorities. Max tried to joke, and when his wife looked at him in disbelief, he finished. I caused him to have an epileptic fit, also mentally. Nothing happened to him. He was in convulsions for a couple of minutes and that's it. But he will be fired from the authorities. You know, an epileptic can't work for the police. He finished with obvious relief.
That's it.
Lena, not knowing how to react and what Maxim expects from her, sat down, hugged her knees with her hands and thought. After a couple of minutes, having made a decision for herself, she suddenly asked,
Max, didn't you watch Commando with Schwarzenegger?
Maxim did not expect such a question in any way.
I watched it, of course, and not even once.
Then do you remember?
At the end they asked him if he had killed many people. What did he say? Yes, she says, many, but they were all bad, and the first one laughed.
Max also smiled, not yet understanding the train of thought of his guardian angel. Max, his wife decided not to torment him. They were bad too, Both this captain and the blue one in the cell, especially the captain. You remember, Arnold started a whole war because of his daughter, who was kidnapped. And this captain also wanted to destroy our family, separate you from your son. Just not to steal him from you, but you from him. What's the difference? And you didn't kill him either. You could say I even regretted it. I do not know what I would do myself. But with Blue, would you like him to kill or maim you? Personally, I don't. And you did everything right here. Max, you were defending yourself. You know, I was defending myself, she said, stretching out the last word. When he saw that Max was reviving a little, he used to believe his wife, she cheered up herself. In the morning after breakfast, when Alyosha ran outside under the supervision of his grandmother, Maxim decided to continue yesterday's conversation. For him, two perhaps main questions remained unanswered. Where did all this come from and what to do with it all? He was referring to his abilities, which on the one hand saved him, if not his life, then certainly his health, and on the other they scared him with their impressiveness, if not their power. He understood this, although he did not fully realize his full strength yet. These were the questions he asked Elena when all the usual Saturday chores were done. Lena was silent for a long time and Max did not rush her. He believed in his wife's abilities, in her ability to analyze, highlight the main thing and make the right decisions. Not to say that he himself avoided solving his problems and shifted it onto his wife's shoulders, but he precisely followed the unfading postulate. One mind is good and two, as you know, are better. Max, Elena finally began. Let's start from the end. What should I do about it? She paused. I think it's nothing. We don't have to do anything just because we don't know what it is. You just have to live with it, as you used to, but no one should know that you can and can. She looked at Max as if trying to figure out if her words were getting through to him or not. So far, judging by his dumbfounded appearance, it is unlikely. If they find out about it, well, I don't know who. Yes, at least who? The police, doctors, journalists, bloggers, you? No, we are finished. The end of our quiet life. The police, or even worse, the FSB will get you, and they will definitely remember the captain. They will not even figure out which of you is right, who is to blame. Do you know why? Because he's not the only one in the police. There are a lot of them, no matter how bitter it is. You read it yourself. They found billions at the colonel's there, the general stole there, the judge headed the gang without a diploma. You are the most dangerous enemy for such people. They understand that you will not collect evidence. You will also press them with evidence. You should declare that you will have a stomachache until you tell the whole truth or go to the police. Although, which police? She waved her hand in despair, as if she couldn't believe what she was saying. As for everyone else, doctors, journalists, it doesn't matter. As soon as something comes out somewhere, everything will end the same way, in that very police. No, of course there are normal guys there too, but for some reason they never met you on the way. She knew the history of all his requests for help from the competent authorities. Except for the last one, this senior lieutenant, or maybe he was just scared. I wish I could scare them all into working properly, she finished childishly. Maxim had to wait a long time for the answer to the first question. Where did all this come from? Perhaps an hour or even more. Here he specifically departed from the postulate about two minds and completely relied on his wife, who once again demonstrated the wonders of analytical thinking and the ability to draw the right conclusions, seemingly out of nothing. Lena took out several notebooks from the bag with which she went to work, with similar covers and at the same time differing in varying degrees of shabbiness. I found the freshest, almost new one, thoughtfully flipped through it, made some extracts. Then I turned on my laptop and dug around for a long time, comparing what I saw with the extracts from my notebook. I looked through a number of photos on my phone and finally turned to Maxim, who was exhausted from idleness and impatience. Max, how would you describe your abilities? Well, what are they like? Try it in a word. Max was taken aback. In a word? Probably unusual, he mumbled, unable to think of anything better. Lena, oddly enough, was delighted. To the point, this is the key word, unusual. So the reason for their appearance must be also something unusual, she finished triumphantly. Max thought about it. He did not consider this issue in this context. And what has been unusual for us lately? As a teacher to a negligent student, trying to push him to the right answer, she turned to Maxim. Max didn't think for long here, the answer was obvious. Yes, the glowing dead, of course. That's right, no one has ever had such anti-medical abilities as yours. Lena has already chosen the most accurate term for his skill, so? And I answered myself, so, just like no one has ever seen the glowing dead with their light show before. So, she gave Maxim a hint again, but he stared blankly at her, not understanding what she expected from him right now. So we'll consider the connection of these phenomena proven, she finished disappointedly, but immediately continued. But besides you, I, Potemkin, and Boris Nikolaevich, the traumatologist, saw this show. So? Max just nodded his head in silence. Something began to dawn on him, but somehow it is still uncertain. For Lena, these questions were already in the palm of her hand. It is natural to assume that some similar abilities may manifest in each of us. That's when Max's mouth dropped open. And what? It seems to be true, even very much, but Lena did not give time to comprehend the situation. But there are a number of points that we cannot ignore. Potemkin and Boris Nikolaevich only saw the light, albeit different. Both of us, she emphasized the word both in her voice. How should I put it? We came into contact with him, were exposed to him. Do you remember when I told you that we should be on equal terms? We just saw different phenomena. You are the light, I am the smoke. So what does it mean? Max was stunned into silence. So we can have different abilities. She tapped Maxim on the head with a bent finger. Like, you're dumb? Len, well, you. Max had not finished his question yet, as Lena was already answering. No, Max, I haven't discovered any new unusual or even ordinary abilities yet. Bye? She emphasized it again. When did it all come out for you? When you got really angry, you really wanted something. It was a push, a trigger mechanism that I didn't have yet. I do not know what it will be, but it will be necessary. It will show up, she said fervently and convincingly. Maybe I can fly, or walk through walls, or maybe read other people's thoughts. She closed her eyes briefly, trying to imagine what a wonderful life would come then. Then I'll catch all the criminals, she finished happily. Then she got sad just as quickly, realizing that she might have problems with the latter, and even some. She returned to Earth. That's not all. We'll leave Potemkin and your traumatologist out of the picture for now. I explain why. The glowing dead are all from the same slaughterhouse. Or rather, they worked there when they were alive. It means that they are connected by something that is in this deep pit and also unusual. There are no other connections tracked. Maybe this is some kind of artifact that has not yet been found, some kind of radiation from the rock in this phase, which is still unknown to science, or something else that we do not yet know. How she loves that word by, as if she is sure that the answer will be found sooner or later anyway. Did you and I walk along the black spot in Krasnozersk? We walked, and it's from the rock of the same face on the third mountain, where everything comes from. It means that something influenced us too. Maybe not like those who worked there, but still. Agree? Max had no choice but to nod his head. And also, the veil. Why did the dead light up only when the shroud enveloped the village? And where did it come from? She looked at Max questioningly, knowing she wouldn't get an answer. So I don't understand either, but there is a connection here too, I feel. Then suddenly, as if remembering, she moved away from analyzing the situation. By the way, did you know that the veil in the village has disappeared? I looked at the amazed Max with pleasure. Yes. Back in March. Natasha the nurse called me and told me. And she also said that the black spot in front of the hospital was immediately covered with snow after that. As everywhere else, she spread her hands to the sides, saying that the end of the unusual had come. They sat in silence for a long time, then seemed to talk about nothing, but constantly returned to the analysis of what had happened to them, until finally Lena voiced a thought that only she understood.
Max, we need to get into this mine on the third mountain somehow. She looked sympathetically at Maxim, who immediately became sad. Otherwise, this haze will never dissipate.
It was clear that by the mist she meant not at all the grey veil that once enveloped the village.
Max, wake up. Wake up already. Lena, who had been unsuccessfully trying to wake her carelessly sleeping husband for several minutes, was beginning to lose her patience. Not only did he come in late yesterday and was decently tipsy, but he also doesn't wake up today. It's good that Alyosha is with his grandmother and it's her day off. And the news she was about to deliver was overwhelming and required immediate disclosure. It was necessary to urgently decide what to do next, and then such a snore. Maxim, will you finally wake up or not? The remnants of a good morning mood were quickly disappearing, and Lena went to drastic measures. After stopping shaking Maxim by the shoulder, to which he did not react at all, Lena simply pressed her fingers over her husband's nose, smiling at something in his sleep, hoping that this would help wake up the new Oblomov. Not at all. Max just opened his mouth slightly and continued to snore calmly, as if nothing was happening. This was where she was surprised at first, and then she panicked a little. It had never happened that Max slept so serenely and for so long, usually getting up without an alarm clock according to some internal clock, even on weekends. And here, maybe something happened to him. What if I had a stroke after yesterday? Or did you take sleeping pills? A slight panic forced the investigator to hide somewhere behind his back, and here, on the edge of the bed, an extremely agitated woman was already sitting, who was not indifferent to the man who was silently snuffling and not responding to all her efforts. She gently moved Maxim's hand once more, then tried to lift her eyelid and see the pupil's reaction to the light. Lena knew that with head problems, the pupils can be of different sizes, and with an overdose of sleeping pills or drugs, the pupils will be very narrow, dotted, and may not react to light. And only then did I notice that this sluggard, unable to stand it, was smiling maliciously, and not even in a dream. The investigator immediately returned to his seat. There was no limit to her indignation. "Oh, you!" The harsh words of indignation that were ready to break loose and fall on poor Maxim's head suddenly dried up, and his hand, already raised for a generous slap, dropped, but not at all limply, but consciously. Lena went the other way. Her face instantly became serious, her lips tightened. Her gaze became heavier. She quickly got up and, without saying a word, without even turning around, left the room. Maxim, who of course had not slept for a long time, immediately opened his eyes. Well, here it is. Offended. He was only trying to make a joke. So, what should I do now? One thing is clear. Go put up. After giving his wife a couple of minutes to cool down, Maxim easily jumped out of bed and, as he was almost naked, followed her into the kitchen. Lena stood at the stove with a towel on her shoulder and made sure that the coffee she was making did not run away. As true coffee lovers, they always started the morning with a cup of coffee, especially on weekends, when you could take your time and stretch out your favorite ritual for as long as you wanted. The froth in the jazz wake was already starting to rise when Maxime appeared in the kitchen with such a guilty and contrite look that Lena could hardly resist laughing. The downturned corners of his mouth, sad wrinkles on his forehead, and a confused look like a guilty puppy spoke for themselves. He realized that he was to blame, and that was enough for her. It was simply impossible to sulk at this blockhead for a long time. It's clear that he just wanted to make a joke. She was about to invite him to the table when her gaze took in Max's entire figure. "Max!" she said almost in horror, so much so that his eyes instantly widened. "What's wrong again? Are you completely crazy?" Lena paused, hoping that he would understand. No, he doesn't understand. He just blinks his eyes helplessly, and the look of guilt becomes puzzled. "What the hell are you doing in your underwear in the kitchen? Quite already? Go to the bathroom quickly, or you won't get any coffee. F-U-U-H. It's nonsense. I was even scared. Ah, the main forgiveness has been received. Hooray!" Maxime foolishly saluted, not forgetting to cover his empty head with his left hand, and turned around abruptly, heading off along the indicated route. And then he was overtaken by the ominous hissing of escaped coffee, his wife's scream, and finally the bitter sour smell of burnt coffee foam. All. It's better to get out of the kitchen quickly. It's clear that he's going to be extreme now. Maxime hurried, jerked, bumped the toes of his left foot into the door jamb, and jumped on one leg in pain. His scream was even louder than Lena's. "What a morning!" The late breakfast dragged on. Maxim, watching Lena surreptitiously, could have sworn that Lena was bursting with the desire to tell him something very important, but she pauses, kind of sulking at him. Finally, she decided. "Maxim, on the third mountain in Krasnoyarsk, the board is gone." And she looked at Max with undisguised triumph. Maxim had lived in the mining region all his life, and he knew perfectly well what board gone was. For various reasons, the previously seemingly monolithic wall of the quarry where the stripping works are being carried out begins to slide down at some point, and dozens, or even hundreds of thousands of tons of rock instantly collapse down, destroying and covering everything that stands in the way of the falling colossus. Excavators, bulldozers, and Belaz trucks can work at the bottom of a seemingly safe quarry, which seem like children's toys compared to a falling Hulk. And it doesn't matter if there are people below at that moment in the path of the falling rock. Staying alive in this case is almost impossible. The situation, of course, is tragic, and why Lena was almost smiling in connection with the departed board was incomprehensible to Maxim. Is everyone alive? Or... Maxim stared at Lena questioningly, genuinely not understanding the purpose of her statement. Alive? Alive? Elena replied casually. It's different here. And stared at Maxim, waiting for questions. But there were no questions. There was confusion, and Lena continued. Max, it looks like a spaceship has been found there, she said triumphantly, counting on her husband's unbridled interest. But he just sat and looked at her, not knowing how to react to such an unusual, almost fantastic statement. I ran through the Vkontakte news this morning while you were sleeping so soundly. And there it is. She took the phone she had prepared from the windowsill, found the file she needed, and showed Max a small video message. He had to pick up the phone, because the screen of the old Xiaomi was already small, and it was problematic to view the picture from a distance. Someone under the nickname Ivan Medvedev, who posted the video online, seemed to be shooting immediately after the collapse of the side, but from the opposite side of the quarry, so at first the whole image was very small, until this Ivan thought to enlarge the picture. First, he walked the camera along the top of the side, where it was possible to see a ragged road, a broken ledge, a wide gap in the wall going down. Then the camera abruptly slid down the slope to the bottom of the quarry, where it was barely possible to see the piles of collapsed rock. There were no cars or machinery near this huge pile. Medvedev began to comment on his shooting, and this helped to understand what was happening at the site. Today, August 202, at 7:30, a rock collapse occurred in the third mining section of the Krasnozersky section. Fortunately, there were no people in the mine. This is what the site looks like now, immediately after the collapse. The camera traveled along the bottom of the quarry, giving a picture of its scale, then slowly slid up the slope of the sinkhole and stopped somewhere in the middle of the damaged wall, where it was difficult to see an object that was clearly different in color from the surrounding rock. It glittered with some kind of silvery metallic shade of gray in the rays of the already risen sun, and it was completely incomprehensible. What could immediately shine in the sun, having just emerged from the ground, once hidden at a depth of several tens of meters? Could it be an even chip of metallized rock? But the thing was, this object wasn't even. Even on the small display of the phone, it was possible to make out that it resembled either a giant pipe, or rather, a barrel that risked exposing only one side to the public. Everything else continued to hide in the ground. Ivan continued his comment. And that's what was hidden in the ground of our site. What can we see now, when a part of the rock has collapsed? Here he finally enlarged the image, but it began to have its drawbacks. The image began to shake, and it was difficult to see the details until the cameraman realized to put his hands with the camera on some stationary object. Here it was possible to freeze in surprise. When approaching the object, it was easy to recognize the side of some kind of apparatus with round portholes that ran smoothly along the length of the visible part of the unit. How much of it was still hidden in the ground was anyone's guess. Something like a spacecraft, the operator speculated. When did it arrive? How many centuries ago? Judging by the amount of land above it, a long time ago. And why didn't it explode in the atmosphere like the Tunguska meteorite, and didn't even deform upon landing? Why wasn't he crushed by such a mass of earth? It looks like new. It glitters in the sun. The shooting suddenly stopped. What prevented Ivan Medvedev from continuing it was anyone's guess, as the cameraman himself had just been guessing. Maxim was silent for a full minute, then asked, "And what was that?" The question was purely rhetorical, and it was not necessary to answer it at all. Then he looked up at Elena and asked in surprise, "Do you believe in all this?" Lena was taken aback at first. This was not what she had expected from Maxim. Turning on her analytical mind, she thought for a while, assessed what she saw, and Maxim's skeptical attitude towards the video message, and stated, "Me? Yes, I do. I explain why." Like a schoolboy, she began to give arguments in defense of her position. If it was a photograph, I would hardly have believed it either. Photoshop can also do more than that. But there's a shooting here. Moreover, it is never interrupted. You can see that a non-professional is shooting. He would have done it much better, and the image would shake less, and it would be more clearly visible, and so suddenly would not be interrupted. A professional would have shot the finished episode. Maxim shook his finger, as if denying everything he had said. And he, a fan of fakes, just thought that literate people would watch the video and see the obvious fake right away. And here. So guess. Lena was just about to answer when Max brought what seemed to him a damning counter-argument. This Medvedev calls what he saw a spaceship. Where have you seen spaceships with portholes? Even in a movie, even at VDNKH, and even somewhere else. There are no portholes in spaceships. There are such overloads. No glass will hold up. Lena didn't even bother to think. She laughed. Who told you it was glass? Maybe it's some kind of heavy-duty material that we can't even imagine, and this ship is something for an alien pleasure trip, like our planes. Only for us, 1,000 kilometers is already a distance, but for them, with their alien technologies, 100 light years is like for us from Vladek to Moscow, one tooth away. Do we have portholes on airplanes? Why can't their pleasure craft have windows? Maybe they like to look at the stars in flight. Maybe they think it's easier, or something else. Maybe they compose their own cosmic music. Max did not argue, but presented the case in a completely different way. Len, if this is true, then today this third mountain will be closed, everything will be cordoned off, roads will be blocked, encrypted, all these videos will be removed, and the author of Medvedev will be shocked, and the phone will be taken away. Well, or the record will be erased. And he added pointedly, the FSB. This time Lena thought about it, but after a minute she offered something completely unexpected for Max. You know, I think I'll agree with you here. Discovering an alien ship is a world-class event. What's so super global? And in every country, this will be kept secret for the time being until they study everything related to the 8-row find. What if there are some new technologies that will provide a breakthrough in industry, or superweapons, or the elixir of immortality? It's not for nothing that Americans keep everything that seems to be connected with UFOs in the strictest secrecy. They have almost an entire underground storage city somewhere in the desert, where they even keep the bodies of aliens found in the refrigerator. It was shown once like this. After some general meaningless phrases, Lena finally got down to business. Let's decide this with you. If it really disappears from the network tomorrow, we will assume that the video is true, and then you will help me unconditionally. And you're going to the third mountain with me, in case I need your protection. If this is all a prank and nothing changes, I'll forget about it, and I won't bother you anymore. Agree? I didn't understand what to help you with, Max clarified, hardly knowing how to treat his wife's proposal. How about what? Lena was surprised. Have you forgotten everything? We've been wanting to go to the third mountain for a long time, even after the mist in Krasnuzersk, to sort everything out. And with these glowing corpses, the mist over the village, the abnormal weather without wind, the black spot, after all, the whole reason was in him, in his career. Now we have this reason in front of us. And Lena pointed to the phone where they had just watched a video about the collapse in the spaceship. I have no doubt that all our anomalies are connected with this ship. I think it's time to go back, Maxim, to the root cause. She meaningfully tapped her finger on the phone screen, then somehow flashed a smile. And then something got boring, don't you think? And she laughed. She already had no doubt that everything would be like this. And a spaceship under a layer of Earth is not a joke at all. Already in the evening, and not tomorrow at all the details about the incident at Krasnozersky magically disappeared from the network. No matter how hard Lena tried to find out at least something about the collapse of the rock in the section, about the alien ship, nothing worked. Attempts to change the questions asked about the incident in the search engine from specific to very remote also did not give anything. All the information about this in all messengers has disappeared in the most incredible way. It was good that, assuming such a development, she transferred the Medvedev file from her phone to her computer, where it could be viewed repeatedly and with varying degrees of magnification, sharpness, and contrast. She had such programs on her computer. Even Ivan Medvedev, the one who posted the obviously deleted video clip, could hardly be found in Odnoklasniki. There were many Ivan Medvedevs, but the one was still found. He actually worked at the Krasnozersky mine as a belazist. His numerous photos in Odnoklasniki against the background of a huge yellow belaz, where he did not even reach the middle of the wheel, caused a cheerful smile. He led a fairly active lifestyle, engaged in fishing, mountain skiing, and traveled a lot, and often in his Hyundai Creta car. I have visited Gornaya Shoria, Gorny Altai, Kuznetskaya Latau, Tomskaya Pizanitsa, and many other places. His entire journey was easy to follow from the photos posted online. It seems that the story of the alien ship, according to Max's reasoning, is not fake at all, but the pure truth, and he had no choice but to support his restless wife in everything related to the mystery of the third mountain, as they had agreed. Max, we're going to Krasnozersky tomorrow. It's good that tomorrow is Sunday, and Alyosha will sit with his grandmother and he doesn't have to go to work. Let's try to get to this area with a ship. Len, we don't even know how to get to this section, let alone to the third mountain. And security is everywhere now. This is not the 90s. Max, don't be a bore. What do you need the internet for? Play with toys? You can find any information here, and the plan of the section with the plots, and where the coal warehouses are, and where the barriers are guarded. If you want, we can examine this section from space, even now. Max wanted to, but even here they received another confirmation that the whole story with the alien spaceship in the section was not someone's bad joke, or even a practical joke, but a fait accompli that the special services promptly classified, to say the least. No matter how Lena tried to look at the incision from a bird's-eye view, no matter how she changed Yandex. Maps are on Google Maps or Bing Maps. Nothing worked. The entire territory of the village and the nearby section were covered with a whitish veil resembling thin clouds, through which it was impossible to see anything. 40 minutes later, Lena, realizing that the FSB was needed here, gave up this unpromising task and simply began to look through information about Krasnozersky on all available sites, which turned out to be unexpectedly numerous. After another couple of hours, she had a rough idea of the structure of the mine, knew its production capacity, the volume of industrial reserves, coal grades, and even recognized the maps and diagrams of power transmission lines, substations, and power plants, not to mention the location of some checkpoints on the territory. The shortest route to the third mountain, and with only one checkpoint, ran along a bypass technological road past a small lake with an unusual name for the reservoir, Omshanik. Lena knew that Omshanik was an insulated room for bees to hibernate, but she couldn't find a connection between bees and the lake. The road to Krasnozersky was familiar, but at the entrance there was nothing like what they had seen in winter, when the whole village was covered with a frightening gray, moving veil. The sun was shining, and the village was clearly visible from the Red Army Mountains. Even the bypass road that passed by the farm located in the foothills below was clearly visible. That's where we went. When turning onto the technological road, there was a sign. "Be careful. Belaz are working. so you no longer had to turn your head and admire the surroundings. The wide road, on which 2 Belaz trucks could easily have parted, and a dozen Logans like Max's could have been lined up in a row, looked quite rough. But periodically, there were sections covered with large gravel, which would be more correct to say, cobblestones. Of course, for the huge 150-ton Belaz, these boulders were really nothing more than rubble, but for Max and his tiny car, it was a problem. So I had to drive at a maximum of 3 speeds less than 60. Lena, who bravely and for a long time endured this obstacle race, could not stand it. "Max, are you dragging like a turtle? There are no Belaz in sight. We're going to get there until the evening." Max, without entering into a discussion, added speed, switched to 4th, and the speedometer needle crept to the right. Who knew that just after a sharp turn, there would be another obstacle waiting? A pit that had not yet been filled in and smoothed out by powerful cars, at least with the same cobblestones. Max knew the chauffeur's proverb. More speed means fewer holes, but he still slowed down from surprise. It's good that Logan's crankcase protection is installed right at the factory and you can rely on it. The car hit the bottom of the pit, flew out from the opposite side, and stopped. The impact was so strong that Elena's teeth clicked no worse than a nutcracker's. And he's got some teeth. I didn't bite my tongue well. Maxim tried to say something in his own defense, but Lena stopped him with a raised hand gesture and the words, "Max, not a word. I've got it all figured out. You're driving, I'm in the kitchen." And she laughed. "No, well, great. You still have to look for such a wife. Another one would have done." The ice battle. Soon, a lake surface appeared to the left of the road, surrounded on all sides by tall reeds, reflected in the water along with rare, fluffy clouds. A light breeze sometimes wrinkled this amazing, perfectly smooth, transparent bedspread with an unusual pattern, dark at the edges and blue-white in the center. This was, according to the phone navigator, the desired Omshanik. Then the road forked. One, narrower and more evenly spaced, went to the left along the lake to the neighboring village, which was about 10 kilometers away. The other, equally wide, turned to the right and was lost between closely located dumps. Max turned right. Just around the corner, another obstacle was waiting for him, not in the form of a pit, but in the form of a checkpoint with a closed, striped barrier. Next to and slightly behind was not a guard in a black uniform with the yellow letters "Security" on the back, which everyone was used to, but a real soldier in ripstop camouflage, in a bulletproof vest and with a machine gun on his chest. He wore a hemispherical helmet on his head, like a special forces soldier, though without glasses, and there was no usual black mask on the soldier's face. But it was possible to see a black headset near the lips, which the soldier did not pay attention to at all, as if it were a completely ordinary and familiar thing. He was closely watching the approaching car, but had not yet taken any threatening actions. Max involuntarily began to slow down, intending to stop, but Elena reacted very emotionally. "Max, don't be stupid. Drive up to the barrier calmly. I'm supposed to be at work." And taking out her ID card with the inscription, "Prosecutor's Office of the Russian Federation," from her purse, she continued, "Here's another proof for you. Have you ever seen soldiers with machine guns guarding a mine, an ordinary coal pit?" And without waiting for an answer, she added with disappointment in her voice, "That's it." The changes that happened to Lena in just a second were amazing. One minute there was a young, laughing girl in the car who was going to drive only in the kitchen, and now Max is sitting in front of a strong-willed, independent woman who is not afraid of obstacles and is able to make decisions. Her face changed subtly. The mischievous sparkle in his eyes faded, replaced by an attentive, reasonable look. The eyebrows shifted and 2 vertical creases appeared between them above the bridge of the nose, which gave the face a stern but not at all frowning look. The corners of her mouth dropped slightly, and her chin rose synchronously, which spoke of the confidence and determination of the hostess of the face. Max, turn off the engine, but don't get out of the car. Open the window, you will listen to our conversation. No matter what happens, don't interfere in anything. Elena began handing out tasks. Even if they take me somewhere. Although, I don't think it will come to that. Max tried to object, which was easy to read in both gestures and facial expressions, but Lena stopped him. We agreed. You drive in a car or in your morgue? She tried to joke. But this is my job, Max. Yeah, did you give me a lot to steer in the morgue when you stuck your hands in the glowing smoke? I told you. Maxime nevertheless inserted his word into the monologue of the investigator of the prosecutor's office. But that was all, as the car pulled up to the closed barrier. Lena calmly got out of the car and went to the guard with a machine gun, greeted, introduced herself, showed her ID. The soldier briefly returned the greeting, carefully examined the ID, and there was no doubt that he had memorized everything that was written there, although Lena held it open for only a few seconds. What did you want, comrade lawyer of the first class? The fighter finally asked. I need to talk to your boss. Invite him here, please. As far as I understand, you won't let me through the barrier? You understand correctly, the man replied calmly, not at all offended, after which he said a few words into the headset. Fifth to first. We have guests. He listened attentively to the answer, which neither Max nor Lena heard, and just as calmly said, Wait. A minute later, two people got out of the trailer, located a little further from the barrier, where the guards were obviously resting, and now a shift of soldiers was stationed. One of the same soldiers with a machine gun remained next to the trailer. The other, it seems, an officer who was in the same camouflage, but without a bulletproof vest and helmet, but with a headset behind his ear, went to Elena, who was waiting for him. Moreover, he came up so interestingly that both the car and Lena were at different ends of the barrier, and both soldiers saw them at the same time, as Max realized, so as not to block each other's firing sector. What can I say? Professionals. Lena also introduced herself, showed the officer her ID. He looked at it no less carefully than his subordinate a minute ago, and for some reason read her last name, first name, and patronymic out loud. But then, the words of the speakers could hardly be made out, due to the fact that they had moved to the other side of the barrier. But Max still caught something. And this was something that was not in favor of his wife. We are conducting a pre-investigation prosecutor's check on the fact of a rock collapse in the 3rd mining area, Lena began. I need to get to the site, inspect the site of the collapse, and talk to someone from the staff. It is necessary to find out what is the cause of the collapse, whether there is any negligence on the part of the management. It's a pure coincidence that no one was injured. The officer listened to Lena in silence, with a kind of boring, condescending smile on his face, and when she paused, he immediately tried to put her in her place. On a day off? Elena Yurievna, don't make me laugh. He had an excellent memory. I have never seen an investigator from the prosecutor's office who would conduct investigative activities on a day off in cases that are not worth a damn. It's not like it's murder. Or are you from the environmental prosecutor's office? But it wasn't easy to embarrass Elena. It's just that an opportunity turned up today. I don't know how your department deals with transport, but it's far from easy to get a car from us on a working day, and then casually let loose a test balloon. By the way, which department do you represent? It's kind of awkward. I introduced myself to you. It's better for you not to know, Elena Yurievna, the officer said sententiously. Yes, and the site is completely closed. None of the staff is at the site. So there's nothing we can do to help you here. But Lena made an amazed face and tried to play the simpleton. Completely closed? Why? I've never heard of a site being closed due to a rock collapse. She paused for a second and beat the officer on duty who was trying to say something. What is this? Is there a threat of some kind of man-made disaster? What does this mean for all of us? At the same time, her face looked so hilariously scared that Maxime couldn't stand it in the car and began to smile. But at that time, the officer seemed to be listening attentively to what the invisible interlocutor was saying to him over the adaptive automatic communication of the speaker. Then he put all the dots on the I. You, personally, Elena Yurievna, are in no danger of this except for an internal audit, if you do not give up your claims and insist on visiting the site. I think that your management, and especially Vasily Stepanovich, will be interested to know what his employees do on weekends. Lena was scared at first. How did he know her immediate superior? Then she realized. It was not for nothing that he loudly read her data, which invisible officer friends managed to break through surprisingly quickly and found out everything possible about her. Even the name of the boss. A serious office. She painfully tried to find a way out of the prepared trap, but the soldier himself helped her. Besides, I know for sure that this case was handed over to us, the Third Service, and the prosecutor's office, especially the city prosecutor's office, has nothing to do with it. Here, without noticing it, he made a mistake, substituted himself, naming his department, but Maxime did not know what kind of service it was. Lena seemed to be pushed by something to find a decent way out of the situation. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that such forces were involved here. To which the officer, realizing that he had let it slip, pursed his lips and fell silent. With your permission, I will now call my management. I will clarify the disposition. After that, she moved a little to the side and really started talking on the phone. But Maxim couldn't hear who or what. The officer was also waiting patiently on the sidelines. A minute later, Lena returned to the barrier. I apologize to you. Vasily Stepanovich, our prosecutor, confirmed everything. This case is really not our level, and it was seized from us. I just wasn't informed due to the weekend. We didn't have time. No one expected that I would actually go here on my day off on business. You're right about that. She looked at the operative with a kind of guilty sadness. I'm sorry to bother you again. And on the way to the car, she smiled charmingly. Have a nice day on duty. Maxim was going to go straight to the fork at Omshanik, preferring to first get to the neighboring village, from where there was quite decent asphalt right to the third micro-district where they lived. You won't have to trudge along this ill-fated Belazovskaya road, which resembles a tank testing ground, and you won't have to wander through the city with its traffic jams. But Lena thought quite differently. Max, we're going to Krasnoyarsk, she said peremptorily, as if the matter had been resolved a long time ago. Why? Maxim asked in surprise, nevertheless, turning left. Everything seems clear, he paused. Except for one thing. What is the Third Service, Len? I haven't seen it anywhere. In what order do you need to answer? His wife asked with some malice. What do you mean, which one? Max did not understand again. Well, first of all, why are we going to Krasnoyarsk, or what is the Third Service? Maxim laughed. First about the Third Service. Lena was silent for a while, as if gathering all the information she had. The Third Service is the NTS, the Scientific and Technical Service of the FSB. More simply, it's an information technology research center, maybe even an institute. In short, they deal with special communications, special equipment, new types of weapons, information protection, and everything like that. It's all science. That's what I know. If they're already here, it means they definitely want to get to the ship and see what they can get off it. Maxim, figuratively speaking, scratched his head. Listen, but how can a spaceship be connected with our glowing corpses? Or with my protection measure? For the life of me, I don't understand. And immediately started up. What if we try out a measure of protection on the soldiers? Send them all to the toilet and then to the police station? Or come up with something else? Lena smiled, but somehow thoughtfully. No, Max, it's still early. Well, when we get to the ship, what's next? He's almost completely underground. Are we going to dig it up with our hands? 2 centuries? Or 3? She shook her head sadly. We'll enter it when the FSB digs it up, she said firmly. Then we will think about how he is connected with our problems. I hope you don't doubt that I'm bound." And she stared accusingly at Maxim, seeming to suspect him of cowardice. Max hunched his shoulders and said nothing. He no longer doubted anything, and he knew clearly that if his wife took up the case, she would definitely unravel it, no matter how mysterious and unusual it was. He should know. "And why go to Krasnozersk now?" he clarified after a minute. "Didn't you plan to go there?" "We're going to visit Ivan Medvedev," Lena said, almost laughing again. She saw her husband's puzzled look.
"Max, you're being a bit dumb today. Medvedev, this is the one who posted the video of the ship online. Maybe he'll tell you something else."
Maxim thought about it again, but after a long pause, he still asked, "Lena, of course, I understand that you are an investigator and it's your job to solve riddles, but I'm not an investigator. How are you going to look for him if you only know his first and last name, and you've seen his picture online a couple of times?" Lena smiled again and looked at Max affectionately. "Don't be offended. I screwed you up today, but believe me, it's worth it," she added confidently. "And we will find Ivan Medvedev." "How?" Maxim almost shouted, then decided to make a joke. "Oh, let's stand with an inscription in the center near the store. Where is Ivan Medvedev? Belazist?" Maybe someone will respond. "Tell me where to look for him." Max, don't get all worked up. You'll see for yourself now. Turn towards the hospital." Max turned towards the familiar 3-story building with increasing surprise. Lena relented and opened her cards. "Do you think that I really called at work from the barrier?" She even laughed. "No. I had to calm down the officer on duty. Otherwise, God forbid, Viktor Stepanich would really have called. I called Natasha. Do you remember the nurse from therapy? I gave Maxim time to remember and think about everything. Fortunately, she's on duty today. They have a computer program at the hospital called the Arena. There's a database for all the residents of the village with all the data, even with addresses and phone numbers. Yes, in general, everyone who has consulted a doctor at least once. By the way, you're there too. You applied in the winter, so I saw when your data was entered there. Maxim just shrugged his shoulders. Well, wow! How simple it turns out to be. Not really. Do you know how many Ivanov Medvedevs there may be here? It's a common surname. Let's see, Lena said vaguely. Maxim never found out how Elena persuaded the nurse to open the notorious Arena, but he assumed that the prosecutor's certificate had played a role again. Oh, Lenka, I'll get caught someday. Although, on the other hand, she's not doing anything wrong. Quite the opposite. There were about 20 Medvedevs on the list, as Max had expected, but there were only 3 Ivanovs. There was only one perfect match, both in age and place of work. There was also an address and a phone number. Lena wrote down his data in the same notebook where she kept notes on the glowing dead. She had no doubt that all these events were connected. As it is, all the necessary information is in one place. She entered Medvedev's phone number in her own, but did not call in front of Natasha. They didn't pick up the phone for a long time, and when Lena was already desperate, which was easy to read on her face, they answered anyway. Lena first clarified whether this Ivan Medvedev worked at the third mountain, and when she received an affirmative answer, she introduced herself and even asked for an immediate meeting where she promised to tell everything. Ivan agreed. The guys picked up Vanya Medvedev near the small lemon store hidden in the depths of a 5-story block. He introduced himself as Ivan Alexeyevich. Medvedev was not much older than both Maxim and Lena, but he was already a little bald, which, however, did not spoil him at all. Smart, gray eyes, a pleasant voice, and the very modest manner of communication immediately aroused sympathy. On Ivan's advice, the company stopped near the miners' park, almost in the very center of the village, and settled on one of the benches. Despite the warm summer Sunday afternoon, the fountain quietly rustling with low jets, violets, primroses, and begonias carefully selected in flower beds, pleasing the eyes with their colorful colors, There were few people in the park. There are several school children riding bicycles and electric scooters, and a couple of toddlers, supervised by their mothers, rolling down a plastic slide with cheerful cries in a cozy children's corner on the outskirts of the park. The conversation was difficult at first. "Ivan Alexeyevich, are you probably surprised by our unexpected visit?" Lena began cautiously. "The fact is that for more than 6 months we have been investigating a case related to the third mining, where you work." She did not specify who we were. Let her think for now that the prosecutor's office. "To be honest, the matter has reached a dead end, but now I hope with your help it will get off the ground." Ivan stared blankly at Lena. "How can I help?" There was genuine incomprehension in the voice. "You posted a video clip online where you filmed a spaceship found on your site after the collapse of the side." Lena did not have time to finish, as Ivan rather abruptly interrupted her, which did not fit in with his calm communication until the last moment. "I didn't post anything." But it was not so easy to discourage the investigator of the prosecutor's office. "Ivan Alexeyevich, I understand that your non-disclosure agreement imposes certain obligations on you, but believe me, this is not the case. It can be very serious. We are not spies or terrorists, believe me. We tried to get into your precinct today, but the FSB wouldn't let us in either. And they don't want to listen to anything." Lena decided to cheat, and suddenly turned the conversation in a completely different direction. "Did they even give you your phone back?" Ivan answered automatically. "They returned it." He jerked, realizing that he had betrayed himself, then waved his hand in resignation. "Ask away." "Let me tell you everything from the beginning, so that you can at least imagine what it might be about, and then we'll decide together what to do." She waited for a silent nod and continued. "Do you remember how smog was in your village for a couple of months in winter? And there hasn't been any wind or snow in the last 2 months?" Ivan nodded his head, although he had no idea what would be discussed next.
"And at the same time, the death rate in the village increased?"
Medvedev looked blankly at Lena, then at Maxim, but he still did not grasp the essence. "So that's it. Maxim is my husband." She nodded her head in the direction of Max, who was silent and not yet joining in the conversation. "A pathologist. He conducts autopsies on the dead, including those from your village. When the flow of patients in the village increased during this haze, and even because of the COVID epidemic, he noticed one oddity." She smiled slyly. "From which he almost died." Maxim wanted to say something protesting, but then decided to keep quiet. A little humor against the background of all this horror story that Elena was going to tell wouldn't hurt. "Some of the dead, who had to be opened in the evenings because of the influx, and it gets dark early in winter, began to glow in the dark." She hesitated, looking for a more accurate comparison. "Or rather, they didn't glow, but rather they poured out light, clouds of smoke and real fireworks, only silent." Even Medvedev's eyes began to grow in size, and he looked stupefied and stupid. Then he began to smile understandingly, though not laughing yet. Lena noticed a change in Ivan's mood.
"Ivan Alexeyevich, this is not all. Please listen to the end. Otherwise, you'll say now that we're peekaboo, and you'll leave. We would not like that."
Ivan stopped smiling and tried to concentrate. "Although it's not surprising to be surprised by your distrust. Only this site was seen by several people, including me. Moreover, Maxim and I were even exposed to this light and smoke. Yes, they deliberately put their hands in the stream."
"Well, that's how we are. Experimentalists."
Her voice had changed a little, and there was a slight sadness in it. Then she continued. "Not all the dead shone. We began to analyze, compare, tried to find a system, and found it. Only the dead from Krasnoyarsk shone. Moreover, they were only men." She paused, looked carefully at Ivan. "And only those who worked at the third mining. Even those who used to work are now retired. That's where Medvedev fell into prostration. He stared blankly at Lena, as if trying to see something unusual in her, but couldn't. It didn't go unnoticed. Lena spoke again after a short pause. Soon we noticed that we had new, unusual abilities. For example, I can cause people some health disorders. Headaches, nausea, and vomiting if I try. Well, and the like. Do you want to check to make sure that all this is not a prank? She looked at Max carefully. He got it right. Ivan first furrowed his eyebrows. Then a pained grimace appeared on his face. Then he even stretched his palms to his temples. And then he gasped with relief, exhaled, and looked at Lena in amazement. I believe you, he whispered faintly. Then suddenly something seemed to break in him. He seemed to shrink in size, bent forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and folded his hands. His face went from surprised and amazed to confused and sad, on which deep wrinkles from nose to chin were clearly visible. He seemed to have aged and barely managed to get out of himself. Tell me, can't you, on the contrary, treat people? Lena realized that Ivan had something serious, maybe even tragic, and he had exhausted all the methods available to him in the fight against it. Is something wrong with you? What is it? She asked cautiously. Ivan, reluctantly, then more and more openly told, My wife is sick. Brain tumor. No, she was operated on thanks to the doctors, but he just can't walk. Lower paraplegia. My legs don't move and I don't feel anything. We have already been everywhere, but they say there are no prospects for recovery. And we have 2 children, a boy and a girl. They're already big, but still, it's a pity. We really don't despair. We go everywhere together. We just returned from Gorny Altai. He frowned even more, maybe even from telling his secret to strangers. It pressed him down seriously. Lena quietly put her hand on Ivan's arm. Ivan Alexeyevich, she paused. We don't know how to treat people. Bye. But everything suggests that all the mysteries, both with the dead and what is happening to us, are clearly connected with your third mountain, or rather, with the ship that has now been discovered there. That's where everything can be. Maybe they can help your trouble there too. We just need to get there. Ivan pulled himself together. Lena had unwittingly given him a tiny thread of hope. If domestic medicine is powerless, this does not mean that alien technologies cannot work miracles. How many times had he read in fantasy novels that nothing was impossible for alien medicine?
Well, isn't it fantastic here? Isn't this an alien ship?
What should I do? Having gathered himself, he declared.
Tell me, Ivan Alexeyevich, is there any other way to get to your site, bypassing the checkpoint? Yes, and so that the soldiers wouldn't see, Lena became an investigator again and tried to find a solution to the task she had set herself 6 months ago. Ivan thought for no more than a minute, smiled condescendingly, and replied in a kind of dashing, hussar-like manner. Then he looked appraisingly at the unexpected guest's clothes, Lena's light blouse, and Max's car, and added, You need to change. I mean, something low-key. And we'll go in my car. Lena spread her hands helplessly. But we don't have anything with us. Well, there are sneakers with jeans. The most important thing. And the rest. Ivan waved his hand nonchalantly, as if to declare, Never mind. Medvedev asked to stop by home to warn his wife about his departure. The hour and a half he had planned for a conversation with unknown guests had already expired, and his wife was waiting for him. Ivan did not risk upsetting her with a longer delay without warning. Then they drove to the garage where the owner kept his beloved Hyundai. On the outskirts of the village, on the border with one of the sections of the mine, an entire city was built for iron horses, with its own streets, alleys and even squares. Here they were stored, repaired, washed, decorated, in short, they made the life of their faithful friends comfortable and pleasant. The first 3 streets, when the construction of this capital city was just beginning. The owners of garages under construction tried to comply with the standards required by architecture. The area was no more than 6 by 4, the height was 2.5, the gate width was 240. But then, When the dashing 90s came, and architecture was no longer up to observing the rule of law in construction, they began to build who knows what. Someone combined 2 garages into one, blocking the wide spans with scarce Mine 30 rails, which were surprisingly easy to get at that time due to the mines being completely closed. Someone increased the height of their penthouse by 1.5 times, adjusting it to the height of their iron cargo horse. Someone opened a repair shop in the built-up box, someone a car wash, and someone just lived there. Yes, indeed, Ivan said that in front of his garage, in exactly the same one, an unassuming peasant has been living for the 2nd year, who has a TV, a refrigerator and even a microwave in the garage. Moreover, this guy is not an alcoholic, not a homeless man, but an ordinary calm pensioner. Something went wrong in the family, so he shows his character. There's another one like it somewhere on the next street. So he has a whole library in the garage, gives the neighbors books to read. There is even an unspoken competition among the hermits to see who can better equip their home. Vanya Medvedev's garage was standard, 6x4, without any bells and whistles. Concrete floor, cellar, LED lights, small workbench at the entrance. There was no stove. But the entire back wall was occupied by shelves covered with canvas curtains, heavy but durable. When Ivan kicked out his Hyundai, he began rummaging through the things on these shelves and, in his opinion, threw the necessary equipment for the upcoming voyage into the trunk. Among other things, there was a decent piece of camouflage netting that looked like a withered but still green reed, a coil of rope of indeterminate color, resembling a climbing rope, but slightly thicker, powerful binoculars in a case and 2 camouflage jackets, not new, but clean and well-groomed. Max realized that this was for him and Lena. Weaving between small birch groves along field roads, and sometimes ignoring them, the newly minted scouts gradually approached the dump visible in the distance. Ivan drove the car quite confidently, but for Lena and Maxim, the road was from the category of the devil will break your leg. It was difficult to say how they rode. Sometimes it seemed that they had already passed through these places. Here is a completely typical spoon. It was passed 5 minutes ago, but the birches tilted in the same way as those that were passed 3 minutes ago. It's very similar. After half an hour of wandering through fields and woods, they suddenly found themselves at the very wall of the dump, which soared almost vertically up to 30 meters. This dump has not been used for a long time. Its outer side is overgrown with sea buckthorn bushes, young birches and individual tufts of coarse grass, alternating with stone bald spots. Not reclamation, but something like nature itself has done its best. Vanya drove the car under the spreading birch trees that grew next to the dump. Holding out the jackets, which, as Maxime had assumed, were intended specifically for them, he stated, "You'll stay here for now, and I'll climb up, figure out what and how. If everything is in order, no one will be there. I'll give you a sign, then get up." What is this place? How far is it from here to the 3rd? He seemed to have completely lost his bearings due to the long, winding road. Ivan answered without hesitation, "Not really. This is the reverse side of the site. No stripping work has been carried out here for several years. You'll be able to see everything through binoculars. And the ship itself, too." He paused and decided to entertain the guys a little. "In the 2000th we worked here and along this wall." Ivan nodded at the dump. "We lowered diesel fuel drained in cans on ropes, traded." He smiled at his memories, rocking in his hand the very rope that he took in the garage. It was a difficult time. The balance, damn it, instead of a salary. And many children study for a fee, loans. And how can you live without money? He began to speak with resentment. So we hunted until the new director of the incision figured out everything and slammed it. Someone was even kicked out. It's a good thing that the case wasn't referred to the police. And then everything gradually got better. Vanya smiled again and, taking binoculars, a camouflage net and a rope, which he threw into a small backpack without looking, headed for the natural climbing wall. Half an hour later, the whole company was lying on the edge of the dump among low bushes covered with a net, and they took turns examining the wall of the site with the gleaming side of the alien ship through binoculars. Now the brilliance seemed brighter than in the video posted online, perhaps because of the sunlight flooding the entire basin from the sun directly overhead. Climbing a steep obstacle was quite easy for Max and Lena, which cannot be said about the pioneer Ivan. Loaded with equipment, he climbed up with difficulty, looked around and dropped a rope proven in criminal exploits. With her help, pushing and pulling themselves up, they, having no climbing experience, climbed twice as fast as Vanya, after which he pulled up a rescue rope tied to a tree trunk and, without untying it, threw it there in case of emergency evacuation. His head was working. Everything was clearly visible through the binoculars. It was possible to see the ship itself with a clear line of portholes, and the edge of the collapsed dump, in the depths of which several collapsible frame military tents were already located. If Maxim and Ivan looked at the ship more, exchanging meaningless questions without answers, Lena studied the military camp more. It's only been a day, or maybe a little more, and the third service is already here, and it seems to have settled in for a long time. The layer of earth above the ship is definitely more than 20 meters. Its length and width are unknown. To dig out in order to get full information and the opportunity to get inside, it is necessary even wider than the ship itself. It is unlikely that they will dump the rock down the dump. The site is a working site, one of the most productive in the section. It means that she will be taken out, as before. This is the time. And will they entrust it to the workers from the mine? Unlikely. Then all this nonsense about creating secrecy is completely useless, even if you take 3 non-disclosure agreements. Most likely, they will bring military construction workers. It's time again. And the equipment? Razrazovskaya or own. How will the incision give the equipment to no one knows who? Although the military, especially such ones, will have levers of influence. They can also give it away, for rent. But while they're sorting it out, it's time again. It is difficult to even guess how much it will take to excavate and get a ship of unknown size at your disposal. Lena quickly turned it all over in her head, but something still confused her. Perhaps a small number of guards. It was just a checkpoint, which the observers could not see from the bushes, but here at the edge of the side above the ship, she saw another post in the form of a mobile patrol of 2 soldiers circling the territory far from the edge of the dump with the ship's side protruding outward. It cannot be that the NTS has not used technical means to protect such an important facility. That's their thing. Maybe it just hasn't been long. Lena had no time to come to such conclusions, as she realized that she was deeply mistaken, and that they were lying here and looking directly at the protected object, just a matter of chance and incredible luck. At first, a quadcopter appeared in a small spot from behind one of the tents, and only a little later the guys heard the noise of a flying drone, sharp, itchy, reminiscent of the noise of a giant bumblebee prowling through the flowers. The soldiers of the guard froze in place and simultaneously looked up. Having soared 20 meters, the drone flew along the perimeter of the site and soon had to be right above the waiting alien hunters in ambush. Lena instantly forgot her own performance in the park, when she allegedly caused Ivan a headache. Mac. As if fearing that she would be heard, she whispered quickly, listing requests completely incomprehensible to Ivan. Protection measure. Try to reach the operator, distract him, let him run into the bushes. Or something else. Maybe he'll see us. She finished with some panic in her voice. Ivan, who did not understand even half of her speech and completely ignored the discrepancy, calmly explained. Don't worry, it's unlikely that he meant the cameraman, will be able to see us under the grid. And the car is hidden under the birches. The rope doesn't catch the eye either. And it is unlikely that he will consciously look for something outside the perimeter. There didn't seem to be any reason. And his perimeter seems to be just the edge of the plot. So, it's okay for now. Lena, who had already managed to pull herself together by that moment, was surprised to think of her partner's foresight. How could he have known that he would need a camouflage net? He left a rope for insurance, and in general. And then she was glad how lucky they were to have Ivan Alexeyevich with them. While Ivan calmed Lena, Maxim tried to focus on the task set by his wife. Of course, the distance to the tents, where the drone operator was most likely, was considerable, and Maxim did not see the owner of the drone. Nevertheless, he frantically tried to send an invisible potential enemy over the fence, as once happened to the traffic police inspector. It was impossible to assess whether it was a success or not. The quadcopter calmly flew almost over them and just as calmly departed. There was no movement or commotion near the tents. A few minutes later, the guys saw that the flying scout had calmly landed behind one of the tents and the nasty buzzing immediately subsided. It was time to sneak out of the ambush and escape unnoticed, but Lena decided to test Max's capabilities once again. Max, try to work with some of the soldiers you see. You still need to know what to expect in case of something. Max tried, but his efforts proved fruitless. None of the soldiers, who had just converged at the edge of the side, reacted in any way to Maxim's attempts to send them over the fence. Probably, the distance to them was too great and all attempts to check the measure of protection ended in nothing. Lena and Max went down, holding onto the rope, and got to the car pretty quickly. Ivan descended without her help slowly, carefully, choosing a place to put his foot so as not to slip and roll, which was quite likely. Like a rabbit, it was easier for him to climb a mountain than to descend. Somewhere in the middle of the slope, he paused, took out binoculars and began to look at something in the direction from where they had come, but after a couple of seconds he literally slid down. We have visitors, he shouted as he ran. It looks like soldiers. We're leaving. Why he decided that was unclear, but there was no time to speculate. The guys, having gathered themselves as much as possible, jumped into the salon. Ivan threw his backpack into the trunk, took something out of the glove compartment at the last moment and disappeared behind the car again for a moment. The Hyundai took off and dusted down the road, picking up speed. But the military jeep that appeared in the distance was in no way inferior to him and, howling with effort, even caught up with him. The distance between the cars was gradually decreasing. Max, Lena said evenly and at the same time sternly, we can't let Ivan Alexeyevich show up. A protective measure is needed. Ivan got goosebumps from that voice. He heard for the second time about unknown measures that he couldn't think of an explanation for, and Lena was already addressing him from the back seat. Slow down, just not very abruptly, imperceptibly, let them think that they caught up with us themselves, and reassuringly added it. Everything will be fine. If they catch up with us, they'll see the license plate, and everything will be in vain, Maxime suggested questioningly and added something completely incomprehensible to Ivan. Don't kill them. Without really delving into Max's last words, Ivan Alexeyevich spoke up and simply killed Lena with the words. I covered the room with a medical cap, well, like this. With an elastic band. Chinese. They won't see anything. Checked? And began to slow down. That's a partner? He'll also give Lena herself a head start. She was closely monitoring the actions of the soldiers in the jeep that was catching up. And there was no doubt that it was them. Through the swirling dust covering everything with a huge brown blanket, she nevertheless saw a soldier with a submachine gun in his hands leaning out of the open window almost to his waist and, it seemed, was seriously going to shoot at their car. In any case, the machine gun in his hands was looking directly at Medvedev's Hyundai. Lena felt uncomfortable, but she still couldn't believe it. How? How did they figure it out? Yes, the investigator underestimated the third service. These are not the people to catch flies and make jokes. And she shouldn't have calmed down when the drone flew over them without stopping. When outwardly everything was calm. The sly ones. What if we had stayed on the mountain for another 5 minutes? They would have landed right in the clutches of the FSB. She tried to speak calmly, but her voice was literally ringing. Max, we have a problem. Come on. Maxim, like the soldier in the jeep, rolled down the window in the door and leaned out almost to his waist. A burst of automatic fire immediately sounded, from which Max instinctively ducked his head into his shoulders, but did not hide. The soldier fired upward. So far, they're just scaring. What's next? Ivan, Max shouted to Medvedev, slow down. Vanya, realizing that it was impossible to break abruptly, otherwise Max would be hard-pressed against the edge of the door, began to slow down, slowing down. There were already 20 meters between the cars. One could even see how a soldier with a machine gun in his hand smiled and lowered it. They understood who they were dealing with. But Ivan did not understand what happened next, although he saw everything clearly in the side mirror, despite the dust settling. The smiling soldier, who had calmed down, suddenly turned pale. How Ivan saw it, he did not understand, but the soldier turned pale, Ivan was sure of that, dropped the machine gun and leaned out even more, either trying to get the machine gun or... The next second, Ivan saw how the soldier vomited like a real fountain, which was repeated again. And again. The jeep braked sharply and the poor guy, white as a sheet, was shaken so that he almost fell out of the window, then somehow hung powerlessly on his armpits, still trying to hold his head. A driver in camouflage jumped out the door, the same soldier, but without a machine gun, and rushed not at all to a colleague in trouble or to them, according to the pursuers, criminals, but to the bushes covering one side of the road. What for? Hide? Medvedev's mind was in such a mess that he couldn't even imagine how to explain it all. Let's go, Ivan Alexeyevich. We have 10 minutes now. Lena said calmly, as if nothing had happened, as if it wasn't them or almost them who had just been shot at by the guards of other people's secrets who were catching up with them. They didn't have those 10 minutes. And they soon became convinced of this. It was necessary to get out of this ruthlessly dusting field road as quickly as possible. A column of thick dust billowing behind the car chased them everywhere and easily gave away their location. Sometimes it fell off when the road wound between small villages and there was very little dust here. Ivan, who did not take his eyes off the road, squeezed everything possible out of his Hyundai and spoke through his teeth. Nothing. We'll get out on the gravel in about 5 minutes. There's less dust there. And there it's not far to the asphalt. Let's get lost. Maxim was thinking about something else entirely. Len, do you think they can track us via satellite? Well, do you remember the movie Destroy the 30th? A truck burns down, a helicopter smokes nearby, a military jeep goes into the sands. Lena, thinking about something of her own, answered after a short pause. It's unlikely. The soldiers of the various services there have been coordinating this issue for a long time. There are also 2 different offices here, the FSB and the VKS. Does it take the same amount of time, and we'll be on the highway in 10 minutes? Isn't that right, Ivan Alexeyevich? She turned to the driver with hope in her voice. Ivan stared intently into the side mirror, in which he had already seen a lot of interesting things today, and somehow vaguely said, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. It looks like we have visitors again. He declared loudly and stared at the road again, trying to increase the speed of the Hyundai, which was already practically flying off-road. Lena instantly turned around and tried to examine the pursuer through the dusty rear window. Maxim reacted more calmly. He sat up, sighed heavily and reached for the window release button. They were again being chased by the same military jeep, which the driver didn't seem to regret at all. The jeep flew without taking apart the road, cut corners, flew straight through the grass, and the distance between the cars gradually decreased. That's a freak, Elena hissed in angry despair. Did he leave the soldiers? Most likely. Who is he? Max asked in disbelief, having not had time to roll down the window in the door. Officer, who else? The wife replied. Do you think they sent 2 soldiers to detain them, and that's it? They're resting on the road right now. And this is their commander, an officer, probably driving. If he doesn't complete the task, he will have problems. So he's trying. Although, to be honest, he's right. The order must be obeyed at all costs. Then she waved her hand wearily. Come on, Max. Maxim did not have time to roll down the window and lean out to apply the protection measure once more, as Ivan somehow instantly ducked, swerved the steering wheel, and the car lurched to the side, causing Lena and Maxim to almost hit the walls of the cabin. Following that, the sound of a single shot rang out. He's firing a pistol, Ivan stated. Are we stopping? Yes, the couple said in one voice, after which Max nevertheless opened the window and leaned out. Ivan slowed down and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's it. I've left. He was looking at the side mirror again, as if at a TV screen where an exciting action movie was playing. Lena turned around abruptly and saw, fortunately there was not much dust here, that the jeep was standing on a bend, stuck into a tree, and cheerful streams of white steam were rising from the radiator. Max, are you crazy? She screamed with desperation in her voice. Maxim, who had returned to the salon, looked at her with an uncomprehending look. I didn't do anything. He himself seems to have overdone it. Ivan stopped. The guys got out of the car and stared at the hovering jeep, trying to figure out what was going on there. No one came out of the car. We have to go and see what's there. What if he needs help? Lena said and already took a step towards the wood. Lena, Maxim cautiously resisted her. Remember the drone? Maybe this one's hiding too, waiting for us to come over. And he's got a gun, for a minute. I might not make it. Lena was really late, but only for a minute. No, Max, we have to go. Otherwise, everything will be wrong. Ivan helped her. He looked into the pocket of his door and came back with a taser in his hand, which he handed to Elena. And then he seemed to be commanding. We go in from 3 sides. You, he looked at Lena, are in the back. Maxim is on the passenger side, and I am on his side. If he's really up to something, he won't track all 3 of them at once. He'll point a gun at me first, or he'll want to do something else. Maxim will try to stop him, and you, Lena, he continued to address her as you. If everything goes wrong, try to immobilize him with a taser, preferably in the neck. He looked at everyone, as if looking for support. Let's go. The jeep, which could now be seen in all its glory, was definitely not Russian, since neither Ivan, who considered himself an expert on cars, nor Maxim and Lena, had ever seen anything like it before. They approached him carefully, trying as quickly as possible to see what was happening in the cabin, which was hindered by the floating radiator. Lena and Ivan walked in a wide arc from the side of the grove, hiding behind the trees. Maxim was worse off. He was moving from the side of the field, and nothing was covering him. But he was the first to see that the driver of the jeep was sitting with his head buried in the steering wheel, and was not making any attempts to get out of the wrecked car. Involuntarily, based on his inherent medical instincts, Maxim jerked towards the SUV, trying to help the victim, but was immediately stopped by Ivan. He abruptly raised his hand, attracting attention, and when he made sure that Max was looking at him, he shook his head negatively. The doctor sitting deep inside Maxim resigned himself, realizing that this was still the right decision. When everyone took their starting points, Ivan reached for the door handle, but Lena intervened. In the same way, she attracted attention with a wave of her hand, shook her head negatively and, hiding her hand in the sleeve of her camouflage, pretended to open the door with her sleeve, without touching the handle with her fingers. Ivan did just that. A man in camouflage's hand slipped limply from his knee, which was buried in the steering wheel, releasing the pistol, which fell to his feet on the mat next to a small pool of blood. The man behind the wheel went a little limp, but remained seated. He didn't show any attempts to get up, much less aggression. Whether there should be airbags in a military jeep, and if so, why they didn't work, was anyone's guess. Lena, already wearing thin rubber gloves of a poisonous blue color, silently shoved the stun gun at Ivan, who was no longer needed, and easily pushed it aside, indicating with her whole appearance that her work would continue. Neither Ivan Dioré nor Maxime saw where she kept the gloves and when she managed to pull them on. The first thing the revived investigator did was raise the pistol with his bent finger, grabbing the bracket, and carefully stretching his hand behind the victim's back, lowered him behind the back of the passenger seat. Only then did Lena lift the officer's head, and leaning him back, laid him on the back of the seat. The man was alive. Despite the fact that his eyes were closed and he did not react to the movement in any way, his chest rose and fell in time with his breathing. The victim's skin color did not turn blue, it was corporeal, only a little pale. There was a wide, 4 centimeters wide, half forehead wound with uneven edges, the result of a meeting between the head and the dashboard. The bleeding had almost stopped, with only isolated red drops rolling down onto his face, flooding his closed right eye and descending down his cheek to his chin, and even lower, dripping onto his camouflage. There was no need for silence anymore. "I'm going to get a first aid kit." Ivan made a move towards his car, which Lena reacted sharply negatively to. "No, there shouldn't be anything of ours here. No fingerprints, no fat, let alone bandages from our first aid kit. Let's take a look here." The first aid kit was found in the trunk, and a minute later Lena, not allowing Max to see the injured man, even though he was a doctor, but without gloves, carefully holding her head, tightly bandaged her bruised forehead. Then, with a piece of torn bandage, she wiped the blood from her face. That's where the victim seems to have regained consciousness. He unsuccessfully tried to open his eyes, then moved, wanted to take a deep breath but also unsuccessfully. It hurt him, and he gasped as he exhaled and stopped all movement, only croaking, "Thank you." The rescuers surrounding him, who had not expected such a quick awakening, shuddered. And then we experienced another shock. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from an unnoticed radio in the passenger seat. "Seventh, answer the first, what do you have?" "Seventh." Lena reacted instantly. She shoved the grabbed walkie-talkie under Ivan's nose. "Say, first, we have an accident, come." And pressed the communication button. Ivan turned out to be a great guy. He reacted almost instantly, repeated everything word for word, and even added so much anguish of a seriously injured person to the words that Lena, smiling, gave a thumbs up. It was impossible to recognize a human being by that pained voice. After making sure that the officer at the wheel would wait for his colleagues without serious fear for his life, the guys, trying to dust as little as possible, quickly got out of this combat zone. I didn't want to appear in such a dusty car in the village. This was obvious and could cause unhealthy interest and relevant questions from the neighbors in the garage. "And what fields were you driving through on such a wonderful Sunday afternoon, Ivan Alexeyevich, and not weekly?" Therefore, Vanya, returning home, jumped into a small enclosed pond located to the side, which became it looks like a huge public car wash. The numerous footprints on the gentle slope leading directly to the shore suggested just that, but thank God there were no cars in sight. Before parting, when the battle-tested Hyundai took a place in the garage instead of Logan, Lena, a little worried, asked Ivan a question, the answer to which could change a lot. She liked Medvedev very much, especially for his foresight and thoughtfulness of actions, combined with the ability to instantly make decisions on sudden changes in already unusual situations. It seemed that he had gone through some kind of combat school, maybe even served in hotspots. She really didn't want to lose such an ally. But she couldn't involve, in general, an outsider, a family man without his consent in matters that would end in unknown consequences. She had no right. Today, she and Max asked Ivan to just show them a detour to the police station, and this trip ended with shooting, which frankly, she herself did not expect. "Ivan Alexeyevich, you helped us a lot today, and if it hadn't been for your help, we don't know how it would have ended." "Thank you," she began from afar. Ivan was silent, did not even make protesting gestures with his hands, as usually happens with such statements. "They say that you are nothing." He pulled things out of the trunk and put them on the shelves at the back of the garage. Lena was silent for a while and decided to continue. "But for us?" She looked attentively at Max, who was nonchalantly looking at the garage. "Everything is just beginning. We have seen that the ship is not a myth or a hoax. It really exists and holds a lot of secrets that we definitely need to solve. After all, For some reason this happened to us. So someone needs it. She added a phrase from Mayakovsky's poem to the spot. Of course, as we've seen, the ship is well guarded, keeping secrets from others, but we'll get there anyway. She said matter-of-factly. I'm sure. It will be much easier to do this with your help, but I can't even invite you to join us. You have a family, children, and a wife who is ill, and you saw for yourself how it can end today. However, all I would ask is that you let us know when the ship is excavated. Then we'll do it ourselves. Anyway, something will be noticeable. There will be conversations, rumors, unusual traffic movements. Maybe something will be exported. Of course, you don't need to climb the dump again. Security will be increased by an order of magnitude there now. We need to know the timing at least approximately, so as not to be late. Can you help us? Just with that? Lena paused. Take your time with the answer. Think about it, Ivan Alexeyevich. Ivan continued to go about his business, and it was hard to tell from his appearance whether he was thinking about anything Lena had said or ignoring her maxims. Having finished putting things neatly on the shelves, the garage owner turned to his partners with a serious, even stern face, and it became clear that he was ready to talk now. I'll help you, Elena Yurievna. He looked directly at her. Not even to you, but to us. I'm not an adventurer, and having fun with shooting is not my type at all. I got a lot of that in the Second Chechen War. Lena mentally applauded herself. She thought that Ivan had served in hotspots somewhere. I realized that you and Max, he was already calling Maxim in a simple way that spoke of complete trust, are not adventurers. You immediately told me your story, which was hard to believe. I believed it. You have given me hope that my Lena can be cured. And I'm going to fight for that, even if I have to get shot at again. There was no bravado in his voice. He spoke simply like a man who had made an important decision for himself and was not going to back down from it. Max, who was standing silently in the doorway, turned away, looked outside and sniffed. However, he did not wipe his eyes. Elena was used to answering the phone, even if the caller wasn't listed in her contacts. The profession was obligatory. Even now, when she saw an unfamiliar number on the phone's display, she automatically swiped her finger across the screen. The voice sounded familiar, and a second later she realized it was Vanya Medvedev calling. My heart began to beat both joyfully and anxiously. What would he say? Elena Yurievna, good afternoon. This is Medvedev. Lena lost her head and answered quite unexpectedly, even for herself. Vanya, hello. Then I realized. I'm sorry. I am very glad to hear from you. Is there something new? Elena Yurievna. I'm at the autopsy. As if he hadn't noticed this treatment, he happily announced. Lena was silent, not understanding what it meant. At the autopsy. Ivan seemed to have guessed her predicament. I work there. I breed a breed. All of us, the machinists, bulldozers and belazists from the site, were kind of mobilized. On subscription. In general, we work as usual, but we bring the breed from there. He gave her a couple of seconds to comprehend the stunning news. We work around the clock. Our equipment, but if there is any damage, they fix everything immediately. I think at this rate we will reach the goal in 2 weeks. Lena was silent for a moment, then she started talking into the phone, as if she were talking to herself. So something didn't work out with them and the military builders. Maybe they didn't want to waste time. And the Stroibitov men are still shots. Then she returned to reality. Ivan Alexeyevich. You did a great job. This is very cool. But I ask you not to take unnecessary risks. Don't pay too much attention. She wondered what to call their common interest, finally found it as to the object. However, she paused again for a second to ask or not to ask, but nevertheless decided, if you can, very carefully, try to find out everything about the guards. Where, how much, after how long they change, how the posts are checked. Well, it's not for me to teach you, a military specialist. I ask you again, only if it works, and very, very carefully. Ivan spoke more calmly. Don't worry, Elena Yurievna. I understand everything and will do what I can. And what I can't do, I'll do. He muttered much more softly. I'll let you know as soon as the work is nearing completion. I'll be calling from someone else's phone again. Don't worry, I'll delete the contact immediately. After a couple more meaningless phrases, they said goodbye. Elena waited impatiently for the next call from Medvedev, and with each passing day her impatience increased. 10 days after the message about Ivan's work at the facility, an unfamiliar number appeared on the phone display again, but Lena already knew that it was him who was calling. I didn't think twice about how I knew, but I was sure and I wasn't mistaken. Elena Yurievna. Good afternoon. It's Medvedev. It's just like last time. Hello, Ivan Alexeyevich. She restrained her emotions. Thanks for calling. Any news? There is. There is news, Elena Yurievna. His voice was almost ringing with joy. You can't tell everything over the phone. We need to meet, talk it over. In a nutshell, the work is almost completed. The day after tomorrow, we are no longer called for a shift, because everything is as it is in the palm of your hand. Do you understand what I mean? Ivan, of course, knew that Lena would figure it out, but still couldn't resist, he clarified. Yes, I understand. We'll arrive on Saturday. Do you mind? No, of course not. Can I meet you at the same place in the park? Okay, about 12 o'clock. And they said goodbye again. Elena was almost jumping for joy. They were one step closer to probably solving the mysteries that had plagued her for more than 6 months. I should have shared this news with Maxim immediately. And suddenly Lena caught herself thinking that she knew Maxim was standing outside the door right now. That's right. There was the sound of a key turning in the lock, and Max himself appeared on the threshold of the apartment. Not to say that he also almost jumped for joy like his wife when he learned about the message from Krasnozersk, but he felt a certain emotional uplift. Then he got a little sad, or rather, he wilted. To be honest, if it weren't for his promise to help his wife in everything after losing an argument about a spaceship, he would have preferred to just stay at home, mess with Alyosha, or walk with him and Lena's mom through the evening streets. Instead, you have to use a turnip to climb mountain dumps resembling Elbrus, drive a car through fields where dust obscures the sun and bullets whistle in your ear like mosquitoes in the evening heat. Then I thought about it and decided, it's still better than the glowing dead. Then he didn't know anything and really panicked. If it wasn't for Elena. Now it's his turn. He's her only protector. She has no protection measure. Now there will definitely be a new round of adventures, and God only knows how it will end. But he will try. Lena was thoughtful all evening, and even answered Alyosha's questions late or out of place. But Maxim was fully loaded. He was both an elephant and a steam locomotive, a foreman at a construction site run by his son, a helmsman on a ship commanded by a 4-year-old captain, and many others. When it was time for bedtime, and Alyosha, fed and washed, went to the nursery, Maxim himself was ready to lie down right on the floor. But that was not the case. Max, have you tried to just put a person to sleep? Not to send over the fence. For some reason this phrase stuck with them and was repeated quite often, not to cause seizures or nosebleeds, but just to put them to sleep for a while. Maxim thought about it. He realized that Lena was looking for ways to enter the construction site, where the excavated ship was located without unnecessary loss of life, and wanted to use his, Max's, abilities. Well, putting him to sleep was certainly better than anything he'd done before. I haven't tried it, Maxim said thoughtfully. I thought that I could only cause some pathological processes in people. You said so yourself about my anti-medical abilities. But sleep is still a physiological process. Try it on me now, she enthused. Maxim smiled and shook his head negatively, but Lena wasn't used to backing down. After about 5 minutes, he gave up, but he staged his attempt like a magician does his act. He made passes with his hands, whispered some incomprehensible words, made hilarious or stern grimaces. Nothing changed. Unless Elena just laughed. Max, let's be serious. Try again. Maxim tried and failed. His wife, who hid a smile, did not fall asleep, although Maxim himself was ready to collapse on the bed at any moment and had no doubt that he would fall asleep immediately. Waving his hand with his wife's gracious consent to experiments on hypersomnia, Maxim went to the bathroom, and Lena plunged into the internet. Splashing around in the bathroom, Max was about to head to the bedroom, but was stopped literally at the door by his wife's very sarcastic voice. Tell me, dear doctor, is there no other physiological sleep? Maxim, who had no time to hide, had to answer. Yes, there are probably some types of pathological sleep, but to be honest, I don't remember. No, I remember. He pointedly raised his index finger up and told me a great secret. Sleepwalking. Sleeping is different, he finished modestly. No, Max, I didn't guess. That's not it at all. Lena shook her finger negatively now. Have you forgotten about narcolepsy, or about a lethargic dream? This is pure pathology. Maxim remembered about the lethargic sleep. Or rather, he remembered now, when his wife, who was surfing the net, refreshed his memory. With a mild form, it's even better. A man sleeps, and you can't wake him up from a cannon, but with a severe one. This is something similar to death. The pupils do not react to light, the body of the person who has fallen asleep is pale and cold, the pulse rate is less than a dozen beats per minute, and there is practically no breathing. It happened that such sufferers were buried. Especially earlier, he read. But I couldn't remember what narcolepsy was, for the life of me. I had to go online too. When they compared the two diseases, they decided that lethargy, of course, was better for the realization of their plans, only in a mild form. It was a small matter to check whether Max could put unfriendly and unfriendly guys to sleep. He definitely won't make the good ones sleep, there's no need for that. Max's abilities were tested much faster than Lena could reach the bathroom. She suddenly froze, not even having time to lower her raised hand, and just stood there, as if listening to something. Maxim stared at her in utter bewilderment, but he was in no hurry to clarify anything. He also listened to what was going on around him, but apart from Alyosha's snoring and the refrigerator working in the kitchen, he heard nothing. Max, Lena asked cautiously, without changing her position, have Katya and Valera returned yet? Katya and Valera Petrova, a married couple the same age as Lena and Max, lived in the apartment opposite. The guys had good relations with the neighbors. Sometimes, in case of an emergency, when Grandma was busy, Alyosha stayed with them. A week ago they went to Altai, to the Salt Lake to relax and get medical treatment and maybe finally have a baby. In any case, they sincerely believed in this, preferring all sorts of folk methods of combating this disease to traditional medicine. They're supposed to be back at the end of the week, Maxime replied, recalling a conversation when a neighbor asked him to keep an eye on the apartment during their absence. Max, Elena continued in her usual tone, lowering her hand, we have a problem. Someone is trying to get into their apartment. Taking off her slippers, carefully, on tiptoe, trying not to accidentally catch anything, Lena went to the front door and lifted the curtain of the peephole. Her senses did not let her down again. A man in medical rubber gloves and with a backpack on his back sat down at the door of a neighbor's apartment, who was trying to open the lock with a skeleton key. Lena was well versed in such subtleties by the nature of her profession. Just as carefully, she returned to the room. Max, there's a burglar in there. He's trying to get into the Petrov apartment. Somehow he knows they're not there. She paused, gathering her thoughts. If only the lights on the landing were turned off, or the eyes in the other doors were sealed. Some kind of non-scary, or stupid, she said to Maxime, then gave an introduction. Go to the door, just be careful and try to put him to sleep. Just be careful, she said again. If it doesn't work out, step back just as carefully so as not to scare it off. I'll call the band then. Max was far from even a novice operative, so by the time he got to the door, he almost ruined the whole thing. Either he rested his forehead against the door, trying to look through the peephole, or he touched the door handle. Trying to rest, but the burglar suddenly turned around and stared straight into the peephole, where Maxim was looking from the other side. It seemed like a moment and he would disappear, rush down the stairs, but Max did not give him that moment. The man suddenly went limp, then somehow awkwardly leaned his shoulder against the door, next to which he sat down, and soon he fell onto the concrete floor of the landing, even slightly bumping his head. Maxim watched him for a full minute, but he didn't even move. Looking victorious, Max returned to the room, made an inviting gesture with his hands, which he reinforced with words. Get it? Delighted, Lena first looked through the peephole. When she was sure that the would-be burglar was lying quietly and not moving, she went out onto the playground. In front of her lay a relatively young man, dressed quite decently, wearing stretched medical gloves, and holding in his hand the simplest lockpick in the form of a hook made of strong steel wire with one end flattened. This left no doubt about the deceased's profession or his intentions. He was breathing calmly and really gave the impression of a sound sleeper, despite the fact that his posture was not entirely comfortable. His bent legs looked unnaturally to one side, and his body and head were turned to the other. Elena tried to rouse the lying villain, even looked into his eyes, lifting an eyelid, but to no avail. It's no use, Max stated, standing in the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest, looking like Napoleon. You can't wake him up right now, even if you shoot a cannon. And no one knows when he will wake up. But when he wakes up, there will be a surprise for him in the cell, he tried to joke. Returning home, Lena strictly ordered Maxime to keep quiet about his involvement in the unfortunate loser's dream. The story she suggested looked like this. They stayed up late and suddenly heard the sound of a body falling on the landing outside the door. They looked out and there was a man lying there, and they came out alive, like he was sleeping and not waking up, and then they saw a skeleton key in his hand. So they called the squad. We have no idea why he fell. Maybe a stroke. The poor guy was worried. Robbing apartments is a serious matter, strong nerves are needed here. The pressure went up, and, yeah. The eldest of the operatives of the newly arrived squad turned out to be Elena's acquaintance from some past cases, and the version proposed to her was accepted quite adequately. However, the captain called an ambulance to make sure he didn't really have a stroke, which took the soundly sleeping burglar somewhere to his penates. Already falling asleep, Maxim woke up and asked his wife a question that suddenly occurred to him. "Lena, how did you know that someone else was at the neighbor's apartment and wanted to get in there?" She was silent for a while, analyzing the situation, as she almost always did when she didn't know the obvious answer to a question, then answered. "Max, you're going to laugh, but I seem to have a gift, just like you. Only different. The gift of foresight. I would call it that. I saw another picture in the light show. You saw the light, I saw the smoke. So we have different abilities." Then she told me about her anticipation of Medvedev's call, and that she knew when Max himself was standing outside the door, but then she just realized that someone else was on the landing and his thoughts were unkind. For another hour, the guys discussed the possibilities opening up before them in the light of Lena's new abilities and Max's almost instantaneous ability to put people to sleep. This is much better than the previous protection measures. Although how would you look at it? Would he try to put the driver of the jeep chasing them to sleep? How would it end? So you still have to think. Hoping that their new abilities would help them finally figure out and solve the mysteries of the alien spaceship that had already been released from captivity, they fell asleep. We decided to go to the third mountain late in the evening, if not at night, leaving Alyosha, as usual, with his grandmother. Of course, it's much easier to deal with any problem in daylight, but on the other hand, there are a lot more people on the site during the day, therefore, there may be more problems. Are they needed? During the meeting in the park, Ivan said that as soon as the excavations began to come to an end and parts of the ship became visible, every morning, including weekends, 10 nerds began to be brought to the site by minibus, who left in the dark. Ivan, of course, did not know where they lived. They were given some kind of 3-axle super truck with a KM-131 van body, not with 12 windows as usual, but with only 4, which stood slightly away from the tents with personnel. Vanya Medvedev understood the types of vehicles, including military ones. Of course, he didn't know what was inside the fancy Kung, but he thought that all the necessary equipment was stored there, and they seemed to be conducting preliminary research there. It was from there that they ran around the ship in the mornings with various devices in their hands, and all but licked the walls of the space dreadnought. They measured, illuminated, irradiated, photographed, tried to take samples of the hull material. In short, they tried not out of fear, but out of conscience. Although, maybe the other way around. At night, only one guard remained at the facility. Of course, there were more posts at the site after the excavation was completed, and more recently, when the stripping work was almost over, a post appeared at the very door. Hatch of the ship, but still there were an order of magnitude fewer people than during the day. By the way, the same single post stood next to the Kung of scientists, protecting either valuable equipment or the results of research by nerds. They didn't take them with them every time. It was already dusk when he worked the last shift at the site, but when the scientist's minibus was still parked next to the Kung lab, Vanya noticed the light inside the ship coming through the portholes. When the minibus with the researchers disappeared, the lights inside the ship went out. It seems that the nerds did not eat their bread in vain, they managed to get on board almost immediately and have already figured out the lighting system. Lena reacted philosophically to this message. Well, the better, we'll have to worry less. For a long time they wondered, even argued, how to get to the third mountain and even get right to the ship. It is clear that Max will have to put a lot of people to sleep for this. Ivan preferred to say turn it off. Lena used a more inert word, neutralize. The question was, did Maxim have the strength? While working at the site, despite Elena's pleas for caution, Medvedev nevertheless tried to track and count the number of guards, and, in his opinion, he succeeded. There could be from 30 to 40 people here at a time, including the guards, the duty shift in the guardhouse, and vacationers. Will Max be able to influence such a huge mass of people? What if his strength runs out after the second or third attempt? Unfortunately, it was possible to verify this only during the penetration, as they called the experiment really dangerous, and at the same time unpredictable in its consequences and results. Ivan proposed to reduce the number of guards by using a diversionary maneuver. For example, you can set a small fire somewhere in the Umshanik area or on Belazovskaya Road, which is still close to the checkpoint, and throw a dozen blanks, of which, as it turned out, he had 2 or even 3 handfuls in his garage. Naturally, the head of the guard will respond appropriately to shots fired near the protected facility, and some of the soldiers will be sent to investigate the situation. So there will be fewer of them. But Elena, with her investigative experience, immediately dismissed his proposal as having no prospects for fulfilling their main task, calmly entering the facility. First, the boss may send not an entire shift, but a couple of soldiers to collect information, who will not find anything unusual, which is likely to alert the soldier, where are the shots coming from if there is no one around? Something's not right here. Secondly, close shooting, even without signs of an attack on the object, will lead to an alarm the guards can strengthen, which will greatly complicate the task of safely reaching the ship. Thirdly, even if half of the personnel go to the showdown, then returning and finding the sleeping guards, who will still need to be turned off, this anxiety will increase and it will certainly be uncomfortable. Fourthly, these very smart feds, having quickly calculated that the facility is not in danger, can easily dump the problem to the municipalities. Your land, you figure it out. She could have said more and more, but that was enough for Ivan. He admitted that Elena was right. In the end, there was only one option left, to neutralize all the awake soldiers very quietly, gradually, and then all the others in order to avoid undesirable consequences that, according to the law of meanness, would necessarily arise at the most inopportune moment. What to do if suddenly one of the guards does not want to sleep, but wants to ask uncomfortable questions for the saboteurs, arguing with the barrel of a machine gun? Somehow they did not think. The base camp, at Ivan's suggestion, was set up on an Omshanik, depicting a company of fishermen who gathered to spend the night on the lake. We pumped up the boat, swam along the reeds, sat with fishing rods, and in the late afternoon we set up a tent and lit a campfire. It seems like it turned out. When the fire had burned out, and only a thin light gray coating of ashes remained from the coals, scattering even from the slightest breeze, it was decided to go to the unknown. They were still trying to joke. The little traveled, grassy road from the lake was illuminated only by dimly twinkling stars, periodically hiding behind oncoming clouds, but it was possible to walk along it even without a lantern. Ivan assured me that there would be minor problems only here, by the lake, and on the way to the checkpoint, and then everything would be like on the central square in the city before the holiday. When the ship was being excavated, the soldiers, in order not to slow down the overburden, installed so many lanterns on the site that they probably hadn't turned on the entire section since its discovery. Hiding in the shadow of the roadside bushes, and then after turning the road in the darkness of the dump walls, so that it was almost impossible to see their silhouettes, trying to move as quietly as possible, they gradually approached the checkpoint. It was not easy to get to the already lighted barrier, where the first sentry should be waiting for the uninvited guests. The illuminated, open space was already easily visible here, and only along one of the walls of the dump there was a short but dense shadow. The switchman, who was walking in front, did not have time to take even a couple of steps because of the turn towards the dump, hiding behind which he hoped to get to the checkpoint, as Lena stopped and made a slight click with her tongue. The uninitiated would hardly have been able to understand this sound in the darkness of the night, but Maxim and Ivan understood it perfectly correctly. And they froze. Even before the hike, the guys agreed to attract attention in this way in case of danger or any other emergency situation. You can't use your hands in the dark, as it was during the war with the jeep chasing them, and it's difficult to see these physical exercises at night. Whistling, which can be heard far away at night, is easy to attract the attention of the guards. They could not scream like nightbirds, but a light click of the tongue is heard only by those who are standing nearby. And it's not easy to recognize it, to understand what kind of sound it is and that it is made by a person. Lena approached her husband very carefully and whispered softly in his ear with her lips alone. Max, there are two men here. A little above us and about 30 meters ahead, on a ledge somewhere among the rocks. It looks like some kind of hidden post that is set up at night. I don't feel aggressive. Most likely, we haven't been seen or heard yet. Can you neutralize them? Maxim was taken aback. Wow, a surprise. If it hadn't been for Elena Kurdik, he would have come to them in just a couple of minutes. You can't get away with saying that you got lost or ran to look at Balaz. I can't see them. How to try? And how to understand what happened? I can't see anything. But I can hear it. You try, right ahead and a little higher. She once again pointed to the supposed ambush site. Maxim tried. Nothing happened for a few seconds, then there was a dull, heavy thud, as if someone had fallen, followed by the soft thud of a metal object falling on the rocks. Holy shit! Max imagined a soldier falling from his height onto a stone ledge. That's how you can crash. Again, he hadn't thought. And the metallic thud is most likely because the machine gun fell out. Although, on the other hand, why is he standing in ambush? It is necessary to lie down, hide, Maxim argued amateurishly. It's okay, Max, I can't feel them, they're probably asleep already, Elena declared in the same whisper, but a little louder. At that moment, Ivan joined them, and they had to be brought up to date on how Lena felt the soldiers, and how Maxim turned them off. Medvedev also began to scold himself in a whisper. First of all, he should have thought about it, it was elementary and he had come across it more than once. And how many times during the war did you keep such secrets yourself? In the end, he went to check on the sleeping secrets. He was gone for a long time. From the ledge where Ivan went, there was a rustle, muffled sounds, as if something heavy was being turned, a rustle, a couple of times a soft metallic clang. Maxim was just about to go to Ivan's aid when he appeared in front of them almost noiselessly, hiding behind the shadow of the dump wall. It was difficult to recognize him. In one hand he carried a large bundle of clothes, in the other 2 hemispherical Special Forces helmets, and on his shoulder he carried 2 machine guns. Lena reacted appropriately. She immediately understood Medvedev's plan, but Max was taken aback. "I don't understand," he said almost in a full voice, then, catching himself, put his hand over his mouth. Max even began to explain the obvious things to a child, trying to keep his voice down. "We can't risk Elena Yurievna. In order for us not to get into the next such secret, she must go ahead. And if she doesn't see outsiders, in the sense of soldiers, he won't make it. Will they see her? We don't know the range of her abilities, maybe it's only 50 meters. You remember how you couldn't influence the soldiers from the dump yourself, and there would be less than a kilometer there. And it can be seen from a kilometer away. There's light everywhere. Of course, they won't shoot right away, but they can easily raise the alarm. Do we need it? Shortly you and I change into the camouflage of these Jedi." He nodded his head in the direction of the FSB officers sleeping on the ledge, and calmly go to the checkpoint. "They'll see us, of course, but I think they'll take us for their own." Explaining, Medvedev began to slowly but confidently pull on the uniform of an undressed, sleeping Special Forces soldier, handing the second set to Maxim. "While they're thinking about why the shift is returning before the deadline, we'll have time to get closer to them, well, then your exit. Comrade Mauser, or would you prefer a Jedi?" He managed to joke, and gently patted the frozen Maxim on the shoulder. Despite the strangeness of the situation, he accepted the joke and laughed. "And what's wrong with his Jedi skills? They could even ruin the opponent's weapons from a distance. And he incapacitates the opponents themselves from afar. Maybe he's even cooler?" Lena was thinking about something else entirely. "Ivan Alexeyevich, they won't freeze there." She nodded her head towards the ledge, referring to the naked soldiers. "The stones are still there, and the night is cool. Come on, Elena Yurievna, this is the Special Forces. We, ordinary soldiers, have been in such situations in Chechnya more than once. Everything will be fine." She spread her arms, then suddenly clasped her hands and pointed at the boy's shoes. "And the shoes, Ivan Alexeyevich? Shoes." She remembered that the guard at the checkpoint was wearing boots like a Faraday brand. Yes, the sneakers worn by the newly minted commandos were somehow not mounted with military overalls, but Medvedev looked at Elena with a slight reproach. "Elena Yurievna." His intonation reminded me of the voice of Mikhail Ivanovich, from the Diamond Hand during a conversation with Semyon Semyonich Gorbunkov in a taxi, when he hid the money given to him under his cap and the gun in his string bag. Those kids were also wearing sneakers. "The experts, you can't say anything. You can't run over the stones in Kirzaks if you need to." Lena fell silent in embarrassment, realizing that it was better not to discuss these issues with Vanya. Vanya Medvedev's idea turned out to be successful. It worked 100%. The new Jedi disguised in camouflage, one of whom had a slightly oversized uniform, calmly waddled up to the barrier, where a young guard was bored alone, who turned to them at the last moment. Or rather, he tried. He couldn't find out what he wanted to find out. The soldier suddenly stopped talking, looked up at them in surprise, jerked his head and sagged heavily, managing not to hit his head. The noise of the fallen body was not very loud, even the machine gun hanging on his chest managed to fall without significant noise. The fallen asleep sentry moved unhurriedly to the nearest shade, and a new guard appeared at the post near the barrier, no different from the previous one, except perhaps for non-standard shoes and the lack of any zeal for surveying the surroundings. He began to stroll melancholically along the barrier, sometimes turning to a trailer standing a little further back. The crunch of his footsteps could be heard clearly and drowned out the footsteps of the second, who immediately went straight to the resting place of the shift on duty. The trailer, from where the first one appeared during Maxime and Lena's first visit to the third mountain, which cut off all Elena's attempts to get to the site, turned out to be another weak link in the chain of unusual shutdowns. Maxim entered the closed door without knocking, and, as Mayakovsky would say, calm from the outside. A minute later, he appeared and made it clear to Ivan with a raised hand gesture that everything was in order. From his point of view. An hour later, the notorious first, and second Derwo and third Derwo and all the others, as the cat Matroskine would reproachfully say, the guards at the site, were sleeping peacefully. The sentry at Kung's was sleeping, the sentry at the ship's hatch was sleeping, the paired mobile posts circling the perimeter of the ship became completely motionless, but the camouflaged guards were lying quite far from each other. Max decided not to check the range of his abilities at the wrong time. I checked it out. It was definitely enough for 100 meters. There was neither the time nor the desire to experiment with soldiers sleeping in large tents without their outfits. The shamelessly advancing dawn hurried the boys and pushed them to rash actions, and this was their first mistake. At the end of the massive shutdown, Elena appeared at the site, who looked around carefully, listened to her feelings and with some inner displeasure, said, "Everything seems to be calm, I don't feel any aggression. And there don't seem to be anyone awake either." Then she turned towards the ship, listened to herself again, and said with a completely different intonation, "Let's go to the ship, guys," and added something completely unexpected, "They're waiting for us there." Elena, Maxim, and even imagined the spaceship a little differently. Their performances were based mainly on Star Wars, Alien, and the cartoons The Mystery of the Third Planet, and Dunno on the Moon. Maxim, a fan of science fiction, could tell a little more about starships. His knowledge was based not only on films, but also on books by Selyagin, Muravyov, Orlov, to which he was a great hunter. For the most part, they were talking about powerful multi-kilometer space monsters capable of withstanding nuclear, plasma, and any other weapons that had not yet been invented, capable of destroying a huge enemy fleet or an entire planet in an instant. Now in front of them was a ship shaped more like an airship with a small tail, small wings located along the entire body from below, and a clear line of round portholes on board. The dimensions of this airship were impressive. True, they weren't as long as Max had expected, but they were quite impressive by Earth standards. It's about 200 or 300 meters long and the height of a 5-story house. It was difficult to estimate its width, since some part of it hung over the slope of the collapsed side of the quarry and was hidden in the night darkness, and there were no lanterns on the other side. But it wasn't just the size that was surprising. Despite the fact that the interstellar dreadnought had been lying in the ground for many years and carried a load of several 100,000 tons on its shoulders, it looked like new. Its body was steel gray in color, but without its inherent cold hue, but on the contrary, some kind of warm. It was not covered with rust, there were no cracks, dents, scratches, there was not even the slightest dull coating characteristic of the oxidation of terrestrial metals. This alone made one think about the unearthly origin of the ship. Above the wing, which stretched almost from the nose of the hull to the tail, there were several hatch doors, forming an almost integral hole with the hull. The edges of this 3-meter entrance could be guessed by changing the color of the ship's skin in this place in the form of a narrow ellipse to a darker one. On the ground near the wing, near such an ellipse located in the bow of the hull, there was an ordinary Chinese metal ladder with wide steps and a small railing, next to which an unfortunate sentry was resting. Elena went up the stairs first. Maxim and Vanya lingered a little, dragging the sleeping guard a little to the side. It was somehow inconvenient to pass by the person lying next to him. Lena stood in front of the monolithic wall, but she was completely calm. She knew that she would definitely get on board the ship, then she raised her palm to the silver barrier and immediately felt a slight warmth. After a few seconds, the part of the side outlined by the dark contour began to lose its structure, became covered with a haze resembling streams of warm air, and then completely disappeared. It was so unexpected that in any other situation, Elena would have thought many times before deciding on this dubious adventure, to step into a place where it is completely unknown what awaits, practically into the unknown, but here she did not doubt for a second. It had taken her too long to get there. As soon as her silhouette disappeared into the belly of a huge foreign house, the dark opening of the wall was again covered with waves of gray haze, and in a second nothing reminded of the passage that had just been there. When Maxime and Ivan climbed onto the wing, there was once again an indestructible monolith of silver-gray color in front of them, and all their attempts to change the situation led to nothing. All that remained was to wait. Maxime's despair knew no bounds. For several minutes, he darted around the wing from one outlined oval to another, unsuccessfully pounding on the wall with his hands and feet, even trying to scream. Then, as if realizing it, he raised the machine gun and pointed it towards the nearest porthole, but Ivan raised a warning finger to his lips, then pointed at tents with sleeping soldiers standing 50 meters from the ship. "Max, calm down," he said quietly but weightily. "Nothing's going to happen to her. You remember how she said, 'They're waiting for us there.' They were probably just waiting for her. Otherwise, we would have been launched too. Now we'll be waiting for her here." And he looked carefully around, trying to figure out if they had woken up any of those who had fallen asleep without Maxime's help. He sat down weakly on the wing, leaned his back against the wall of the ship and looked at Ivan with the face of a beaten dog, as if he wanted to say, "It's good for you." But remained silent. Tell someone who has been aboard an alien spaceship during his lifetime, at best they will not believe him, at worst they will laugh. They'll pick up words so offensive that you won't want to tell them yourself. Elena wasn't thinking about it now. She stood in total darkness and was completely calm. Why worry? Surely the nerds who had already been on board had made all the necessary measurements. Alpha and beta radiation were checked, gamma quanta were looked at, and neutron radiation was measured. Yes, and all the crops and microflora have been completed, and the composition of the air has been looked at here. I wonder if they were wearing protective suits or not. Ivan didn't say anything about it. I only mentioned that when the nerds were here, the lights were on in the portholes. How did they manage to turn it on? And as soon as Lena thought about it, the thick darkness gradually began to recede, and she realized that she was in a small room, which a knowledgeable person would call an airlock. Two ellipsoid-shaped doors led out of it, the contours of which were becoming more and more clearly visible, although Lena did not touch them. "We are glad to see you aboard the Princess Ilshanora, Elena Yurievna." A calm and at the same time familiar voice sounded, it seemed, right in Lena's head. Elena was not afraid. She was stunned. How did they know her name? And that voice in your head? A voice from my youth. Her confusion was probably reflected on her face and in her thoughts, which was not lost on the unknown interlocutor. Don't be surprised. You have mental abilities, you have a mind connection, that's why I decided to address you this way. If it is still inconvenient for you, it is possible to continue communication in your usual form in the form of a conversation. What kind of thought connection? How do I own it? Lena was surprised, but managed to pull herself together. If possible, I would like to continue communication in the usual way. Mind communication, which she had no idea about, is not entirely convenient for me yet. I need to get used to it. Okay? The interlocutor accepted her offer, whose voice was no longer in his head, but in the room, but it was difficult to determine from where. It seemed to come from all sides at once. Go to the crew's psychological relief room, he finished. Elena didn't even have time to think about how she would find this room, as yellow squares began to blink on the floor near the left door, and this blinking soon turned into a wave of light that rushed somewhere deep into the ship. There was no doubt that it was necessary to go there, guided by this unusual clue. In the psychological relaxation room, Lena had the feeling that she had already been here. Well, maybe not in this particular room, but something surprisingly familiar was present here. An entire corner of the impressive hall was occupied by tropical plants with an abundance of vines hanging from somewhere above. Green, gray, brown, intertwined with each other, they alternated with shoots rushing upward with leaves and flowers of different shapes and sizes, among which red and orange predominated, and even purple ones came across among the leaves. In the tiny glades, in this abundance of colors, there were unusual bright green balls resembling curled hedgehogs bristling in all directions with long white needles. These flowers, leaves, vines and needles of the hedgehogs swayed slightly, changing their shades, making a light soothing rustle. From this amazing forest, illuminated from the depths, there was a soft hubbub, creaking, and screams of unknown and invisible creatures, and butterflies of various sizes and colors fluttered from one to the other, most of which were bright and eye-catching. In another corner of the hall, where the rainforest crept along the wall, which was impossible to see behind it, there was a real waterfall, with the characteristic sound of falling water and a feeling of freshness from a small lake spreading below. Its shore was overgrown with low, but brightly saturated green grass. Between two rocks with flat, sloping peaks, over which blurred white clouds floated, a stream of water broke through and fell down, narrow at the top and significantly widening at the bottom, hiding here in an abundance of small sparkling spray, similar to fog. The spreading water was lost in the gloom of the room's floor, and it seemed that the running white clouds reflected in it floated away under the dark tiles resembling parquet, and illuminated them from the inside. Lena understood that it was nothing more than a hologram, but it was so beautiful and authentic, and most importantly, familiar. In the next corner of the room there were several rather impressive chairs, leather in appearance, and attractive in their softness. On the opposite wall of the room was a huge half-thin screen made of dark frosted glass. Near one of the chairs there was a three-dimensional translucent silhouette of a man with predominant shades of light green. It's also a hologram, which Elena has repeatedly seen in science fiction films. The man made an inviting gesture with his hand, pointing to one of the chairs. "Come in, Elena Yurievna. Have a seat." His voice sounded completely normal and was perceived by Lena calmly. The crazy, overwhelming and at the same time joyful, vivid impressions that had arisen subsided. She pulled herself together. At first glance, the chair seemed a little too big, and Lena was afraid that it would be uncomfortable for her to sit. She wouldn't even rest against the back, but, nevertheless, she sat down on the edge. To her surprise, there were pleasant changes with the chair. It decreased in size, almost adjusted to Elena's figure, and she felt very comfortable. The backrest was moderately soft, but it did not allow you to sink into the depths, The head settled comfortably on its edge, and the hands rested easily on the soft cushions without any tension. Does nothing surprise you here, Elena Yurievna? The hologram man asked the first question. She was ready to scream. That's it, everything is amazing. And this ship is foreign, and this voice, familiar and at the same time alien, and this chair and, in general, everything. She seemed to have calmed down, but now she's back. I didn't panic, no. Confused, I guess? On the one hand, this cannot be, on the other, it already exists. A leapfrog of thoughts about everything that had happened was spinning in Elena's head with incredible speed, but she couldn't give a decent answer. The interlocutor waited a minute, then tried to bring Lena to her senses. Elena Yurievna, we thought that a familiar environment for you would facilitate quick adaptation and productive dialogue. Everything you see here should be familiar to you, because it is taken from your memory. Don't be surprised. You are not ready for contact with other civilizations yet, and it is too early for you to see our true appearance. That's why you see a hologram of an ordinary person, by the way, someone you know well. You are also familiar with these tropical thickets and this waterfall. Lena roused herself, looked around, as she would say at her job in the light of newly discovered circumstances, and mentally slapped her forehead with her palm. Well, wow. Why hadn't she guessed right away? This waterfall is the Altai Caves, where they recently visited with Max and Alyosha, although there are not many stones below, and these tropical thickets, these vines are the Sochi Arboretum, where they were last year. Then this man, Lena thought for a second. If it was just an ordinary person, an earthling, she would certainly recognize him right away, but here is a hologram. Peering once more at the greenish translucent man crouched in front of her, she imagined his voice. My God, this is my favorite criminology teacher, Professor Kardashov Pavel Ivanovich. How could she not recognize him right away? Obviously, the interlocutor read her thoughts and was pleased with the response. He smiled his greenish smile. You have good mental abilities, but you don't know how to protect your thoughts at all. We teach this to children from birth. And a person who is unable to protect his mental field can easily be subordinated to someone else's will. Lena was taken aback. Wow. So the aliens can easily bend her to their will and force her to do whatever they want? Elena Yurievna, calm down. No one is going to bend you to someone else's will. It's against the nature of our race. A reasonable being, unless it is an obvious enemy threatening you personally or your loved ones, or grossly violating the laws of the community where he lives, is the highest being in the universe, and he cannot be subjected to any violence, including mental violence. That's when Lena panicked again. They were clearly reading her mind, although she hadn't believed it until the last moment, and she was confused. She didn't know what to say in response or what to do so that her thoughts wouldn't be read, but she definitely didn't want to be an open book to strangers. Are there any people at all? Pavel Ivanovich smiled in a fatherly way, except that he didn't pat her on the head. Elena Yurievna, take this object on the table and hold it in your hand. It will block all your thoughts from being read by other intelligent ones. And I hope you will feel more confident, and our conversation will be more constructive. On the table in front of the chairs, which resembled an ordinary coffee table, next to a beautiful, completely earthy vase with a bouquet of her favorite daisies, lay a small cube, glittering with silver facets, on which frosted waves ran. It was unexpectedly heavy, but Lena gripped it tightly in her hand. Who are you? She asked her first question.
The question frankly surprised the interlocutor, since the answer to it was obvious. It was quite clear in the tone of his reply. We're aliens. Isn't that what you call us? He answered without hesitation, and wanted to add something else, but Elena did not let him do it. She interrupted. That's understandable. I wanted to clarify something else. Who are you? Who are you talking to right now? There was a pause, as if the interlocutor was considering whether to tell the truth. Then he decided, I am the AI of this ship. And it sounded so significant that Lena clearly realized that now this artificial intelligence, as she suspected, was really in charge of the Princess Ilsionora. As it seemed, he named the ship when he greeted her. Is there really no one else? Not artificial intelligences, but just intelligent ones, even if not humans, but reasonable ones? Now she was not afraid that her thoughts would be read, clutching a heavy cube in her hands. It's not really convenient for me to call you that. Elena decided to sweeten the pill. Can I call you Pavel Ivanovich? You copied the hologram from him, didn't you? That is, with me. Well, you get the idea. You look so much like him.
She'd read somewhere that spacecraft AIs that have their own names are very proud of it, and she wasn't mistaken. "I'll only be pleased, Elena Yurievna." The already soft, calm voice softened even more. "Tell me, Pavel Ivanovich, are there any other intelligent people on the ship besides you?" Here she almost went too far, putting an artificially created individual, even if not an ordinary one, on a par with people. But the vain AI, who had just been given his own name, didn't seem to notice, or maybe he genuinely thought so. However, his answer came after a short pause. "Here and now there are more than 1,000 of my compatriots in cryocapsules, who are waiting for me to deliver them to their homeland. And I have to do it. This is a matter of my honor." He paused for a moment and added somewhat sadly, "Oddly enough, but we also have our own concepts of honor." It is clear that he meant the AIs. Lena froze, trying to imagine if it would be possible to accommodate 1,000 people in such a ship. Although why human? And if they are twice, or even 3 times taller or wider than an ordinary earthling, it's not for nothing that they have such high doors. And the chairs were so capacious at first. Nevertheless, it turned out that it was possible if these capsules, like cells in an industrial hatchery incubator, were arranged in several rows in height. Pavel Ivanovich, meanwhile, continued with some slight sadness. "Elena Yurievna, you didn't get on our ship by accident, and perhaps you are our only chance to return home. I'm really counting on your help." He paused, then came to the main point, which Elena was secretly waiting for. "Let me tell you everything from the beginning. How, when, why, and so on." Lena had been waiting for this for 6 months, and of course, was ready to listen to this fascinating story, forgetting about food and sleep as much as necessary. But she couldn't forget about Max and Ivan. "Pavel Ivanovich," Elena began decisively, "why stand on ceremony if she's the only chance? I really want to listen to you. You can't even imagine how, but my friends were left behind, without whom I simply couldn't get on the ship. They're probably all exhausted by now, overexcited. It's been so long, and I'm still not here." She wanted to add that the guys would also like to hear a story about the adventures of an alien ship, especially since Ivan was the first to discover the ship, but the AI did not let her finish. "Elena Yurievna, there." It was clear from the tone that there was not the wing where Maxim and Vanya Medvedev were now. Nothing has changed. Time inside and outside the ship flows in completely different ways. How do you think I know your language, your customs? And I know a lot, if not everything, about your planet, which I had never seen before, or even knew about its existence. He paused, didn't wait for an answer, or maybe he assumed there wouldn't be one. "I know this from you, Elena Yurievna," he continued, as if not noticing that Elena literally opened her mouth in surprise. "Yes, honestly, and there was a reason. Or rather, thanks to you. As soon as you got on the ship, I immediately scanned your brain, and based on the data I received, I began to understand your language. Then it's easier. By that time, the repair droids had repaired the external scanners damaged during the disaster." Pavel Ivanovich seemed to stumble, then pulled himself together, just like a human, and continued, "And I connected to your global network, what you call the internet. Now the information came straight from there, but there was so much of it that it took me a while to at least have a rough idea of your planet. In order to have a normal dialogue with you, and at the same time not burden you with delays, I had to know the political structure of your planet, its social, technological potential, geography, and everything else. That's why I had to speed up the time here, then slow down a bit." He looked with a slight smile at the astonished Lena, for whom the possibility of speeding up time in some limited area was beyond comprehension. Yes, Elena Yurievna, don't be surprised. It really is. Our civilization is so ancient, by the way, as they say in your fantasy novels, that we can collapse space, change time, possess, as you have seen, mental abilities, and can teleport. He paused. Under certain conditions. We can do a lot of things. Elena was about to ask a question that was already on the tip of her tongue. If you're as powerful as you describe, why haven't you flown away yet? There's nothing stopping you now. There is no barrier in the form of multi-ton layers of Earth from above, and your spaceship does not seem to have been damaged externally, but it held on at the last moment. So there are reasons that she doesn't know about yet. Lena smiled to herself that cherished bye again. There were so many of them on the way here, and the answers were gradually being found. This will also become clear. Pavel Ivanovich apparently caught this momentary change in the mood of the interlocutor, although outwardly, apart from an ironic smile, it is not clear what or to whom it was referring. It did not manifest itself in any way. We are from the planet Solia, which is the central, one might say, the capital planet of the vast empire of Turan, which includes 126 inhabited planets, and representatives of the most diverse races live there. I'm not afraid to say they live in peace and harmony. He paused and added, for the most part. Besides them, there are several dozen rather harsh planets where only mining is carried out, and there is no permanent population, only workers. You call it the shift method. There are several planets with very difficult climatic conditions, as you would say, prison planets for violators of the laws of the empire. Don't be surprised. They're only sent there for very serious crimes. Most often, these are attempts at a coup d'etat, assassinations of members of the imperial family or senior officials of our empire. Moreover, criminals are given the right to choose the planet where they will spend the rest of their lives. Someone prefers a planet with a harsh, frosty climate, like your Antarctica, while someone, on the contrary, with a hot and very dry one, like your Sahara. There are also planets completely covered with tropics with warm, mild climates and seas, but it is much more difficult to survive on them than on others because of the very aggressive animal and plant world. But someone prefers to go here. This is the kind of complex public education we have. As in any other empire, no matter how good the emperor is to his subjects, there will always be... Here the AI thought for a second, trying to find a more precise synonym, but failed. Let's turn to your earthly categories. There will be people who want a little more. Some have power, some have money, some have freedom, especially for those who already have enough power, money, and everything else. But I want more. To change the situation in their favor, they try to arrange conspiracies, organize coups, and so on. Over the last millennium, such attempts have been made 3 times. Everything, of course, with a pre-assumed end. To make a coup in the empire, to change the political system, is almost impossible. But attempts to get rid of the emperor or people from his inner circle who influence state policy and replace them with their own henchmen in order to have certain preferences were made more often. And the fact that we ended up here on your planet, according to the results of my analysis, as you put it, post factum, the AI decided to show off its erudition, is the result of just such another intervention by opposition forces. However, a completely different scheme was used now, and the organizers' intelligence is to be envied. They refused attempts to directly physically eliminate the emperor or members of the imperial family, senior officials, because they are guarded very professionally. They are planning a grandiose worldwide blackmail. Here, the ship's AI, who had just received his own name, confirmed that he had received it for a reason. Maybe, of course, ethical standards were embedded in the program, but he behaved completely humanly, which could not but surprise Lena. Aren't you tired, Elena Yurievna? The greenish cavalier asked sympathetically. Maybe we should take a short break. Lena, who never for a second forgot about her friends waiting for her on the street, refused. No, you don't need any breaks. She certainly believed Pavel Ivanovich that time outside the ship practically stood still, but she still doubted it. That's why she was rushing things. Then a glass of refreshing drink, suggested the interlocutor. After all, it's night outside, he said in a completely mundane voice. and you haven't slept a second." He remained seated, smiling, and a small metal steward on wheels appeared silently in one of the doors of the hall, resembling a Japanese robot, which Lena had seen more than once in documentaries and feature films, with a tray in his hand. On the tray is a tall, transparent glass on a thin stem with a yellow-brown liquid that resembles cognac in color, but really smells like some kind of fruit drink. After just a couple of sips, Lena felt a receding heaviness in her head and an incredible ability to work. She held the glass in her hand and thought, "Do they drink from glasses too? Just like us?" "Yes, and the robot looks like an earthly one. Why did he say, referring to the AI, that it was too early for me to see their true form?" Obviously, her doubts were reflected on her face, and Pavel Ivanovich was a good psychologist, or he walked through her mental field again. After all, Elena left the block cube on the table for a second when she picked up a glass. "Elena Yurievna, this glass has been synthesized especially for you to make it more convenient for you. We don't use such dishes. We have a slightly different anatomical structure, but food and other atomic assembly synthesizers are among the best in the galaxy. Shall we continue?" Lena, who hadn't even thought about sleeping, even though the night was really going to end soon, felt much better after taking the synthesized tonic and turned to hearing again. "I understood from your global network that there are many different competitions, contests, all kinds of tournaments and Olympiads on the planet, both among adults and among young people. We have that too. But there is some difference. You have all this held under the auspices of various federations and associations, and at different times, in different places. Residents will also learn about the winners of tournaments from the media at different times. Today, there are winners in sports, in a month." Here the AI paused to remind once again that he uses terrestrial categories. Winners are vocalists. In 6 months, who is the best among musicians, and so on. We have about the same thing on each of the planets. But once every 100 years, the finals of all planetary competitions are held on Celia, after which you can immediately find out about the winners in different fields, and immediately find out about the best people in the empire. And according to a long-standing tradition, there are exactly 1,000 of them. Here the AI hesitated again, not knowing what to call his compatriots, but then he seemed to give up, or whatever they had, and finished, "A human." "Then he got better," Tarantsev said. Lena frowned thoughtfully. "Once in 100 years? How long do they live then?" Which was not lost on Pavel Ivanovich. He seemed to read her mind again, even though Elena had the cube in her hand. 100 years, Elena Yurievna, is not such a long time for us. This is exactly the age when teenagers become boys and girls. That is, here, on Celia, after the finals of all possible contests, tournaments, competitions, and Olympiads, you can immediately see the entire color of the nation, its hopes, its future. That's what the conspirators took advantage of. I can't put another word to them. According to a long-standing tradition, all winners of interplanetary tournaments spend the next month, by your earthly standards, on our Pearl, the planet Aurea. This is a purely resort planet, where there is no industry, no industries, no aggressive flora and fauna. There is only a mild climate, warm seas with sandy beaches, the sun, clean air and natural products, and not holograms and synthesized products, which is found on many other planets. That's where the winners of the youth competitions go to celebrate their victory, get to know each other better, and finally relax after intense, hard training and classes. After all, in the near future, they will have to replace their elders in those areas that they have chosen as their area of expertise. Lena even admired the AI's ability to use such stilted, down-to-earth turns of speech. And since Pavel Ivanovich based his knowledge of the language, as he claimed, on mento-scanning Elena's knowledge, she was even a little surprised. Was she really saying that? Meanwhile, this Turanian rhetorician, not at all embarrassed, continued. This time, after the competition, it was decided to send the winners to Aurea on the pleasure yacht of our princess, Ilsionora, who also took part in the competition among dancers and became its winner. No, Elena Yurievna, it was a fair victory. He tried to anticipate her doubts. The princess deserves it. How the conspirators found out about the desire of the tournament organizers to send the winners on the yacht of the princess is unknown. They planned to attack the ship, capture it along with all the flower of the nation, and then, obviously, lay out their prepared demands to the emperor. Of course, these are just my assumptions. I don't have all the information, but I think that's how it was. Despite the fact that the yacht, because it was carrying a member of the imperial family, was escorted by 2 frigates, it was attacked upon exiting hyperspace after a jump that took only 3 of your Earth days. We realized this as soon as we arrived at the exit point. As usual, first one of the frigates went into the jump, then the yacht with the winners of the tournaments, then the second frigate. At the exit, from where Aurea was only 3 days away on main engines, our small squadron was already waiting. When we came out of hyperspace, the picture was terrifying. Our frigate was engaged in a battle with 2 ships, one of which was a battleship. And you know, after all, the power and fate of the frigate seems to have been decided. There was no way to contact him, nor to report the situation to either the Empire or the second escort frigate. The opponents had installed a powerful jammer.
In addition, there were marks on the radars of 2 more ships coming out of hyperspace towards us, the class of which was still difficult to establish. The second frigate, following us, was also going to attack. Since we still had the opportunity to maneuver, since no one attacked the Princess Ilsionora, they left us for sweets. We could only run away, which we did. Knowing that any ship can be tracked by an inversion trail even in hyperspace, our captain, saving the princess and all our youth elite, the future of our country, for the first time used a combination of space and time warping, trying to throw future pursuers off the scent. And he had no doubt that they would be. Previously, such tactics were practiced only with the use of changing one parameter, either time or space. But as reality has shown, the risk of being discovered in this case remained. The captain tried to rule out any possibility of our capture and went for it. That's how we ended up here, near your planet, which none of us knew about. Even me, a 7th generation AI. Lena realized that on the one hand, the 7th generation was cool, but on the other hand, Earth was located somewhere in the back of the galaxy, or maybe in a completely different place than the one from which the fugitives from the Turan Empire had come. The AI, meanwhile, continued. After coming out of the jump near your planet, we decided to take refuge here. Our captain realized that jumping experiments with 2 parameters at once, time and space, could take us so far away that it would be very difficult to get out of there. It was very difficult to get out even from here, where we were. It takes time to calculate the route and schedule of a jump in hyperspace. Moreover, to begin with, in order to analyze, justify, and build them, it would be nice to find out where we are. From here, it's time to dance. And we didn't have time, because the speed of any warship is an order of magnitude higher than that of our pleasure yacht. Therefore, we could not stay in orbit, as there was a very high risk that the pursuers would be here at any moment if the empaths helped. Well, to detect our princess with the help of military scanners, even if we hide in the shadow of the planet, as you say, is a matter of technique. The captain decided to land the ship on the planet and lay low if possible. There we could cover ourselves with a force shield and, with the help of our battle droids, even if we were discovered, try to repel the assault of the orbital landing force. Fortunately, a warship cannot land on a planet. It can only use an orbital elevator to drop troops on the planet, and not a small one at that. But it's better for us anyway than trying to fight off a boarding party in space. Our power shield will be crushed there in a few seconds, and they definitely won't bomb the Princess Ilsionora on Earth from space. They need us alive. Our battle droids, even though there are only 2 of them, are representatives of the 6th generation,
which is cool. And the anti-boarding team on the yacht is not weak, not like the army. After all, this is the yacht of a princess, a member of the imperial family. The other ships have droids of only the 5th generation so far. They are weaker than ours. Here the AI paused for a second, appreciated Lena's ability to perceive information, which increased many times after taking the tonic, was satisfied, and continued, starting with a question. Can you imagine what a regiment is? Is there a regular mechanized regiment in your army? By the nature of her profession, Elena, of course, came across such concepts and had a general idea of the army and its structure, which she confirmed with a silent nod. So, Elena Yurievna, Pavel Ivanovich continued with some bragging, our 6th generation combat droid can easily destroy your entire mechanized regiment along with its tank and missile components. So it would be more profitable and easier for us to defend ourselves on the planet. The captain chose a valley between 2 mountain ranges for landing. It would be much more difficult to find us here than anywhere on the plain, in the steppe. Circling the planet, we scanned it in all the ranges available to us and established for sure that there was no intelligent life here. That's when Lena gasped, to herself, of course, and tried to mentally count when these aliens from Turan ended up on Earth. She also remembered that the first people on Earth appeared about 200,000 years ago. Australopithecus can hardly be called intelligent, even though he could hold a stick in his hand, but the next ones after him are a skilled person. And then Homo sapiens itself. These are already intelligent, without question. So the ship had been lying in the ground for more than 200,000 years. And it looks like new. And here, in the cabin, the birds are singing, the streams are murmuring, and the drinks are cool, but not spoiled at all. My stomach doesn't hurt. And it seems like everyone is alive in cryo capsules. Her thoughts were racing again, unable to come to terms with the conclusions. Pavel Ivanovich seemed to appreciate her doubts, but did not interfere and tell something about it. He still had a lot to tell, but he made a kind of lyrical digression from the main military plot. Do you want to see what your planet looked like at that time? Lena found the strength to nod her head again in silence. The huge screen on the opposite wall of the unloading hall lit up, and at first Elena saw a small ball against a dark, almost black screen. There were no twinkling stars around. As its size increased, it was possible to see individual blurred spots of blue and white, then even some kind of large, elongated red-brown spot that did not resemble any of the known continents. But the green color of forests and steppes, as Lena expected, was not visible for a long time. She figured that the blue color was water, and the white color was most likely clouds, which made it impossible to recognize the mainland with its mountain ranges. Anyway, there were no familiar shapes to be seen, and the ball was getting closer and closer. Now it took up almost the entire screen with its upper edge, and its movement slowed down a little. Here it was already possible to see oceans with a well-defined coastline and mountain ranges, sometimes stretching along the shores, and sometimes among the red-brown wrinkled, foam-like surface of the earth. Lena noticed lightning flashing in a couple of places, alternating bright crimson flashes that changed their color to white-yellow and then dark without clear boundaries. It's probably some kind of thunderstorm and volcanic eruption, she thought. But still, a saturated white-blue or bluish color prevailed, sometimes with very clear contours, and sometimes blurred and gradually lost against the background of new spots appearing. The green color was also present on the planet, but somehow not in the amount we would like. Were there ice ages by that time or not? Thought Lena frantically, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. Then the footage was taken, apparently, by some kind of atmospheric aircraft, some kind of reconnaissance drone. The high mountains with their steep and sharp peaks still stretched in an endless ridge, but they could be seen quite clearly, and not in the form of a blurred red-brown stripe. In places, there were even some large fragments of rocks that had once rolled down and formed the most bizarre clusters here, resembling giant geometric shapes. balls, cubes, pyramids, and many other things that were difficult to name. At the foot of the mountains, small green groves of huge trees could be seen more and more often, which, climbing the slopes, became smaller and gradually turned into dense shrubs. Even from this height, from where the drone was shooting, one could only assume the gigantic size of the trees in the lowlands, although there was simply nothing to compare them with. The trees were shaped like terrestrial cypresses, wide at the bottom, where the trunks were several girths thick at the base, and gradually, like a pyramid, narrowed to the top. There were also trees nearby that looked somewhat like modern palm trees, only their trunks were an amazing red color, and the branches, like an inverted umbrella, were open to the tops. Finally, the scout jumped over a mountain range and flew over a completely green plain with tall, dense grass, among which blue spots of lakes glittered. Here, too, not particularly dense thickets of trees rose in places, sometimes merging into quite extensive forests, densely intertwined with vines. And somewhere on the horizon loomed the broken line of a large body of water, the opposite shore of which could hardly be distinguished. Here, the drone taking pictures decreased even more, and its speed dropped noticeably. In some places, he just hung out, trying to capture the most interesting things on Earth. And there was a lot to see. On the banks of a huge river, where sandy and muddy areas alternated with low ledges overgrown with dense bushes, turning into vast coastal plains overgrown with tall, juicy grass, about 50 animals, vaguely resembling modern hippos, frolicked. Their size was impressive, no less than our hippos, but the muzzle resembled a hippopotamus only remotely. It was not square, as Elena imagined it should be, but rather stretched forward, like a wild boar or a pig. Most of them, terrifying their neighbors, opened their mouths wide with huge fangs, jostled in the shallow water. Others slowly strolled along the shore or lay in the mud here, and someone leaned towards a small grove, near which a lake could be guessed, mostly overgrown with some kind of bright green vegetation. Here, with their nickels, they undermined the branchy roots of the reeds growing in abundance along the edge of the lake, and ate them with gusto. The delicacy was so delicious that these huge gourmets did not notice anything or anyone around. And who could threaten such giants, especially in the places of their natural, habitual habitat? A minute later, the drone hovering over the herd shifted slightly to the side, flew around the grove, and showed the one who wanted and could do it from above. The spotted red back of the beast hiding in the grass could only be seen from above. The thick and tall grass reliably hid it from view from the ground. It is clear that he hid, not to hide from the fattening hippos, but on the contrary, hoping to get close to them and attack them. Here, one of the hippos walked away from his friends at the meal, and stepping heavily with his bulbous legs, went straight to the hidden predator, which did not reveal itself until the last. And only when the giant, sensing something, stopped, trying to catch an unfamiliar scent, the spotted hunter soared off the ground and rushed with huge leaps to the intended victim. It was a predator similar to a huge cat, reddish-brown with black spots on its back and sides, turning into small transverse stripes on its legs. 2 huge fangs protruded from the typically feline mouth, extending beyond the lower jaw. The ancient hippopotamuses also had impressive fangs, perhaps even more so than those of the emerging hunter, but they hid in their mouths. But they had much less courage. Despite almost 3 times the mass, the fan of roots abruptly turned around and with amazing speed rushed towards the river, which he considered his home, ready to shelter the fugitive from any misfortunes. His relatives, instead of coming to the aid of a fellow man in trouble, scattered. Those who were in shallow water or near the shore hurried to the middle of the river and instantly disappeared under the water. Several individuals ran from the grove to the saving pond, but trying to get as far away as possible from the predator chasing the game. And in just 2 giant leaps, he overtook his potential prey, fell and precisely glued himself to the victim's back, clutching his claws into the thick and dense hide, and with huge teeth into the neck just behind the back of the beast's head. Then he arched his back and, leaning back, abruptly lowered his head with terrifying force, with dagger fangs protruding from his upper jaw, which easily penetrated such a powerful defense. Time after time, the monster's head sank, which sought to inflict wounds on the sides of the neck, where the skin was weaker and there were more large vessels. At first, the pain only spurred the hippopotamus on. He ran even faster, matching a racehorse, although his massive legs were very short. The predator, undeterred, continued his bloody work, and the wounds on the hippopotamus's neck rapidly increased. At first, the blood ran faster, flooding the victim's skin, and then splashed up in a powerful fountain, flooding the saber-toothed creature's muzzle. With her dagger-shaped fangs, she had damaged some major vital artery. With each jolt of the outgoing blood, the herbivorous giant's strength left him. His running slowed down, his legs began to stumble, his body began to sway, falling to the sides, and already on the very shore the hippopotamus stopped, looked longingly at his native element, where he wanted to get rid of his tormentor, but could not, and collapsed heavily on the sand. At that moment, the predator lifted its blood-soaked muzzle up, and its mouth opened in a kind of smile, which almost made Lena sick. The next second, the screen went blank, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, it's a pretty good picture, not for the faint of heart. The AI seemed to be smiling, if AIs could smile at all. His voice was tinged with similar emotions at first, but then it became drier, because the events he began to talk about could not cause any smile. Literally an hour after landing, according to your Earth standards, the captain, along with the boarding crew and both battle droids, went on a reconnaissance mission. It was necessary to explore the area as quickly as possible and evaluate ways to use it, choose the most optimal locations for droids and teams before the upcoming combat operations in order to inflict optimal damage to the enemy. It was impossible to land directly on the yacht. Although the yacht did not have heavy weapons, there were several small-caliber plasma cannon turrets, and they could destroy the landing force while still in the air. Therefore, it was worth waiting for the enemy somewhere to the side. On his orders, I blocked the entrance and activated the power shield. We were constantly in touch. Everything that the captain saw later, I saw. The captain did not neglect my abilities and often used my tips, Pavel Ivanovich said with some pride. Half an hour later, an incomprehensible tremor of the earth suddenly appeared, accompanied by a rumble. Then the earth, and with it our ship, began to rock, as in a severe storm. Then there was a powerful jolt, from which some of our passengers fell to the floor, and those who were lying were thrown up. The champions and winners of the tournaments were confused, did not understand anything, and just rushed around the ship, trying to hold on to any solid support during the tremors. A second later, another, more terrifying one followed, then another, and another. I managed to strengthen our defenses and tried to hide some of the external sensors, as we found ourselves in total darkness. Suddenly, a terrible roar was heard, magnified many times by acoustic sensors, drowning out everything. There was a crackle, and the connection to the captain's group disappeared. The broadcast image has also disappeared. In those few seconds from the start of the earthquake to the termination of communication, it was possible to see first the sharp fluctuations of everything and everything around, then a massive rockfall rushing from somewhere above directly at the frozen captain. The earth rumbled dully and was agitated all the time. She seemed to be moaning. Only after a few minutes, which seemed like an eternity, no matter how banal it sounds, everything calmed down. And the trembling, and the vibrations, and the crackling, and the rumbling, everything stopped. There was an amazing silence that could not have been imagined on the surface of the planet, where many acoustic sensors were installed to monitor the surrounding space. There was no sound of wind, no rustle of crumbling stones, no rustle of leaves, though not numerous, but still trees growing here. No way. All attempts to contact the captain and his team were unsuccessful. None of the external sensors, no matter how hard we tried, provided any information. Only the information from the force shield indicated that he was under serious pressure, and that it would be like death to remove him. We realized that we were buried under a huge rock mass that collapsed as a result of an earthquake. All our attempts to free ourselves were destroyed by this wild, merciless, and senseless force, which was impossible to resist even with our abilities. Here the AI took a pause, obviously once again remembering everything that happened, as if it were yesterday, and not many, many years ago. In any case, his green holographic face became gloomy and thoughtful. He seems to be worried, Lena thought, assessing the state of the silenced artificial intelligence. Probably, he still has some kind of emotional component, and it's not surprising. Anyone would be worried here. But this is still a 7th-generation AI, and even with its own name. After a minute, Pavel Ivanovich smoothed out the deep wrinkles on his translucent face and continued. We could stay in this position for a long time. By the way, our reactor is also of the 7th generation, he casually emphasized. But by doing so, even casually, he put himself on a par with this miracle. He himself is also of the 7th generation, could ensure the normal functioning of the ship even by our standards for a very long time. But here it was only necessary to maintain vital activity inside. You don't have to fly anywhere. You don't have to maneuver. You don't have to jump into hyperspace over and over again. You don't have to fight with anyone. The only problem was the passengers. There were too many of them. Of course, we had food modules, and we had a good supply of cartridges for them. But who knows how long we will spend in such a helpless state. After weighing the pros and cons, as you say, we decided to put all sentient beings into suspended animation, where they can stay without significant harm to their bodies for as long as the reactor is running. It was the right decision. More than 1,000 intelligent people in a small enclosed space, without any immediate prospects for liberation, and besides, they don't know each other very well. This is a serious test for the psyche. And how it could end, no one could say. And there, who knows? Maybe another earthquake will set us free. Or will our brethren still find the trail? At that time, we couldn't expect to be freed by someone from a planet that didn't even have intelligent life. After that, I turned off all auxiliary systems, even my AI assistants, except for the one responsible for the operation of the life support system. Pavel Ivanovich drew attention to Elena's puzzled look and explained, Besides me, there are almost a dozen other AIs here with a narrower specialization. There is an AI responsible for the cryocapsule life support system. There is for medical care on the ship as a whole, an AI storekeeper, cook, and others. There is an AI responsible for the operation of main engines and anti-grav. Then the main AI seemed to stumble. Or rather, it was. Lena gradually cheered up after such an almost real encounter with the saber-toothed creature, and has already regained her ability to think and analyze. That's it! She instantly reacted to the sad statement of the AI. There was an AI. There was, and she, as it was said in the beginning, the only chance. So she has to return this AI. So was it stolen or something? And who? Elena didn't notice herself as she was discussing the current situation. She released a thought blocker cube and automatically rolled it with her hands on the table. Of course, Pavel Ivanovich did not fail to take advantage of this gift, although he himself suggested that Lena hide her thoughts. Elena Yurievna, he said, putting as much respect as possible into his words. This is not the first time that you have admired me for your analytical abilities and ability to draw the right conclusions. You're right. We won't be able to leave this planet without a properly functioning AI for main engines and anti-grav. After waiting so long for the opportunity to free myself from this monstrous captivity, I managed to calculate where we were as a result of our captain's experiments. This is not to condemn, and it's not for me to judge a reasonable person. At that time, it was the only right decision, and it wasn't his fault that such a terrible earthquake had happened. It's more my fault that I couldn't have predicted this disastrous set of circumstances. If it hadn't been for the intervention of your fellow citizens, whom I carelessly launched onto the ship, hoping for normal contact with representatives of another civilization, we would have left long ago. But what happened happened. Your tribesmen were unable to make contact. None of them had at least minimal mental abilities, did not know how to communicate mentally. And at that time I did not know your language, and I could not communicate with them in the usual way. I tried to attract their attention by showing signs and symbols on the screen in the wheelhouse that any reasonable person in the universe could understand. But I was faced with the primitiveness of logic and limited thinking. Significant differences in the level of development of minds and the emotional imbalance of a person affected. It's probably easier for you to see what happened and how it all ended, he concluded. Elena found it unpleasant to listen to the unflattering statements of someone else's mind about her fellow tribesmen. The primitiveness of logic, the limitations of thinking. At least he didn't just call them morons. It's not their fault that they don't have a mind connection. She didn't know about her mental abilities until recently either. Although, on the other hand, the FSB officers did not rush here to establish contact with aliens, but to profit from something useful. That's for sure. Otherwise, there would be completely different specialists here, from somewhere in the Academy of Sciences. What if soldiers or nerds really stole the marching AI? Still not better. Lena thought about it, clutching the heavy cube tightly in her hand, regaining control of herself. Still, it's better if someone else can't read your mind. An airlock chamber appeared on the newly lit screen, part of the wall of which flickered in the projection of the entrance hatch, veiled in a haze, and then disappeared. Take 2. The view from the inside. Nothing happened for a long time. Then a man appeared in the doorway, not in camouflage, but in a real UGC, although his hands were clutching a machine gun, not some kind of dosimeter. A gray-green combined arms protective suit combined with a gas mask could easily protect its wearer from toxic substances, some biological agents, and radioactive dust, but only if it was all of terrestrial origin. No one knew what could be brought from another world, and whether UGC could help in this case, but the suit was still used. Instructions are instructions. The man carefully took a few steps, looked around, looked out first through one door, then the other, saw nothing dangerous, and said into a headset hidden under a gas mask or into some kind of built-in microphone. Clear! It was probably difficult to hear the voice under the gas mask, and even from a distance, but most likely, Pavel Ivanovich helped hear. In any case, Elena heard all the subsequent monologues and dialogues quite clearly. A few seconds later, several people appeared in the airlock in the same equipment and with the same machine guns in their hands. I must say that these were not the usual AK, but something new from the equipment of the special services, small and similar to a folding portable pencil case. When there were about a dozen of them, the person who came in last gave the command to split up and sent the groups to different doors. No amateur activity, he admonished the soldiers. Only an inspection to identify possible problems and collect information. In case of a clear threat, nevertheless, try not to engage in a clash, but to withdraw. Everyone should be on the wave, but don't clog the airwaves. Keep in touch with me. All the pictures from your cameras will go to me and to the center. They will tell us what and how. Everything else is a matter for our nerds. Lena was amazed that here, among the military, scientists are called the same as in real life. The ship's cameras didn't show anything interesting for a couple of minutes. Corridors, soldiers covering each other, more corridors, ceiling lights of an unusual ellipsoid shape lighting up as people moved, more soldiers. Empty doorways to some cabins or service rooms could not be seen, and the soldiers soon gathered again in the airlock, which was quite spacious, the head of the reconnaissance group, and it was she, reported to the center, which he casually mentioned that, "Everything is clear, you can launch." Who to launch became clear after another minute. People dressed in the same UGC appeared in the doorway, only not with machine guns in their hands, but with a variety of devices. These were the notorious nerds. There was obviously a break in filming the gradual expansion on the part of the FSB, as Lena saw the same soldiers and scientists, but without protective equipment. The commandos were in camouflage with the same machine guns, but the scientists were already in civilian clothes, but most of them even wore white coats. A light path lit up in the hallway of one of the doors, which at one time led Elena to the room where she was calmly watching documentaries of the very recent past. Following the yellow square fireflies, most of the nerds and several accompanying soldiers set off along the path, led by the commander, the one who gave the commands in the first episode of the instructive movie. The entire large team gathered in the control room, where a large number of instruments were located. Some of them resembled those of Earth, while others were completely unlike anything known. In the center, in front of an armchair that vaguely resembled the chair where Elena was sitting now, there were several tall cabinets, on each of which lay a device somewhat similar to an Earth laptop, but of an amazing yellow color. Some of the yellow suitcases were closed, and the central one was flashing with an open panel, where some symbols were slowly alternating. Elena did not manage to examine them in detail. The invited guests were so closely surrounded by the stand with the device. Lena guessed from the indistinct hum of voices, the flickering in front of the screen, and the sweeping gestures that the Earthlings could not understand something from the pictures shown. One of the researchers turned on a video camera, trying to film everything on display, but the commander of the guards crossed it all out with a single gesture. He pointed at the panel to one of his subordinates, made several rotating gestures with his index finger. "That's it. Take it with you. Our specialists will figure it out there. Tomorrow we will call AT specialists from Moscow. It's just right for them." Weak attempts by scientists who tried to resist this were severely suppressed. The commander looked at them with a bit of malicious irony. "And if the door doesn't open tomorrow?" Wandering the corridors again, kissing the walls. "No. If anything, we'll put everything back in its place." Here he probably remembered Guy Dai's unfading film. Then, one day, half of it. And he laughed at his own witticism, which seemed so successful to him. The device, oddly enough, was easily disassembled. The cables that fitted were easily removable, just like those of an Earth computer. Along with the device, which displayed incomprehensible symbols, the guards took away 2 more similar ones that stood on neighboring cabinets. Then the screen went blank. The silence in the hall lasted for quite a long time. Perhaps the AI was giving Elena time to assess everything that had happened, but she could not give an unambiguous assessment of whether her compatriots had acted well or badly. Maybe they will really return everything, although I doubted it myself. These 3 devices, even 2, are the stumbling block for our departure. One of them is an AI for controlling main engines and anti-gravity. The second is a small AI for controlling repair droids. The problem is that all the ship's repair droids are assigned to it, and if it were in place, we could easily replace the lost first AI with a backup one. It's impossible to do this without him. I need to reassign the repairman to me, but I can't do it myself. There are no manipulators, he joked bitterly, spreading his holographic arms to the sides. And you, Elena Yurievna, are unlikely to succeed. And I can't wake up my fellow tribesmen for that either. The third device is just an AI that coordinates the cryocapsules. On our other ships, all systems are duplicated for reliability, and more than once. But the Princess Ilseonora is a pleasure yacht that has never left our planets. So there was no such need here. And that's what came of it. Lena didn't know what to answer, and the pause dragged on a bit. Then, Pavel Ivanovich nevertheless announced the upcoming role of Elena as a last chance. which he has already mentioned twice. Elena Yurievna, we need to return the AIS to the ship. I can't do this without you and your friends. It's easy for me to destroy all life around me, but it won't help to revive the ship. It is impossible to take off without these two AIs. You are the only reasonable person who knows about our trouble. I have no one else to turn to. Yes, now I know your language and can communicate with other people. But will they understand me? I don't mean the Russian language at all. Or will they just want to cash in on our misfortune? They will require preferences. Yes, we can synthesize both the gold and precious stones that you value so much and pay for it. But there is a problem. Our reactor, which has been operating for so long, and the exhausting supporting force shield, is, if not on the verge of exhaustion, then somewhere close. As soon as we were freed from this gigantic load of Earth, I immediately turned it off. I allowed the reactor to rest before pumping energy for the upcoming jumps. And now I have to think and evaluate my every step in terms of energy consumption. And synthesizers consume a lot of it. That's the paradox. By the way, we also synthesized most of the cryocapsules, which also costs energy. I've known you for a long time. You could say since childhood. Lena realized that he was referring to her childhood reasoning and feelings after mento scanning. I know all your thoughts, and I know that you are a good person. And you, like no one else, understand me. After all, there are 1,000 of our children here on the ship, the color and hope of our civilization. From space, we can easily get back to the time we left. I can do it now. I've figured out the coordinates. But to move, you need to at least get into the orbit of your planet. Pavel Ivanovich became very serious, which was noticeable on his face, got up from his chair, and very solemnly pronounced the final phrase of his revelation monologue. I'm asking for your help on behalf of the entire Turan Empire, from all of our 126 planets. Lena, extremely moved by the confession of an alien mind, imagined herself in his place for a second, and she had no doubts left. Pavel Ivanovich, she replied excitedly, and no less solemnly, I will do everything I can to make you fly away safely. She paused and added, to make your kids live up to your expectations.
If inside the ship, as the AI claimed, time flew by rapidly, and events unfolded slowly and quite amicably, then outside, where the night, though receding a little under the pressure of the graying morning, dragged on slowly and drearily, events unfolded quickly and unrestrainedly. We just flew like an arrow, but not at all the way our heroes would like. The side of the ship, near which Maxim was sitting upset on the wing, and Vanya Medvedev was standing next to him, who did not forget to look around from time to time, was brightly lit, and the guys were there in full view. Max, pale and discouraged by the loss of Elena, completely withdrew into himself, and what was happening around him did not interest him at all. Ivan, who had gone through combat school, was well aware that they shone too demonstratively here, and anyone who came out of the tent in need of a soldier could easily have a question. What are 2 sentries doing here when there was always one, and even then not on the wing, but on the ground? This is the FSB, not some kind of Stroibatov infantry, and the slogan, you know less, you sleep better, won't work here. Max, we need to go downstairs. We shine here like 2 poplars on an ivy. Lena will appear. We will meet her, Ivan said matter-of-factly, and pushed him towards the stairs. Maxim, without saying a word, got up and slowly moved down, holding on to the railing. Vanya made the journey twice as fast. There wasn't much place to hide on the ground either. The rock near the ship was cleaned and removed in good faith. There was not a bush, not a tree, not a more or less decent block to hide behind. A sleeping sentry from the FSB was lying quietly near one of the yacht's pillars, and Max was sitting next to him. Ivan, on the other hand, began to portray a bored sentry, which he succeeded in doing at one time, guarding a lowered barrier, and gained undoubtedly necessary life experience. Everything seemed to be going as usual, where they were always lucky. It turned out that it really only seemed. Suddenly, the lights went out in almost the entire area, and this abrupt transition from the bright, but somehow dead white light flooding the third mountain to the instant darkness of the night could not help but alert. Only somewhere far along the perimeter on the opposite side of the dump, near the old secondment, and at the barrier at the checkpoint, single yellow lanterns continued to shine. Ivan immediately realized that this was not a short circuit, of course, and he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But he couldn't leave Maxim, who was not quite adequate. The only thing he managed to do before things took a really bad turn was poke Max in the neck and pin him to the ground. He himself sprawled on his stomach behind a support, hiding behind a sleeping FSB officer who did not react to anything. Out of habit, Ivan put the automatic rifle in front of him, but with the remnants of his mind, he realized that it was impossible to remove it from the safety. This is not Chechnya with its spirits. A second later, they were hit in the eyes by a very bright light from two powerful searchlights located behind the tents, and they would again have appeared in full view of an invisible enemy in a clearly outlined yellow spot, if not for the support of the ship, which provided some kind of shelter. The rest of the military camp remained in darkness, and it was simply impossible to see anything in such a situation. The harsh voice, amplified by a megaphone, was not at all unexpected for Ivan. It was exactly what he had expected. Maxim didn't even raise his head. Either he was confused or he was really scared, or he completely fell out of reality. Attention, you are surrounded and all resistance is useless. Snipers are looking at you, and any attempts to change the situation will lead to negative consequences for you. I suggest you leave your weapons in place and come out one at a time with your arms outstretched. After a short pause, a sad suggestion was made. A minute to think. It seems that the invisible commander decided not to enter into any negotiations, not to talk too much, but to immediately take the bull by the horns. Ivan did not have time to figure out anything, as he heard the continuation of the speech, which did not please him at all. I'm warning you. If at least one of my fighters falls, I don't care from what, I will immediately open fire to kill. There was another short pause. A minute has passed. Vanya was an experienced scout and did not believe in the voiced horror stories. Well, who's going to shoot at a potential tongue, which moreover climbed up to you and got into a tight ring, from which it's almost impossible to get out? He certainly won't jump down from a dump without a parachute from a height of 70 meters. And the fact that potential tongues don't have any parachutes in such a bright spotlight, you could see even without glasses. The days of kamikaze are over, but it's still worth haggling. It's worth stalling for time. True, the strict commander gave only a minute, but a minute is such a stretch. Okay, to hell with you. Bank, Ivan shouted, remembering his favorite movie about Zheglov. But we need guarantees, he added offhandedly, starting to stall for time. Maybe something will change. The owner of the Matugalnik turned out to be a man with humor. However, his humor was specific, and he seemed to like Gaidai's films more. They'll give you guarantees at the morgue, he bellowed into his megaphone. But Vanya wasn't one of the squishy ones either. He grinned ominously, trying to rouse Maxim. We're not used to retreating, he said louder. Is it okay that your soldier is lying in front of me and my gun is at the back of his head? Don't you feel sorry for the young? Yes, and I have a hostage. The pause said even more than Ivan had expected. Yeah, I was doubtful, loud-mouthed. Call the elder. I'll talk to him. You've done your job. He decided to sweeten the pill. Yes, and turn the light a little to the side. It hurts my eyes. We won't run away. While the commander of the remnants of the awake garrison was thinking what to say to the impudent man, Ivan quickly gave an introduction to the slightly revived Maxim. Max finally realized that if they fall into the hands, or better yet, the clutches of counterintelligence, they definitely won't be able to help Lena. He still believed that his wife was in trouble, compared to which the problems of the failed Jedi mission were pure nonsense in vegetable oil. But he'll show them anyway, the assholes, and then he'll help Lena. So Max, You crawl completely behind the support and quickly undress there. All the camouflage, helmet, machine gun, everything is in the dump. You're my hostage. I don't think they've really looked at your camouflage. You're wearing a similar jacket, so it'll work out at first. By the way, he nodded at the sleeping sentry. He needs to be undressed too. It's like I'm wearing his camouflage. I don't think they found our first ones, he said, referring to the undressed soldiers from the mobile ambush. The man with the megaphone, who also, as it turned out, had a specific sense of humor, and also watched Govarukin's film, decided to clarify the situation and shouted without his mouthpiece. Hey, hunchback, why are you trying to make a hunchback for me here? How did you get a hostage here? Did you bring him with you? Then he's not a hostage, but an accomplice. Can you tell the difference? Without noticing it, the officer, who had started the debate briskly, got involved in the conversation, but he only gave a minute to think. Ask him where he came from. He promised to take me to the ship, but he couldn't. So if anything, I'll finish it with a clear conscience, Ivan replied under Maxim's puzzled gaze. The commander of the Special Forces was probably not a master negotiator. He took a break again, which Vanya did not fail to take advantage of. Max, we're going to have to go out anyway. You're dragging a soldier, and I'm coming with a machine gun from behind. Don't rush with your measure. Let's get closer first. The main thing is not to turn them off. I mean, don't put me to sleep. They had figured out something about this plan. Otherwise, the officer would not have mentioned the falling ones. Try to neutralize him first. What was it Lena said? Send it over the hill, wasn't it? Well, or something like that, so they don't figure it out right away. And when you're sure everyone's here, then turn them all off. Except for me, of course. He allowed himself a smile at the end of his quick speech. A few minutes later, after the FSB commander twice invited Vanya to leave with his hands up, he decided that the time had come, once again discussing with Maxim all the details of his release. They were ready, and they had no other way. Maxim heaved the naked sleeping sentry onto his shoulders with difficulty and slowly walked into the darkness in the direction of the voice, which was again amplified by a megaphone. 3 meters behind, Ivan was walking with his arms spread wide, in one of which he held an unfastened horn, in the other a machine gun. When they left the spot of light illuminated by the spotlights, it shone all over the site again. Someone clearly kept his finger on the pulse and controlled all the twists and turns of the negotiations. In front of a picturesque group of unsuccessful ship invaders, 12 fighters in full gear with machine guns in their hands were positioned in a semicircle. And these machine guns were mostly aimed at the same soldier standing behind the porter with an unconscious body on his shoulder, but wearing sneakers. Seeing his fighter on Maxim's shoulder in such an unenviable position, the commander literally gritted his teeth. Well, bitches, you're going to answer for this. For what, Commander? Ivan decided to play the fool. For everything. Just tell me how you put them to sleep first. If at least one falls now, I'll shoot you in the leg. He defiantly pulled a pistol from his holster and pointed the barrel in Ivan's direction. Things were taking a bad turn, although Vanya had assumed something like this. But he continued to play the chosen role of a simpleton. How's that? Just like that. He held out his palm with outstretched fingers, twirled it in the air, and clenched his fingers into a fist a couple of times, as if he were smart enough to understand everything, but phlegmatically added, with Floratane. You've heard, haven't you? And he smiled. I decided to play the fool. The Special Forces soldier became even more enraged. Let's play. Take him, he quietly and ominously commanded the soldiers standing next to him. But suddenly he gasped and looked helplessly in one direction, then the other. Something was obviously happening to him, and not very good. But he held on, biting his lip. So, Sazonov, in charge. Don't stand on ceremony with this one. And even this one. He nodded at Maxim, who was still holding the soldier on his shoulder. Hold it. I'll be right there. And he quickly disappeared behind the tents, waving the pistol in his hand in time. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. So far everything is going according to plan. If only Maxim didn't hurry up. They must have found a lot of people sleeping, since they laid everything out so clearly. Sazonov, standing on the flank, did not even have time to take office. He also failed to command his fellow soldiers. He also clutched his stomach just a second later. Guys, you, take care of these. He nodded his head in the direction of Ivan and Max with a sleeping sentry on his shoulder. I don't feel well either. I'll be quick. And then he almost skipped off into the shadows of the tents. Maxime, tired of holding the overweight soldier on his shoulder, first tossed him up, then leaned to the side, demonstrating a desire to drop the heavy load, and, attracting everyone's attention, asked rather sharply, Do I have to hold him for a long time? I'm not Jabotinsky after all. He recalled the weightlifter from his early childhood. Two soldiers standing next to each other, in the absence of their senior, looked helplessly around, threw their machine guns behind their backs, and intercepted Maxime's unconscious body. One put his hands under Tom's armpits, the other took his legs. They just stood there, looking around, not knowing whether to put their friend on the ground or drag him into the tent. Finally, someone, probably a medic from the line, commanded, Bring it to me. I'll take a look now. After they left, the group of guards decreased by a third, but there was no longer any tension in the air, and everything would have been fine if it hadn't been for the commander, who returned at the wrong time from behind the fence and continued to hold a pistol in his hand. What the hell is this? The officer shouted sharply, not yet out of the shadow of the tents. Why hasn't he been hobbled yet? Sazonov, motherfucker! And without finishing his accusatory monologue, he abruptly turned around and ran off into the darkness again. A light laugh was heard among the soldiers, which somehow brought Ivan closer to the guards, who felt a kindred spirit in him. Everyone has their own job, nothing personal. And our captain seems to have eaten something wrong. Yes, and Sazonov is with him. Oh, guys, my stomach is twisting too, someone from the disordered line suddenly said. I'm also... It's in the bushes. Maybe we're all poisoned, eh? A fourth person shouted almost in panic. Ivan waved his hand resignedly, defiantly sat down on the ground, folding his hands in his lap. Yes, all of you run. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sit here and wait for you all to... Maxim laughed out loud and also sat down a little apart from his former escort, as if he was still afraid of him. And surprisingly, the soldiers, shifting from one foot to the other, surreptitiously looked at each other, then reluctantly, but gradually accelerating, rushed in the direction where the captain and Sazonov had run. A minute later, no one was guarding the guys. Everyone was busy with more serious matters. Max, Ivan asked cautiously, making sure that no one could hear them, aren't you overdoing it? The Wolfman's captain is experienced. If he has figured out something about the fallen asleep, then he can guess here too. I looked around again. Keep your eyes open. Or better yet, knock him out completely, just not by sleeping in some other way. And it's better that the soldiers see that we have nothing to do with it. As soon as he managed to say this and turn away from Maxime, an enraged captain in an unbuttoned jacket ran out from behind the tents, brandishing a pistol and heading straight for Ivan, at the same time raising the pistol to chest level. That's it, bitch! Pray! He shouted from afar. To be honest, Vanya was scared. He obviously didn't expect this, but he tried not to show it. He remained sitting on the ground, raised both hands in front of him, as if shielding himself from the rampaging scourge, and letting panic creep into his voice, he spoke. Captain, what are you doing? I'm sitting here, still there. What are you getting excited about? The commander, who had lost his authority a little and was trying to regain it by any means, was already standing next to Ivan, who was sitting on the ground and waving a pistol in his face. You've poisoned my people, bitch. First, I put some of them to sleep, and he poisoned the others. Do you think it will work? But fuck you. I'm going to come on you now. When attacking... Captain, Vanya began to speak more frequently, knowing full well that no one would shoot at him. They don't warn you about this. and they wouldn't have kept an obvious hysteria in the FSB. So it's all a game for the public. He tries to intimidate, and then shake. We know. We watched in August of the 44th. What's mine is mine, but I'm not involved here. Did your crappy cook feed you something inedible and I'm the last one? He was already shouting indignantly. No, that won't do. Do you take a good look at him? Is he sick himself or not? Ivan said everything that came to mind. The main thing was to talk, and he was thinking against his will. Where was this inadequate officer putting a gun in the toilet? Is that how he holds it in his hand? And how does he unbutton his trousers? With one hand or something? And he's not afraid? What if he shoots something by accident? By this time, soldiers with downcast faces began to appear from behind the tents, knowing full well that they had violated their duty. They left a dangerous criminal unattended, despite the order, and secretly expected major trouble from the commander, who was also yelling like mad at the man sitting in front of him. But suddenly, before he could finish another soldier's horror story, he doubled over and literally suffocated in a fit of vomiting, which was repeated over and over again. It was so unexpected that everyone froze with their mouths open until the exhausted officer fell first to his knees and then to his side. That's it, Ivan said gloomily. There won't be any kin. He turned to Maxim and said something only he understood. Turn out the lights. The small AIs that had been stolen, or maybe actually taken for temporary use purely for studying, which was still hard to believe, were found surprisingly quickly. I didn't even have to look for them much. Pavel Ivanovich stated that the last time he saw his younger brothers was at the very moment when they were brought into the very laboratory of the nerds, which Vanya called Kung. By that time, the repair droids had managed to repair a number of external scanners, until their master, who controlled this whole rather large horde, was unscrewed from his rightful place, which allowed them to track their way into captivity. The recordings received after the setup were broadcast to the most important AI. It was a small matter. It was necessary to get into the truck, which was closed with tricky locks, and return the managing fellows to their rightful place. There was no need to worry about the sentry who once guarded the secret module. He slept a serene sleep and apparently was not going to wake up. Lena, after all the revelations of the chief conductor in a well-coordinated intellectual orchestra, from where 3 particularly important instruments disappeared, without which it was impossible to achieve a beautiful melody, realized that she could not cope with this task on her own. She did not have such qualifications. So does Max, of course. Maybe Ivan Alexeyevich will help. There was no limit to her amazement when, after brief explanations with Pavel Ivanovich, she finally left the ship through the very hatch door through which she got inside. It was still night outside. The AI had not deceived him about the speed of time, but it was already pale, ready to turn into the ripening morning, although the stars in the sky were still twinkling. Lena looked at the colossal shimmering chaos above her head in a completely different way. After all, this now almost native and not at all mysterious ship came from somewhere from there. I got to him after all, she thought with satisfaction, and only then did she look around. The entire area in front of the ship, right up to the tents standing a little to one side and above, was flooded with a dead white, inanimate light. And at the very edge of light and shadow, about a dozen people in camouflage lay motionless in various bizarre poses, and next to this quietly snoring camouflage team sat her Maxim and Vanya Medvedev, who had gained her full trust in recent days. First of all, reliability and responsibility. She wasn't even afraid to leave Max with him. Leaving all the stories for later, Elena voiced to the men a task that had to be solved at all costs. And in the next half hour, until the approaching dawn replaced the impenetrable darkness of the night, and flooded the dark blue firmament with the pink rays of the sun awakening from sleep. After that, people will start to wake up, and some will go to work. Maybe not here at the station, but someone will come here in the morning. On the one hand, the task seemed trivial, to enter the Kung lab and pick up 3 yellow briefcases there, as Lena dubbed them, which needed to be mounted in the control room of the spacecraft. Just plug in the connectors like a regular computer, or at least one, the one that is an AI for managing repair droids. They will do the rest themselves. The only operational steward droid on the ship, who served Elena a drink and whom Pavel Ivanovich could control, was not capable of this. On the other hand, the Kung was closed, locked, almost walled up, and it was not so easy to get there. All the attempts of both Ivan, as more experienced in locksmithing, and Maxim, as a beginner who should be lucky, were unsuccessful. Searches for keys in the commander's pockets, in tents, and in the checkpoint trailer also yielded no results. Max's adventurous thoughts of shooting the lock in the door were categorically rejected by Lena. What if the bullet hits the AI? Then that's really it. And there are 1,000 teenagers on the ship, almost children, and what will happen to them in this case? That's the same thing. You have to think first, dear, and preferably with your head. Desperate, Elena remembered her ability to mentally connect and called the main one, who understood the problem even before Lena had built her mental speech into a digestible series. She didn't have a blocker cube in her hands. She left it on the table in the unloading room. Elena Yurievna, Pavel Ivanovich replied. Don't worry. I'll send you some nanobots. They will open any lock. Absolutely anyone. Wait for it. A few seconds later, several small stars, or fireflies, danced in the air near the tightly closed truck door, which, after spinning, disappeared one by one into the keyholes, of which there were several besides the massive combination lock. What these little ones were doing remained a mystery, but there was no doubt that they were working. A quiet buzzing in the door or behind it sometimes intensified, sometimes disappeared completely, then resumed, but in a completely different key. 2 minutes later, a request from the ship's chief AI sounded in Elena's head. Elena Yurievna, try to open the door. The door opened easily and effortlessly, without even creaking. It was only a matter of 2 more minutes to find the yellow suitcases in the dark using the flashlight of the phone. These portable small AIs turned out to be surprisingly heavy, and the men had to carry them. Maxim carried one, and Ivan got the other 2. Lena, as hostess, led them into her already familiar house, which she easily opened by touching the outlined oval with her palm. Were the guys worried? Yes, indeed. Unlike Elena, when she entered here for the first time, very much. And when, at the end of the light path that led them directly to the control room, they were greeted by a translucent light green Pavel Ivanovich. And even speaking Russian, they simply froze. And if it hadn't been for Elena, who gave them a good punch, they would have stood there with their mouths literally open. I had to work, and work fast. It looks like Pavel Ivanovich was worried himself. A slight fuss, completely out of character for him, and a slightly trembling voice, which asked him to connect the suitcase first to the left of the central counter, spoke precisely about this. It was possible to understand him, and no one even paid attention to it. When a series of incomprehensible signs ran across the screen of the connected monitor, the main AI, as it seemed to Elena, breathed a sigh of relief. My friends, he exclaimed almost pathetically, I am very grateful to you. No, more correctly, we are very grateful to you all, our entire civilization. It seems that our problems are being solved positively. I have to leave you for a few minutes and get busy preparing the ship for flight in order to avoid any more surprises. Fortunately, the reactor has already been overclocked. There are some small things left, but without them, there's no way. Please, go to the psychological relief room. I'll join you as soon as I'm free. And then he got ahead of Elena's unborn thought. Elena Yurievna, no one will kidnap you. It would be ungrateful of me after all you've done for us. The most important sign of a high level of development of any civilization is the fulfillment of cosmic laws, the main one of which is non-violence at any level. In terms of contact, the freedom of choice and desire of the weak side, which you people are today, must be respected. But you don't want to come with us, do you? No, of course you want to, but you can't. I understand you, and respect you even more." After these words, Pavel Ivanovich disappeared. Pretty quickly he began to fade, his contours lost their clarity, and then he either dissolved or evaporated, which again plunged both men into a complete stupor. Following the flickering yellow squares, Lena led the guys back to life after a good shake to the crew's psychological relief room. For the crew, it may have been an unloading room, but for Maxim and Vanya, it became another loading room. Downloaded them in full. Standing in the doorway, they stared in amazement at the waterfall roaring in the corner, and even made a timid attempt to stretch out their hands to the cloud of water dust at its foot. But their activity was limited to this. They looked around in fright at the creaking and hubbub in the tropical thickets, trying to see who was making noise there. With childish delight, they admired the colorful butterflies flying over large flowers, and could not take a step towards this beauty. Lena again had to make efforts to put them in chairs, which again became large and capacious. I wish she hadn't done that. When the chairs began to transform silently, adjusting to the size of the men, they almost jumped up and ran away. And when the steward droid appeared with a tray in his hand, on which there were 3 glasses of tonic, they opened their mouths again. And only the miraculous drink restored their ability to respond adequately to what was happening around them. There was a blocker cube lying forlornly on the table in front of Elena, which she looked at a little distantly, not knowing whether to pick it up or not. It suddenly seemed to her that it wasn't such a bad idea to communicate with the master of the ship by mind link. Yes, even this drink. She didn't have time to think that it would be nice to support the guys, who obviously had a harder time than her, as this robot appeared with a tray. It is clear that he appeared not at her request, but on the orders of Pavel Ivanovich. But how great. Lena decided to test her abilities once again, although she understood that distracting the main AI while preparing the ship for flight was not very good. But he's a 7th-generation AI. It's probably cooler than Julius Caesar, who could do several things at once. And as if responding to her mental appeal, a screen flickered on the wall, and she once again, along with her friends, watched amazing footage of the Earth's distant past. For Max, the sardonic smile of the saber-toothed creature after defeating the thick-skinned hippopotamus turned out to be such a shock that, without realizing what he was doing, he grabbed Ivan's shoulder and squeezed his hand like a vice. To Ivan's credit, he did not even react to this, absorbed in seeing the miracle of nature. Pavel Ivanovich appeared in the hall half an hour later, when the horror film from the distant past of the planet was completed, and the tonic, the effect of which was appreciated by both Maxime and Ivan, imperceptibly ended. The solemnly smiling greenish face spoke volumes. It looked like the adventures on the third mountain were coming to an end, and the guys felt it. Ivan, who had become himself after taking the tonic, looked at Lena attentively and warily, and she couldn't help but feel it. She looked at him, nodded and smiled, making it clear that she remembered everything. Pavel Ivanovich. Her voice was neutral. We understand that you are ready to leave, and now nothing prevents it. Except for our presence here. Of course, we still have a lot of questions that we would certainly have asked you if it weren't for the circumstances. In any case, we are very grateful for your kind attitude towards the inhabitants of the Earth, despite some excesses that have arisen. Before saying goodbye, I want to ask you for help. The AI casually glanced at the thought blocker lying on the table, chuckled in a completely mundane way and stated, Elena Yurievna, you don't have to continue. I know everything, and I think that fulfilling your request is the least we can do to thank you and your friends for all that you have done for our civilization. But to do this, we need to bring Ivan Alexeyevich's wife here, and the sooner the better. It will take you 2 hours to recover, and you need to leave here before new people start appearing at dawn. I'll prepare the medical capsule, and you go get the patient. And Pavel Ivanovich disappeared again. Vanya, standing up from his chair and still clutching the armrests, looked at Elena with disbelief. Is it possible? What is it? He whispered. Is my Lena really going to be able to walk? And he added almost in a whisper, So, not for nothing, Elena Yurievna ignored his last phrase, but spurred on her own. Run, Vanya! You still need to get to the Amshanik! To the car! Ivan suddenly straightened up abruptly and looked at her in a completely different way. No, I'll take the jeep. There's a military jeep parked at the checkpoint with the keys in the lock, like the one that was chasing us. When I was looking for the keys to the Kung, I looked there. Then he turned to Maxim. Max, are you with me? The two of us will be faster so that we don't have to worry about the stroller. Maxim smiled, happy for his friend, but answered grumpily. You don't have to ask. Ivan carried his wife out of bed and dressed only in pajamas onto the ship, almost running up the stairs at the wing. A small cargo platform. Several droids were already waiting for him in the airlock, and Pavel Ivanovich himself was standing modestly at the door. Vanya carefully laid the perplexed Elena on a soft bed covered with an unfamiliar material, squeezed her hand tightly and blinked encouragingly. Trust me. Everything will be fine. Afraid of wasting an extra minute in case it wasn't enough, he didn't even bother to tell her any details of the manipulation awaiting her. He just said that the aliens had agreed to treat her. Although, to be honest, he himself did not know what awaited her, but he unconsciously believed Elena Yurievna, Maxim's wife, and the AI, and himself. When the droids left the free-floating platform with the priceless cargo, Ivan seemed to freeze, afraid to move. Then he turned to Maxim. Max, go to Amshanik to get our Hyundai. I can't do it. And he sank helplessly onto the floor of the airlock, putting his hands on his bent knees. After a while, he and the remaining Elena moved into the unloading room. She had already become quite familiar with mind communication and ruthlessly exploited the ship's owner, who seemed to only enjoy doing her bidding. So this time he turned on the running light so that his guests would not get lost. Say what you will, but the ship was still huge and it was impossible to get to where you wanted, even the third time without a hint. The wait dragged on, and even in a room where there were so many temptations, Ivan could not find a place for himself. He walked gloomily from corner to corner, then froze at the waterfall, then approached the tropical thickets and listened to the hubbub of hiding birds, then sat down in a wonderful transforming chair, which he no longer paid attention to. With each passing minute, his excitement grew, and no matter how hard he tried to control himself, he couldn't do it well. Elena, who was sitting quietly, only shook her head in silence until Ivan saw her. A couple of hours later, when his Elena entered the hall, accompanied by droids and Pavel Ivanovich, by herself without assistance, and she looked very impressive even in her pajamas, he turned away and began to cry. Not sobbing, of course, but crying the way men cry. Sparingly, quietly. He was embarrassed by his tears, but there was nothing he could do. I couldn't even get up and hug my miraculously healed wife until this monstrous tension of waiting subsided. And with that, the tears disappeared. Only then did he get up, hug his standing wife, as if touching her for the first time, and whispered softly in her ear, I told you. Then almost to the warehouses. Everything will be fine. They stood for a full minute, and there was no one around who wanted to disrupt this amazing feeling of happiness. Ivan woke up first, very carefully pulled away from his wife, turned to Elena, who was still sitting in the chair, took a couple of steps towards her, and suddenly knelt down. His eyes were moist, but there were no tears. Elena Yurievna. Lena, I do not know how to thank you. If it were not for you, nothing would have happened. If you need my help, he turned to his Elena and corrected himself. Our help, in any form. We will do everything. Maxim, who had already returned and was also watching Ivan as he waited, jumped up to him and tried to lift him up. Vanya got up, hugged his friend tightly, and only said, Max, well, you know. Only after the friends did Ivan turn to Pavel Ivanovich. I do not know what to say to you, except my sincere thank you. If you only knew what it's like to see a loved one suffer and not be able to help them. It's very hard. Now, thanks to you, there are several more happy people in the world. Thank you. and bowed in the most authentic way, as they say in the belt. Elena Yurievna would not have been herself if she hadn't asked the main AI before parting. Pavel Ivanovich, won't your takeoff hurt the soldiers? They're still sleeping. Or maybe they should be dragged away. He just smiled silently, and Lena understood everything. She believed Pavel Ivanovich. An hour later, when Maxim and Elena had vowed to come to the Medvedevs with little Alyosha over the weekend, and were now returning home, Maxim suddenly slowed down and asked his wife, Len, but we still didn't find out why my dead were glowing. And where did I get these anti-medical abilities? And you have the gift of foresight. And what was that mist over the village? For what? And a lot more. Lena thought about it, then put her hand on her husband's shoulder and stated as a matter of course. So we have to get to this Celia somehow. We'll figure it out there for sure. Maxim, who had learned a lot about his wife over the past 6 months, suddenly slammed on the brakes and, frightened, almost screamed, How? I don't know yet, Elena replied, smiling, deliberately emphasizing that cherished word, bye.
Getting an appointment with the head of the city traffic police department turned out to be not such an easy task. He accepted for personal matters once a week, on Monday, and for only 2 hours, just at the time when Maxim was at work. He could not get through to the accident analysis group or the inquiry body, where they were dealing with incidents with serious consequences. Either they gave the wrong numbers at the duty station, or all the employees were so intensely busy searching for the perpetrators of road accidents that no one answered the phone. The only place other than the duty station that could be reached was the chief's office. A young secretary with an unexpectedly pleasant voice first of all asked what question Maxim Sergeyevich was on. That's how Max introduced himself. He wants to meet with the first head. After all, many questions can be solved by his deputies, and she is even ready to dictate their phone numbers. It is only necessary to determine the essence of the issue. Perhaps she was right, but judging by the girl's voice, Maxim did not want to tell her about the accident where his Alyosha was injured, who is still in a coma, and there is no end in sight. Moreover, no one from the body of inquiry had deigned to contact him over the past 5 days, which was why the overwhelming melancholy of the first days gradually turned into elementary anger. Well, he would tell her, turning his soul over once more, because she would send it to the body of inquiry anyway, and it was impossible to reach them. What? Has the circle closed? His little Alyosha, from whom Lena has not left all 5 days, is balancing somewhere on the edge, and this freak, who knocked him down at a pedestrian crossing in broad daylight and calmly disappeared, is now driving around the city and covering his tracks. And it seems that either no one is looking for him or just doesn't want to do it. The center of a large neighborhood, surrounded by surveillance cameras. What else is needed? Right at the corner of the intersection where it happened, there is a branch of a large commercial bank, where there are cameras, and a little further on there is a private clinic, where there are probably guards and the same video cameras, and further down the street, if you look closely, you can find these cameras. You would like to, and it looked like the cops didn't have one. That's why Maxim decided to contact his boss right away. And when asked by the secretary, who was clearly protecting the peace of his boss, he muttered something like, "On the issue of road safety." Well, what other questions can I ask the traffic police? It's not about paying utility bills, is it? The girl with the pleasant voice did not like his answer, and incomprehensible persistence. She rustled papers for a long time, which could be clearly heard in the handset of the phone, muttered something, not forgetting at the same time to demonstrate not only vigorous activity, but also good manners, periodically urging to wait just one more second. Finally, she answered, "I can only schedule you for October 2nd at 11:30. Are you satisfied?" Max was taken aback. Being in the dark for 2 more weeks? 2 weeks, when maybe the bill goes by the minute? Yes. In 2 weeks you can repair the car and sell it by proxy, and no one will stop you from going somewhere far away, especially the police. No thanks, Max muttered, and hung up. He decided to come to the boss without an appointment and an invitation. He had the opportunity to do this. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, the head of the city traffic police department, was both angry and confused at the same time. It was necessary to get there like that, literally between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, the mayor with his problems and requests. On the other, the city prosecutor, and also with his directly opposite requests. True, these requests are not specific, skillfully veiled, at least on the part of the mayor, but this does not make it any easier. The prosecutor, that straight guy, just asked how the investigation was going, and mentioned that the mother of the child injured in an accident at the intersection was his employee, and not just, but one of the best. I didn't ask for anything special, neither to personally participate nor to help, nor to speed up. It was self-evident that a smart person would understand, and Nikolai Sergeyevich considered himself smart. Otherwise, it is unlikely that by the age of 45 he would have risen to the rank of colonel, and even headed the city department. The mayor called on Saturday morning, which in itself was strange. It was a day off after all. Moreover, the call was on a mobile phone, which the colonel could not understand in any way. How did the head get his number? They did not seem to exchange. Then he waved his hand. He knows and knows, that's why he's the mayor, to know everything. They weren't close. They didn't drink vodka together. They didn't steam in the same bath. But they knew each other, and they had to meet. For the most part, either at meetings and reports at the mayor's office, or at some kind of solemn events, usually ending with a banquet. But there were no intimate conversations between them personally either. And then the bell rang. Nikolai Sergeyevich? Good afternoon. Karpov is worried. Then there were non-binding clarifications about business, health, and weekend plans. Nezhnov sinfully wondered if the mayor was going to invite him somewhere to nature on the weekend, to some kind of hunting trip. According to rumors, he was an avid hunter, and the hunting season was just open. The head of the Department of Internal Affairs, who once happened to visit the mayor, told in a private conversation that in the hallway of a country house on the wall hangs a huge moose head with the same huge shovel-shaped horns, branched at the edges, extracted personally by the mayor. But everything turned out to be much more prosaic. Nikolai Sergeyevich, I've come to you actually, on business. This is not an ordinary case, the mayor hesitantly explained, although what is unusual there? He stated more firmly. My son's car was stolen. That's where the traffic police chief got suspicious. He didn't like something about this situation, but so far he hadn't seen anything particularly reprehensible and couldn't figure out what was wrong. That the mayor is calling him about the theft and not to the duty station is understandable, although his son, as the owner of the car, will still have to write a statement. The danger bell, if it rang somewhere on the periphery, was very far away and very quiet. The colonel had a hunch, though. My son is studying in Novosibirsk, Karpov continued. I only studied for 2 weeks and came back for the weekend on Thursday. I forgot something. Gape. He decided to build up. Well, here are the friends, as without them. We decided to take a steam bath in our house outside the city. Yes, it looks like they weren't just steaming, you idiots. They wake up in the morning and there is no car in the yard. No one saw or heard anything. That's the way it is, Nikolai Sergeyevich. He finished very pessimistically. I had to say something. Viktor Alexeyevich, we'll find your car, the colonel began, too optimistically, as it seemed to him. Don't worry. I'll call the duty station now, give you a task, and the mechanism will spin. All my son needs to do is come to us, write a statement and tell us everything in detail. He intended to explain in detail to the mayor everything that needs to be done, and what he personally, the head of the traffic police department, would do to find the missing person as quickly as possible, secretly hoping for some preferences in the future. But Karpov interrupted him without much ceremony. Here's the deal, Nikolai Sergeyevich. The boys can't say for sure when the car was stolen. Maybe this morning, maybe at night, or maybe yesterday afternoon. They went there on Friday morning, steamed up in the bath, devils. They say they didn't go out into the yard. Here the mayor took a short pause, but Nezhnov already understood what he was going to talk about next. And although he did not like it very much, he did not dare to stop the mayor, and who would risk it? Nikolai Sergeyevich, my son will arrive in an hour. I'll send my driver for him now. The asshole doesn't have anything to ride now. You will take his statement about the theft yesterday, otherwise you never know what. They will cause trouble on his car, and you will not prove anything later. As it is, he's a good boy. The frustrated father finished on an optimistic note, but even on the phone, his tension could be felt waiting for an answer. The head of the traffic police department had no choice but to promise to fulfill all the voiced requests of the chief, although the bells of impending problems were now thundering loudly. The colonel knew the son of the mayor, Denis Karpov. Not personally, of course, but I knew. He first heard about it about 2 years ago at the usual morning report, where the crews on duty reported on the work and identified violators over the past day. By chance, I caught on to the surname Karpov, listened to it, and so I got acquainted in absentia with one of the most notorious violators in the future. Having stopped a black Audi A7 Sportback with 3 sevens on the number that exceeded the speed limit by 40 kilometers in the middle of the city, the inspector was incredibly surprised that such a powerful, practically racing car capable of reaching speeds of up to 250 kilometers was driven by a boy who, according to the documents, turned 18 2 weeks ago. A thorough check confirmed that the owner of this luxury foreign car is indeed this young man, who looks more like yesterday's 10th grader. This former schoolboy came to the attention of traffic police 5 or 6 more times in 2 years, and all for speeding. For the sake of truth, it is worth saying that he always paid the fines for his transgressions, and almost on time. He had no debts. Only a little later, it became known that this respectable violator, who pays fines on time, if the violator can be called respectable, is the son of the mayor. And this wonderful car was given by a loving father to his child on his 18th birthday, and on the occasion of the graduation of the first year of the Novosibirsk Law Institute. It became clear where the first-year student got such a car, but even the head of the traffic police did not know where such a number came from. It is clear that one of his subordinates got his hands on it quite well, but he did not figure it out. This was already practiced everywhere. When the colonel found out how much such a car costs, the man himself is not poor, he thought for the first time that he had chosen the wrong profession for himself. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov could only wonder what this young fan of fast driving had finally done, since the all-powerful dad himself was calling him with a very unusual request. Reality has surpassed all the worst assumptions. Alyosha went to school for only 2 weeks. Maxim, with an uncharacteristic sentimentality and bitterness of recent events, recalled the enthusiastic impatience of his son, who was going to school on the 1st of September. He woke up, of course, before anyone else. My father realized this through the remnants of sleep by the soft tinkling, rustling, and repeated clicking of the zipper of the school backpack he bought a long time ago. No other way. The young first grader decided once again, or maybe more than once, to check if he had packed everything at school for the first lesson in his life. A knowledge lesson. Then Leshka couldn't think of anything else but to unceremoniously show up in his parents' bedroom with an inflated satchel, so that his parents would confirm his confidence. I had to get up. With the unhurried step of a first grader, it took about 15 minutes to reach the school located here in the neighborhood. However, there was one but, because of which I had to accompany the baby to school for the first 2 weeks, and meet him on the way from school. The path to knowledge was hampered by 2 streets that had to be crossed, preferably without incident. One of them was nothing. It was as small as the first grader himself, and there weren't many cars here. But the second one, which separated half of the neighborhood from the hospital campus, behind which there was a school, with its abundance of cars, served as a serious obstacle. Here, at a pedestrian crossing near the intersection, the traffic light was constantly flashing yellow, and, nevertheless, the crossing was not considered completely safe. From time to time, various kinds of excesses have occurred here, so far ending, thank God, favorably. It was in order to teach Alyosha how to cross the streets correctly and get to school safely that Maxim, who had about 5 minutes to walk to his job, saw him off every morning for 2 weeks, teaching him the tricky survival skills of a small person in a big city. Lessons at school started at 8:30, and Max had been working since 8, so for a couple of weeks he had to be a little late. But the head, having found out the reason, went to meet him and turned a blind eye to it. Alyosha was already met and escorted home by his grandmother, however, as well as other first graders, who were also more often met by grandmothers who loved their grandchildren. 2 weeks later, an experienced first grader took an exam on the rules of pedestrian traffic, after which it had to be decided whether he could go to school alone so that his dad would not be late for work, and from school so as not to disturb his grandmother. On Friday, Alyosha left the entrance completely on his own and went to school. He knew that his father was coming from behind, but they agreed that the son would not even look back until he reached the school gates. He got there normally, however. He still turned around a couple of times, looked for his father with his eyes, and walked on, reassured. He stopped in front of the pedestrian crossing, looked in both directions one at a time, made sure that there were no flying cars, and calmly crossed. Maxime breathed a sigh of relief, although he understood perfectly well that he could not, and should not, see his boyfriend off for the rest of his life. Maxim was not surprised to receive a phone call shortly after noon. He was surprised when he saw who was calling. My mother-in-law called. Personally, Valentina Ivanovna, Lena's mother, called him extremely rarely, and more often when she could not reach her daughter to resolve any issues with her, or just take an interest in business, although she treated her son-in-law quite kindly and respectfully. Maxime paid her the same, but still did not call her mom. He addressed her by her first name and patronymic. However, Lena addressed his parents in the same way. Other non-Demostroev times have come. At first, the voice that addressed him without a doubt seemed completely unfamiliar to Max. He was somehow lifeless, inanimate, as if it was being spoken by a man completely devoid of emotions, struggling to find words. The voice of a man resembling a rubber toy, from which the air was released. It was only when Maxim understood the meaning of what was said, that he realized that it was really his mother-in-law who was calling. Maxim. A long pause. Lyoshenka got hit by a car. And again silence. Max tried to make sense of what he had heard, but he did not try to apply it to himself at all. On the contrary, his mind tried to abstract itself from it, because it simply could not be. But as he realized that it was not customary to joke about such things, and what Valentina Ivanovna said was true, Maxim himself began to resemble a deflated rubber doll. A colossal weakness, such as he had never experienced, rolled over like a giant wave, cutting off air access. He was forced to lean against the back of a chair, unable to take a breath or move. An instant feeling of nausea, noise in his head and dizziness knocked him out of the surrounding reality in an instant. An incomprehensible veil before his eyes blurred the outlines of objects, and he saw everything as if in a fog. If he could look at himself from the outside now, he probably wouldn't recognize himself. Instead of a young, handsome, confident guy, a small, crushed man was sitting on a chair, white as chalk. But after a minute he began to come to his senses. Is he alive? Max's voice had also changed beyond recognition. It was hoarse and rattling. Valentina Ivanovna tried to pull herself together. The ambulance took him to the Miners' Rehabilitation Center. He's unconscious. Traumatic brain injury. And a little quieter with difficulty. Severe. It was necessary to do something, and this realization that he, the man in the family, should take on his shoulders the whole burden of what had happened, forced him to struggle with his fear, which at first overwhelmed him until his knees trembled. How did it happen? His voice had stopped rattling, though the hoarseness hadn't completely disappeared. And where? Valentina Ivanovna, a little encouraged by the changes in her son-in-law's voice, began to speak quickly, almost without pauses, and her voice was already recognizable. On Sovetskaya Street, at a pedestrian crossing. I went to get Alyosha as usual, even a little early to keep an eye on him, as we agreed yesterday. I haven't reached the crossing yet, and I see he's already walking, so proud and independent. I don't know if they were released from school earlier, or if something else happened. And then he saw me, smiled, waved, and ran across the passage to meet me. Then she fell silent, again remembering with horror the picture she had seen, and her voice, filled with tears, dimmed again. The car is a passenger car. Black. I didn't even slow down. And I didn't stop. I just drove even faster. When Lyoshenka fell, he hit his head on the asphalt. That's all she could say. And Maxim heard that his mother-in-law was crying, and not just crying, but choking on tears, barely trying to stop. One more very important question remained unclear, and Max, breaking through the mumbled sounds, asked, Does Lena know? No, Maxim. I cannot. You call her yourself, please. Her voice became quiet and lifeless again. Where are you? Maxim tried to distract her with his question. I'm here, near the crossing. I'm waiting for traffic cops. That's what the ambulance said. They informed them, and then they went. They couldn't wait. Lena did not leave Alyosha's side all 5 days. She was sitting with her elbows on the edge of the bed, leaning over her child, who seemed to have become even smaller, constantly holding his hand and talking softly, completely oblivious to others. Her face was haggard, her features sharpened, and dark circles appeared under her eyes, more like bruises. It was impossible to recognize the old Elena in her with a cheerful, charming smile, confident, relaxed, and able to make independent decisions. All this seemed to fade into the background, but the first and only thing now was this baby, helpless and defenseless, lying in front of her. Her husband's timid attempts to replace her at least for the night so that she could rest properly and at least get enough sleep ran into an impenetrable wall of denial. She looked at Maxim with surprised eyes, as if amazed at his incomprehensibility, and quietly, as if afraid to wake up a sleeping baby, explained to him things that seemed obvious to her. Max, how can you not understand? I can't leave here. Can't. Imagine Alyosha waking up. It was easier for her to believe that her son was asleep, rather than teetering somewhere on the brink of life and death. And I wasn't there. Who will he call first? Me, Max, me. Mom. But I'm not around. Do you want him to be scared? That's enough for him already. Her muddled explanations couldn't convince Maxim, but there was nothing he could do. He came to the rehabilitation center every day, brought everything Lena asked for, sat next to her next to Alyosha, but at night, at her request, he invariably went home. Having taken a vacation from work, like his wife, he went to the traffic police in the morning or tried to call the body of inquiry. Even once he waited half a day outside the office of this notorious body, but to no avail. None of the people he needed showed up there. No, other employees showed up, and sometimes stayed there for a long time, but they had nothing to do with the case of hitting a pedestrian crossing on Sovetskaya Street. Max managed to find out that the case of a hit-and-run on his son is being handled by Captain Vasnetsov, who somehow miraculously constantly eludes or hides from him. Other employees began to respond to his claims with irritation that the captain was working on his case. But it was hard to believe. It was easier. I couldn't believe it at all. During all this time, Lena never asked about the affairs that were going on outside this ward. She did not ask about the health of her mother, with whom Maxim periodically called, and whom her daughter forbade to come to the hospital so as not to see her grief and tears. She was not interested in her husband's affairs, the situation at home, and certainly did not specify how the investigation of the crime that brought her son to the hospital bed was going. Nevertheless, one evening before leaving home as usual, Maxim decided to share his problems with Lena, why he couldn't meet with Captain Vasnetsov, and why it was still not clear who was responsible for the accident. It was difficult to see the prosecutor's investigator in this tired woman, and she seemed to be listening with half an ear. But when Max finished telling about his empty adventures, she turned to him anyway, and a clearly readable thought appeared in her eyes. Max, she began slowly, not letting go of Alyosha's hand. I think this case is being delayed on purpose. Why? They are trying to cover up the culprit of the accident, and this is some kind of significant person. I just don't see any other reason, even if the car is allegedly stolen. It's one thing if a pedestrian was hit at night, somewhere outside the city, where no one saw it. Then, yes, the search may take a long time, or the culprit may not be found at all. It's quite another thing when it happens in the middle of a city, where surveillance cameras are at every intersection, on a bright day, when there are dozens of witnesses around. The second point. Lena came to life before my eyes. And it turns out that the investigator hadn't disappeared anywhere. He was just busy with other things. Mom said that during the interview, the traffic cops took our coordinates, including our phones. Therefore, they know perfectly well where I work, and yet they remain silent. So the situation here is not at all simple and serious forces are involved. It would not have been difficult to call to give at least a crumb of information if they had wanted to, or could. But they can't because they've been forbidden to do it. So, it turns out, it was clear who Lena meant by the word they. All those dark forces that are trying to stall for time and slow down the whole thing. So far, only traffic cops have been seen here. It was easier to call traffic police representatives that way. Max, Lena bent over Alyosha again, and with inexpressible tenderness ran her hand through her son's hair. I won't be able to do this case yet. I should be here. Then she looked at her husband. You will do this, because evil must be punished. Don't be surprised. You can do it. I could go to the boss, but I won't. On the one hand, I don't want to set him up. On the other, I don't want to be disappointed, because it's still unknown what kind of forces are behind all this. It's not the first time we've been together. She looked at her husband with a sad smile. Do you remember how we promoted the case of the glowing dead and sent Princess Ilseonora home with the children? They both seemed to freeze for a second, then simultaneously looked at the lying Alyosha and averted their eyes in different directions. Both Maxim and Lena were thinking the same thing, but Maxim was the first to talk about it. If Pavel Ivanovich were here with his medical capsule, Alyosha would already be healthy. Max, don't. His wife tried to stop him with pain in her voice. You know it's all pointless. She paused for a moment and added bitterly. It's easier to turn to God. Prayer will reach him faster. And then she added, Do you think I didn't ask for Alyosha? I ask for him every day. Max suddenly became bitter. Lena, why don't you? Do you remember? This AI said that you have good mental abilities, and you know how to mentally communicate. Try contacting him, or directly contacting the princess. You saved her too. Max. His wife tried to reason with him. Calm down. We don't even know which galaxy this Terran Empire is in, or where this planet is Celia. Which way should I turn? And what's the use? Wait 500 light years or maybe more? And I can't wait for anything, because we don't know at what distance my mind link works. Here at the site, everything was within half a kilometer, or even less. Maxim, despite quite weighty arguments, stood his ground. Lena, we must take every chance. You know, anyone. Even such a ghostly one. By and large, we don't know anything about the Terranians, except that they run time and space like we run a car. Besides, we're not losing anything. Elena promised more to calm her husband, who bit the bit. Okay, Max, I'll try. And I'll try to figure out this long-running hit-and-run story, he said, pleased with at least a shadow of hope. You should first try to install cameras from which the crossing should be visible, Lena instructed him. And just ask if the traffic cops took the recordings for themselves or not. They won't show them to you, of course, but try to be convincing. She smiled a little for the first time. Just don't hurt anyone. That's how it goes, Maxim joked. Maxim was never a leader or an idea generator by nature, but he was a good performer. Max solved any task, especially if it was set correctly, as quickly, efficiently, and in due volume as possible, as far as circumstances allowed, without any sloppiness and gaffing. Well, as you know, insurmountable circumstances are extremely rare, especially when you have such a powerful tool of persuasion as a measure of protection. Maxim had hardly used his anti-medical abilities in the last year, but he was convinced that they had not gone away. Therefore, I went in search of the culprit of the accident calm and confident. If necessary, he will not hesitate and be tormented by doubts. He will take full advantage of them. The newly minted detective decided to start his own investigation from the very intersection near which everything happened. He used this passage every day, so he had an idea where the surveillance cameras might be located. And my first visit was to a branch of a large Moscow bank located in a corner house at an intersection next to the ill-fated pedestrian crossing. Already on the way, Maxim examined an outdoor video camera, the peephole of which was directed to the street and directly to the place that Max was most interested in. A high porch with a railing, massive doors, a waiting area with upholstered sofas, a spacious operating room with windows separated by decorative partitions, an information desk at the entrance, a scoreboard on the wall with a list of guest numbers and, of course, a security guard. It was as he had expected. An elderly, rather sturdy guard in a blue shirt with a black tie and a walkie-talkie in his hand met Maxim almost at the entrance. He looked at him carefully and looked away, apparently deciding that the incoming client posed no threat. Max went straight to him, greeted him kindly, and asked where he could find the head of the bank's security. The guard with the badge on his chest looked at the unusual visitor more attentively, as if appraisingly, paused, and answered the question with a question. And for what purpose do you need him? Maxim decided to be extremely frank, hoping for reciprocity and understanding. A child was hit by a car here at the crossing on Friday. This is my son. He is currently in the Miners Rehabilitation Center, still in a coma, and there is not a word or half a word from the traffic cops about the culprit. It feels like they're not looking for him at all, and your camera is just looking at the transition. So I decided to just clarify whether they were interested in the recordings from the cameras or not. The guard looked at him with sympathy. I wasn't on duty on Friday, but I heard about it. Wait a bit, I'll clarify. He hesitated for a second. Can I just see your documents? Maxim was ready for such a turn of events, so without hesitation he took out his passport, which he had seized from home. The security officer carefully scanned the passport data, looked at the registration page, returned the passport to the owner, and disappeared behind an inconspicuous door with the inscription, "Office Space," located behind a ledge of the wall next to the information room, after knocking on it. A minute later, he appeared, accompanied by a man dressed not in a security guard's uniform, but in an ordinary suit with a matching tie. It is clear that his shirt was white. The man, who greeted each other and introduced himself as the head of security, looked at Max no less attentively and apparently made some kind of decision for himself. I was briefly told about your problem. Let's go outside and have a chat so as not to bother anyone here, and headed for the exit. The porch with a high, shiny railing from the front door went off to the side along the facade of the building for about 3 meters, forming a kind of open but fenced corner, where there was a small urn, ashtray on a high chrome leg. It was to her that Max's interlocutor went. Even from here, it was easy to see a pedestrian crossing with a constantly flashing traffic light. Maxim had to repeat his short story one more time, and he repeated it almost word for word. After listening, the head of the guards did not react at first, remained silent, then took a cigarette out of a pack, sniffed it, and simply turned it in his hand, as if deciding whether to smoke or not. Then he looked up and, looking at the intersection, said, "I recently quit smoking. Sometimes I come out here." He raised the cigarette to his face again. "I sniff." After a short pause, he continued, "I saw that accident, just from here. I called an ambulance too, and I watered this kid's grandmother down while she was waiting for the police." Maxim looked confused. "This is the mother-in-law. She was on her way to meet Alyosha from school." Then he pulled himself together, remembering why he had come. And what a car it was. Well, which one did? The black Audi was clearly flying more than 60. "I didn't even slow down, bitch," he said angrily, referring to the driver, and broke the cigarette. Then he stared at it, as if he didn't understand why he was holding the pieces in his hand, and threw them into a shiny ashtray. Maxim decided to go back to the beginning. "Did the traffic cops watch the recordings from your camera?" The head of security said something distantly, as if with condemnation. "We looked. Back on Friday. We even copied it to a USB flash drive." Maxim didn't want to apply his measure of protection to this normal, adequate, obviously sympathetic man. And he, like anyone else in such a situation, would have asked, "I understand that this probably shouldn't be done, but can I watch this recording as an exception? Since the police aren't looking, maybe I'll find this car myself." The man rested his hands on the railing, and without looking at Max, he suddenly declared, "Now it's impossible." And after looking at the perplexed Max, he continued. The traffic cops seized the recording disc for that day. They showed up on Monday morning with a decree, and took it away. However, others came, not the ones on Friday. Or rather one, Captain. Maxim was taken aback. "How come? The police have all the data in their hands, but there is no result? Or can't they find it? Although the owner has certainly been identified. Why are they silent then?" The thought that suddenly flashed through his mind seemed very reasonable. His sympathetic counterpart had clearly seen this recording. "Tell me, have you seen this recording?" He froze, waiting for an answer. "Yes, I saw it, and not once," was the emotionless reply. "And the number?" Max's mouth suddenly went dry. "Did you look at the number by any chance? Maybe you remembered." "What is it?" he asked hopefully. This won't go any further than me. I promise. The other man, apparently calmed down, took out a new cigarette. There's nothing to remember. 3 sevens, about the 777. 42nd region. And as for, I have nothing to be afraid of. I'm a combat officer. In the past, he added sadly. And I didn't give any subscriptions to the police. Maxim was elated in his heart. Now he would have something to go to the head of the traffic police. Most likely his fleeting joy was reflected on his face, but the head of security brought him back to earth, for some reason switching to you. It's going to be hard for you. He paused until he saw Maxim looking at him in disbelief. This is the car of our mayor's son. Most likely he was driving. When the traffic cops viewed the recording for the first time, they talked among themselves, and immediately stated that it was the car of Denis Karpov, the mayor's son. Apparently we've met more than once. One of them actually gloated, something like, finished playing the horseradish on the violin. He's probably already in their livers. And another added, as if I hadn't gone to Novosibirsk. Okay. Good luck. And, saying goodbye, he held out his hand. Yes, now Maxim had the trump cards in his hands. Even if they weren't the biggest ones, he hadn't seen the video from the bank's camera. But still. In addition, he did not plan to disclose the source of his information, and therefore its slaughter rate decreased somewhat. It would be good to meet with Captain Vasnetsov first and see his reaction. I wonder what he will say about the difficulties of the search. He won't say anything. Most likely he won't be there again. You're still working, great emperor, like a bee. Max remembered the immortal phrase from his favorite comedy, and immediately thought with dislike, I'm a hard worker. He recently spied this term as an imitation of bustling activity in an article about office workers, but it seemed to be appropriate here. Well, then I'll have to go to the boss. The city traffic police department was located just outside the city, and that's right, because it was not realistic to find a place for several dozen or even hundreds of cars in the center. On the outskirts, several brick houses stood surrounded by a wall of sturdy concrete slabs, and next to them, on a playground the size of a football field, concerned motorists left their iron horses while they solved their problems at the inspection. All the problems were solved in a large 3-story brick building, which could be accessed directly from the parking lot through a small gate, through which drivers streamed in a continuous stream from early morning until late evening. Passing exams, obtaining and exchanging rights, deregistration and registration of cars, accident investigations, search for stolen and missing cars, and many other issues were solved here. Therefore, there were always more than enough people on all 3 floors. But the chief's office was located in a small 2-story house with a tricolor over the entrance at the opposite end of the walled courtyard. It was quiet here. There was no such fuss as Max saw while he was looking for the boss's office. It seems that a few years ago, when he got his license and registered the car he bought, there was no such fuss. However, there was a security guard in the uniform of a police sergeant in the small lobby, who lazily inquired about the purpose of the visit. Without specifying if he had an appointment, he silently copied Max's passport details into a thick barn book, where, as he managed to notice, he was listed as only the 5th or 6th for today. In the reception area, a young girl with a pleasant face and shoulder-length blonde hair sat at a high semicircular table, who looked at the uninvited visitor in surprise. "What is your question?" Without responding to Max's greeting, she asked, and he immediately realized that he was talking to her on the phone. "I need to talk to your boss, Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov," Maxim replied, reading the name of the head of the department beautifully written on the bronze plaque on the office door. "Today is an unacceptable day," the secretary said unkindly. "Or did you agree?" With some hope, she clarified a little more gently. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to wait 2 weeks for an appointment. It's urgent." Max went on the attack. "I have a complaint. Or do you also receive complaints by appointment?" "What is it?" he asked sarcastically. The secretary was a little confused, weighed something, then pressed the speakerphone button on the intercom. "Nikolai Sergeyevich," she began neutrally, hearing the boss's voice. "You have a visitor. He hasn't made an appointment. He says it's urgent." She paused and added, "With a complaint." "Let him come in." Nikolai Sergeyevich replied with displeasure, which even the visitor felt this displeasure. Strangely enough, Max was only pleased and turned on. Let him get angry. Let him. The office of the head of the city traffic police department was standard, which Maxim was used to in police series, except a little more spacious. 2 T-shaped tables, one shorter for the boss, the other slightly longer for subordinates and visitors, quite decent chairs, a computer monitor on the table, a portrait of the president on the wall, a safe in the corner, and shelves with folders and books. The boss himself is sitting in a padded half-chair under the portrait. A youngish, trim man in a colonel's uniform with intelligent eyes, but with a worried look that an uninvited visitor should guess that he is not here at the right time. The colonel's uniform suited him and even emphasized his importance. After briefly responding to Maxim's greeting, Nikolai Sergeyevich made an inviting gesture with his hand, pointing to a chair that had been pushed back in advance, standing neither far nor close to him. It looks like a well-practiced tactic. "I'm listening to you. What is your problem?" he asked in a well-modulated voice. Maxim decided to end everything as quickly as possible, remembering that he still had to go to the rehabilitation center and laid it out in one go. "On Friday, a car hit my son at a pedestrian crossing on Savetskia Street. He is currently in the rehabilitation center, still in a coma, and I still cannot meet with Captain Vasnetsov, who is leading this case, to clarify how the investigation is progressing and whether the culprit of the hit and run has been identified, and he immediately recovered, or rather, the crime. I would like to clarify this situation. Why does the captain not want to meet with me, and how is the investigation progressing?" An elusive shadow passed over the head of the department's face, as if the questions were unpleasant to him. Folding his hands in front of him on the table, he was silent for a minute, then replied, "I know this business. I even have it under control." He paused a little longer, and adding compassion to his voice, continued, "Of course, this is an extraordinary case. It hasn't happened for a long time. But you are wrong to think that Captain Vasnetsov, who is leading the case, is hiding from you. Believe me, it works. He works, as they say, not out of fear, but out of conscience. We've identified the car that hit your son." "And who's the owner?" "Is he under arrest?" asked Max impatiently. The colonel winced, as if he had a toothache, but he didn't want to give the owner's name. He continued, choosing his words carefully, and Maxim immediately sensed it. "We have established the name of the owner, but it's not that simple." Nikolai Sergeyevich looked at Max carefully. "The fact is that the car is listed as stolen." Maxim's face showed nothing, except for an involuntary frown. Lena was talking about something similar. Whether it's true or not is the question. Could it be that the owner specifically wrote a statement about the theft in order not to be responsible for the crime? "I don't think so," the colonel said thoughtfully. "The statement was written on Friday morning, and the hit and run was sometime after lunch. I've been checking. Now we need to find a car. If we find her, we'll find the hijacker who hit your son." "We are working on this together with the criminal police. They raised all their informants, gave them directions around the region, to car dealerships, workshops, and car disassemblers. In general, the work is underway." Maxim left Colonel Nezhnov's office feeling upset. On the one hand, the head of the city department told him everything, without hiding anything. On the other hand, Max was still confused by this theft statement, written 2 hours before the hit and run. Why then did the traffic cops who watched the footage from the camera in the bank on Friday not know anything about this statement and were clearly talking about the owner of the car, Denis Karpov? There are no such coincidences. Or does it happen? And the inspectors really didn't know about the statement. Otherwise they would have been talking about the hijacker, not the owner. Theoretically, yes, it is possible. But it is better to double-check. After checking in with the guard at the exit, Maxim went to the duty station located opposite in a 3-story building, where he had recently visited. Through a small window right next to the entrance, above which was written Duty Station, Maxim looked at the police captain, to whom he decided to turn. He did not have a clear plan, as well as pre-formulated questions due to lack of time. He relied solely on improvisation. After saying hello, he began to fantasize. "Tell me, is it you who registers statements about the theft of vehicles?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he continued. "My neighbor's car was stolen on Friday. I just found out about it today. By chance, another neighbor told me. I'm calling Denis, but I can't get through. He must have gone to Novosibirsk. He looked innocently at the policeman, and, demonstrating his awareness so that he would not have any suspicions of greed, added, "He studies there. I think I saw the hijacker. Maybe this will somehow help in the search." The attendant disappeared from Max's field of vision for a second, then reappeared with a thick magazine in his hands. "What's the owner's last name?" "What is it?" he asked. "Karpov Denis Viktorovich." He already knew the name of the mayor of the city. "Black Audi, 0777 AE, Region 42. He confirmed his awareness. The inspector flipped through several pages of the incident report book, apparently found the necessary entry. "Yes, indeed, such a statement was registered on Friday. But you need to contact Captain Vasnetsov at the body of inquiry in the 7th office. He's in charge of this case. By the way, he accepted the application at 9:30. He was on duty on Friday, and unknowingly, the attendant helped the improviser a lot. Maxim had already looked into this office and knew that there was no Captain Vasnetsov there. But he had to play according to the captain's script outside the window." Max went to the 7th office, which fortunately was not visible from the desk, stood there for a couple of minutes, and returned. "Sorry, the captain is not there. Sorry. Otherwise, I'm flying to Turkey with my wife tomorrow. Maybe I think I need to make a sketch or something." He made a mournful face. "Well, okay. I think Denis, with his connections, will find his car anyway. I'll go then." Max's calculation was justified. The duty inspector didn't think for long, took out his phone. "Wait a minute. I'll get in touch with him now. I'll tell you what and how. Let him decide for himself." Maxim did not hear the conversation itself. The narrow window and the fact that the captain turned his back on the visitor while talking did not allow Max to grasp the essence of the conversation. After a minute, the attendant turned to the volunteer assistant. "Unfortunately, the captain is busy with work right now. He'll be around 7 in the evening. Won't you be able to get there by then?" the captain asked hopefully. Estimating that he would have time to visit the miners' rehabilitation center before 7 and return, Maxim promised to drive up. Over the past day, nothing has changed in Alyosha's condition. Doctors assessed him as stable and serious. All intensive medical measures have not yet had a significant effect. When Maxim cautiously entered the familiar room and quietly inquired about the affairs of his wife, who was sitting next to her son in the same position, she only raised her longing-filled eyes and shook her head negatively. Maxim sat down next to her and squeezed Elena's hand, hoping to cheer her up a little, but it didn't seem to work out well. She didn't react to her husband's attempt in any way. Then she began asking meaningless questions, listlessly listening to lengthy answers. Maxim waited until Lena had recovered a little and asked the question he had been waiting for the answer to all day. "Lena, have you tried to contact the princess or Pavel Ivanovich?" Lena smiled sadly. Only then did she speak. Max, you're a stupid kid who still believes in miracles. Understand? This is impossible in principle, but why? I told you yesterday." Then she took pity on the naive crank and added in a tired voice, "I've been trying, all evening and all night trying, with words and images that I've been sending nowhere. You know, to nowhere." She was silent for a long time, almost crying. But Maxim felt that this was not all. "You know, there's no response, no signal or action. None. And there can't be any." Max got angry. "I've always been the pessimist of the two of us. You were the one who always led the way, both when we were dealing with the dead and when we were approaching the ship. And not only that, I was against it because I didn't believe. But you believed and walked, and you dragged me along. We're here, aren't we? Came. Tell someone. They'll all laugh. They won't believe you, but we've come. Do you want the Turanians to be here in 2 minutes? It doesn't happen that way. It's not magic at the click of a finger, through time and space. These are technologies unknown to us, but they also take time. Do you remember what Pavel Ivanovich said after he cured Ivan's wife? It's the least we can do to thank you for saving the future of an entire empire. Or something like that, but the meaning is the same. Remember? And they are grateful people, and they understand that they are in debt to us, most of all to you. Do you remember how beautifully he talked about the relationship of intelligent beings in the universe? You told me yourself. I'm sure they'll hear, find out, find a way to find us and help. But it takes time. And he spoke so fervently and convincingly that the drooping Elena began to come to life, although she certainly had more pessimism than faith in a good ending. Max, you're doing great. I understand everything. I'm waiting. But no matter how little time we have. Half an hour later, Maxim nevertheless told Elena all the hardships of his investigation, of which the most significant was the doubt about the veracity of the head of the traffic police department about the timing of registration of the theft claim. If this is true, then there is nothing criminal in the activities of the colonel and his department, and we will only have to wait for the results of the search for the car. But Max didn't believe him. He didn't believe him. He couldn't explain why himself, and asked his wife to give an analysis of the situation, because she was an excellent analyst, as he had seen more than once. Lena asked a few clarifying questions, and despite the fact that Maxim was in a hurry to make it to a meeting with Captain Vasnetsov at 7, she was silent for 5 minutes, thinking, and Maxim did not bother her. Then she spoke. You know, Max, I think I agree with you that everything is not clean here. Look at this. The statement was written at 9:30, and the hit and run, she even flinched after that word, but managed to pull herself together, was committed around 12:30. Usually, if a car is stolen, they try to hide it faster in a septic tank or get far away. And here? Where was the hijacker for 3 hours or more? Did he think the car wouldn't be missed? And he drove around the city calmly, and 3 hours later, when logically the interception plan should have already been announced, he drove down one of the central streets full of cameras. This is either a very stupid hijacker or... It was the owner, the mayor's son, who was helped to concoct this fake statement retroactively. But it is impossible to do this without the head of the department, and then he made a mistake. This is one time. Second, usually the owner, having discovered the theft of his car, calls the nearest police station at his place of residence, and they already transmit the information to the traffic cops, announce an interception plan. It's rare for motorists to have a traffic police phone number, but here it's 02. It's simple. These are statistics. It would be necessary to clarify whether there was a call about this at the police station or not. There's nothing you can do about it, I'll do it myself. Well, and the third. Such expensive cars are usually stolen to order, not to be disassembled for spare parts. There are only 2 or 3 dozen such cars in the region, and the owners prefer to repair them in the branded salons where they were bought. Why then steal for spare parts that will never be in demand? Before executing an order for such a cool foreign car, they graze it for a long time, find out everything about the owner, his schedule, read the access code from the alarm system with a scanner, catch the moment so that the car does not break, and so on. And not everyone will decide to contact the mayor unless they are completely frostbitten. It is clear that the entire administrative resource will be used for the search, not even of the city, but of the entire region. The remaining option is that the order was made from another region. Quite possibly, but there's another discrepancy. Why did the hijacker drive around the city for 3 hours instead of disappearing right away? Yes, because the one who was driving did not worry about it at all, and did not even think about some kind of interception. He was not in danger. But when he ran over Alyosha, Lena looked at her son lying silently, took his hand again, stroked him and continued. He quickly ran off and hid, so much so that they couldn't find the car for a week. She's already in another area being repaired somewhere. The driver went there right away. What did the traffic cops say about Novosibirsk and the mayor's son? I don't want to go back to Novosibirsk. Quite possibly as an option. It is necessary to establish who filed the theft report. Ask the captain. If it's a son, it's one thing, but if it's a dad, it's something else entirely. Where was Sonny then? He's the owner. Or were you so upset that you couldn't come? Maxim felt that Lena was ready to further develop this topic, but he had to go to a meeting. She caught it, fell silent, stroked Alyosha's hand once more, and in a firm voice that could not have been expected from her an hour ago, she said, "Evil must be punished." She paused for a moment, considering her words. God forbid the colonel lied. I swear I will reach the prosecutor general, but I will get him removed from this position. Maxim calmed her now, stroking her hand. Lena, we don't need any attorney general. The system cannot be changed. It's easier for her to deal with you, the captain, and say goodbye than with the whole colonel, especially if the mayor himself is covering for him. I have no doubt about that. He could register a statement about the theft retroactively only at the personal request of the mayor. Or they'll transfer the colonel somewhere else, even with a demotion. But they won't lock him up, that's for sure. And I won't even put him down. I'll put him to bed for a long time, if not forever. He'll spend the rest of his life blowing bubbles and getting into diapers. No, bubbles are not needed. It's better to have a firm memory and even find out why he is being punished and let him think for the rest of his life. Lena shook her head in disbelief, though she didn't object. Well, Max, you're bloodthirsty. Maxime was not late for the meeting. The captain, when he looked through the window of the duty station, nodded his head at him as if he were an old acquaintance and waved a friendly hand saying, "Come in." Instructing Max before the conversation, Lena advised him not to introduce himself as a neighbor of Denise, who had lost his car. Maxime does not know the specifics of the Karpov family's life, the place where the car was allegedly stolen from, and he will definitely slip up when talking. And this is already Article 307. If it comes to a showdown, it is obviously false testimony. It's easier to tell the whole truth, and that this is not an attempt to mislead the investigation, but the only opportunity to meet with the captain, since there were no other ways, and he kept avoiding the meeting. Well, let him not shy away, but be absent from the workplace. You can believe it. There were 3 desks in the office, but only one of them, standing by the window, had a man in a police captain's uniform working on a computer. This was the Vaznetsov he was looking for. Without looking up from the monitor screen, he casually glanced at the newcomer and made an inviting gesture with his hand. Maxim walked over and sat down at the table. After a couple of minutes, the officer finished tapping on the keys, quickly scanned his notes and turned to the visitor. He turned to him with a kind of cheerful smile. To be honest, I didn't understand anything from the words of the duty officer. The only thing you can tell us about the case of a hit and run at a pedestrian crossing. Rather than inform you, Maxim began cautiously, I would like to clarify how the investigation is progressing, and whether the culprit of this hit and run has been identified. He decided to put all the dots on the I. I am the father of the injured child, Maxim Sergeyevich Averin. The smile slowly faded from the captain's face. He turned back to the computer, even stretched out his hand to the mouse, but only tapped it with his fingers. Then he pursed his lips and sort of cleared his throat. Max realized that the captain had made some kind of decision. What can I say? The investigation is underway. We are working. But as for the culprit, so far there is nothing encouraging. The car that committed the hit and run is listed as stolen, but it has not yet been found. And he repeated the words of his boss almost word for word. If we find a car, we'll find the hijacker. Maxime did not reinvent the wheel. If you are like that, then so are we. Could it be that the owner specifically wrote a statement about the theft in order not to be responsible for the crime? Literally word for word, he repeated the question he had asked Colonel Nezhnov. The captain, without looking into the eyes of the father of the injured child, answered almost as the colonel did. Hardly. I personally accepted the application from him on Friday morning, and I was hit around lunchtime. And who is the owner of this car? Maxime persisted, although he knew perfectly well who it was. He just wanted to test the reaction of this hard-working policeman and understand how deeply he was involved in all this. The captain was already looking at him with a certain amount of dislike, although he tried to hide it. Why would you? He's not involved. The car's been stolen, he replied somewhat uncertainly. Are you going to have a fight with him yet? But why is this? Max stood up, trying to cheat, a little louder than necessary. He's a victim too. Maybe, on the contrary, we should combine our search efforts. Maxime was by no means going to cooperate with the mayor's son. Now he has received another confirmation that this policeman is as slippery as his boss. Neither one nor the other has named the owner of the stolen car. Why? What is this classified information? Maybe it would be more correct if it was allegedly stolen. Then there really is something to hide. That's what... A metallic tinge appeared in the captain's voice. He began to be strict. You don't meddle in this matter. These are not toys, and can be dangerous. We'll do it ourselves. Then he softened a little, but his tone changed, became more formal, by which the visitor should have understood that the audience was over. I have nothing more to tell you. If there is any news, we will definitely inform you. Maxim completed his main task, received confirmation that the application was written personally by the mayor's son, but he still did not have confidence in this. Of course, it would be good to apply a measure of protection now. It is possible to find out the truth with her help, but Lena categorically forbade it, assuring them that they will figure it out using legal methods. Moreover, she asked me to call her as soon as something became clear, and she would tell me what to do next. And although Lena did not offer to cast a bait about Colonel Nezhnov, Maxim nevertheless could not resist and, trying to be as correct as possible, asked as he left the office, "Please tell me, did Colonel Nezhnov by any chance ask you to register a statement about the theft retroactively?"
Max saw that he was in the top 10. The captain was clearly embarrassed, and his eyes looked surprised and frightened. Maxim even thought that his hands were shaking, but then, in order to overcome his embarrassment, the captain again assumed severity, and even stood up, resting against the tabletop. "What are you talking about? Stop it!" he almost shouted. "That's a crime." Well, you know. Max understood everything, and did not give the captain the opportunity to continue his devastating speech. He smiled innocently and muttered, "Excuse me," and left the office. When Maxim returned home, he called his wife and told her in detail, as she demanded, everything about his meeting with Captain Vasnetsov. Lena was waiting for something like this. After a moment's thought, she asked her husband not to do anything else until she called, after checking her assumptions. She did not specify what these assumptions were, and how she would check them if she was constantly in the hospital next to Alyosha.
But Maxim did not insist. He knew his wife. Lena called closer to noon. Her voice was strained and somehow tired at the same time. "Max," she began slowly, "we have a problem." Maxim immediately realized that the problems that upset Elena so much appeared after his wife checked her assumptions. "Lena, we have only one problem that we are not able to solve yet," he began abruptly in order to shake his wife. "This is Alyosha. The rest are the little things of life, which we will deal with anyway. Can you hear me anyway?" "Yes, Max, I get it. But listen anyway." She paused to find out what else Maxim would say, but he remained silent. "Now I know for sure that our son was hit by the mayor's son, and all these ostentatious searches are just a play for us, and probably for the inspectors, just in case." Maxim had unlimited faith in his wife. He repeatedly had the opportunity to see her crystal honesty, the nobility that she showed even in situations in which he would not even think about his opponents. If she says now that the mayor's son is to blame, then that's it. Max felt a certain satisfaction and even self-respect. No, it was not for nothing that he constantly doubted both the conclusions of the head of the traffic police department and the stories of Captain Vasnetsov. There were berries from the same field. No, not really. The captain has a forced face, but that still doesn't excuse him. If you're an honest person, you should stay that way. Lena, realizing that her husband was burning with impatience, continued, "I have a classmate in Novosibirsk who works in the transport prosecutor's office, Vlad Yuryev. I asked him to clarify whether Denis Karpov had flown from Novosibirsk to Kuzbas last Friday. It turned out that I took off on an evening flight at 21:15. The flight here with all the expectations in the storage and so on is only an hour and a half. Do you understand now? This Karpov shot down Alyosha at the crossing, immediately rushed to Novosibirsk, put the car somewhere for repair, and boarded the plane himself. From the airport, take a taxi home, and in the morning, as if nothing had happened at the traffic police. But he wrote the application on Saturday, not on Friday, although it was registered on Friday. And this was done at the suggestion of the head of the traffic police, most likely at the request of the mayor. He couldn't write a statement about the theft in the morning and get out of Novosibirsk in the evening. Maxim was delighted. He would never have thought of it himself. And his wife, being in the hospital all the time, managed to get important information, and even in another region. Well, isn't that a good fellow? Meanwhile, Elena continued, "That's not all. After this became clear, I asked Vlad to look at the surveillance footage at the entrance to the city from Kuzbas around 4 or 5 o'clock. It's clear that this is unofficial, but he did it anyway and has now called me back. Denis Karpov caught on camera at the entrance to Novosibirsk. He was stopped by a traffic police patrol because he was driving with a broken bumper without a front license plate, which he most likely took off himself, so that it would be impossible to track him on the cameras. And here's a bummer. Vlad said that, judging by the notes, he didn't get out of the car for a long time. He talked to the traffic cops through the window, but they still forced him. And they were standing right under the cameras. Then Max came up with an interesting idea. Len, what if it's not him, but the hijacker? Max, Lena began to explain to the child. There may be a hijacker with a license in his pocket, of course, but it's unlikely. Only suckers leave documents for a car under a sun visor. But here they have an almost ready-made lawyer. If it had been a hijacker, the car would have been in the owner's possession a long time ago after all. It's almost been a week, or at least he would have been informed about it. And yesterday, the captain who's handling this case didn't know anything about the car. You talked to him yourself. And then, there is such a thing as social media, where you can find anyone and anything, even photos. So Denis Karpov is registered there, both in Odnoklasniki and Vkontakte. There's a picture of him there too. He's showing off next to his car. I sent Vlad a screenshot, and he confirmed the match. If it weren't for Alyosha's condition, Max would have been elated. Here he just asked Elena, Len, can I deal with the traffic cops and the mayor now? And most importantly, with this mayor's son. He said the last with a kind of disdain and contempt. Max, take your time. Don't be so bloodthirsty. Here a father defended his son, trying to get him out, if not out of prison, then out of the obvious shit. And with the police, it's even easier. A subordinate couldn't resist the requests of his boss, whether he was a colonel or a captain. What would you do? Do you know? Lena tried to be objective and merciful here too. You said yourself that evil must be punished. Maxim was perplexed. Maybe they should be given a chance to fix everything themselves and act according to the law. Elena did not give up. You'd better come over tonight. We'll discuss everything. No need to cut from the shoulder, Maxim promised. In the late afternoon, Maxim went to Alyosha's with Lena. He had a free pass to attend the second neurosurgery. His senior colleagues helped, but he did not abuse it. He did not come to sleep at night, or at night. Maxim usually entered the hospital through the main entrance, which was closed after the end of the evening visits to the sick by relatives, around 8. And now, leaving the car in the parking lot on the other side of the street, he calmly headed to the department. There was a police UAZ truck near the entrance, with both the drivers and back doors open. This seemed strange to Maxim. From the experience of his hospital, he knew that answers to questions related to victims of criminal disputes or accidents can be obtained in the waiting room, but certainly not in the lobby at the main entrance, where there is no one from the staff except an elderly security guard and a cloakroom attendant. And what do they know? The driver was sitting, or rather reclining in the cab with his arms thrown back behind his head and seemed to be dozing. A real shepherd dog was lying by the open back door, with its head held high and its pink tongue sticking out of its open mouth. Her escort was not visible, probably hiding in the back of the cabin. It means that people have been sunbathing here for a long time. It didn't look like the police were visiting one of their sick relatives, and Maxim headed for the elevator without coming up with a reason for the police to come to the hospital. There was no one in the small lobby in front of the department, where relatives and patients usually sat on leather sofas at this time. There was also an empty place near the post where the nurse usually did paperwork. But at the end of the corridor, where his Alyosha was lying in the ward, it was crowded. Besides the people in white coats, Maxim noticed 2 men in police uniforms. My heart instantly sped up, began to beat alarmingly, and my legs involuntarily began to move faster. A little more and Maxim would have run, but a man in a white coat rushed towards him, whom Max recognized as the head of the department, Mikhail Yuryevich. He was Alyosha's attending physician, and worked on him together with one of the intensive care units. The manager seemed extremely agitated, preoccupied, and at the same time confused, which was easily read by the bewilderment on his face. Stopping the agitated father on the approaches to the ward, he wanted to talk to him, but he didn't seem to know where to start. What happened? Maxim asked impatiently, even forgetting to say hello. He spread his arms to the sides, averted his eyes, and raised his eyebrows helplessly. Maxim Sergeyevich, The most important thing is to calm down. But what happened? What happened? We'd like to know what happened. It's just kind of mystical. And yet, are they all right? He was trying to get an answer from the supervisor. I hope so, Mikhail Yuryevich muttered vaguely. They're not in the room, Maxim Sergeyevich. They're... He seemed to gather his courage and then suddenly blurted out, "They're gone." His hands dropped to his sides. Maxim felt an irresistible weakness in his legs and wearily leaned against the wall, while the doctor continued. The nurse on duty came in to take her temperature at 6 as usual, but the room is empty. Imagine. It's empty. No boy, no mother. Everything is in place. Even your spouse's phone is on the bedside table. But they are not. My sister is here. I'm on duty today. We looked at everything ourselves first, checked all the wards and utility rooms. It's empty. Then we ran through all the floors and to no avail. Of course, if your son was walking, you could leave. But here you have a coma, and Elena Yuryevna is quite a reasonable woman. I had to call the police. They even brought a search dog. She turned around in the room, but didn't even come out of it. She sat down and sits, and no one in the hallway or anywhere saw them. Neither the guards nor the staff in the waiting room. No one. They definitely didn't leave the building. We don't know what to think. I'm telling you, mysticism. Having finished his somewhat confused and agitated speech, Mikhail Yuryevich decided to look into Maxim's eyes, raised his gaze and was literally taken aback. Any more and his jaw would have gone down. Leaning against the wall, resting the back of his head against it and closing his eyes, Maxim was smiling. He was smiling, and he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. It was not a grimace, not a forced smile at one corner of his mouth, as happens with unpleasant news. It was a smile that a person is ready to share joy with others when he feels a sense of complete satisfaction. Stunned by this display of emotions that clearly did not correspond to the situation, the manager tugged at Maxim by the sleeve of the robe draped over his shoulders. Maxim Sergeyevich, are you all right? Maybe this young man, who has been in a very stressful situation for the last few days, who received such unpleasant, simply murderous news today, has gone crazy? Why not? What's there to smile about? But Maxim looked up from the wall, saw the astonished eyes of the manager, calmly and quite reasonably answered. Mikhail Yuryevich, I'm fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. They'll be found. He paused, as if trying to figure out what else to say so that on the one hand he wouldn't be considered crazy, and on the other without revealing a family secret. That's how I feel. After a few more meaningless phrases, Maxim went to the ward, asking for permission to sit there for a while. The manager was extremely pleased, and the police, who realized that the father and husband alone were not having tantrums and did not require an immediate continuation of the search, left him alone. If they had looked into the room, they would have seen Maxim sitting on a chair next to the bed with his fists clenched tightly, rocking continuously and repeating a prayer. Everything's going to be okay now. Everything will be fine now. He had no doubt that Lena and Alyosha were now very far from this ward, and it was not a fact that they were on Earth at all. Lena called about a day later. Maxim didn't know where to put himself or what to do all day. Elena ordered him not to apply any punitive measures to the perpetrators of the accident without prior joint discussion, which was impossible now for obvious reasons, and he could not break his word. It bothered him. He tried to read, watch TV, pace the room, paced from corner to corner, ate something, but his thoughts were far away. Not even thoughts, but just some fragments, jumping from one to the other, so when his cell phone rang, he instantly grabbed the phone. Max. Max. Do you hear me? We're fine, Max. Do you understand? We're doing well. Alyosha is well, sends his regards. And then his son's joyful, sonorous voice was heard. Dad! Dad! Hi, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I'm already running. Maxim was silent, unable to say a word, because his throat was constricted, and large tears spontaneously rolled down from his eyes, which he was not at all shy about and did not even try to wipe away. Lena, surprised by the silence, became alarmed. Maxim, can you hear us? Clearing his throat, trying not to sniffle. Max replied, "Lena, I'm here. I can hear you perfectly, and I'm very glad that everything is fine." Elena's voice warmed up even more. "Maxim, my dear, thank you. Thank you for making me come out to the princess. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for your confidence, I do not know what would have happened." Then she added, "Can you come now?" Maxim rushed to the bedside table, grabbed his license and car keys. "I'm on my way." It usually took Max 40 to 45 minutes to get to the rehabilitation center located in a neighboring city. But here he managed to do it in half an hour. Out of the corner of his mind, he knew that he was definitely on the cameras on the highway somewhere, and in the near future he had to wait for letters of happiness for speeding. But he wasn't particularly upset. Now was not the time. In order to get to the department, he had to use all his charm, eloquence, and the same pass to freely visit the hospital, because he entered through the emergency room, since the main entrance was already closed. Seeing that the elevator was stuck somewhere on the upper floors, Maxim did not wait, but ran up the stairs. The ward was quiet and deserted. There was no one in the corridor or at the post, and Maxim, trying not to stomp, cautiously approached the ward where his wife and his son, who had suddenly recovered, were waiting for him. Alyosha sat on his father's lap all evening until he fell asleep, and only after that the guys managed to talk. Lena looked surprisingly attractive. Where had her fatigue gone? The mournful wrinkles on her forehead, the circles under her eyes, in which Maxim saw a familiar gleam. Of course, the only son was healthy, but what else does a loving mother need? Elena's story was not very colorful. There were no descriptions of the splendor and attractiveness of the places where she and Alyosha had to visit, but it was accurate and concise, which was the main thing now. Usually, no one comes into our room at night, so I dozed off right here on the chair. I feel that someone is in the room, but I don't have the strength to open my eyes and look. I've been terribly tired these days, with so many worries and doubts. Lena was already talking about the past few days without any regret, calmly, as if it were an ordinary thing that wasn't worth much attention. Suddenly, I realized that a woman's voice is asking me to open my eyes right in my head. Just like on the ship on the third mountain at the first meeting with Pavel Ivanovich. I was scared, but I opened my eyes. A pretty young woman is sitting next to me on a chair. Her hair is dark brown, wavy, and falls to her shoulders. I've always dreamed of them. She looks at me calmly and smiles, and then says, "Hello, Lena." Her voice is also pleasant, and her eyes are so friendly, almost like Mom's, even though she looked younger than me. "I am the Princess of Ilsenor," he says. "You called us, and we're here." I'm silent. I can't say a word. Then I started crying, and she's stroking my shoulder so softly. "Everything will be fine," he repeats. "You did the right thing by contacting us. We will cure your son." And I roared even harder, even though I knew she was calmly reading my thoughts in my head. The princess was saying something else, and I gradually calmed down. "How did you get here?" I ask. "And how did you hear my requests?" Everything turned out to be quite simple. That's what they think, but I still don't understand. When the Princess Ilsenora entered Earth's orbit, Pavel Ivanovich left a beacon buoy here so that it would be easier to get here if necessary. It was as if he felt or calculated everything. He was a 7th-generation AI. There was also some kind of equipment installed, which was configured for thought communication. And then, on the way, at every point of exit from hyperspace, he left something similar. Naturally flawed, only accessible to him. It turns out that distance doesn't matter for mental communication. At least within the galaxy, everyone can contact everyone. I just didn't know that. I didn't have any experience. Then, at the site, I talked to the AI and thought that it was all outside the third mountain and limited. What is very important is the inability to lie with this type of communication, because emotions are also transmitted here. My emotions and mental images, of course, got on this signal buoy, and then, as if in a chain, to Celia, to Pavel Ivanovich. He understood everything and was horrified. He continued to consider himself our debtor and decided to help me at all costs. You can see there was so much despair in my emotions that they realized it in another galaxy. We also realized that we can't do this on our own. He went out to the princess. She, an understanding and grateful girl, responded immediately. The AI brought all the sleeping youth and staff out of suspended animation in space, and everyone knew everything about the situation on Earth, and how many years they had spent here, and who had helped them too. Returning to another time was not a problem for them. They returned to their own with a slight shift so that everything would be sorted out. You can't go out during the battle. What were the escort ships doing with the invaders? And so everything really worked out. When the Emperor, Ilcionora's father, found out about the conspiracy and that his daughter was missing, he set everyone on their ears, tied almost everyone up and found out all the details, except for one thing, where his daughter was. Even mento-scanning the defeated opponents did not help. They really did not know this. And the information allowed them to hope that the princess and the entire youth elite of the Empire were alive and well. Long-range reconnaissance ships scattered in search of neighboring galaxies, but they never reached Earth. I don't know how it is or what happened to the time shift, but everything was settled, and the father emperor of his only daughter could not refuse her request, but sent her not on a yacht, but just in case he immediately gave her a whole battleship. He has more firepower, and the speed is an order of magnitude higher. And most importantly, they have portable portals installed on warships, through which they can go wherever they need to, if the exact exit location is marked. And according to my mental images, they saw our entire ward and calculated everything. They reached us quickly through the lighthouses, and then the princess came to me and dived. Then it's simple. Alyosha in his arms and into the portal. I don't know what it is. There was a kind of swirl of space in the corner of the ward, like snowflakes spinning in a large cocoon, but they were almost invisible. Everything was at the level of sensations, and that was all. We've already left on the ship. It is located in the orbit of Jupiter, and they were already waiting for us there. And the medical capsule was already ready, and the Gravi platform was immediately taken away. By the way, I was also treated later. They returned us quickly too, but the princess said she was in deep debt anyway, and would take us to visit her, show us how well they were doing. We agreed. As soon as we're ready, I'll give her a signal. I'll contact her. That's it. Maxime, who remembered the amazement with which Lena and Alyosha's disappearance was perceived by the doctors, who could not find them in the hospital, and even called the police, wanted to clarify how they reacted to their return. It was interesting. You know, Max, Elena replied thoughtfully. It even surprised me, as if we had never disappeared. They were more amazed that Alyosha had come out of his coma so suddenly on his own, and with such good results. I think our friends did their best here. They somehow influenced the memory of the doctors. You remember, after the departure of the Princess Ilcionora, the FSB didn't touch us either. I was sure that we would be bullied, terrorized. They couldn't help but remember our faces, and they should have cameras everywhere. But it's not. It's the same here. The Avarin's forced vacation was coming to an end, and although it ended very happily compared to the first few days, Maxim still had some dissatisfaction. What is it? Some kind of? He was extremely unhappy that his wife did not allow him to have a showdown and punish the culprit, who almost killed their only son, and those who, using their position, covered him up and hid from retribution. Lena, Max admonished his wife, you supported me when I punished my abusers in prison. I also compared him to Schwarzenegger and cited him as an example. And what has changed now? They almost destroyed our family. Yes, you yourself called for evil to be punished. Is not it so? Elena, obviously reassured that Alyosha was alive and well and all the hardships and worries were over, was much less aggressive. She certainly wanted the mayor, the traffic police chief, the captain allegedly investigating their case, and the culprit of the accident to be punished, but only within the framework of the law. Her investigative work in the prosecutor's office, where the rule of law exceeded everything else, was so deeply ingrained in her essence that here, too, she would like to see the legality of punishment rather than lynching, which Maxime, who really looked at things, preferred. He convinced his wife that law enforcement officers would not put themselves in jail under any circumstances. It's even understandable, but Elena thought differently. In the evening, Maxime launched a decisive attack. Lena, he began from afar. Do you want the perpetrators of all our serious problems to be punished according to the law? But we haven't taken any steps to do this. We're all sitting and waiting for something. When will they feel ashamed themselves? We haven't contacted the police, the investigative committee, or the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor cannot initiate criminal cases. He only gives his consent to initiate them. Lena answered automatically. thinking about something of her own. Okay, He hesitated for a moment, searching for the right word. Enemies committed an illegal act. So, they know about it, but they think that no one else knows about it, and therefore they are silent. I think they already know that Alyosha has recovered, and assume that the parents will happily forget everything. They will not slow them down, and the matter will stop by itself. Very likely, Elena replied. But I think we need to show them that we know everything, and if they don't do anything after that, they will have to be punished. I can go to my own security service, but I'd rather deal with everything myself, because the mayor doesn't give a damn about the USB, and he's also to blame. When he was inaugurated, he swore an oath to serve the well-being of the residents of the entire city, to protect the interests of all citizens, and not just his own son to the detriment of others. He doesn't even have the right to work as mayor after that. Lena, realizing that Maxime was right in many ways, did not think for long. From the drawer of her computer desk, she took out several paper sheets, from which it was clear that these were photocopies of some documents. Vlad sent this by email today, and I printed it out, she said, and handed Max the first sheet. This is a copy of the protocol on an administrative offense against Denis Karpov for driving without a registration number. The date, time, and place of compilation are all specified. Even his signature is under the protocol. Here, she held out the second sheet, is a photocopy of his electronic ticket and boarding pass for the flight from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. The date and time of departure are all indicated. On the third sheet, there was a passenger list for this flight, where there was a check mark against Karpov's last name. There was no doubt that Denis Karpov took off from Novosibirsk at 9:15 p.m. on September 13th. Maxime, armed with killer facts and confirmed documents, and therefore inspired, decided to go to Colonel Nezhnov as he had the first time after lunch. Then there will be fewer people, and no one will interfere with the conversation. There was no one in the reception area except for the secretary, who was also sitting at a high semicircular table. When she saw the visitor, she involuntarily stood up and said with a surprised, questioning face, "You." Again. Maxim, stretching his lips into a wide smile that looked like a smile only from afar, and even then very relatively, replied, "I am. Again." He was aggressive today, and he wasn't going to wait for his secretary to report him to his boss. She finally straightened up and tried to say something, but suddenly her face became confused. She involuntarily knitted her eyebrows, as if listening to herself, and after taking a couple of steps, she began to speak in a different, slightly frightened tone, and about something completely different. "Will you sit for a minute? I need to leave right away. I'll come over and report you to Nikolai Sergeyevich. Sit down. I'll be quick." And then she literally ran out into the hallway. Maxime, of course, was not going to wait for her, because it was he who sent the lovely young lady over the fence, like a police inspector once, in order to pass unhindered to the head of the department. He didn't knock on the closed door. The colonel had hung his tunic over the back of his half-chair and was sitting in a shirt with a loose tie, carefully examining something on the monitor screen. Maxime wasn't interested in whether he was reading official documents or playing solitaire. After briefly greeting the owner of the office and not waiting for his answer, he walked uninvited to the chair that had been pushed back. To say that the colonel was surprised by his visitor's brusque behavior is an understatement. He was amazed, and just like the secretary, he just said, "You?" Maxime wasn't smiling this time. "Mr. Colonel," he began dryly, "it has been 2 weeks since my visit to you. During this time, neither you nor Captain Vasnetsov, despite promises, have given any information about the investigation into the hit and run on my son. I get the impression that the investigation is being delayed on purpose. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nikolai Sergeyevich wanted to yell at this brat, who allowed himself to make claims to him, the police colonel, the head of the department, and even in such a form. And how he came in, without knocking, when even the majors knock beforehand, when the receptionist is not in the reception area, and this one, completely arrogant. But it was not for nothing that the colonel considered himself an intelligent man. And now, with difficulty, he pulled himself together and just as dryly, formally replied, "Your suspicions are completely groundless, sir." He hesitated, not knowing how to address this man, whose name he did not know. Maxim understood his difficulties and prompted, Averin. That's it. That's it. Averin. You have not been informed about the progress of the investigation, because there is nothing to report yet. The stolen car was not found, and so was the hijacker. Maybe you're looking in the wrong place. Maxim interrupted his speech. The colonel was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. He was about to put this arrogant youth in his place, but he did not give him the opportunity. Maybe it makes sense to look for a car in the garage of the mayor or his son in Novosibirsk. After these words, the colonel's face instantly changed, and he himself became more stern, although it clearly did not catch his eye. He knew how to control himself, and there was no fear in his eyes. Do you understand what you are talking about, Averin? The policeman asked sternly, as it seemed to him. I understand, Maxim replied, not at all embarrassed by the severity of his tone, taking out the treasured sheets from his briefcase. But whether you understand that you will have to be responsible for this fake search performance is unclear. Here their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door, and an agitated secretary looked into the office and began to say more often. Nikolai Sergeyevich, I went away for a minute, and this man did not wait, passed by without warning, although I asked to wait. This unexpected visit gave the colonel an opportunity to assess the overall situation. This boy knows something, and we need to try to figure out what and how he got to it. You shouldn't put pressure on him, you should talk to him, and then you'll see. It's okay, Marina, he said as gently as possible. We'll talk. But I don't need anyone to come to me yet. I'm busy. He finished a little more sternly. The secretary understood everything and quickly disappeared through the door, and Maxim handed the colonel photocopies of documents. To do this, he had to get up from his chair, but he was standing far from the boss's desk. What is it? Nikolai Sergeyevich sounded perplexed. And you read it. It is interesting. If you want, this is your verdict, maybe. Max softened a little, but the grimace on his face said otherwise. He remembered that Lena had asked him to give the colonel a chance. Nezhnov pretended not to pay attention to the threats, but putting it aside in memory, began to carefully examine the first sheet, and Maxim began to comment. This is a report on Denis Karpov, drawn up by traffic police officers in Novosibirsk for driving without registration plates. The date, time, place, everything is there, as you understand. You must admit, it's hard to believe that a man filed a car theft report at 9:30. A child was hit by this car at 12:30, and at 16:30 the owner of the stolen car, who wrote the theft report himself, was detained in Novosibirsk, driving a stolen car. 300 kilometers from the crime scene. A paradox. Then why didn't he tell you about the miraculous return of the car to the owner the next day? And you've been unsuccessfully searching for her for 3 weeks? Nezhnov frowned, and there was a reason. He obviously hadn't expected this. It was necessary to decide something, to make some comments, but nothing good came to mind, and the colonel decided to stall for time. Maybe he'll come up with something. He moved on to the second sheet. And this is a photocopy of the ticket and boarding pass for the plane that Denis Karpov flew from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. The date, time, route, and flight number are all there. The colonel wanted to grind his teeth and hiss from where. He knows, but I had to control myself. The main thing now is not to lose your temper. If he came here, and not to the USB or the prosecutor's office, it means he wants something. We need to find out what. Meanwhile, Maxim continued, Denis Karpov really visited you. But he wasn't there on Friday, but on Saturday, after he arrived. And I wrote the hijacking statement on Saturday, but you asked Captain Vasnetsov to register it on Friday. Or maybe they ordered it. I don't know. After all, it's easy to check from the recordings from the surveillance camera that you have installed in the neighboring building in front of the duty station. Denis Karpov was definitely not there on Friday when the report about the theft of his car was registered, and there cannot be, because he was not there. Or did you also withdraw all the records, just like at the bank at the crossroads? Maxim asked sarcastically. The policeman did not expect this either, and despite all his self-control, he involuntarily glanced at the safe, which stood to his right in the corner of the office. There were indeed discs with recordings from surveillance cameras from the bank and the duty station. The colonel was not going to destroy them. Who knows what? And suddenly someone will need them, so here they are, seized out of operational necessity. But how this Averin knows about the fate of the recordings is a very interesting question. Maxim was far from being as observant as the head of the traffic police department, but he noticed the colonel's gaze and realized that the recording discs were right there. Well, we'll have to withdraw them. Just for insurance. There will be another trump card. He remembered his promise not to refer to the head of the bank's security service in his search, but now that he had almost all the big cards in his hands, he was sure that Colonel Nezhnov would not be up to clarifying the circumstances of how Max found out about the fate of the records. And the guard didn't seem to be afraid of the cops either. In his agonizing search for a way out of the situation that was clearly not in his favor, Nikolai Sergeyevich realized one thing. Now he needed to negotiate in order to gain time before Averin went to the USB or to the prosecutor, or even much higher. Then you can find a way out. You can. There are no hopeless situations, especially with his potential, and now you can promise anything this Averin wants. The colonel leaned his chest on the table, making it clear that all ceremonies were discarded, and simply asked, "What do you want?" Then he added anyway, trying to figure out Max's next steps. "Do you understand that all this was obtained illegally and has no legal effect? And your son is already well. Why is he fighting with the mayor?" Maxim was prepared for this turn of events and answered quite calmly. "And you make a request to Novosibirsk, the traffic police and the transport police, and you will receive an official response. Your case hasn't been closed yet. And what do I want? Nothing special. Just bring this matter to an end as required by law. Now the crime has been practically solved and you have all the evidence of Karpov's guilt in your hands. Let the court decide whether he is guilty or not. My son recovered almost miraculously. He was in a coma for a week and could die at any moment. And if I were the mayor, I would ask you to do it myself. Because next time, this reckless driver will hit someone who won't recover. I think you wouldn't want it to be your relative? Well, then you will write an application for transfer to another city, so that everyone can be at peace. If you want, you can retire. You probably have enough seniority." That was not acceptable to the colonel at all. After Max's frank and direct statement, there was a prolonged pause, which Nezhnov had to break. "How much time do I have?" he clarified in a changed voice. His voice lost its confidence and edification. It became more sullen and tarnished, but it was difficult to understand whether this was a mimicry of the current situation or a real assessment of it. Maxim answered without hesitation. 2 days. The colonel looked up, calculating something in his mind. Not enough. We only have to wait 2 or 3 days for responses to requests, then we need to meet with the mayor to discuss the situation. Maxim deliberately interrupted him and came up with an idea that wasn't very good for himself, but he really wanted to see the mayor's reaction, how he would react to this and what he would say. "And you tell him that the father of the injured child has dug up everything, threatens to go to the prosecutor's office and the USB. "That's exactly what I'll do," the owner of the office said, grinning from the corner of his mouth. "It's really true." Maxim realized that the conversation had come to an end, and it was time to leave, but he was still not sure of the sincerity of the colonel's intentions. Nezhnov, with a dull look and slumped shoulders, was still sitting with his arms outstretched and his chest resting on the table. But even now he did not resemble a repentant sinner at all, but rather a cornered beast. Such a predator becomes very dangerous and can bring a lot of trouble. Maxim saw this clearly and decided to play it safe. "Nikolai Sergeyevich." He waited for the colonel to look up and continued. "I must warn you that due to the unusual situation, I recorded a short video message where I told everything in detail. Now this file is hanging online and waiting in the wings." In the next second, Max saw that the colonel's gaze instantly transformed, became hard and penetrating. His lips tightened, causing the nasolabial folds to become excessively deep, and realized how right he had done, not believing the owner of the office. True, the unusual transformation lasted only a few seconds. Then the owner of the office became sullen and confused again. But that was enough. "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Colonel," Maxim continued at the end of the metamorphosis. "For now," he deliberately emphasized the word in his voice, "he's hanging, and his future fate depends entirely on you. It's been stuck for 2 days, but if you think that's not enough time, I'll reschedule the upload for a week. If nothing changes during this time, or even more so if something happens to my loved ones or to me. The video will go to everyone who needs it. The governor, the prosecutor of the region, the department of their own security, well, and the cherry on the cake. Just online, for everyone to see, so that everyone can see how some big bosses. Once again, the colonel barely managed to hold back a grimace of anger, but Maxim noticed it. He didn't care about all the grudges of the policemen, and if it hadn't been for Elena, this sleek boss would already be lying here and now just on the floor and blowing bubbles, or convulsing, or... At night, Max went over the punitive measures with sadistic pleasure for all the villains who had almost orphaned his family, but he didn't stop at anything in particular. If everything goes as we agreed, I will put this message somewhere in a safe, or I will keep it with friends. He looked at the colonel with a grin. For my own safety. I am not naive enough to believe in the sincerity of your repentance. After these words, Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov suddenly turned pale. His eyes, as they say in romance novels, clouded, or, as sports commentators say about boxers who are knocked down, swam. The colonel's head fell on his outstretched arms, and he himself sprawled in a shapeless heap on the table at which he was sitting. Maxim was completely oblivious to the changes in his health. Just a simple fainting spell. It will pass in 5 to 7 minutes. If you have ammonia, it's even faster. It's a good thing he wasn't there. Even during the conversation about the discs with recordings from surveillance cameras from the bank and the traffic police station, Maxim noted that the door of the safe, where the owner of the office involuntarily glanced, was only closed, and the key was sticking in the lock. Perhaps the colonel took something out of the safe before Max arrived and got distracted, or, conversely, planned to look there again in the near future. It was a good thing. Maxim, without thinking about the consequences, opened the safe and immediately saw 2 CDs on a small stack of paper folders, one in a plastic box, the other in a paper envelope. Obviously one is from the bank, the other is from the traffic police department on duty. By Senka and the Hat. Both of them moved to the evidence hunter's briefcase. Max lowered the back of the half seat a little, then, with some difficulty, shifted the owner of the office so that his head was neatly perched on its upper contour, and the armrests did not allow the owner to slide to the side. After this not puny exercise, Maxim did not deny himself the pleasure of patting the colonel on the cheeks. What is there? To clap. In general, after that, the policeman began to show signs of life. He jerked his head, trying to turn away, mumbled something, and then tried to open his eyes. At parting, not without malice, but convincing himself that he was doing this solely in the interests of the colonel who had suddenly fainted, Max squeezed the sufferer's earlobe with all his might, so that he almost immediately opened his eyes and stared blankly at his executioner. Without any comment, he took his briefcase and left the office. Naturally, there was no one in the reception area. Maxim sent an unwelcoming secretary ahead of time along a route known to her. So he left the reception area without suspicious glances or comments, calm and unnoticed by anyone. In recent days, Elena often invited her husband to visit Princess Ilsionora at Celia. That's exactly what she said. To drive. As if it were about a small country walk, and not about traveling a distance that the ordinary human mind cannot even imagine. Maxim refused, referring to the need to bring to a logical conclusion the case of hitting his son. How will Colonel Nezhnov behave? Would he really give the case a legal go, which Max hardly believed in, or more likely, would he try to get out of it? Then we have to wait for trouble. Maxim was not afraid for himself. He didn't take bribes. He didn't drive drunk. He didn't steal. He didn't deal with drugs. What else is there? There was no point in physically eliminating it either, because sooner or later the delayed file would appear on the network, and at the recipients, whom the colonel did not want to meet in any way. Of course, it will not be difficult for him to arrange an inspection of Max's car, with all the consequences. The Gaians are still magicians. Any witnesses will be divorced if you don't want to, but you will believe that yes, it was in the trunk of this very Logan that the drugs were found. But Max paid no more attention to this than an elephant to a pug. They'll put it down themselves and eat it if they're not tired of life. Moreover, then the file that kills the colonel will still get online. Lena and Alyosha were still the weak link. Well, God forbid. Lately, Maxim found himself thinking more and more often, that he wanted to severely punish both the colonel and the captain, and the mayor with his son, Major, and everyone who does not live according to conscience. Of course, he wasn't a judge, but he wanted to. Sometimes he was scared by such thoughts, but more often he just dispassionately worked out his possible actions in his head, and even outlined ways to eliminate unnecessary possible problems. On Monday, when Maxime and Lena's vacation was over, and it was decided to send Alyosha to school, since he felt quite satisfactory, Max became convinced that his dislike of Colonel Nezhnov was well-founded, and he even regretted that he had left him in good health at the last meeting. Lena usually returned from work later than her husband, because it took much longer to get home from the center where the prosecutor's office was located than it did for Max from his hospital, which was located right there in the neighborhood. Lena was already at home by the time Max arrived today. At first he didn't think much of it, but when he saw her eyebrows drawn together from the hallway, her lips pursed, he realized that something had happened, and it wasn't for nothing that she was home so early. Without giving a sign or even trying to figure out from the doorstep what had happened, Maxime washed, changed clothes, and, according to a long-established tradition, went to the kitchen to drink coffee. Dinner would be later, but for now, the couple's much-loved coffee, over which they could just chat, discuss the day, and even complain if necessary. Max usually brewed the coffee, as he returned from work earlier, but he honestly admitted that Lena's coffee turned out to be tastier, richer, and more aromatic. The coffee didn't seem so impressive today, and the conversation in the kitchen wasn't going well, and Maxim nevertheless asked what happened, why Lena wasn't herself. Sipping a sip of her favorite drink without any pleasure, the wife, looking somewhere past Max, said with bitter irony, "Congratulations to you, Max. You're living with a bribe-taker." At first, Maxim did not understand either her black humor or the very meaning of what she said, and only after a few seconds, suppressing the inner anxiety that manifested itself with unpleasant sensations in his stomach, he thought, "It started. I shouldn't have listened to you." Closer to lunch, when Lena, like most of her colleagues, was about to go to a nearby cafe for a snack, a woman entered the office, wearing a rather wide-brimmed straw hat despite the not-at-all hot weather. The woman introduced herself as the mother of one of the very young robbers sitting in the detention center and awaiting trial, whose case was led by Elena and was supposed to represent him in court. The prosecutor's investigator did not have a chance to meet with the mother of this bastard, who did not spare a pensioner during his raid, who tried to protect his money from the bank and knocked him out with brass knuckles, kicking him, although she tried. But now Lena has listened to a lot of interesting things, what a wonderful child he is, and that he got into this case by accident, and took everything upon himself, because he is afraid of the main organizer of the robbery, a veteran criminal whose nickname she does not know, but if the investigator talks to him again, he'll tell you everything. At first, her voice, which was quite adequate, gradually switched to a patter. Then shrill notes and sobs were clearly heard in it, and then a real tantrum broke out with a stream of tears. There was no doubt about the sincerity of which. They literally flowed like a river. I even had to give this overly impressionable mother a drink of water, for which Lena had to rush out to the cooler standing not far from the office in the corridor. The decorative jug with stylized flowers, designed for this purpose, standing on the windowsill was pristine. And who would think of changing the water in it every day when the mistress of the cabinet is on vacation? By the time she returned, although she had been gone for 10 seconds, maybe 15, the river of tears had turned into a small stream, although the sobs were still audible. After Elena promised to carefully review the case once more, the calmed visitor left the office without even saying goodbye. Lena even thought that she did it too hastily, but she didn't pay attention to it. But after lunch, a completely nondescript man who introduced himself as a major of his own security service entered the office without knocking, accompanied by a disgruntled Viktor Stepanovich. He did not just guess about his unattractive appearance, but knew it for sure, and tried to compensate for this by the importance of his position and the ostentatious importance of the task he was performing. It was impossible to explain his excessive aplomb, self-confidence and lack of appeal in his judgments, his manner of bearing and speaking, with anything else. They won't keep ordinary arrogant fools in such a service. However, the prosecutor looked at him without even any show of respect. After a short introduction, the major said with obvious pleasure. Elena Yurievna, our department has received information that you promised Citizen Rusakova, for a certain fee, to minimize the punishment of her son, who is accused under Article 162 of the Criminal Code. What can you say about this? His overly correct speech did not bother the major at all, although it smelled of bureaucracy. Lena looked helplessly at Viktor Stepanovich. Citizen Rusakova had left this office no more than half an hour ago. Elena certainly hadn't expected this, so at first she was confused, but the boss just shrugged helplessly and spread his hands behind the major's back. Then he blinked his eyes reassuringly and nodded his head. We'll break through. He believed in his employee. Lena pulled herself together anyway. I can say that this is complete nonsense. She began unnecessarily sharply, but the major did not let her finish and unceremoniously interrupted her. I would not advise you to behave like that. You understand that we would not have come here without any grounds, so I suggest that you voluntarily give out the illegally received funds. This will count for you. Lena paled, but then the colonel intervened, trying to smooth the situation somewhat. Major, don't you think you're going a little overboard? But he did not let the prosecutor finish either, believing that his status allowed him to interrupt his superiors. Mr. Colonel, now we will search your investigator's office, and I think then you will not be amused. You will definitely change your point of view. He had no doubt about the results of the search, which was alarming. From where? The security guard looked out into the corridor for a second, and two young men, probably junior officers, entered the office, who, obviously aware of their upcoming actions, began to pull on examination gloves. Once again, I suggest that you voluntarily, he emphasized the last word in his voice, give out illegally obtained funds. You can't expect any leniency after the search begins. His ostentatious confidence, oddly enough, allowed Elena to calm down. She leaned against the wall with her back, and pursing her lips in disgust, nodded her head. Look for it. Two employees from the archive were invited as witnesses. One of the operatives asked for the keys to the safe, and began examining its contents, while the other looked into the drawers of the desk without much enthusiasm, as if knowing in advance that he would not find anything untoward there. Without even bothering to rummage through the spread-out papers, he moved on to examining the women's bag standing on the windowsill. However, before that, he looked carefully at his boss and showed his find to him with a fleeting gesture. He nodded his head in silence and turned to Lena. Elena Yurievna, is this your bag? And after receiving a nod of confirmation, he clarified. What's in it? Lena shrugged her shoulders in disbelief. My personal belongings. The major moved a little to the side so that the silent witnesses could see everything that was happening. The young girls who appeared here on the orders of their superiors were quietly panicking. Elena Yurievna was loved by the prosecutor's office, and everything that was happening with Captain Averina now caused confusion, if not more than a sharp dislike for the organizer of this action. But this only concerned the staff of the prosecutor's office. The representative of his own security service, on the contrary, seemed to feel a sense of deep satisfaction, and the leading search operators were indifferent. They were just doing their job. The archivist had to put up with it, and it's understandable you can't argue with your superiors. The next moment, a gambling spark appeared in the eyes of the policeman, who was busy with the handbag, and with considerable triumph, he pulled out a white, unstamped envelope without any labels or pictures from his side pocket, which he first showed to the major, then confidently placed his find on the table. Is this your envelope, Elena Yurievna? The security guard asked dispassionately. Lena was quite surprised, because she saw him for the first time, which she stated. But you won't deny that it was taken out of your purse, will you? The major asked. No, I won't, she replied calmly, having managed to understand the whole essence of what was happening in those few seconds. Even more, I will say that this envelope was slipped into my purse by the same citizen Rusakova, with whom I allegedly demanded a monetary reward, and who left this office about 40 minutes ago. She didn't tell you that I had to drain her with water because of a masterfully staged tantrum, and take the water in a cooler in the hallway, where I had to go out. Unfortunately, none of the staff was in the office at the time to keep watch, as everyone had gone to lunch. The operative lifted the flap on the back of the envelope and, with some special habitual movement, poured several $100 bills onto the table, which were unusually arranged on the lid in the form of a fan. There weren't more than 10 bills, and it wasn't a particularly large sum, but they looked nice. "Is this your money, Elena Yurievna?" The restless major continued. "No, not mine. But even if you magically find the word bribe on these bills now, it doesn't mean anything." Elena's voice got a little stronger. "I didn't hold this money in my hands and my fingerprints can't be there." The answer was expected, but the major seemed even pleased with it. A condescending smile appeared on his face, which he reinforced with the phrase, "Well, let's check it out." And in a completely different voice, harsh and decisive, he gave the command to his subordinate. "The money is in the technical department for examination." He turned back to Elena. "I hope your fingers are in the database. Then don't forget the envelope." Lena's hairpin did not achieve its goal. The major simply parted his lips in a kind of smile. "Absolutely." While the remaining operative continued the search fluently, and the colonel and the major sat on chairs at different ends of the office waiting for the results of the examination, Lena, who did not like the security officer's excessive confidence at all, began to consider the possibilities for the development of the situation when her fingerprints on banknotes could be detected. There was silence for several minutes, occasionally broken by the rustle of papers being sorted by the operative, but he couldn't find anything else criminal. Then his partner appeared in the office and immediately handed the expert opinion to the chief. The major skimmed through a rather large text and silently handed the sheet to the prosecutor. He read more carefully, maybe some passages twice, and as he read, his expression became more and more gloomy. Here, Elena shamelessly broke the silence, which had become quite tense. "Viktor Stepanovich, may I comment on the expert opinion?" And without waiting for an answer, she continued. "Out of all the bills sent for examination, 5 may have my fingerprints on them, but the rest, as well as the envelope, do not. There are others on the banknotes with my fingerprints, also female, which are not in our database. And there probably aren't any prints on the envelope at all." The colonel looked up from the report sheet and stared thoughtfully at his subordinate, not knowing what to think. Everything Elena said was exactly in line with the conclusions of the experts. He couldn't figure out how she could know that. Is she really involved in everything that the major has spun? Or does her brain work differently and she calculates all the moves of her detractors at once? But the major looked at the suspect, exactly as he saw her, in a completely different way. Irritated and suspicious, which did not go well with his tightly compressed lips and red spots on his face. None of the senior officers were in a hurry to join the conversation. As for the younger ones, those who realized that everything voiced by the prosecutor's office investigator corresponded to the conclusion, looked at her with all their eyes with easy-to-read surprise, and even admiration. Elena, without waiting for any questions or permissions, quickly continued. "Last year, my husband, son, and I went to Turkey on vacation. After the trip we had $500 left, which we had saved. We thought about flying to Vietnam this year, but we didn't manage to. We spent the whole vacation with our son in the hospital. On Friday we decided to deposit these dollars in the bank, which they still have to lie around for a whole year. Moreover, money is needed after the vacation. So on Saturday, I handed them over to the Moscow Credit Bank. These are the only $500 bills I've held in my hands over the past year. I counted them at the checkout. And the other prints on the banknotes are the cashier's prints. She counted them in front of me, and then she ran them on her banknote detector. It's easy to check. Cash register number 2. It's about 11 o'clock. Well, as for the fact that there are no prints on the envelope, that's understandable. Why would Citizen Rusakova put herself in such a position? My fingerprints are not on the envelope. But hers are. Her story was quite plausible, and the colonel's frown gradually began to change to benevolent and respectful. But the major did not want to give up. How did the money get here? Did you tell someone that you were going to deposit dollars at the bank? And your enemies followed you right behind and immediately bought the money back to slip it here? You must admit, it's very hard to believe. The mysterious car and the nondescript man with receding hairline were extremely interesting, not only to Maxim, but also to Lena. Valera, who did not know the whole story, looked at everything that was happening with delight, but his comments boiled down mainly to the regret that he was only looking after his car, and not around where it was going on. So many interesting, mysterious things. We need to take a closer look. Maybe he'll find something interesting. If Maxim was mostly guessing after computer searches, then his wife went the way of real things. First, she asked Valera to enlarge a number of pictures and received both the license plate of a black Toyota and a decent photo of a man entering the entrance. Secondly, she had already called her friends, operatives, and technicians from home. The former easily punched through the car owner's number, and the latter launched a screenshot of a man starting to go bald into the facial recognition program of the police base. The search results seemed to be expected of her. In any case, when she informed Maxim about this, her face was tired and disappointed. But some kind of anxiety was visible in a series of emotions. "Max, do you know who owns this black Toyota?" "What is it?" she asked, and without waiting for her husband's reaction, she voiced it. "To Captain Vasnetsov, the henchman of our evil genius." Now everything became completely clear, even to me, an ever-doubting young lady, and not a police captain. And even though he didn't show up anywhere, I have no doubt that he was the one driving. Entrusting such an expensive car to someone is the height of frivolity. Unlike Lena, Maxim was completely calm. He had already decided everything for himself, and blamed himself only for the fact that at one time he listened to his wife, who convinced him to give a chance to correct a vile and cruel man. And Lena continued, "That's not all. This smart guy with a receding hairline is none other than a famous burglar named Deck. He is also an avid gambler but unlucky. He loses most of his loot at cards. He has better luck in his profession. The captain has interesting friends. Although not the captain, but rather the colonel. Is it clear who bugged us?" "What is it?" she asked her husband, who was thinking about something. And, again, without waiting for an answer, continued. "And in the car, when they moved under the windows, they listened to our conversations. That's how they found out about dollars. What are we going to do now?" It was easy to read the carefully concealed concern in her question. Maxim, noticing her confusion, tried to distract his wife from sad thoughts and, even in his own opinion, answered too optimistically with an inimitable Caucasian accent. "How to do what, Sluchet? Ma. We will punish evil." Lena realized that Max was trying to support and encourage her in such an unusual way, but she just smiled sadly. "I'm not against retribution, Max, especially since there is something to punish. But I still want the court to determine the punishment. But it seems that if the case goes to court, it will be somewhere closer to our retirement. And it is not yet clear with what losses for us." Maxim correctly assessed Lena's reaction to his foolishness and became more serious. "Why such pessimism, dear wife?" "What is it?" he asked, although he wasn't going to wait for the court's decision. "Max, everything that we have found today is clear and important only for us. We are sure that Vasnetsov brought the deck and he installed the bugs, and we know why this was done. And for the court, that's bullshit. This is all circumstantial evidence. Well, there was a car in the yard, so what? Well, a man came into our entrance, and what? Who knows why? As I understand it, there are no fingerprints of this deck in our apartment. He's not stupid enough to work without gloves. Still a professional. So it's not provable. Here. Something like that." Here, Maxim came up with a brilliant idea, and he decided to drag Lena to his side. "And if, so to speak, the defendants in this case, whom we know, themselves declare their role in this, the process? Well, will this Rusakova say that Colonel Neznov bribed her? Or will the deck state the same thing? Or does Neznov himself admit everything? Can you imagine?" "I get it, Max," Lena said wearily. "A measure of protection." She thought about it and said anyway, "I'm against it, of course. But if there's no other way out, they'll come up with something else, not just a fake bribe. Right now they have obvious punctures, because time was extremely limited. Just in short supply. We decided on the spur of the moment. Anyway, we've achieved something. I've been suspended from my job for the duration of the investigation. so I'm not your assistant in many cases. Maxim, delighted with a small victory, nonchalantly waved his hand. Never mind. We'll figure it out. Citizen Rusakova, who so masterfully played a grief-stricken mother in the investigator's office that she didn't mind giving a title, lived on the outskirts of the city in a very ordinary 5-story Khrushchev. By the look of the entrance door alone, it was safe to say that honored and national artists definitely did not live here. So, it was alarming. The dented metal structure, which bore numerous signs of advertisements pasted on for months and bright inscriptions by young artists, was completely devoid of any locking device. There was no overhead or magnetic lock, door closer, and even more so there was no intercom. There wasn't even an ordinary return spring, so the door swung shamelessly back and forth, either gaping wide open or shamefully covering a rather shabby entrance vestibule. And it only depended on the place of residence of the scurrying inhabitants of different floors. Those who lived higher up naturally did not bother closing the door, but those who were lower still covered it, trying to get rid of street noise, dust, and drafts walking around the entrance because of the second door on the opposite side of the house, which also often did not close. There was a bench at the entrance, probably the same age as the house. It was in the 70s, when the construction of the Khrushchev buildings was already ending everywhere. Such gardening and park benches made of individual wooden bars with cast iron sides began to appear en masse not only in parks and squares, but also in courtyards. That's what they put here. It has been painted and repainted countless times, but once again the paint began to fall off in whole layers, so that the appearance of this bench became more and more unassuming every day. Moreover, one of the bars at the very back broke right in the middle, and the ends of this unsightly piece of wood rested on the courtyard asphalt, rising at the edges. No one cared about that disheveled door or that broken peeling bench. It was here, according to the criminal case, that the young robber Rusakov lived with his mother. Lena remembered this from the criminal case. She categorically refused to go up to the apartment. If this undeserved artist sees her, and even tells the USB major about it, Elena will not seem enough, and it will end up not only with suspension from work. After instructing Maxim what to say, what questions to ask, and how to behave, Lena waited for him and sat down on the broken bench near the entrance. It was possible to sit here. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Lena, Maxim's voice was clearly confused. She says she hasn't been to any prosecutor's office. I was with the police at the very beginning of the investigation, when my son was detained, but I have never been to the prosecutor's office, and today, I only went out of the apartment to the mysterious car and the nondescript man with receding hairline were extremely interesting not only to Maxim, but also to Lena. Valera, who did not know the whole story, looked at everything that was happening with delight, but his comments boiled down mainly to the regret that he was only looking after his car and not around where it was going on. So many interesting, mysterious things. We need to take a closer look. Maybe he'll find something interesting. If Maxim was mostly guessing after computer searches, then his wife went the way of real things. First, she asked Valera to enlarge a number of pictures and received both the license plate of a black Toyota and a decent photo of a man entering the entrance. Secondly, she had already called her friends, operatives, and technicians from home. The former easily punched through the car owner's number, and the latter launched a screenshot of a man starting to go bald into the facial recognition program of the police base. The search results seemed to be expected of her. In any case, when she informed Maxim about this, her face was tired and disappointed, but some kind of anxiety was visible in a series of emotions. Max, do you know who owns this black Toyota? What is it? She asked, and without waiting for her husband's reaction, she voiced it. To Captain Vasnetsov, the henchman of our evil genius. Now everything became completely clear, even to me, an ever-doubting young lady, and not a police captain. And even though he didn't show up anywhere, I have no doubt that he was the one driving. Entrusting such an expensive car to someone is the height of frivolity. Unlike Lena, Maxim was completely calm. He had already decided everything for himself and blamed himself only for the fact that at one time he listened to his wife, who convinced him to give a chance to correct a vile and cruel man. And Lena continued. That's not all. This smart guy with a receding hairline is none other than a famous burglar named Deck. He is also an avid gambler, but unlucky. He loses most of his loot at cards. He has better luck in his profession. The captain has interesting friends. Although, not the captain, but rather the colonel. Is it clear who bugged us? What is it? She asked her husband, who was thinking about something. And again, without waiting for an answer, continued. And in the car, when they moved under the windows, they listened to our conversations. That's how they found out about dollars. What are we going to do now? It was easy to read the carefully concealed concern in her question. Maxim, noticing her confusion, tried to distract his wife from sad thoughts and, even in his own opinion, answered too optimistically with an inimitable Caucasian accent. How to do what, Slyushe? We will punish evil. Lena realized that Max was trying to support and encourage her in such an unusual way, but she just smiled sadly. I'm not against retribution, Max, especially since there is something to punish, but I still want the court to determine the punishment. But it seems that if the case goes to court, it will be somewhere closer to our retirement, and it is not yet clear with what losses for us. Maxim correctly assessed Lena's reaction to his foolishness and became more serious. Why such pessimism, dear wife? What is it? He asked, although he wasn't going to wait for the court's decision. Max, everything that we have found today is clear and important only for us. We are sure that Vasnetsov brought the deck, and he installed the bugs, and we know why this was done. And for the court, that's bullshit. This is all circumstantial evidence. Well, there was a car in the yard, so what? Well, a man came into our entrance. And what? Who knows why? As I understand it, there are no fingerprints of this deck in our apartment. He's not stupid enough to work without gloves. Still a professional. So, it's not provable. Here, something like that. Here Maxim came up with a brilliant idea, and he decided to drag Lena to his side. And if, so to speak, the defendants in this case, whom we know, themselves declare their role in this, the process? Well, will this Rusakova say that Colonel Neznov bribed her? Or will the deck state the same thing? Or does Neznov himself admit everything? Can you imagine? I get it, Max, Lena said wearily. A measure of protection. She thought about it and said anyway, I'm against it, of course, but if there's no other way out, they'll come up with something else, not just a fake bribe. Right now they have obvious punctures because time was extremely limited. Just in short supply. We decided on the spur of the moment. Anyway, we've achieved something. I've been suspended from my job for the duration of the investigation, so I'm not your assistant in many cases. Maxim, delighted with a small victory, nonchalantly waved his hand. Never mind. We'll figure it out. Citizen Rusakova, who so masterfully played a grief-stricken mother in the investigator's office that she didn't mind giving a title, lived on the outskirts of the city in a very ordinary 5-story Khrushchev. By the look of the entrance door alone, it was safe to say that honored and national artists definitely did not live here. So it was alarming. The dented metal structure, which bore numerous signs of advertisements pasted on for months and bright inscriptions by young artists, was completely devoid of any locking device. There was no overhead or magnetic lock, door closer, and even more so, there was no intercom. There wasn't even an ordinary return spring, so the door swung shamelessly back and forth, either gaping wide open or shamefully covering a rather shabby entrance vestibule. And it only depended on the place of residence of the scurrying inhabitants of different floors. Those who lived higher up naturally did not bother closing the door, but those who were lower still covered it, trying to get rid of street noise, dust, and drafts walking around the entrance because of the second door on the opposite side of the house, which also often did not close. There was a bench at the entrance, probably the same age as the house. It was in the 70s, when the construction of the Khrushchev buildings was already ending everywhere. Such gardening and park benches made of individual wooden bars with cast-iron sides began to appear en masse not only in parks and squares, but also in courtyards. That's what they put here. It has been painted and repainted countless times, but once again the paint began to fall off in whole layers, so that the appearance of this bench became more and more unassuming every day. Moreover, one of the bars at the very back broke right in the middle, and the ends of this unsightly piece of wood rested on the courtyard asphalt, rising at the edges. No one cared about that disheveled door, or that broken, peeling bench. It was here, according to the criminal case, that the young robber Rusakov lived with his mother. Lena remembered this from the criminal case. She categorically refused to go up to the apartment. If this undeserved artist sees her, and even tells the USB major about it, Elena will not seem enough, and it will end up not only with suspension from work. After instructing Maxim what to say, what questions to ask, and how to behave, Lena waited for him and sat down on the broken bench near the entrance. It was possible to sit here. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Lena. Maxim's voice was clearly confused. She says she hasn't been to any prosecutor's office. I was with the police at the very beginning of the investigation, when my son was detained. But I have never been to the prosecutor's office, and today I only went out of the apartment to the store and took out the trash. Lena smiled at the unnecessary details and realized that Max had never expected such a turn and simply had no idea how to proceed. She got the picture right away. Send me her picture, she replied without hesitation. After a minute, Elena was still looking at the photo of a completely unfamiliar woman with some surprise. Well, Colonel, how could he know that she had never seen the defendant's mother? What's it? Competent analysis and subtle calculation? Accurate information obtained from nowhere? Or adventurism and impudence combined with incredible luck? The Colonel is not simple. Oh, how not simple. Discouraged, Maxim sat behind the wheel of a Logan parked near the playground, remained silent, and did not interfere with Elena's thoughts. Lena was always the think tank in their tandem, but Max was a good performer. However, not in today's case. If it hadn't been for Lena's tip about the photo, Maxim would have been completely blown away and lost. Max, his wife finally interrupted his sad thoughts about today's failure. How do you feel about the theater? I saw even more confusion in his eyes. No, in general, I know that you like theater. But do you love him enough to go there right now? She asked sarcastically, and Maxim realized that his wife had some kind of idea that required immediate implementation. Here's what I think. Lena decided to take pity on her puzzled husband. Madame Pseudo-Rusakova just classically played a worried, hysterical woman. Even I believed her, and went out into the hallway to get some water. This, I think, can only be portrayed by a professional actor. What if this young lady who gave me the money is a professional actress? Here we are in the theater, and we will check it out. We will look at the actors. Maybe we'll find an unwitting acquaintance. On the one hand, it was simple, even very simple, but it doesn't happen that way. Even if the idea is correct, but for example, may the false Rusakova not be involved in today's performance. So, do you go to performances all week? And it's not a fact that she's an actress. That's about how Maxim tried to dissuade Lena from going to the theater. But she convinced him otherwise. Max, you probably haven't been to the theater in ages. I forgot that there are always photos of the entire cast in the lobby. So we'll just look at them. And that's it. I remember her well. And we don't even have to watch the play if you don't want to. Of course, Maxim loved the theater and visited it several times, especially during the candy and bouquet period before the wedding, and then, too, although his basic knowledge of theater was mostly limited to Stanislavski's immortal phrase, "Theater begins with a hanger." For some reason, she always popped into his mind when it came to the theater. The Tolstoy City Drama Theater opened its season in early September, and by today, the ardor of avid theater-goers, indispensable visitors to premiere performances who knew each other by sight, had faded a little, so tickets could be bought right before the start of the performance. Today they were playing The Family of the Ghoul, based on Tolstoy's story. Not Alexei Nikolaevich, but Alexei Konstantinovich, the real count, and not Red, as the Soviet writer was seriously called, after whom the theater in the city was named. By the way, the Red Count, who was once an emigrant and a titled nobleman, who miraculously managed to become a favorite and pet of the Soviet government, was a distant relative of the real Count. Lena casually told all this to her uneducated husband, who had no idea that besides the two well-known Tolstoys in the literary world, there was also a third, also a Count, while they wandered through the foyer of the second floor, looking at photographs of actors of the local troupe. The huge, almost half-human-sized portraits of the artists, taken by a professional photographer, looked impressive and attracted a lot of people, so no one paid attention to Lena and Max, who were looking for a con artist. Most likely, future viewers could not even imagine that a real criminal investigation was unfolding right before their eyes. Maxim did not see citizen False Rusakova, so he did not bother looking for her, but simply moved from one portrait to another, trying to find familiar faces. Still, he went to the theater, though not often. Almost in the center of the portrait gallery, he finally saw the smiling face of a man he knew not only by hearsay, but had also seen in a play 2 years ago. According to a long-established tradition, during the school holidays, the city drama theater necessarily gave a matinee specifically for children. It was usually either a fairy tale for kids or a funny comedy for older kids. That's one such Averina, and got the whole family. We expected to see a fairy tale, but we ended up on Andrei Kuznetsov's Moscow Holidays. Maxim remembered the name of the author of the play even now. A funny comedy about high school students and for high school students, where the main role was played by Sasha Zazabin, whose portrait was now hanging in front of Maxim. He played in a very peculiar way, which is what Max remembers. For all 2 acts, Zazabin's character Alyosha Zhdanovich ran across the stage with a decent stack of paper sheets in his hand, not forgetting to periodically look at them. It seemed that the actor simply did not know the role, and was somehow hedging his bets. However, at the beginning of the second act, in order to justify his extraordinary behavior on stage, he nevertheless told his partner in the episode that he was going to enter the institute at the Faculty of Mathematics, and would use any free minute to study mathematics. It was even said something like, "This is not Tchaikovsky, Shostakovsky, this is mathematics." The audience liked the phrase with such a quirky surname, and clearly not from the text, and caused a cheerful stir in the audience. Zazabin realized that his impromptu performances were well received by the audience, and set off into all sorts of trouble. The nonsense was more interesting than the other in his performance, until the end of the second act, and the audience greeted the end of the performance with applause, awarding them mostly to Sasha Zazabin, who masterfully got out of a difficult situation. Maxim found out this later, and in the place where he least expected it, in the morgue, at work. When he was trying to tell his colleagues how much he liked the actor Zazibin because of his unconventional acting style before his lunch break for tea, Natasha, the one who bothered him with her pranks in the first year of service, suddenly declared, "Yes, Sasha is a great fellow. He was cast in this role just 2 hours before the performance. Andrei Zhdanovich was supposed to play the role of Zhdanovich there. He is an actor in their theater with that name, but he could not because of a heavy hangover after the New Year. And Sasha helped everyone out. And Zhdanovich was reprimanded so that he would know the measure." Then Maxim remembered that in the program, in the list of actors and performers, Alexander Zazibin's name was handwritten above some other colored ballpoint pen. And Natasha, who turned out to be not only an avid theater-goer, but also a special backstage person, shared all sorts of theatrical stories and gossip with her colleagues throughout the break. It turns out that Sasha Zazabin, who Max liked so much for his eccentricity, a tall and handsome guy with slightly curly blonde hair, vaguely resembling a young Yesenin, was a hero lover not only on stage, but also outside the walls of the theater. He had no shortage of female fans, and he shamelessly took advantage of it. He has already managed to get married and divorced 2 or 3 times. Natasha spoke of his adventures with an easy-to-read longing and a touch of sadness, clearly regretting that she was not the object of his lust. At least, that's what Maxim thought. So he remembered the local landmark and was now looking at her portrait with interest, completely ignoring Elena. Lena stayed for a long time at the opposite wall opposite the portrait, where a young woman was depicted, whose age, despite all the tricks of the photographer, still showed quite clearly. At first, she looked at the portrait from different angles. Then she began to look for Maxim, who also froze at the photograph of the male actor. After a couple of minutes, their eyes met, and Max hurried to his wife. "It's her, Max," Elena said peremptorily, not doubting that Maxim would understand who she was talking about. Then she smiled. "And you said, 'It's too easy. We should get lucky sometime.'" A woman in her mid-40s was looking at Maxim from the wall, which she carefully concealed, and only small rays, wrinkles near the eyes, which the photographer did not pay attention to. And the cleavage area said that this was not a young girl, but a person who had seen her life. Despite the laughing eyes, They revealed a life experience that could not be called easy. Natalia Prilinskaya, Lena continued after a while. By the way, she's playing today. And she handed Maxim an open program, pointing with her finger at the actress's last name. Who can we find out about her? She looked around helplessly. At this time, the first bell rang and the audience streamed into the hall. An elderly woman in a plain blue uniform with a yellow chiffon scarf around her neck was standing near the door leading to the back rows of the stalls. She answered questions from theater-goers rushing into the hall, showed them something, and Lena realized that this was the usher who could answer some questions. The boys spent half of the first act in the theater buffet. Max's timid attempts to go to his seats in the stalls to watch the play were immediately stopped by Lena, who decided today at all costs to meet with Natalia Prilinskaya, that is, the false Rusakova, and get her to confess to her own atrocities. Somehow Lena no longer doubted her involvement in the criminal group of Colonel Nezhnov. The detective sat at a table in the back of the buffet room, near a wall with photographs of scenes from past performances. At first, Maxim did not feel very comfortable here. He could not understand and accept in any way how it was possible to come to a play at the theater, but instead of contemplating acting, spend time at the buffet. It seemed to him that the middle-aged barmaid in a starched white apron and a white hat or coconut was looking at him with unconditional condemnation. Maxim sat unnaturally straight, looked around and often surreptitiously glanced at the local hostess behind the counter, until Elena, realizing his concerns, reminded him that the same Eugene Onegin came to the theater almost at the end of the performance. And nothing. It was even considered quite decent. And at the Moscow Conservatory, for your information, you cannot even take a concert ticket, but just sit in the buffet, have a drink, have a snack, and listen to music. Audibility allows. So, relax, and get busy. She finished a short tutorial on theater and buffet etiquette. The guys took a cup of cappuccino and a couple of ice cream balls in a real metal creamer and started brainstorming. All of Maxim's proposals boiled down mainly to a forceful solution to the problem. To put the criminal to sleep with the help of a protective measure, drag her into a car, take her to a quiet place, and interrogate her there using the same measure. She'll crack up like a sweetheart. She'll even write a clean one. Max remembered his poor semi-criminal experience at the wrong time and flashed his knowledge of prison jargon. Lena was against it. No, as for the conversation and confession, maybe you will have to apply the cherished measure, but drag her sleeping into the car in full view of your colleagues? Sorry. Do you know such an actor as Sasha Zazibin? Unexpectedly for Maxim, she asked, thinking about something of her own. Max almost jumped in surprise, because it was in front of his portrait that he spent the most time remembering the conversation in the morgue 2 years ago. Well, wow, how small the world is. The usher in the lobby, when I started a conversation with her and started asking about the artists and this Natalia, said that I looked very much like Zazibin's first wife, an actor in their theater. Can it be used somehow? I wonder if Prilinskaya knows the first wife of this Sasha. It was here that Maxim shared with his wife his information about the theatrical hero lover, which he received from Natasha, a pathologist. Lena thought about it, but after a few minutes, when the ice cream and coffee were over, she pulled her husband into the hall to watch the play, saying that the puzzle had worked out. Max did not understand what she meant. He habitually waved his hand, completely trusting his wife, the investigator. Max never got to watch the play to the end. Estimating that there was no more than 10 minutes left before the end of the performance, which, as written in the program, lasts an hour and 50 minutes. Lena patted Maxim on the arm, nodded her head towards the exit, and slowly began to make her way to the door. Tom had no choice but to follow her. The service entrance to the theater was located on the side of a small alley. It was so narrow that even 2 cars could hardly separate here. Nevertheless, Maxim, yielding to Elena's requests, parked near the side entrance, hugging the curb as much as possible, and waited for the actors who had performed the performance to come out into the fresh air. Lena took a seat in the back seat. Soon, an impressive crowd of satisfied spectators formed on the brightly lit square in front of the theater, which quickly dispersed. Someone rushed to the bus stop, located 50 meters away, someone to their cars in the parking lot near the theater building, someone living next door, just planned to his apartment, enjoying a quiet evening. When only a few Melpomene fans remained on the theater square, who had not yet decided where to continue the celebration of the soul. The artists who had worked, tired but satisfied, stretched out of the service entrance. They went out one at a time, in pairs, in small laughing companies, in order to disappear just as quickly from the field of view of the Averins, who were hiding in an ambush. Lena opened the door a crack, got out of the car, rested her chin on her hands folded on the passenger door, and began to carefully peer into the dim spot of light near the service entrance, where everyone leaving the theater got for a moment. Natalia Prilenskaya, fortunately, went out alone. And although her face was covered not by a straw hat, as in the morning, but by a completely normal autumn and even very pretty hat, Elena recognized her. I found out, and was immediately transformed. "Natasha! Prilenskaya!" she shouted, smiling, at the top of her voice, came out from behind the car door that hid her, and, without raising her arms high, slightly spread her arms to the sides, as if she wanted to hug her bosom friend. The actress, realizing that she was being addressed, turned around and at the same time with interest and bewilderment, began to look at the seemingly vaguely familiar woman who called out to her so affably. Elena, seeing the cautious reaction, which was still more positive, changed her joyful tone to a slightly offended one. "Natasha! What are you talking about? Don't you recognize an old friend?" She knew about the weakness of creative people, most of whom consider themselves unappreciated, for compliments and delights addressed to them, even if not entirely justified, but so desirable. "Yes, I am Sasha Zazabin's first wife, Larissa. He introduced us at the banquet after the premiere, where you played so well. He said, 'Here's our leading actress. Don't you really remember?'" She finished with undisguised surprise. Prilenskaya was taken aback, then, carefully examining her face, took a few steps towards the disappointed woman who lowered her outstretched arms. "Larissa? Is that you?" "I never would have thought." Lena interrupted her cheerfully. "There's nothing to think about. Get in the car. At least we'll give you a ride home. And you can tell me about my ex, how he's doing now. And I'll introduce you to my new husband," she chattered incessantly. "By the way, he is a very well-known runway and salon makeup artist in Tomsk," she finished with undisguised pride. Maxim almost choked after this statement and cleared his throat a couple of times to regain his breath. Of course, he sometimes served as a makeup artist in the morgue to keep the deceased's face as fresh as possible and even used acrylic paints for this. But Lena certainly overdid her fame, and comparing a salon stylist with a hairdresser was too much for the dead. Stunned, Natalia, of course, appreciated the last message, slightly pulled away from Elena, who was leaning towards her, trying to press her cheek against her friend's cheek, and asked in amazement, "So what are you in Tomsk now?" Lena realized that she had to be much more careful, and she couldn't think of anything better to turn the conversation in another direction. Never mind. Sit down, come on." And after waiting for the actress to climb into the salon, she lightly hit Maxim on the back of the head. "My husband Max. Max, say hello," she said a little arrogantly, immediately demonstrating who was the boss in the house. Maxim greeted me warmly, and, trying to get away from the theater as quickly as possible, immediately clarified, "Where are we going?" It was necessary to go to the hydroturbine, a fairly comfortable village almost on the very outskirts of the city. The modern 9-story buildings where the false Rusakova lived were not at all related to those Khrushchev houses, where the real citizen Rusakova lived. Taking his time, as if giving his girlfriends plenty to chat, Maxim got to the hydroturbine in about 20 minutes. It was dark outside, but recently installed LED lights along the road brightly illuminated the roadway, sidewalks, and even part of the courtyards. It was not possible to settle down in a secluded place for a serious conversation with Natalia, as planned. "Max, turn here." Lena nodded at a small area in front of the Pyaterochka store, which stood slightly away from the road, which was not so clearly illuminated. There were only 2 or 3 passenger cars parked in front of the store doors. Maxime sat a little to one side, although it was almost impossible to see what was going on in his car because of the tinted windows. "Well, that's it. We have arrived, Citizen Rusakova," Elena said, referring not at all to the destination. Her voice had changed beyond recognition. He became serious, stern, and there were distinctly not at all sincere notes in him. Natalia Prilenskaya, at the mention of Rusakova's last name, jerked in fright, retreated deeper into the cabin, helplessly turned her head, trying to figure out what was going on. I see you've understood what's going on, Lena continued with satisfaction. Your reaction speaks for itself. I hope I was recognized. She appreciated the actress's attempt to examine her in the dark of the unlit salon, and asked Max to turn on the light for a second. Is that better? A recent friend asked sarcastically. Yes. You were the one who dropped the money off to me this morning. They gave a bribe, so to speak. So I wanted to know how much you were paid to ruin the life of a completely unknown person who has done nothing wrong to you? And who is this mysterious villain who persuaded you to commit this crime? You do realize that this is a crime, right? Giving a significant bribe, to which your action belongs, is punishable by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. But I think that's enough for you. You'll participate in amateur prison activities. Maybe you'll get out on parole because of this. Lena was already joking angrily. Still, Prilenskaya was a good actress. After a few seconds, she transformed. From a frightened, confused woman, she turned into a shrill, hysterical woman, accustomed to solving all her problems with the help of a high-pitched voice, rich mobile facial expressions, and expressive gestures that attract the attention of the audience. Who are you? What do you need? I don't know anything. Let me out immediately, she wailed, trying to open the door, which was blocked by the driver in a timely manner. Realizing the futility of her attempts, she intensified the onslaught. I do not know any Rusakova. I'm going to call the police. She screamed even higher. Try it, Maxime said very significantly, turning to her. What do you think? Are you going to put my wife under the article, and I'm going to keep quiet? No, darling, you're wrong. If you don't shut up, I'll just strangle you. And added a little more quietly. The creature. And he sounded so meaningful. There was so much desperate anger in his voice, that Prilenskaya fell silent in fright and hurriedly began to look for another way out of a difficult situation for herself. Lana was walking her own, more legitimate path so far. Do you want us to go to the police right now? Do you think there are no surveillance cameras in the prosecutor's office, and that they won't identify you there? You're wrong. You'll have to tell everything anyway, only to another investigator, and you won't get out of there. But from here there's a chance. She finished thoughtfully. I'm not going anywhere. Natalia tried to fight, still trying to save face. And no one recognizes me. My face is nowhere to be seen. I was wearing a hat with a brim. Maxim and Lena laughed at the same time, which caused a wave of indignation reflected on the actress's face. She did not realize that she had let slip about her visit to the prosecutor's office. And when the guys opened her eyes, she shut up and fell silent. Maxim, I hope you're recording our conversation, Lena said through laughter. Now turn off the recorder. For a while. Seeing her husband's surprised look, she countered his next question. Tell you what, dear Mrs. False Rusakova, she continued resolutely. I have neither the time nor the desire to convince you of anything else. You're going to tell me everything now anyway, everything you know, and maybe what you don't know. But it's better to tell the truth. Ignoring her opponent's indignantly open mouth, Lena took her phone out of her bag and pointed the back of it at Prilenskaya. This is a portable generator of high-frequency infrasound vibrations, if you've heard of such a directional weapon. Only this one, unlike the others, instead of fear and panic causes a person to have a headache, severe or very severe, and can lead to the fact that a person, in other words, brain boils. Blood clots form in the vessels of the brain, and a person dies from an acute cerebral circulatory disorder, from an ischemic stroke, to make it clearer. And, most importantly, no examination will find any external influence. Simply, online. If you don't answer the questions, you will die, and we will call an ambulance and send you to the morgue. The police, who will definitely come. Let's say a woman asked for a ride, but suddenly she felt sick in the car. They tried to help, but they couldn't. Things happen. The matter-of-fact tone didn't match the thing she was talking about. It was difficult to assess Prilenskaya's reaction in the dark, and Lena decided to demonstrate to her that the conversations with her were serious. She gently poked Max in the shoulder to keep him awake, and turned on the flashlight on her phone, shining its light into the stubborn passenger's face. Maxime, who listened attentively to the conversation and actually recorded the dialogue on a dictaphone, understood everything correctly. In the light of the lantern, Natalia's eyes darted around at first, then her face wrinkled. A grimace of pain appeared, which became more and more expressive. Then there was a half moan, half sob, and she clutched her head with her hands. Max immediately weakened the effect. Lena turned off the flashlight. "Do you understand everything? Is that enough? Or repeat it?" "What is it?" she asked without pity. From the darkness of the cabin, which seemed even thicker after the light of the lantern, a quiet voice rang out. "I'll tell you everything." "Max, record," Elena commanded. The investigator felt at home again. "I was actually asked to do this by a friend of mine, and he gave the money for this case too." Natalia began her confession, but Lena did not let her continue. "Stop. Stop." She stopped him harshly. "That won't do. What are these streamlined phrases?" "One person. For this case. The recording is underway, Natalia, mostly for you. It will replace a written confession for now, then write it down. Let's start with, specifically, who in detail, for which case, what amount, and then in order. You'll get home faster." Lena's last sentence instilled some optimism in the frightened actress's mind. It's not that she's afraid to give up her life. Dying at 45 is nonsense. Natalia simply did not realize what was happening and did not fully believe either in Max's threats or in the deadly effect of Elena's strange weapon, but nevertheless decided to be frank. She didn't want such a terrible, overwhelming, mind-numbing headache to happen again. But she had no doubt that the strange phone would turn on again if she didn't say anything. And the threats of this new husband. Such a man can strangle. 2 days ago, an old acquaintance, Boris Makagon, called her. He was once a good lawyer and helped Natalia a lot in one rather sensitive case. Moreover, he took a purely symbolic fee, stating that he prefers to pay off beautiful girls in a completely different way. And even though it was said jokingly at a table in a restaurant, but the sequel had, sometimes they met without any obligations. Soon, by the decision of the Council of the Bar Association, he was kicked out of the lawyers with a wording like, "for violating the norms of professional ethics." Natalia found out about this quite by chance from one of her friends, who, encouraged by the favorable resolution of her case, advised her to contact Makagon. Boris did not talk about the change in his status during meetings, and Natalia pretended that she did not know anything. However, they haven't talked much lately, and suddenly he called and offered to meet like in the good old days. Well, in the morning he asked for a favor, of course, which was to give money to the investigator of the prosecutor's office, Averina. At first she refused, was indignant, even cried. But the former lawyer was persistent and very convincing about his complete collapse if he did not fulfill the request of very serious people to whom he owed more than a decent amount, the size of which Natasha better not know. At the same time, he guaranteed complete security for Natalia herself, who would understand the seriousness of the creditors, even by the fact that she would go to the prosecutor's office completely freely. She would be escorted without any documents. But still, for added safety, you need to make up a little and cover your face with at least the brim of your hat. Everything worked out for her, and Boris even thanked her with a certain amount of money. Not a very large one, but still. After all, $1,000 is not lying on the road. "How do I find this, Boris?" Lena asked no less harshly. Having received the coveted long-awaited address, she continued. "Natalia, give me your phone number." Elena's voice was so demanding that the stunned actress did not have the strength to demand an explanation. She silently handed the phone to the investigator. "I assure you that nothing will happen to him. This is done only for your safety, so that you don't do anything stupid. Don't call your suddenly passionate boyfriend about our meeting. He's a low and mean man, Natalia. He's not worth worrying about. He took advantage of your affection for him to solve his criminal problems. It's certainly worthy of a real man," she continued sarcastically. But she ended the conversation in a completely different, simple and calm tone. "Do you enter the theater through the service entrance?" In the darkness of the salon, I saw the affirmative nod of the actress. Is that where the janitor should be sitting? Another nod. You can pick up his phone tomorrow. Kind people will find it at the service entrance. Assume that one of the artists has lost it and will hand it over to the janitor. Can you get home by yourself from here? She clarified, and received another affirmative nod, since Natalia Prilinskaya, who was at a loss for answers, simply did not have the strength. Still not saying goodbye. We will definitely meet. Hopefully in a completely different setting. Good luck.
Возвращаться домой надо было безотлагательно. Хорошо, что Лена предупредила мать, у которой весь вечер провел Алёшка, что они задерживаются. Та отвела внука домой и даже уложила спать, о чем недавно сообщила дочери по телефону, обещая дождаться их приезда. Надо было поспешать. С другой стороны оставался бывший адвокат Макагон, некое важное передаточное звено в длинной цепочке авантюр Николая Сергеевича Нежного. По мнению и Максима, и Лены, Макагон уже получил задание организовать дачу взятки непосредственно от самого полковника. Его эта идея привлечь к делу актрису театра или импровизация адвоката, уже не важно. Выстроить более длинную схему с вовлечением еще одного или нескольких человек для безопасной реализации задуманного у полицейского просто бы не хватило времени. Ну, не глава же он настоящей мафии, как Дон Корлеоне у Марио Пьюзо, у которого подручных что деревьев в лесу. Бывший адвокат жил в центре города, и большую часть дороги домой ребята решали, когда ехать к нему, сейчас или утром. Сейчас, конечно, больше шансов застать его дома, но он просто может не открыть дверь незнакомым людям и будет абсолютно прав, а официальных документов у них нет. Да и бабушка дома ждет. Завтра с утра обоим на работу, а встретиться и поехать к Макагону они могут только ранним вечером, когда его вполне может не оказаться дома. Кем он работает сейчас, во сколько появляется его пассия, не знала. Во всяком случае, утверждала именно так. Или приедет не один. Ждать его возле подъезда сейчас смысла не было. В лицо они его не знали, марку и номер машины не уточнили, что, возможно, удастся только завтра, и легко могли просмотреть. На телефоне Приленской, правда, была фотография кавалера, установленная на рингтон его номера, но этой фотографии было больше года, да и снят он где-то на юге, полуодетым, так что и здесь проблемы. Прикинув и так и эдак, взвесив все «за» и «против», ребята решили перенести встречу с бывшим адвокатом на завтра. И действительно, ночью Елене пришла в голову мысль, если не гениальная, то вполне себе здравая, которую стоило попробовать воплотить в жизнь. За утренним кофе она поделилась ею с мужем. «Макс, я звоню ему, представляюсь подругой мадам Приленской, которая дала мне его номер и порекомендовала как хорошего специалиста по щекотливым семейным делам». Наталья же упоминала, что он ей не говорил, что адвокатом больше не работает, так что версия вполне себе рабочая. Надо обмозговать и, если что, попробовать. Назначить встречу где-нибудь в кафе, а там уж как пойдет. В нашу машину его затащить или в его напроситься, хотя последний не вариант. Максим сразу нашел первый подводный камень в ее идее. А если он тебя видел, когда с Приленской все нюансы дела прорабатывал? Тогда все сразу на смарку, он с тобой и разговаривать не будет, а сразу к Нежнову побежит. Ведь что получается? Следователь, который по их замыслу должен уже в СИЗО сидеть, вместо этого как-то на фигуранта, организатора вышел и готовится того закрыть. А этот полковник... Макс не удержался и чертыхнулся. Как пить дать, вмиг еще что-нибудь замутит. Надо или подождать, или придумать что-нибудь другое. Лена, как ни странно, была против. «Нет, Макс, ждать мы больше не можем. Твой отсроченный файл уже должен появиться в сети, а если этого не произошло, Нежнов поймет, что ты решил его лишь напугать своими страшилками и просто-напросто уберет тебя. Какой-нибудь ДТП подстроит. Тут он, я думаю, мастер. Он же и расследовать будет, так что и не подкопаешься. Мы не можем больше отступать, ждать свой шанс, все на потом откладывать. Из-за меня и моей глупой порядочности это тянется очень долго». «Я устала. Нам надо решить все сегодня. Сегодня, кстати, и телефон вернуть надо, я обещала». Максим был крайне удивлен кардинально поменявшимся мнением Елены, которая назвала порядочность глупой. Похоже, она поняла, что с ее розовыми очками и с такими врагами в сегодняшнем времени жить очень сложно. История с липовой взяткой, похоже, в корне поменяла ее обыденное мировоззрение. Она поняла, что основные жизненные позиции некоторых людей, их убеждения, ценностные ориентиры могут быть прямо противоположными общепринятым, которым она всегда пыталась следовать. Стремиться к соблюдению законности, безусловно, надо, но если большие люди, едва не убившие твоего ребенка, готовы походя уничтожить и тебя, чтобы только не потерять своего хлебного места, власть и деньги, что ты будешь делать? Ты прекрасно знаешь, что возможности у них для этого есть и гораздо большие, чем у тебя, правдолюба, пытающегося добиться справедливости законными методами. Что ты будешь делать? Продолжишь по-прежнему тупо бороться, и в один прекрасный момент поймешь, что тебя больше нет, если, конечно, успеешь понять. Или уйдешь мрачно в сторону и будешь молчать, переживая в себе эту ужасную собственную трусость, пока сам морально не убьешь себя. Или все же, зная, что у тебя есть возможности, пусть и не совсем законные, но ты можешь наказать этих негодяев, пойдешь на это. Что касается Максима, свой выбор он сделал давно, но чтобы не расстраивать жену, следовал ее советам, признавая ее негласное руководство в вопросах законности. И вот, поняв, что подлости человеческой нет границ, похоже, Елена пересмотрела свои позиции. До конца ли? Все же Максим убедил ее не рисковать, не встречаться с бывшим адвокатом под видом незнакомой женщины. Решение нашли не сразу, но все же достаточно быстро. Уже к обеду через своих друзей, оперативников из уголовного розыска, Лене удалось узнать очень многое о Борисе Александровиче Макагоне. И адрес, и номер автомобиля, и место работы, и даже то, чем он занимается помимо работы. Жил он один почти в центре города, недалеко от прокуратуры, во вполне приличной квартире, помимо которой имел еще и скромненькую двухэтажную дачу на берегу местного водохранилища, именуемого в народе морем, что отчасти было правдой. Машина у него была хоть и не совсем новая, но вполне достойная. Toyota Land Cruiser, стоившая под несколько миллионов. Правда, работал он юрисконсультантом в какой-то сомнительной шарашке, торговавшей не то рогами, не то копытами, весьма похожей на всем известную контору Остапа Бендера. Время работе он уделял немного, но все же фирмочка существовала, а значит и его вклад в это однозначно был. А вот кроме работы в конторе, о которой знали многие, подрабатывал он по специальности там, где видеть его могли единицы. Он консультировал по разным щекотливым вопросам криминальных и полукриминальных авторитетов, начинающих мелких бизнесменов и всех тех, кто крутился возле не совсем честных денег. И если судить по уровню жизни Бориса Макагона, дела у него шли совсем неплохо. Вечером около 7, когда Максима, одетого в легкую курточку, стало потряхивать от осеннего холода, и он уже собрался отправиться греться в оставленную у соседнего дома машину, появился долгожданный консультант по криминальным вопросам. К счастью, он явился один и не спеша, поставив машину на сигнализацию, направился к своему подъезду, возле которого его и поджидали Лена с Максом. Макагон безразлично посмотрел на сидящую на скамейке незнакомую парочку, но значения этому не придал. Дом был большой, 9-этажный, и жильцов даже в своем подъезде он знал далеко не всех. Весело переговариваясь, ребята заскочили за ним в лифт, попросив на секундочку задержаться. А вот в лифте с представительным мужчиной случилась беда. Он внезапно побледнел, покрылся потом, часто задышал, прислонился спиной к стенке лифта и попытался ослабить узел галстука. Лена, не ожидавшая, что Максим так быстро решит проблему контакта с бывшим адвокатом, хотя подспудно ожидала чего-то подобного, совершенно искренне, встревоженным голосом спросила: «Что с вами? Вам плохо?» Не дождалась ответа и с еще большей тревогой уточнила: «Может, скорую вызвать? Может, вас проводить? У вас дома есть кто-нибудь? Скажите, мы позовем». В это время лифт остановился, и мужчина, так и не ответив, сделал попытку выйти из кабины. Получилось у него это плохо, и он, беспомощно пошатываясь, посмотрел на друзей. Потом все же решился. «Не знаю, что со мною. Голова кружится. Дрожит все. Помогите выйти, пожалуйста. Я здесь в 57-й живу». Подхватив несчастную жертву с обеих сторон под руки, ребята вывели его из лифта и, бережно поддерживая, привели к тяжелой, богатой, явно не китайской двери с двумя замками, один из которых был кодовым. Здесь Борис Александрович вроде бы почувствовал себя лучше, самостоятельно выпрямился, достал ключи, но дверь открывать не спешил, а поблагодарил невольных своих попутчиков, заявив, что дальше он сам. Ну, сам так сам. Приветливо попрощавшись, те направились к лифту и застыли в ожидании уже удравшего подъемника. Хозяин 57-й квартиры между тем открыл дверь и попытался войти домой, но, видимо, силы оставили его, и он тяжело упал головой в прихожую. Грохот от падения был не таким уж и значительным. Во всяком случае, никто из соседних квартир поинтересоваться его происхождением не удосужился. Пришлось помогать бедолаге, затаскивать того в квартиру, раздевать да укладывать на шикарный кожаный диван в зале. «Макс, ты не перестарался?» Также встревоженно спросила Лена, на что Максим лишь пренебрежительно махнул рукой. «Сейчас одыбается, всего лишь сахар в крови упал. Сейчас поднимется». И действительно, через пару минут дыхание лежащего стало более редким и поверхностным, бледность сменилась легким покраснением лица, а затем он открыл глаза. Мутный блуждающий взгляд его становился все более осмысленным, и затем он не без труда спросил: «Вы кто такие? Вы что здесь делаете?» По-видимому, для него это было важнее, чем вопросы о собственном здоровье. Максим, убедившись, что внезапно поправившийся пациент адекватен и способен воспринимать информацию, чуть наклонившись над ним, с придыханием произнес: «Мы твои ангелы-спасители. Мы пришли спасти тебя». Придержав рукой пытавшегося подняться и бормочущего «Что за бред?», Бориса, он продолжил: «Да-да, именно спасти, от тюрьмы». И резко сменил голос: «Все, хватит, подъем, золотая рота». И тут же наоборот подтолкнул его в спину, помогая присесть. Лена, как и Макагон, поразилась перемене, произошедшей с Максом за 1 секунду, и непроизвольно вздрогнула. В разговор она пока не вступала. Максим и ростом, и комплекцией, да и, наверное, силой уступал хозяину квартиры, но только что случившийся приступ гипогликемии надежно приковал того к спинке дивана, однако соображать не мешал. Борис вспомнил, что ехал с этими людьми в лифте, и они даже помогли ему добраться до квартиры, когда ему вдруг стало плохо. Только при чем тут ангелы и тюрьма? «Бред какой-то», – продолжал про себя повторять Макагон. Максим же достал заранее приготовленный телефон и по-приятельски предложил юрисконсультанту: «Давай один монолог послушаем, тогда, надеюсь, ты все поймешь». И включил запись исповеди Натальи Приленской. Макагон был человеком сильным и волевым. Не зря же он, даже когда его лишили адвокатского статуса, остался, если не в профессии, то где-то около. Не сломался, не запил, а продолжал делать свои, пусть и не совсем законные дела, жил в согласии с самим собой и жил неплохо. Такое под силу только человеку, пусть и беспринципному, но действительно решительному. Вот и сейчас, ослабленный физически, но уже окрепший мыслями, он слушал запись диктофона, никаким образом не реагируя на откровения, касающиеся непосредственно его самого. А ведь там шла речь о подготовке к преступлению, в которой обвиняли непосредственно его. С показным равнодушием, но очень внимательно бывший адвокат дослушал запись до конца, не задав ни одного вопроса. Лена, испотишка, следившая за ним, поняла, что противник этот будет посильнее своей любовницы, которая выдала все его тайны после незначительного самого первого внушения. Когда рассказ закончился, Максим и Лена продолжали молчать. Первым тишину нарушил Макагон. «Ну и что? Я знать не знаю этой женщины, и все, что она говорит, полный бред. Да, собственно, а вы кто такие? И каким путем эта запись попала к вам? Ясно же, что незаконным и для суда никакого значения иметь не будет, даже наоборот. Я адвокат, я знаю». Он хотел еще что-то сказать, поскольку почувствовал себя в родной стихии, но Макс жестко перебил его. В отличие от Лены, он не считал противника сильным и церемониться с ним не собирался. «Все, хватит, наигрались в законность. Ты не адвокат, а бывший адвокат, которого лишили статуса твои же коллеги. Выбросили из своего общества, как нагадившего щенка», выделяя слово «бывший», протяжно заявил Максим. «Разницу чувствуешь? Да и до суда дожить еще нужно. А с твоим здоровьем? Как хорошо подготовленный оратор, Макс недоумевающе покачал головой, будто сомневался. Затем лицо его изменилось, стало еще жестче. Он хищно улыбнулся, что даже жена насторожилась. Такой улыбки она у него никогда не видела. Униженный Макагон, как от пощечины, дернул головой, но тут же взял себя в руки, а Максим продолжал, не обращая внимания на его переживания. Если ты решил поиграть в Александра Матросова и грудью закрыть своего хозяина, который дал тебе это задание и который в этой связи нам очень нужен, то ты здесь и останешься, сдохнешь. Внезапно резко выдохнул он. Загнешься от той же гипогликемии. Он расходился все сильнее и сильнее. Что отлегло, так это ненадолго, сейчас повторится. Я врач, я знаю. И будешь ты лежать здесь, на этом красивом диване, пока не протухнешь и не завоняешь. Соседи где-то через неделю этот мерзкий запах почувствуют и вызовут полицию. Дверь твою красивую сломают, заткнут носы салфетками, запакуют раздувшийся до безобразия синий осклизлый труп в черный пакет и отвезут его в морг. Патонатом на вскрытии из-за не будет ворчать да материться, но заявит, что никаких следов насилия нет. Обычная гипогликемическая кома. Кто-то, может, и скажет: жалко, что один жил, так бы хоть скорую было кому вызвать. У тебя хоть есть кто тебя похоронить сможет? На фоне сознанием дела перечисленных ужасов безразлично спросил он. Внезапно, практически полностью пришедший в себя Борис вновь почувствовал беспокойство, какую-то внутреннюю дрожь, которая быстро нарастала и сопровождалась прогрессирующей слабостью. Сердце забилось часто-часто, дышать становилось все труднее, и он вынужден был делать глубокие вдохи, чтобы не выпасть из реальности. Одновременно появилось покалывание губ, языка, кончиков пальцев, а дальше что-то стало происходить с его психикой. Он почувствовал, что не может сконцентрироваться, попытался поднять руку, защититься от своего мучителя и не смог. Попытался попросить прекратить этот чудовищный эксперимент, но изо рта его раздалось только несколько невнятных звуков, даже не похожих на человеческую речь. А дальше он понял, что засыпает, или, может, умирает. Максим вовремя заметил изменения в состоянии Макагона и прекратил свое давление на его эндокринную систему. Никаких угрызений совести он абсолютно не испытывал. Ты пришел разрушить чужую жизнь, так будь готов, что так же поступят с твоей. Все по-честному. И не факт, что смерть здесь будет более легким наказанием, чем долгие мучительные годы одиночества и воспоминаний. Так или примерно так рассуждал уверенный в своей правоте Макс и не собирался останавливаться на половине пути к правде. Когда в глазах оживающего злодея появились искры разума, он продолжил. «Что, довольно? Или продолжим?» Максим опять ухмыльнулся, потом изумленно воскликнул. «Да, ты же еще со стенокардией не знаком. Сейчас познакомишься?» «Хватит!» С трудом просипел обессилевший бывший адвокат, но Макс не обратил на его слова никакого внимания. Он с изуверским наслаждением отыгрывался за свою жену, за Лену, которая даже в таких негодяях, преступниках, пыталась рассмотреть человека, индивидуума, личность и причины, сделавшие их такими, а они отплатили ей совсем другой монетой. Через минуту в груди Макагона появилась острая боль, которая с каждой секундой становилась все сильнее и сильнее. Она быстро заполнила всю левую половину, распространилась на левую половину шеи, метнулась в левую руку до самых пальцев, потом в лопатку и даже в зубы. Терпеть эту боль не было сил. Борис вспомнил, что где-то слышал простонародное название этой болезни – грудная жаба. И тут же представил себе эту жабу в виде раскаленного утюга, стоящего у него на груди. Он не мог вздохнуть полной грудью, буквально ощущая, как боль при этом усиливается, грызет его все сильнее и сильнее. Ко всему прочему, по лицу крупными каплями побежал пот. Капли стекали по щекам, подбородку и дальше по шее, но сил поднять руку и убрать эти неприятные, щекочущие капли не было. Он замер, прижал руку к груди и боялся пошевелиться. А еще ему стало страшно, очень страшно. Он вдруг понял, что именно сейчас легко может умереть. Причем понял это совершенно отчетливо, а не как-то абстрактно, и такого ощущения страха у него не было никогда. Не в силах бороться с нарастающей болью, Борис в изнеможении закрыл глаза. Через 5-7 минут, показавшихся вечностью, боль стала отступать, и снова захотелось открыть глаза. Макагон сделал попытку пошевелиться. Боль не появилась, поднес руку к лицу и оттер все еще мешающий пот. Боль не появилась, вдохнул поглубже, и снова никаких последствий. «Боже, как же хорошо», – подумал он, – «и как хочется жить». Максим с интересом наблюдал за своим противником, который был полностью в его власти, но какого-то морального удовлетворения от этого не испытывал. Хотелось одного – побыстрее закончить это. Борису Макагону хотелось того же. Вся его решительность испарилась после повторного знакомства с гипогликемией и в большей степени со стенокардией и ее болью. Он не понимал, как этот, в общем-то, обычный на вид молодой человек заставляет его, такого закаленного и сильного бойца, страдать. Да еще как страдать. Непринужденность, с какой назвавшийся врачом человек демонстрировал свои совершенно противоположные профессии и способности. Пугало. Очень пугало. Переживать еще раз то ужасное чувство страха смерти, испытанное 10 минут назад, Борис не собирался. Кроме того, его больно ударило по самолюбию упоминание о «хозяине», вскользь произнесенное этим доктором Менгеле. А откуда-то из глубины памяти к месту выплыло имя доктора Смерть, этого символа врача, убийцы и садиста. У него, Бориса, не может быть хозяина, просто по определению не может. Именно так он считал до сегодняшнего дня. А сейчас понял, что этот мальчишка прав. Да, отношения между Макагоном и Нежновым внешне были большей частью приятельские и партнерские, но Борис всегда подспудно чувствовал превосходство полицейского начальника над ним. Он понимал, что тот в любой момент может уничтожить попытавшегося вырваться из им же очерченного круга обязанностей собственного адвоката. Когда-то полковник, совсем не альтруист, помог тогда еще адвокату без кавычек избежать более сурового наказания, чем лишение адвокатского статуса, за что сейчас приходилось расплачиваться. В предыдущие нечастые встречи просьбы недоброго самаритянина были скромными и касались в основном консультаций тех, кто испытывал некоторые разногласия с законом, что поначалу Макагона удивляло. Потом он понял, кто такой этот полковник Нежнов, но предпочел свои догадки держать при себе, а дать задний ход было поздно, да и совершенно невозможно. Так, может, сейчас у него появится шанс избавиться от хозяина. Когда Максим и Лена покидали квартиру бывшего адвоката, прибирая написанные морально раздавленным юрисконсультантом листы с чистосердечным признанием, Лена не удержалась и все же упрекнула разошедшегося не на шутку супруга. «Макс, а если бы он умер, ты в своем уме так его мучить?» Максим отреагировал довольно решительно, если не сказать раздраженно. «Ты предпочла бы сидеть в тюрьме. Это, поверь мне, не очень хорошее место, я знаю. А Макагона этого надо было точно прибить. Он подлец, каких свет не видывал. Тебе мало того, что твои друзья-оперативники на него нарыли. Он далеко не Робин Гуд, он же нормальным людям жизнь портит, жуликов да бандитов обслуживает. Лично нам помогал жизнь и испортить. Тебе все мало? Когда ты поумнеешь? Вроде же сама говорила про глупую порядочность». Он не удержался и, не говоря супруге ни слова, уже в дверях отправил Макагона в глубокий летаргический сон. «Пусть поспит пару деньков, отдохнет от переживаний, а я за это время с полковником разберусь, а то еще наделает глупостей, предупредит того апологет хренов». День для полковника Нежнова не задался с самого утра, поэтому и настроение было ни к черту, поэтому и утренний рапорт прошел скомканно и нервно, хотя ругать своих архаровцев полковнику было вроде и не за что. Ну, ничего, авансом, пусть не расслабляются. И все из-за этого адвоката чертова Бори Макагона. Куда он подевался, интересно? Может, спрятаться решил? Любопытно, от кого? Хотя его задумка с актрисой театра вроде удачной оказалась. Тем более не нужно было своего человечка в прокуратуре чересчур напрягать, деньги этой Авериной подкидывать. Пришлось ему только последнее дело следачки посмотреть, да эту артистку по-тихому в прокуратуру провести. Ну, а что до этого майора Усольцева из УСБ, ему только намекни. Как же он своих коллег-ментов не любит, даже занятно. Позавчера вроде все нормально прошло. Борис отзвонился, похвастал, что все закончилось замечательно. Сам свою актрисочку чуть ли не у дверей прокуратуры встретил, сам домой отвез, и даже про приятный бонус для барышни в виде денежного платежа не забыл упомянуть. Даже сумму кругленькую точно назвал, явно рассчитывая, что полковник все расходы компенсирует. Ушлый парень... Верный Васнецов, который для контроля возле прокуратуры отдыхал, все подтвердил. И про Макагона с актрисой, и про майора из УСБ, который после того, как артистка-притворщица испарилась, вскоре туда вошел вместе с 2 сопровождающими. Сегодня полковник хотел встретиться со своим адвокатом, чтобы все узнать в деталях, в подробностях, услышать, так сказать, историю из первых или, вернее, вторых уст. Уж наверняка ему актриса все рассказала, да дозвониться до него не смог. Вызов шел, а вот трубку никто не брал. Поэтому и настроение у начальника с утра было отвратительным. Не любил он, когда что-то не получалось или проходило не по его разумению. К обеду, правда, полегчало, настроение улучшилось. Никуда этот Борис не денется с подводной лодки, наверняка к вечеру объявится. Как поступить с разоблачающими и сына мэра, и полковника Нежного документами по наезду и его сокрытию, организации липовой взятки, которых накапливалось все больше, Лена и Максим пока не знали. Лена попросила вечерок, чтобы еще раз все просмотреть и систематизировать, а потом уж принимать решение, как этими бумагами распорядиться. Максим, которому неожиданно понравилась роль крутого оперативника, стопроцентно добивающегося чистосердечного признания у преступников, предлагал точно так же наехать на этого оборотня в погонах, но Елена была против. «Макс, это просто удача, что нам удалось побеседовать с ними наедине. Они нас не знали, не видели. Нет, Лжерусакова меня видела, но больше свое лицо под шляпкой прятала. Теперь я это понимаю, поэтому и провести ее удалось. А полковник тебя очень хорошо знает, не раз видел, и опыта у него в таких делах побольше, чем у мадам Приленской и этого адвоката Липового вместе взятых. Да и в одиночку его нигде не застать. Не в кабинет же к нему идти, где народу всегда полно. Там точно за цугундер возьмут». Затянувшиеся нравоучения кончились тем, что Макс пообещал никаких визитов на работу к Нежнову не наносить, и тут ему повезло. Утром в хирургии умер мужчина с ножевым ранением в живот. Вроде бы рядовая ситуация, какие встречаются, если не каждый месяц, то уж несколько раз в год обязательно. Заканчивалось все в таких случаях, как правило, благополучно, но не в этот раз. Здесь все пошло не так. Немолодой, в меру располневший пролетарий в хорошем подпитии, обиженный на весь мир из-за того, что тот его не понимает, решил выплеснуть наружу свой внутренний протест и начал перевоспитание общества с собственной жены. Когда дело дошло до кулаков, дочь, которой самой перевалила за тридцатник, недолго думая ткнула своего папашу ножом в живот, поскольку по-другому оттащить его от избиваемой матери не могла. Мужик присмирел, то ли от недоумения, как так, родная дочь, то ли от боли и к вызову скорой отнесся совершенно спокойно, наверное, даже обрадовался. Во всяком случае, на носилки забрался самостоятельно и поспешно ручки на груди скрестил, мол, я готов, поехали. По экстренной хирургии по городу дежурила 8-я больница, и дежурный врач Володя Потемкин, увидев картину проникающего ранения в живот, практически сразу взял страдальца в операционную. На операции тоже ничего из ряда вон выходящего не было. Да, проникающее ранение. Да, повреждение печени. Да, кровопотеря. Но, слава богу, незначительная. Все достаточно обыденно. Рану печени ушили, брюшную полость помыли, просушили, для страховки воткнули дренаж в подпечёночное пространство, да ушили брюшную стенку. На все про все минут 40. Владимир Иванович, как говорят, умыл руки, а вот молодому анестезиологу Лёше Леушину пришлось повозиться. Больной ни в какую не хотел просыпаться и самостоятельно дышать. Обычно после того, как прекращают подачу анестетика, больные просыпаются минут через 10-15. Если не хотят, можно добавить что-нибудь из дыхательных аналептиков, возбудить дыхательный центр. Это обычно помогает, но не в этот раз. Что только Лёша не делал, и бимегрид, и цитит он вводил, и периодически аппарат ИВЛ отключал, надеясь уловить признаки самостоятельного дыхания, но дождался этого только к утру. Еще через час больного экстубировали и перевели в отделение реанимации. А еще через 2 часа он умер. Для всех это было ударом, поэтому на вскрытие, которое Макс проводил после обеда, собралось чуть не полбольницы. Естественно, унылый и одновременно взбудораженный Лёша, его начальница, возглавляющая реанимацию Людмила Григорьевна, оперировавший пациента Потёмкин, и его начальник, заведующий хирургией Владимир Дмитриевич. Всем хотелось знать, что же такое случилось после операции и от чего больной скончался. То, что смерть не хирургическая, Владимир Иванович был уверен на 100%, а вот анестезиолог Лёша немного дрейфил, чего-то он, похоже, не доглядел. Максим, который совершенно не стушевался от такого количества зрителей, не первый год работает, довольно быстро докопался до сути. У больного во время операции, когда он находился под наркозом, развилась тромбоэмболия легочной артерии, ТЭЛа, которая и привела к такому печальному исходу. ТЭЛа – особенно массивная, очень грозная сердечно-легочная патология, от которой большинство больных погибает. Когда человек в сознании, клиника ее очень наглядная, и вовремя диагностировать ее, и даже полечить можно, а тут такая необычная ситуация, поэтому и конец печальный. Когда проблема прояснилась, и благодарные зрители стали расходиться из анатомического театра, главный хирург города начал стражиться и напрягать графа Потёмкина, накаляя и без того тревожную атмосферу. «Так, этот начальник из ГИБДД у тебя лежит. Ты посмотри за ним повнимательнее. Знаешь ведь закон парных случаев. Не хватало нам еще кого-нибудь от тромбоэмболии похоронить. За этого ты отписываться замучаешься. А уж за того, с тем они и ушли». Макс, услышав слова про начальника из ГИБДД, насторожился. «Это что же? Сам полковник Нежов в нашей больнице? Других-то начальников в ГИБДД вроде как и нет». Интересно, что это с ним? Видно, сам Бог мне его сюда послал. Здесь моя территория, и наедине поговорить с ним можно. И нужно. А вот Лене знать об этом совсем не обязательно. Моментально пронеслись мысли в его голове. Закончив вскрытие, Максим позвонил в хирургию своему уже приятелю Володе Потёмкину, которого все равно из-за разницы в возрасте величал на «вы», хотя отношения у них после прецедента со светящимися мертвецами действительно были приятельскими. «Владимир Иванович, скажите, начальник ГИБДД, про которого Владимир Дмитриевич в морге упоминал, это случайно не полковник Нежнов?» «Он самый, Макс. А зачем он тебе?» – поинтересовался Потёмкин. «Да». Максим замялся, потом, как ему показалось, нашел приличный выход из ситуации. «У меня тут проблемы с машиной. Если я, пользуясь случаем, с ним об этом поговорю, как вы думаете, это нормально?» «Да, кстати, а что с ним?» Потёмкину все сентенции Максима были по барабану, он вообще по жизни был пофигистом. «Да я его тоже вчера по дежурству прооперировал, еще до этого мужика. Он имел в виду умершего утром больного. Обычный флегмонозный аппендицит, вроде все нормально. Он в платной палате лежит, если хочешь, зайди, но лучше завтра. Он завтра уже ходить будет». Когда все добропорядочные доктора, работавшие на ставку, после 3 подались домой, Максим направился в хирургию. Заканчивался сончас, и праздно шатающихся по коридору больных, как и трудолюбивых медсестер на посту отделения не было, так что Макс в своем светло-зеленом медицинском костюме легко прошел никем не замеченный. Где находится платная палата, он знал, рядом с кабинетом заведующего в конце коридора, рядом с запасным выходом. Когда-то на заре его медицинской юности он уже побывал здесь на организованном по случаю собственного дня рождения заведующим хирургией Владимиром Дмитриевичем небольшом сабантуйчике. Максим был приглашен скорее для того, чтобы помочь начинающему врачу влиться в спаянный коллектив. Вспоминать об этом Макс не любил, поскольку вливание его не только в спаянный, но, как оказалось, и тесно спаянный коллектив закончилось прямо в этой палате, где он безмятежно уснул, не рассчитав своих сил в борьбе с медицинским спиртом, разведенным глюкозой. Утром, с ужасом обнаружив себя в чужой постели, он не мог понять, как это произошло, и предпочел тихо ретироваться через тот самый запасной выход. Поднаторевшим в подобных делах докторам надо отдать должное. Они никаким образом не напоминали Максу об этом инциденте, за что он был им чрезмерно благодарен. Не постучав в дверь знакомой палаты, Максим решительно открыл ее. Пусть полковник теперь почувствует, кто здесь хозяин. Привык там у себя, понимаешь? Палата за прошедшие годы изменилась. На стене напротив единственной кровати появился плоский телевизор, который сейчас что-то тихо бубнил. На столе рядом с китайским электрочайником пристроилась микроволновая печь, скорее всего, тоже китайская, а рядом с дверью у стены расположился симпатичный шкафчик для верхней одежды удивительного серо-голубого цвета. Полковник Нежнов в светлой футболке с небольшой щетиной на лице лежал на кровати и довольно весело болтал с кем-то по телефону. Правда, улыбка его периодически менялась на легкую гримасу боли, когда он пытался сменить положение или рассмеяться на слова невидимого собеседника. Он непонимающе уставился на вошедшего, потом, очевидно узнав Максима, попытался быстро свернуть разговор, но его партнер этого явно не хотел, поэтому еще целую минуту полковник, уже не улыбаясь, односложно отвечал на вопросы, а Макс, развесив уши, просто стоял и слушал, хотя сути разговора так и не понял. Когда разговор все же закончился, Максим заулыбался во все 32 зуба, как будто увидел лучшего друга, или, по крайней мере, очень приятного человека, и с порога раскрыл рот. «Николай Сергеевич, как же я рад вас видеть!» Потом чуть прыти поубавил. «Не здороваюсь, поскольку здоровья вам не желаю, а вот видеть действительно рад. По крайней мере, не придется снова к вам в отдел идти, с вашей секретаршей сталкиваться. Хоть и приятный у нее голос, но до чего злющая, настоящий цербер, так и норовит никого к вам не пускать». Полковник сначала оторопел от такого понебратского обращения, но потом взгляд его стал серьезным, даже озабоченным, однако в разговор он вступать не спешил. Максим, успокоившись, чуть ли не задушевным тоном продолжил. «А я ведь попенять вам пришел, Николай Сергеевич, что же это вы? Я вам навстречу пошел, целую неделю дал, чтобы вы все законно и правильно организовали, запросы в Новосибирск сделали, с мэром встретились. А вы?» Нежнов, сдвинув брови, упорно молчал, следуя своей излюбленной тактике – получить как можно больше информации, оценить ее значимость, потом уже отвечать на неприятные вопросы. Максим, так и не дождавшись реакции полицейского, продолжил уже чуть жестче. «А вы вместо этого решили жену мою подставить, взятку липовую организовали. Потом, наверное, рассчитывали со мной поторговаться». Полковник сделал удивленное лицо, но Максу, уже искушенному в таких делах, было понятно сразу, что это обычный избитый финт ушами для выхода из сложной ситуации, и с ним он не прокатит. «Какую взятку? Вы что несете? Я никого не подставлял и ничего не организовывал. Просто не успел с делами разобраться и с мэром поговорить. У него все встречи заранее расписаны». «Конечно, конечно», – перебил его Максим. «Не успели? А давайте один монолог послушаем». И достал телефон с исповедью актрисы Приленской, как совсем недавно доставал его для беседы с бывшим адвокатом Макагоном. Даже свое предложение почти слово в слово повторил. Нежнов внимательно выслушал покаянный монолог и напористо, насколько мог это сделать сутки назад прооперированный больной, произнес абсолютно то, что Макс и предполагал. «И что? Причем здесь я? Мало ли у нее врагов? У таких людей врагов просто не может не быть, и никакого Макагона я не знаю. Кстати, кто он?» «Да неужели?» – с долей ехидства заговорил Максим. «Собственного адвоката не знаете? А он вас хорошо знает и долго сопротивлялся, прежде чем чистосердечное написал. Жаль, показать вам не могу, оно уже у прокурорских». Правда, Макс не уточнил, что под прокурорскими он имел в виду свою жену. Вот тут Нежнов замер, не зная, как реагировать, верить или нет. А Макс, зная, что Борис безмятежно спит в своей квартире, сделал еще один ход на удачу. «Вы ведь сегодня утром наверняка ему звонили», – скорее утвердительно сказал он, и, увидев бегающие глаза полковника, понял, что угадал. А он не отвечает, и не ответит господин полковник, потому что уже в камере сидит или лежит, что не принципиально. После таких дебатов Максим достал из папки, в которую складывал протоколы вскрытий, несколько листов бумаги, простую шариковую ручку и, с видом человека, не сомневающегося в своем праве требовать исполнения пожеланий от окружающих, заявил: К утру, Николай Сергеевич, вы должны написать чистосердечное признание и по эпизоду с наездом, и по организации взятки. Это последнее предупреждение, не просьба. Если исповеди не будет, завтра же для начала окажетесь в тюремной больнице. Ну или у нас в реанимации, на ваш выбор». Потом на секунду прервался, замолчал, словно задумался над чем-то интересным и, удовлетворенный от придуманного, вскоре продолжил. «Кстати, неплохо бы вам там встречу с мэром организовать, а то вы все... Время нет. Время нет», – передразнил он Нежного. «Там его много будет». Не дожидаясь ответа, Максим встал, спокойно взял телефон полковника, положенный тем на тумбочку, и, предвосхищая попытки того возмутиться, заявил: «Завтра верну. Это чтобы вы глупостей не наделали, не позвонили кому не надо. У вас, поди, в бригаде и киллер штатный есть». Уже весело закончил он и, подмигнув полковнику, вышел из палаты. Если бы Николай Сергеевич был здоров, он бы сейчас одним прыжком вскочил с кровати и, безусловно, вернул бы так нужный сейчас, но, увы, бездарно исчезающий собственный телефон. Внезапно возникшая резкая боль. В послеоперационной ране, когда он попытался вскочить за уходящим Максимом, буквально отбросила его на постель и заставила отказаться от преследования. «Черт, черт, черт!» Сжимая кулаки безостановочно в голос, повторял он, нисколько не думая о том, слышат его в коридоре или нет. Ах, если бы он был здоров, как не вовремя. Через полчаса, немного успокоившись, полковник начал анализировать происходящие события и искать ответ на давно мучивший его вопрос, откуда этот, по сути, мальчишка всегда знает его дорогу. Не бежит впереди, но и не отстает, а четко идет по следу. Может быть, все дело в его жене, следователя? Не похоже, ведь встречался полковник всегда только с ним, и впечатление о себе, как о человеке недалеком, он точно не оставил. Не успели почистить концы с наездом на его сына, как этот врач вываливает кучу фактов, которых вполне должно хватить, чтобы у проверяющих возникли неприятные вопросы именно к нему, полковнику Нежнову. А почему это вы, товарищ полковник, не придали значения? Не обратили внимания, не подумали и так далее. Не успели порадоваться и отметить исполнение прекрасно задуманной подставы против его жены, как двое основных фигурантов уже дали признательные показания и, похоже, теперь загорают на норах. Во всяком случае, Боря – адвокат, который сам уверял, что все прошло более чем штатно, точно там. Иначе почему на телефон не отвечает? Никогда такого не было. А теперь еще диски с записями с камер видеонаблюдения исчезли и, судя по всему, находятся у знающего дорогу. А что, неплохое имечко? Почему Аверин никуда эти убойные документы не отправляет, а только стращает? По всему выходит, что УСБшники давно должны быть в гостях у полковника, а не у этой мадам Авериной. Да что-то не торопятся. Это что, глупость? Или непонятное маниакальное желание заставить его возбудить дело на сына мэра и поссорить их? Что-то здесь не так, и этот мальчик не так прост. Очень непрост. Чтобы расколоть такого зубра криминальных дел, как Боря Макагон, надо самому быть зубром или, по крайней мере, мастером допроса, каким-нибудь ГРУшником. Те на такие вещи мастера, их специально этому учат. Вот тут Николай Сергеевич испугался собственных мыслей. Все же придется подключать градоначальника к решению этой проблемы. Ведь с него все и началось, вот сам все пусть и расхлебывает. Утром, придя на работу и быстренько переодевшись, Макс прямиком направился в палату к полковнику Нежнову. Он не тешил себя надеждой, что Николай Сергеевич вдруг изменится, а проснувшаяся совесть заставит того написать чистосердечное признание, но все же допускал подобное развитие ситуации с вероятностью в 1–1,5%. Ну, а вдруг... Лицо полковника, с одной стороны казавшееся из-за разросшейся щетины зрелым и мужественным, с другой было все же немного бледноватым, помятым, с какими-то темными кругами под глазами. Похоже, прошедшую ночь полицейский провел не в спокойном сне, а в тяжелых, может даже мучительных раздумьях. Чтобы так измениться за одну ночь, надо пережить что-то очень неприятное, и этого неприятного, по всей видимости, полковнику хватило с избытком. А вот глаза его оставались холодными и жесткими и совсем не вписывались в картину отсутствующего и озабоченного лица. Это были глаза хищного зверя, волка, который полковник, чтобы не насторожить вошедшего в палату Максима, попытался сразу отвести в сторону. Возможно, это и удалось бы, но исходящая от него злоба явно чувствовалась на расстоянии. Макс поразился этому необычному и неприятному ощущению, которого не испытывал ни разу в жизни, и поначалу даже немного растерялся. Потом, вспомнив о своей мере защиты, совершенно успокоился и даже заулыбался. Пусть злобствует, пусть хоть все зубы до корней сотрет. Что-то похожее Глеб Жеглов говорил вору Кирпичу и закончил красиво. «Моя против вашей всегда брать будет». «Вот и моя тоже», – уверил себя Макс. На краешке стола, придавленной ручкой, лежала стопка оставленных вчера чистых листов бумаги. Максим, не здороваясь и не обращая внимания на полковника, внимательно посмотрел на бумагу, даже перевернул и посмотрел каждый листок отдельно. Убедившись в их девственной чистоте, разочарованно покачал головой и поднял глаза на полковника. Тот, стараясь скрыть свой интерес, следил за вошедшим из-под тишка, слегка прикрыв веки. Максиму было абсолютно наплевать на проблемы гордого полковника, он для себя уже все решил. «Ну что же, Николай Сергеевич», – абсолютно нейтрально произнес Макс. «Вы свой выбор сделали». Пару секунд постоял в раздумьях. Похвально, только глупо, после чего спокойно повернулся и направился к выходу. «Телефон верни», – сдерживая себя, в спину Максиму чуть не прокричал полковник. Тот чуть сбавил шаг и слегка повернул голову. «В реанимации верну». Потом в задумчивости добавил, хотя, думаю, там не до этого будет, и спокойно вышел из палаты. Такого пренебрежительного отношения Николай Сергеевич явно не ожидал. Он буквально опешил, а когда пришел в себя, вновь погрузился в невеселые раздумья. За долгие годы работы в полиции, особенно когда стал начальником, полковник неплохо научился разбираться в людях, чувствовал их и частенько этим пользовался. Многолетний жизненный опыт говорил, что простые люди с полковниками полиции так себя не ведут, как этот патологоанатом Аверин. То, что он работает врачом и что его фамилия Аверин, сомнению не подлежало. А вот остальное... Сразу после первого визита в отдел, когда тот стал задавать неудобные вопросы, Николай Сергеевич дал команду пробить чрезмерно любопытного патанатома. Делали это люди грамотные, ответственные, так что здесь ошибка исключалась. Думать о том, что он ФСБшник, копающий под него или под мэра, было глупо, гипнотизер – смешно. Ему бы проще было убедить полковника написать чистосердечное с такими подробностями, каких и на самом деле не было. Кто остается? Колдун? Да, уж. Маразм крепчает и стучится в двери. И тут полковник внезапно вспомнил о последней фразе уходившего Максима. Вот так моментально раз и перескочил с одного на другое. «В реанимации отдам, там не до этого будет». Отчетливо услышал он слова ушедшего врача. «Какая реанимация? Почему там будет не до этого? До чего не до этого?» Мысленно, но очень громко спрашивал неизвестно кого полковник. Тревожные мысли его путались, прыгали с одного на другое, он никак не мог сосредоточиться и принять решение, что делать дальше с этим совершенно не боявшимся полицейского Максимом, пока не пришло время врачебного обхода. Лечащий врач Николая Сергеевича, Володя Потемкин, сразу обратил внимание на непрезентабельный вид своего VIP-клиента. Вроде вчера тот получше выглядел, а сегодня какой-то смурной, дерганый, круги под глазами. «Николай Сергеевич, вы как себя чувствуете?» Вложив в свой голос как можно больше оптимизма, спросил Владимир Иванович. Нежнов только махнул рукой и раздвинул губы в некоем подобии улыбки. «Не обращайте внимания. Спал плохо, только и всего». Тут он покривил душой, умолчав о своем хороводе мыслей. Владимир Иванович, помня, кто перед ним, и не забывая напутствия заведующего, посмотрел своего больного со всем тщанием. Посчитал пульс, посмотрел язык, пощупал живот, не поленился отклеить повязку и глянуть на рану. Осмотром остался доволен, но все же решил поддержать своего пациента. «Все у вас хорошо, Николай Сергеевич. Живот спокоен, рана ведет себя прекрасно, а вот поспать вам надо. Давайте-ка после перевязки седативную таблеточку примите и поспите немного. Вечером еще одну дадут, а там все и наладится». Проснулся Николай Сергеевич от какого-то внутреннего беспокойства. Сначала он и сам не понял, что его разбудило, и только потом обратил внимание на левую ногу. Нога была чужой, тяжелой и напряженной. Да еще появилось неприятное ощущение ползания мурашек по ноге. К тому же тысячи мелких тварей, бегая по ноге, жгли и кололи ее, как тысячи иголок. Как только он понял, что проблема его беспокойства именно нога, он сразу почувствовал боль. Боль возникла где-то на периферии, потом метнулась вверх по голени до колена, а затем и выше. К тому же она нарастала с каждой минутой. Подумав, что он просто отлежал ногу, полковник решил прибегнуть к радикальному средству, каким пользовался и раньше, чтобы избавиться от возникавших от случая к случаю подобных, правда менее выраженных ощущений – просто походить, размять ногу. Он попытался встать, и ему это удалось. С болью, но удалось. А вот пройти не получилось. Сделав пару шагов, Николай Сергеевич с ужасом понял, что нога его не слушается и напоминает протез, тупой деревянный протез. Она была абсолютно чужой, и командовать ей он не мог. С трудом доковыляв до койки, он рухнул на матрас и попытался рассмотреть и растереть свою непослушную болящую ногу. Нога была бледной, холодной, с непонятными бесформенными синими пятнами, и прикосновение к ней было каким-то далеким и совершенно чужим. Никаких изменений при попытке растереть и помассировать ногу, кроме усиления боли, не произошло. Боль уже было тяжело терпеть. Придется звать на помощь. С неудовольствием подумал он, уже понимая, что не просто отлежал ногу, а приобрел какую-то другую, серьезную, неприятную болячку. Представив себя орущим на все отделение, он тут же заскрипел зубами от бессилия и стыда. Но делать было нечего, пришлось. Пришлось даже постучать ложкой по металлической спинке кровати, пока недовольная медсестра не появилась в дверях. Увидев гримасу боли на лице пациента и мгновенно сообразив, что такой человек просто так орать и молотить ложкой не будет, она сразу же засуетилась, запричитала и чуть ли не бегом выскочила в поисках врача. Владимир Иванович появился через пару минут. Даже беглого осмотра ему хватило, чтобы сообразить о серьезности проблемы полковника. Успокоив Нежного ничего не значащими словами, он вышел из палаты и вернулся буквально через минуту уже вместе с заведующим Владимиром Дмитриевичем, который как раз возвращался из приемного покоя. Тот смотрел чуть дольше, сжимал и колол поочередно стопу, голень, затем бедро, просил согнуть или поднять ногу, а когда это не удалось, пошевелить пальцем. Он пытался нащупать пульс в паху и на стопе, сравнивал все выявленные изменения с другой ногой и явно остался недоволен. Сначала он озадачил Потемкина. «Звони в санавиацию, проси сосудистого сюда. Да пусть в темпе дует. Операционную на всякий случай озадач. Лаборантку вызови, пусть свертывающую систему посмотрит. Ну и группу. Само собой. Звякни на станцию переливания, уточни запасы этой группы. Сейчас реополиглюкин в вину, гепарин, папаверин, промедол, ну и все, что положено, сам знаешь». И только потом обратился к Нежнову. «Николай Сергеевич, у нас проблема, которую надо решать максимально быстро. У вас, похоже, тромб в магистральной артерии бедра или подколенной области образовался. Вот кровь на периферию и перестала поступать. Кислорода тканям не хватает, обменные процессы нарушились. Короче, если ничего не делать, разовьется гангрена, и ногу надо будет ампутировать. Операцию по удалению тромба может сделать только сосудистый хирург, которого мы уже, считай, вызвали. Ждать его, конечно, ничего не делая, мы не будем, начнем интенсивную терапию. Попробуем тромболизировать, рассосать проще, но окончательное слово все равно за ним». Еще через минуту в вену ему уже капал раствор реополиглюкина, который, как его уверили, улучшает микроциркуляцию и точно отодвигает необратимые изменения в обескровленных тканях, а в резиновую трубку возле иглы медсестра вводила один за другим необходимые препараты. Еще минут через 5 он почувствовал, что боль вроде немного отступает и начал успокаиваться, даже задремал. Вердикт сосудистого хирурга был ожидаем, и Николая Сергеевича вскоре после осмотра областным специалистом взяли в операционную. Встретиться с мэром города оказалось гораздо проще, чем с тем же начальником городского отдела ГИБДД. Во всяком случае, молоденький лейтенант, сидевший на первом этаже перед входом в здание администрации, никаких вопросов Максиму не задал. и тот свободно поднялся на 3-й этаж. Здание большое, и помимо приемной мэра, здесь располагалась масса других служб и хозяйств, да и городской совет народных депутатов, куда люди шли достаточно активно, находился тоже здесь. Из-за этого, похоже, лейтенант и не заморачивался. Идут и пусть идут себе, значит, людям надо. Перед приемной, куда выходили двери кабинетов и мэра и председателя городского совета с удивительным именем Любомир, было многолюдно, что сначала Максу не понравилось. Свои дела он привык решать в личной беседе без свидетелей, но деваться было некуда, и он потихоньку двинулся к намеченной цели. Возле двустворчатой двери, по обеим сторонам которой на стене были укреплены таблички с именами мэра и председателя горсовета, его торопливо обогнали двое медиков в стандартных голубых костюмах с надписью «Скорая помощь» на спине. Один из них, мужчина, нес стандартный оранжевый ящик с медикаментами и свернутые мягкие носилки, а молодая девушка держала дефибриллятор в зеленом чехле. Становилось все интереснее и интереснее. Не иначе, как с мэром что-то приключилось-то, недоумевая, подумал Макс. В приемной народу было еще больше, чем в коридоре, и среди беспокойно что-то обсуждающих людей Максим даже увидел полицейского с крупными звездами на погонах. Тот пытался перекричать разноголосый ракочущий гул, отвечая кому-то по стационарному телефону на столе секретарши. Китель его был расстегнут, а лицо красным и рассерженным. Секретарши за столом не было. На приход Макса никто не обратил ни малейшего внимания, и он немного растерялся, не представляя, что же ему делать и кого спросить о возможности встречи с городским главой. Он беспомощно озирался, крутил головой в надежде встретить знакомое лицо, и тут кто-то из-за спины тронул его за плечо. «Максим Сергеевич, вы какими судьбами здесь?» – раздался знакомый женский голос. Галина Николаевна, жена Володи Потемкина, которая уже во 2-й или 3-й раз избиралась в депутаты городского совета и неизменно возглавляла комитет по социальным вопросам, приветливо улыбалась Максиму, хотя глаза у нее были невеселыми. Макс был знаком с Галиной Николаевной и откровенно обрадовался встрече. Хоть один знакомый и наверняка осведомленный человек в этом бедламе, который введет его в курс дела и расскажет, что же здесь происходит. Заулыбавшись, он ответил: «Галина Николаевна, здравствуйте. Да вот пришел записаться на прием к мэру, а тут такое...» Он беспомощно развел руками и посмотрел по сторонам, как будто приглашая Галину Николаевну разделить его изумление. Та отрицательно покачала головой, нахмурила брови и скорбно поджала губы, отчего лицо ее сразу помрачнело. «Нет, Максим Сергеевич, с мэром вы теперь встретитесь не скоро». Как о вещах совершенно очевидных заявила она, взяла его под руку и настойчиво двинулась в коридор. Максим особо не сопротивлялся. У окна небольшого холла, где не было никого из присутствующих, Галина освободила Макса от своей опеки. «У Виктора Алексеевича несчастье. Сын на машине разбился? Насмерть», – с грустью произнесла она сочувствующим тоном. Макс опешил, вздрогнул и как будто даже съежился, стал меньше ростом. Еще пару дней назад он желал всяческих несчастий этому мажору, едва не погубившему его сына, даже сам был готов жестко наказать его, а сейчас вдруг почувствовал укол жалости. Молодой, глупый... «Денис!» – непроизвольно воскликнул он. «Денис!» – подтвердила Галина Николаевна и заинтересованно посмотрела на Макса. «Вы с ним знакомы?» Максим смутился и поспешно ответил: «Лично нет, но многое слышал». О заочном знакомстве с сыном мэра после ДТП с Алёшкой он решил не говорить, ни ко времени, да и ни к чему. «Сейчас из полиции пришли, сообщили», – между тем продолжила Потемкина. «А ему плохо стало. Побелел весь, упал. Пришлось срочно скорую вызывать. Как бы инфаркта не было», – тревожно закончила она. Рассказав еще несколько ничего не значащих подробностей уже думающему совсем о другом Максиму, Галина Николаевна вернулась в приемную, а Макс отправился домой передать сногсшибательную новость жене. Садясь в машину, он увидел, как мэра на носилках вынесли из здания администрации и аккуратно загрузили в машину скорой помощи. Лифта в 3-этажном здании не было. Причем несли главу не сотрудники скорой помощи, а преимущественно мужчины, в том числе и полицейские в расстегнутом кителе. То ли все действительно так любили мэра и искренне хотели помочь, то ли просто демонстрировали свое рвение и усердие. Глядишь, вернется и вспомнит.
Secretly, Max knew that Colonel Nezhnov was currently in the intensive care unit, but nevertheless decided to personally verify this. Taking advantage of the fact that almost all the doctors gathered in the hospital's conference room at 8:30 for a morning briefing, he easily went up to the second floor to the surgery. After greeting the nurse on duty affably, who looked at the unknown doctor with bewilderment, but could not stop him, Maxim calmly walked to the notorious paid ward. The owner was not in the room, but some of his personal belongings remained in their usual places. This reinforced Max's assumption about the location of the policeman. It is clear that shaving foam, a razor, and a toothbrush with toothpaste will not be dragged to the intensive care unit. There really is no time for toilet subtleties. I wish I was alive. And yet, as he walked back past the nurse on duty, Maxim asked where his old friend Nikolai Sergeyevich from the first ward was. To which I received the expected answer, in intensive care. He was operated on yesterday. Even a vascular surgeon from the region came. Didn't you know? With a surprised and frightened face, the nurse answered and immediately asked. I had to feign extreme agitation and almost run to the intensive care unit. But Max showed his haste only for the nurse, and when he found himself on the landing, from where the stairs led to the first floor, he began to think. Is it worth going to the intensive care unit now? Moreover, the meeting will end any minute, and the doctors will start returning to their departments. And what would he tell them? How will he explain his concern about the health of the police chief? And then he found a weighty argument in favor of an immediate visit. Thrusting his hand into the pocket of his medical suit, he came across a familiar phone, which he had promised to return to the owner yesterday. His own seemed to be left in the pocket of his windbreaker, and he, reassured by the usual heaviness in his pocket, noticed only now that it was the colonel's phone. It's a great reason to visit him right now. It is unlikely that we will be able to talk. The colonel is still weak after the operation, and doctors from surgery and intensive care should be on their rounds soon. And they don't need to hear private conversations at all. Max will only show himself so that he doesn't relax, but thinks in the right direction, and the phone really needs to be returned. Moreover, it is completely discharged. So everything is calm here. It is unlikely that they will look for a doctor in the intensive care unit. Although, it's the colonel. To hell with it. There's no way to fix it anyway, and if he doesn't understand, so much the worse for him. The door to the ward was closed. Moreover, it was decorated with a catchy sign, Intensive Care, No Entry, and there was a bell button on the door jamb next to it. After a moment's hesitation, Maxim pressed it anyway. A minute later, hurried footsteps were heard, and the face of a young woman in a medical suit and a starched white cap appeared in the half-open door, who stared in surprise at an unknown man also in a medical suit. Max understood that she had the right not to let him into this department, which was closed in all senses, so he behaved very correctly. He introduced himself, identified himself, asked about the condition of his friend Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, and asked if he, as a doctor, could go to the patient just to look at him, and also give him the phone, if this did not contradict the rules of the intensive care unit. He also received a friendly enough response, but not at all the one he had hoped for. The patient's condition is stable, and all necessary medical measures are being carried out. You can't visit him without a doctor's permission. The doctor is at a meeting right now. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. If you want to wait, if not, come back later. As an exception, the nurse can hand over the phone herself. Thanking the polite nurse, Max handed her the phone, hoping that she would not try to turn it on, and clarified who was on duty today. It turned out that a recent acquaintance, Lesha Lushin, with whom Max fully expected to arrange a visit to Nezhnov when Lesh would be alone. Promising to come back later, he left. I should have gone to work. There were no gliders in the pathology department, but I had to spend at least some of my working hours at work. Surprisingly, by the time of Maxim's second visit, the 6-bed intensive care unit was practically empty, and this perfectly corresponded to his plans. Apart from Colonel Nezhnov, who was personally asked by the head of surgery, Vladimir Dmitrievich, to stay in the department for an extra day, there was only an elderly man lying here after an accident with a subdural hematoma and severe brain contusion. The patient was on a ventilator in a medically induced coma, so there was no way he could interfere with the upcoming conversation between the two enemies. After work, as expected, Max easily arranged with Lesha Lushin, who was on duty, to visit his friend in his diocese. However, I had to treat the hospitable anesthesiologist with Vietnamese coffee for another half hour, the Averin stocks of which were already running out. Fortunately, Leosha was called to the surgery for some kind of intravenous anesthesia for a minor reason, and promising to return in 15 minutes, he rushed off like a meteor, instructing Maxim to wait for his return. Nikolai Sergeyevich passed. His face became even paler, haggard, and his hard gaze lost its sharpness and faded. Only the stubble on his pale face seemed even thicker, but this did not add to the colonel's attractiveness. It was obvious that not only physical suffering was not easy for him, but, perhaps to a greater extent, the realization of his helplessness. How is it that he, a 45-year-old colonel, healthy, cheerful yesterday, whose favors many people sought, is now lying naked in the middle of a huge ward, covered with just a light sheet? He, who commanded almost 100 men, is forced to obey and follow the commands of any snotty nurse girl, not to mention doctors. It wasn't easy. There were no chairs or stools in the intensive care room, except for a small plastic chair at the nurse's desk, which Max decided not to touch. He sat down on the next bed, slightly pushing aside the screen on wheels, and stared blankly at the colonel. Nothing was reflected on his face. No sympathy, no pity, no gloating, no triumph. Nikolai Sergeyevich did not react at first to Maxim's gaze. Then he became worried, frowned, and nevertheless turned his eyes to him. He looked at it and turned away again without saying a word. Maxim spoke first. "Did you get your phone back?" After a pause, the colonel did not turn around, but nevertheless replied, "They returned it." "You see," Max continued calmly, "I've fulfilled my promise. I did the second one." After a short pause, waiting for another glance from Nezhnov, he continued quietly, "You are in intensive care, Nikolai Sergeyevich, as I said." Maxim shook his head sympathetically and spread his arms. The colonel twitched, winced painfully, and closed his eyes. "But with the third promise, I deceived you." The colonel turned around again. You could see it on his face. "What's the third one?" "I promised to arrange a meeting with the mayor here. Do you remember?" "Yes, it failed. No, don't think badly of me. He's in intensive care too, as he should be." Max saw the interest on the pale, unshaven face of the policeman and even bent over him. "Just not here. In the first hospital, in cardiology. A heart attack," he said with a barely perceptible amount of sympathy, and shook his head again. The colonel, who was already lying on his back without saying a word, somehow went limp and stared straight at the ceiling. "Do you know why?" Maxim asked. Nezhnov remained silent, obviously realizing that he would voice his version anyway, and waited. "His son crashed in a car. To his death," Max said without a trace of sarcasm, watching the colonel closely. Yes. The one you've been searching for so long and unsuccessfully." At first, Nikolai Sergeyevich did not react to this strange news in any way, trying to figure out whether it was true or not. Then, it didn't hide from Max either. He began to breathe more often and deeper, and a slight perspiration appeared on his forehead. "Got it, then. But it's you, Nikolai Sergeyevich, who are to blame for Denis's death." An incomprehensible grimace distorted the colonel's face, and he even opened his mouth, trying to object. But Maxim beat him to it. Yes, it is you. And don't make excuses. Don't use pretentious phrases. You know I'm right. If you had detained Karpov immediately after the hit and run, when you saw his car number on the bank camera, or at least after my visit, when I provided all the evidence of his guilt, taken away his license and opened a case, he would still be alive. Well, he would have received a couple of years of probation in the worst case, and 3 years of deprivation of his rights. Maybe during that time he would have matured, changed his mind, and everything would have returned to normal. And so, when everything is allowed, when the Almighty Dad solves all problems with the help of people like you, that's the end of the game. And his dad had a heart attack for a reason. He understood perfectly well that he was also to blame for his son's death. So he pays the price, and he will pay for the rest of his life. I think he's had enough." Maxim was silent for a long time, waiting for some reaction from the colonel, but he remained silent. Maybe he was thinking about everything that had happened. Maybe he was looking for an excuse for himself. Maybe he was thinking how to get rid of this annoying pathologist. But he was silent, staring at the ceiling. Max wanted to hear the answer and the assessment of his own affairs by the colonel himself. So he escalated. You know, Nikolai Sergeyevich, you will not be able to hide behind silence. These two have received their punishment. You can say that God punished them. But you have not been punished, and it seems that you have not understood anything, since you are trying to keep quiet. It won't work. You can see how I can keep my promises. So, either you write a sincere confession on all these episodes and I hand them over to the prosecutor's office along with everything else, or you don't leave here. In a completely neutral tone, which for some reason made the colonel's stomach turn cold, Maxim finished. You're going to die. Why do you need to live? You've already ruined more than one other person's life, so you need to be prepared for the fact that they might do the same to you, or worse. And don't try to lie to yourself that you're white and fluffy. You're a man after all. If you are not stopped now, you will leave the hospital and get back to work with your henchman Vasnetsov. By the way, I'll deal with him later, Max remarked casually. First of all, you are a huge threat to my family, and then to everyone else who does not please you in some way. So take your pick. Either I'm carrying the paper again, or tomorrow you'll be taken for surgery again, after which you won't wake up. Maxim couldn't resist gloating. Do you know such a disease as pulmonary embolism? By the time he remembered the death of a man with a knife wound in the stomach. That's what's going to happen to you. I'm not scaring, I know that. Well, about like wolf messing. You've probably heard of it. And again, having received no response to his long and reasoned speech, Max got angry, got up and left. Already at the door, he turned around. I'll give you until morning. That's it. Max did not sleep all night, although, in order not to upset his wife with stories about his deeds, which Lena treated extremely negatively, he strenuously demonstrated that he and son were best friends. In the evening after dinner, they briefly discussed the prospects for further investigation and came to the unequivocal conclusion that all this should be completed as soon as possible. As for the Karpov father and son, there were no questions here. Both got what they deserved and, importantly, absolutely without the help of Lena and Max. I didn't even have to contact the prosecutor's office. But they didn't know what to do with Colonel Nezhnov. Maxim told his wife that the policeman had been admitted to the hospital with appendicitis, which was news to him, but he kept silent about the second operation. He also kept silent about his threats, about a possible third operation with a sad end for the colonel. To be honest, Max was brave with the colonel only in words, and there was a huge distance from threats to their execution. He himself did not know if he would be able to use the protection measure again, although he thought about it all the time. Sometimes it seemed to him that he could do it easily enough, but then he became afraid. How could he take a person's life? Even if it's bad, vile, disgusting, even if it's a scoundrel, but it's still a person. Has the death penalty even been abolished in the country? And will he take on the duties of both judge and executioner? Isn't there a lot? Then he remembered again that it was this man who had almost destroyed his family, who had tried to defame his wife, an honest person who had protected him, and all doubts had been pushed far away. A young guy died because of him, even if he wasn't an angel either. But things could have turned out differently, and he had not yet decided what to do to put an end to this protracted case. But he clearly knew that Colonel Nezhnov, alive and well, at large, was a threat not only to his family and to him personally, but also to other people. So, either prison or... And again, doubts filled his head. Although Maxim was a man and seemed to be the head of the family, Lena still made the decision. Max, I think we should transfer all the collected materials to Viktor Stepanovich. I've put everything on the shelves, systematized everything, so all he has to do is read it and make a decision. What's not clear, I'll tell you. You remember, at first I couldn't turn to him, I was hesitant, I didn't want to set him up or be disappointed myself, but he supported me and helped me with the bribe. It's expensive. I think it will help here too. Agree? Maxim nodded his head in relief. Going up to surgery or going into intensive care has recently become as commonplace for Max as coming to work. So today, after changing his clothes, He went straight to the intensive care unit with a stack of paper in his hand. But at the door he met yesterday's coffee drinker Lesha, who advised him to meet with an acquaintance right now. Late last night, when Max was already at home, a police UAZ truck overturned, in which the 5th Squad was returning almost in full force from kebabs, arranged on the occasion of the chief's birthday. 7 people were injured. 3 escaped with minor wounds and bruises and were sent home after the operation. 2 with fractures of varying severity were placed in the trauma center, but 2 more with severe combined injuries were shoved into the intensive care unit. And at night, gynecologists operated on a woman with an ectopic pregnancy and decent blood loss, who also had to be admitted to the intensive care unit. So it's not going to be possible to chat with a friend right now. There are too many people in the hall. Yes, if this goes well, this almost healthy friend will be transferred to surgery today, even despite the request of the head. According to the recent tradition, Maxim went to the department in the morning. Inna Genadievna, the head of the city morgue, looked at Max's short-term morning absences with incomprehension. It seemed to be at work, but it didn't seem to be. But so far she hadn't taken any draconian measures. A surprise awaited him in the intensive care unit. Colonel Neznov was transferred to surgery due to the need to hospitalize more serious patients with impaired vital functions. That's about what Lyosha said, so Maxim had no choice but to go up to the 2nd floor once again, where a more interesting surprise awaited him. Colonel Neznov disappeared. He was not in the room, nor in the corridor, nor in the toilet, just nowhere, as well as his personal belongings, which were in their usual places yesterday. The loss of a VIP patient who underwent 2 major surgeries in less than a week, and only yesterday started walking, was a shock to both the head and the attending physician, as well as to the entire staff of the department. It was there yesterday, but today it's gone. Vladimir Dmitrievich, as expected, informed the chief doctor about the incident, and he tried to call the Department of Internal Affairs all morning, hoping to clarify the fate of the unexpectedly missing head of the traffic police department. However, all his attempts remained attempts, since all the senior officers were at the morning report, so the fate of the missing colonel was still unknown. Maxim immediately realized that the colonel had gone on the run, preferring uncertain wanderings with an unknown end to the predestination of a 3rd operation, with a completely predictable end, which he had been honestly warned about. The thought warmed Max. This means that Neznov nevertheless recognized in him an opponent to be feared, believed in his abilities and capabilities, and was afraid of the morning meeting. There was no question of respecting an enemy, even a worthy one. Nikolai Sergeyevich is not the right person to respect anyone other than himself, or people of higher status than himself, such as the mayor. It seems that thoughts about a possible confession of his nefarious deeds did not even visit him. Nikolai Sergeyevich could not destroy such a prosperous world, where personal power gave a lot of advantages and benefits, with his own hands, and did not even consider this issue. He chose, despite his illnesses, to hide until better times, when the winnings would be his. And besides, he was convinced that this narrow-minded pathologist, with maniacal persistence, was trying to get a personal confession of his sins from him. That's really not going to happen, so it makes sense to hide in a secluded place. Maxim, who had recently become adept at logical reasoning, did not like the colonel's flight, and the rosy mood due to his own importance was quickly replaced by a cautiously frightened one. So he's not going to give up. He realized that he couldn't meet Max in person because of the likelihood of trouble. Or worse. Once he comes to his senses, gets stronger, and he will definitely strike back. Moreover, most likely, not with his own hands, and not the fact that it was according to Maxim. But Max could not have framed Alyosha and Lena in any way. That's what scared him. So we need to find the vaporized Neznov as soon as possible, while he is still weak and more preoccupied with his own health than with plotting for the culprit of his problems. After returning to his unit and doing routine things, Maxim constantly talked about how and where Colonel Neznov could escape 2 days after a serious operation, when he was not even able to walk properly yet. A few steps down the hall don't count. It is clear that he could not leave the hospital on foot, so there was a car. Most likely, after returning to the room from the intensive care unit, he charged his phone and called one of his friends, who helped him hide. And he left unnoticed by everyone through the very emergency exit, next to which his room was located. Max still remembered from the time of the head's birthday, when he himself retreated from that ill-fated ward in the morning, that the emergency door to the street was closed only from the inside, and only with an iron bolt, although powerful, but completely useless for protection if you decided to turn the front door into an exit door. But how the colonel found out about it is not clear. Nikolai Sergeyevich will not seek help from his relatives, otherwise he will have to explain for a long time why and from whom he is hiding. For the same reason, he will not call the crew on duty from his department to the hospital. But it is quite possible to strain your accomplice Captain Vasnetsov, who is well aware of the vicissitudes of all his recent cases. It is clear that the captain will not take a traffic policeman's car with flashing lights and other police paraphernalia for this case. It is too noticeable and defiant. But he will slowly arrive, most likely in his own car. The same black Toyota that Max knew from recordings from the video camera of his neighbor Valera Petrov, when Vasnetsov brought a deck of burglars on it, who put bugs in the Avarin's apartment. He could only arrive at night, or better yet, in the morning, when everyone was fast asleep. So, we need to look at the CCTV footage from the hospital over the past night and morning to make sure. There is no surveillance camera at the emergency exit, as everywhere else, but there is at the entrance, at the emergency room, and at the emergency room. And it's impossible to get by car to the emergency exit door without passing at least one of the cameras. It's the only road, and it's limited by high curbs. There's no other way. Max, burning with impatience, did not even wait for the traditional lunch break, which officially did not seem to exist. But pathologists had lunch anyway, though not in the autopsy room among the autopsied and not yet autopsied corpses, but in the hospital buffet. Taking advantage of the kindness of Inna Genadievna, the head of the department, Maxim ran away to the buffet, not thinking at all about what he would do when he really wanted to eat. He saw the black Camry on the security guard's computer monitor quickly enough and on time just when he expected, around 5 in the morning. It was still quite dark, but in the light of the hospital lights, especially at the entrance to the barrier, which was not working and was frozen by a vertical pole, Max clearly saw her number. Of course, this number, like Denis Karpov's 37s, he remembered for a long time. Now the puzzle was complete, and Maxim knew what he would do next to quickly find the missing colonel. After a hasty snack at home, since it was not possible to have a normal lunch in the hospital due to running around the guards, Maxim flew to the traffic police department. It was a good thing Lena wasn't at home. She didn't need to know all of Max's plans. Of course, he would tell her everything later, when all the problems were solved. Fortunately, Captain Vasnetsov was in place, as the duty officer graciously informed him, and even waved his hand affably, indicating where to go. Maxim knew this way and calmly went to the office of the accident analysis group. He was completely calm, not a bit worried about the upcoming meeting, because he was confident in its outcome, and that's already half the success. The captain, as at their last and only rendezvous, was sitting at a table by the window and trying to type some text on the computer. He tapped on the keyboard with 2 fingers. He did it badly, and a grimace of discontent settled on his face for a long time. He didn't even look at the newcomer, just nodded his head without looking up from the monitor screen. Maxim, who certainly considers himself the master of the situation, went to the table and sat down on a chair at the end without an invitation. Only after that, having finished another sentence, Vasnetsov looked up from his writing and looked at the brusque visitor with perplexity. He didn't recognize Max and stared at him questioningly, not understanding what he wanted. "What is your question?" Hoping to get rid of the uninvited guest as soon as possible, he finally asked. Maxim was not going to breed politics. "Where's the boss?" he asked bluntly, with a considerable amount of impudence. The captain was literally taken aback by such impudence, but only then realized what he was being asked about, and a roar of anger remained on his lips. Instead, he made a blank face. "Which boss?" "Your boss. Nezhnov." The visitor continued in the same vein. Here the policeman's eyes darted restlessly, and Maxim clearly caught it. "Colonel Nezhnov is in the hospital," the owner of the office replied gloomily, pulling himself together and frowning. "Yeah, the one you stole him from last night." Max grinned. "Vasnetsov," he continued, sounding as if he were twice as old as his counterpart. "You showed up on the cameras, my dear. So you're the only suspect in the colonel's abduction so far, and I'm the only one who knows about it." Maxim decided not to reveal that only the captain's car was illuminated on the cameras, but not himself. "So what? This is not a courtroom." The captain was very confused. He did not expect such a turn in any way. What kind of abduction? He drawled incomprehensibly. The most ordinary, Maxime said. Why would a law-abiding police colonel run away from the hospital 2 days after the operation without warning anyone about it? So it turns out, kidnapping. You know what a fuss the hospital has made about this. Of course, to lose such a client. What if he dies from any complications? The chief doctor of the Department of Internal Affairs has put everything on its ears. So your boss has most likely already been put on the wanted list. They didn't wait 3 days, as with ordinary mortals. Come on, Vasnetsov. Tell me where you took him, and you'll be happy. I'm not going to tell anyone that you've bothered the doctors and the cops. Vasnetsov was silent, trying to digest the information and decide what to do in light of the newly discovered circumstances. On the one hand, the boss himself ordered him to be silent, but on the other, the boss will be tougher here. Then he decided to clarify the positions a bit. Why is it that a complete stranger, an impudent man, is looking for his commander and not his police friends? And why is he the only one who knows about this case? And who exactly are you? And why do you need Colonel Nezhnov? He began to come to himself a little more firmly. Maxime did not expect that he would easily get the truth, but nevertheless he cursed in his heart. Well, that's it. It started. What difference does it make to you? He leaned back in his chair with annoyance. Let's do this. You tell me where Nezhnov is and I leave, and you stay to work in your favorite police force. You'll also collect money from drivers and live for your own pleasure. No, I'm sorry, you won't be working here anymore. Moreover, as a disabled person of the third group, you will only be able to work as a watchman somewhere in a music school. Max realized a long time ago that such unnecessarily intimidating details, which the interlocutor did not even imagine a minute ago, confuse completely. Just knock them out of a normal rut. Vasnetsov was really confused again, not knowing what to say or how to react to this démarche, and Max couldn't let go of the initiative. Have you ever had a blood pressure rise? He asked quite amiably, and without waiting for an answer he continued. But now it has risen. I can see it in your eyes. Can you feel it? Captain Vasnetsov, completely confused, actually felt a headache, which was rapidly getting worse. The grimace on his face quickly changed from one of bewilderment to one of suffering, and then he even clutched his head with his hands, afraid to move. You see, Maxime continued just as affectionately, don't worry, otherwise it will rise a little more and... Yeah, a stroke. So much for disability, so much for goodbye dear police. Bringing the situation to its logical conclusion, when Vasnetsov, confused and depressed by a headache attack, was about to stop playing the hero, Max decided to speed up events. Push a little more. It's like with Borya Makagon, when an accident intervened that almost ruined all his efforts. Besides, as it turned out, he underestimated his opponent. The door opened without knocking, and another man in a police uniform entered the office. Either the relationship between the colleagues was not very friendly, or it was just that the mood of the old man who entered was disgusting, he muttered with a rather gloomy face. Hello, and silently walked to the table standing against the opposite wall. But the captain was even glad to see him. He jumped up from the table so that the chair almost tipped over, and without giving Max a second to react to his antics, began to chatter. Misha, help me out! Talk to the citizen! I need to leave right away, it's important! And without waiting for Senior Lieutenant Misha's answer, he tried to rush out of the office. But that was not the case. Max was still on his guard. The overly frisky captain, who had already opened the door, suddenly seemed to stumble, froze, turned his pale face to Maxime, and tried to say something, but suddenly fell. Moreover, at first he seemed to crouch down, and then he really stretched out on the floor. Misha, who was not thinking of anything, jumped up as well as the captain and rushed to the fallen colleague. Maxime, who knew exactly the reason for this captain's tailspin, was forced to do the same, but unlike Starley, he knew how to fix the situation. He quickly felt the pulse on the captain's wrist, lifted his eyelid, assessing the pupil's reaction, then turned to the policeman standing in disbelief. I'm a doctor. It looks like a simple fainting fit here. Do you have any ammonia? Then we'll bring him to his senses quickly. Misha ran out into the corridor without hesitation, and Max did not hesitate to slap Vasnetsov in the face, He shook his head, twitched, and mumbled something. Then he opened his eyes and, with a glimmer of reason, stared at Maxim, who was bending over him. Max was ready to strangle this cunning hero and hissed angrily. "Have you decided to play Alexander Matrosov, bitch? It won't work. Now you're telling me where Neznov is and you'll stay here alive and well. If you don't tell me, your fainting will turn into an epileptic seizure, and then it will smoothly turn into an epileptic status, with which you will die here. Do you know Boris Makagon?" And, without waiting for an answer, hoping that he should know that one gang is a watering can, he continued. He was also trying to portray a hero. "And where is he now, can you guess?" Maxim ostentatiously rolled his eyes upward, as if looking at the ceiling, and then raised his index finger up for emphasis. This gesture could be interpreted in different ways, but rather as an indication of the kingdom of heaven. Maxim's angry hissing was very convincing, and the captain, who had not yet fully recovered, whispered in a barely audible voice, "He's in Kedrovka, in the 11th hospital. He knows a doctor there," and closed his eyes in exhaustion. Maxim has never been to Kedrovka. I only knew that this village, which was not bad according to the stories, was located somewhere in the north of the region, not far from the regional center, almost within the city limits. And I knew about the 11th hospital by hearsay. The doctor's colleagues talked about her a couple of times in the hospital cafeteria after the specialist days and shared their impressions. This mysterious hospital was referred to as City Clinical Hospital Number 11. Where the clinical level facility in the village came from was anyone's guess, but there were many departments in it, and there was probably a lot to learn there, since specialists from all over the region gathered here. The trip to Kedrovka, where Max expected to find the colonel hiding, did not cause him any doubts or fears. It was only 100 kilometers. If they used to say, "The language will bring you to Kiev," now a satellite navigator has appeared for this, which is cooler than any language by an order of magnitude. It's hard to get lost with him, even in a maze. That one will lead not only to Kiev, but to any necessary place. The main thing is not to leave the route. That's what Maxim thought at first anyway. With a kind smile, he recalled his road adventures with his first navigator, which his friends gave him almost immediately after buying a car. And then, as if in mockery, they said, "Well, Max, now you won't get lost anywhere." Jinxed, probably. Maxim drove around the city quite calmly, and he didn't need any navigator here, but he risked getting out to another one only counting on the help of a newfangled device. One winter weekend, they decided with Lena to go to a sanatorium located in a nearby town on the shore of a beautiful lake to go skiing. According to the official website, there was also a ski slope with a cable car, a fairly decent skating rink that worked even at night, and those who preferred this calm type of recreation to extreme skiing could ride along the paved ski slope on the frozen lake. A young married couple was just one of those. Having booked a room for a weekend tour, the guys took their own skis and went on an adventure. Maxim got to the right city along the highway without any problems, and then decided to use the donated gadget. The city was unfamiliar, and the sanatorium was located somewhere on the outskirts, so he decided not to take any chances, dialed the address of the hotel, and calmly pressed the "Let's Go" button. The display showed 2 routes where the beginning of the path coincided, but then one of them went almost to the center of the city, made a decent detour, and got to the end point almost from the opposite side. There was nothing to think about, and Max calmly turned onto a shorter one that wound through the streets of the private sector. 5 minutes later, he climbed out onto the bank of a narrow, ice-free river flowing at the foot of a high, snow-capped mountain, overgrown with bushes and trees. Here, houses that look more like country houses remain only on one side. Nevertheless, the road was not particularly rough, but it was. And in the end, when the houses disappeared from view, it ended up on a low embankment, which was reached by a narrow footpath trampled by pedestrians. There was no further highway. Nevertheless, a pleasant female voice from the navigator reported, "You have arrived at your destination." The words uttered by the young lady in the car, just like at the end of Gogol's immortal comedy, struck like thunder to everyone. I mean, those who were in the car. But if a sound of amazement escaped from Elena's mouth, as in the Inspector General, then Maxim whistled in amazement. But there was definitely a silent scene. After a couple of minutes, having recovered a little, Max got out of the car and began to look around in the hope of seeing a 5-story building with built-in balconies, or a steep ski descent from a 750-meter mountain, so friendly in the photo on the internet. At the very least, at least people from whom it would be possible to find out about the place where they got to, and where the sanatorium, which the electronic device so confidently claims, is here. But, alas, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see anything except the snow-covered bushes on the mountainside, and a couple of crows circling in the distance. It would seem that such a towering gentrified mountain, 3/4 of a kilometer high, should be visible from everywhere. But alas, even climbing the path to the hillock, apart from the snow-white surface of a frozen lake with some summer pavilions and a frozen Ferris wheel on the opposite side, I found no other signs of civilization. I had to return to the beginning of the longest route, which confidently led directly to the gates of the sanatorium. The very next day, while skiing on an ice-bound and snow-covered lake, Maxim, looking at the deserted and lifeless park on the other shore, got his bearings and figured out where the end point voiced by the navigator might be. It turned out that it was practically nearby. Leaving his wife on the rolling ski slope, Maxim trampled his very short one to the shore, only 50 meters long, and found himself next to some kind of hydraulic engineering structure, apparently used to discharge excess water from the lake. Along the edge of the concrete surface were 2 small metal posts held together by a fairly powerful, relatively new chain. There were no signs of rust on either the chain or the padlock on one of the pillars. Now it became clear where the ice-free river that Maxim had traveled along had come from, and why the road had ended so abruptly, 2 steps from his destination. Smiling as he recalled his adventures with the navigator, Maxim began to prepare for trips to unfamiliar places more seriously. Previously, he viewed the planned routes on the monitor of his home computer, using the double-GIS program with maximum zoom, down to the house numbers of the streets along which he was to travel. It has borne fruit. There was nothing like this in Max's driving practice anymore. Even now he had found the same Kadrovka, the same 11th hospital, and was glad that he would not have to wander around in their search. He was much more worried about Elena's reaction to this trip, which he was in no hurry to talk about, although he understood that time was running out. Of course, he could have come up with some fake business trip to the regional center for a specialist's day, for example, or to the attestation commission, but he did not want to deceive his wife. And not because he was afraid of the investigator's wife with her analytical mind, who would reveal all his secret plans at one moment if she felt even a drop of falsehood, but simply did not want to. And I thought it was normal. Oh, and besides, she's going to take pity on it again. Max couldn't even come up with a normal expression describing the colonel and their relationship right away. An enemy, a villain, a vile, inhuman scoundrel. But how can a scoundrel be humane? Perhaps the word criminal was the mildest of all Maxim's words during the voyage. He went anyway. Deciding that lying to his wife about the purpose of the trip was not good, he went the other way. Not to lie, but not to tell the whole truth. I just went on a business trip. Lena looked at Max carefully after such a statement, and he secretly felt that his wife, the investigator, guessed that this trip might be very far from medical matters, but she did not insist on continuing his revelations. It was as if she felt that there was a boundary that she shouldn't cross. Maxim did not enter the hospital grounds. Moreover, the entrance was blocked by a fully functional striped barrier. In addition, a sign saying, "Entry Prohibited," was fixed on one of the metal fence posts, and Max realized that this instruction was addressed specifically to him. Now there is no need to light your car in the context of upcoming planned events. If everything ends sadly for the colonel, and Maxim did not rule out such an option, despite the pathoanatomical examination, unhealthy questions may arise from the same Captain Vasnetsov, or at his suggestion, and from someone else with a higher rank. After driving almost a block away, Maxim drove the car into the courtyard of an ordinary old 5-story building, where surveillance cameras would be from the category of casuistry. And only then did a thought come to him that made him shudder. And how will he look for Nezhnov in this 11th hospital? The hospital consists of several buildings connected by overhead walkways, but it is still a clinical hospital. Her view from above resembles some kind of animal, very similar to a horse with a big head. When Max was preparing for a date with a personal enemy, he even stored this information from the internet in a corner of his memory. And there are about 15 branches there. And it's not at all a fact that the colonel will be in surgery. It is clear that there is no point in looking for it either in gynecology or in children's, but in the rest, especially where there is a dressing room, it is quite. Most likely, his acquaintance is a doctor, at least the head of the department, and maybe the chief physician himself. Still, the colonel's status is significant, and it's difficult, if not impossible, for a simple doctor to put a patient who has recently undergone surgery in another hospital without the knowledge of the head. Not expecting much success, Maxim nevertheless looked through the patient lists posted in the lobby of the first floor of the main building. There was no one with the surname Neznov in surgery, traumatology, or intensive care. To clear his conscience, Max scanned the patient lists and other departments, even therapy and childhood, still ignoring gynecology. But there were no patients with similar surnames. It was getting interesting and strangely confusing at the same time. How is it possible now, in the early 20s of the second millennium, to lie in a municipal Russian hospital, hiding from possible problems, while not being listed in any lists? This isn't the 90s. Maxim remembered Vladimir Ivanovich telling him that in their surgery, in that distant criminal time, he was hiding from annoying cronies, accomplices, with whom something was not shared by the local authority, slightly injured on the next arrow. He was lying in a double room like a patient alone, but with him were two other well-fed bulls, absolutely healthy. But nevertheless, they did not forget to prop up the door to the ward, which for unknown reasons opened inward, with an ordinary bed on which they slept in turns. It was difficult even for the staff to get into this room. Rounds, bandages, and injections were performed only after preliminary negotiations. But the password was still missing, Potemkin joked with bitter irony. That was the time. There was no information desk in the hospital, so the only way left was to methodically go through all the departments, trying to find traces of the escaped colonel. It was a good thing that today was a Saturday afternoon, and only the doctors on duty remained. Maxim expected to reach an agreement with each of his colleagues faster than with a bunch of people in the residence office. Suddenly, the doctors have received a certain directive from their superiors, and they will control each other no matter who blurts out something superfluous. And you can interview one of them with a passion if you suddenly have doubts about his sincerity. To make it easier to get in touch with colleagues and communicate adequately in the future, Maxim grabbed a doctor's coat from home, on which he put a badge indicating his specialty, a surgeon. However, both the surname, the first name, and the name of the hospital on the badge were made up and printed on a home printer. Max decided to start his search not from therapy, but from the surgical departments, and after checking with the security guard in the lobby, who was bored to hell with all this visiting mess and completely ignored the visitors, he headed to the third floor. As standard, the residence office was located right at the entrance to the department, but the head's office, like theirs, was located at the other end of the corridor. After knocking on the door and not waiting for an answer, Maxim nevertheless pressed the handle and looked through the ajar door. Directly opposite, at a table by the window, facing the door, sat a handsome bearded man in a white coat. His beard was red and disheveled, which immediately made him smile, and its size made Max wonder how he operated, where he hid his magnificent beard. In his hospital he did not see any of the operating doctors with beards. He was holding a glass in one hand, a half-eaten sausage sandwich in the other, and hurriedly trying to chew a rather impressive piece of it. Most likely, that's why he didn't answer Maxim's knock. Nevertheless, he waved his hand invitingly with a clenched glass, inviting them to enter, so actively that some of the contents immediately splashed onto the table. Instead of swearing, as Maxim himself would have done, the bearded man burst out laughing, put down his glass, and immediately put down the remains of the sandwich. Then, after he stopped laughing, he thought about it and still shoved them into his mouth. Maxim liked the reaction of an unknown doctor to a comical or not-so-funny situation, and he couldn't help but smile too. After finishing the sandwich and wiping the table, the doctor on duty apologized, which surprised Maxim and invited him to sit down. Max settled into a chair next to the next table, close enough to the owner of the office, so that he easily read everything that was on the badge, and only after that asked what brought his colleague here. "You know, my patient is missing," Maxim began, making a helplessly puzzled face. "Just 2 days after the thrombectomy from the popliteal artery. And disappeared. He disappeared, along with his belongings. The main thing is, I didn't say anything to anyone." Max paused briefly so that his counterpart could assimilate the unusual information he had received and continued. "As soon as the boss found out, he put in, 'Mom, don't grieve. God forbid,' he says, 'he'll die somewhere from some kind of complications. Then we're all fucked.' And what? Easily. Just 2 days after such an operation. 'Your patient, you look for it,' he says. That's what I'm looking for. His cell phone is not responding. I call my landline at home, and my wife says she's in the hospital. Well, one of my colleagues told me that you seem to have him. So I came and didn't call. I think it's better to check, otherwise you can become famous for the whole region. They say their patients run away after operations. They're probably afraid." The bearded man grinned from the corners of his mouth, which was not easy to see on his overgrown face. "You're not a cop, are you?" he asked thoughtfully. Moreover, this interrogative particle, Lee, sounded after a decent pause, so Max did not immediately figure out the meaning of the question. And when he understood, he abruptly turned his head, and, as if not believing in his luck, answered with a slightly drawl, "Policeman. Nezhnov Nikolai Sergeyevich. I don't know the last name, but that's for sure." The nurses were talking, the doctor continued. Maxim's joy at luck, the first shot and seemingly immediately in the top 10, subsided a little. "Why isn't he on the list?" Max asked, afraid of being disappointed. "Yes, this is some friend of our boss. He leads him, even got him closer to his first ward. And he keeps his medical history." He finished, as if continuing to reason. "It's all strange." The bearded doctor was silent for a few seconds. Then, as if spitting on all the riddles, he famously waved his hand. "And let's go and look at him." Maxim agreed without hesitation. The first ward in the 11th hospital, as well as in the 8th, where Max worked, was from the category of high-comfort wards. There was also a TV, a refrigerator, a microwave oven, and a wardrobe. A large corner was occupied by an ambulance room, because of which only the feet of the guest in gray socks were visible on the bed behind it. When the doctors entered, Maxim, following the doctor and hiding behind his broad back, saw how the legs changed their position. The owner of the gray socks sat down. "Good afternoon," the doctor on duty boomed, without naming the owner of the ward in any way, as if still doubting the assumptions of the arriving colleague. "And you have a guest," and he stepped aside, revealing Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov sitting on the bed. The colonel was smiling. His clean-shaven face has become fresher. The bags and dark circles under his eyes have disappeared. The suffering wrinkles on his forehead have been smoothed out, and his gaze has lost its piercing, as if it had become kinder and more affectionate. He looked from one man in a white coat to another, and his face began to change right before his eyes. The policeman recognized his guest. His lower jaw dropped, and although his lips remained compressed, his face went from round to somehow elongated and thin. His cheeks were sunken, his eyebrows were drawn together, and deep longitudinal wrinkles appeared on his forehead again. Amazement, mixed with fright, even fear, splashed into his eyes. The colonel tried to say something, but some kind of wheezing came out of his throat, not at all like articulate speech, and then he nevertheless pronounced several letters, as if stuttering. "Dih, dih, dih, dih." After that, he tried to raise his hand, as if defending himself from the inevitable, but to no avail. The hand lifted slightly over the edge of the bed and fell lifelessly. The patient breathed deeply and noisily, turned pale at first, then blushed and collapsed on the bed, leaving his dangling legs on the floor. His eyes were wide open, staring straight at the ceiling. The bearded man clearly did not plan to see something like this in the ward. Literally frozen, he stood at the window and looked in confusion at the patient, then at his colleague, whom he had brought here, trying to figure out what was going on here. He made no effort to rush to the patient to try to help, or at least understand what had suddenly happened to him. On the contrary, after taking a couple of steps back, he somehow helplessly wailed, which did not go at all with his massive figure and full beard. Yes, and the voice went from thick and rolling to suddenly shrill and hoarse. What's going on here? What did you do to him? He turned to Max, looking at him with hidden fear. Maxime did not expect this from a visit to the found colonel either, and at first he was as confused as the bearded doctor. But when he heard that all the metamorphoses that had happened to the colonel were trying to attribute to him, he pulled himself together. Who did I make? What are you? I didn't even go near him, he almost shouted. At first, he cautiously approached the bed, looked into the face, then boldly looked at the size of the pupils, their reaction to light, felt the pulse on his wrist, counted. There seems to be something wrong with the head here. What kind of embolism? Or is the stroke hemorrhagic? After thinking for a few seconds and without turning to the doctor on duty, he said, "It would be necessary to show the neurologist." I didn't hear the answer and turned around. Once, a bearded man with a handsome face, staring at nothing, stood at the window without making any attempts to help the patient, for whose life he was simply obliged to fight. The doctor was whispering to himself, nodding his head incessantly. Maxime could only make out his words by listening. The boss is going to eat me now. The boss is going to eat me now. He'll kick the hell out. That's why I need it. That's how it all started well. Max didn't need this at all, although he still didn't understand what was starting. What if Nezhnov told his friend, the manager, why and from whom he was hiding? It's very possible if they're from the same team, the colonel's team, and the doctor will tell you that he came here alone, with all the consequences. The situation had to be leveled urgently. Maxime looked at the doctor carefully, then stated in a rather stern voice, "Doctor, calm down. No one will eat anyone. This is an ordinary stroke. Anyone can have it. A policeman, your boss's friend, or any of us. What are you being punished for? Because the patient's blood pressure has risen? That's how the boss made the appointments himself. Let him take the blame for himself." The bearded man heard Maxime's address, but he did not change his posture or his voice. "He's going to eat me for bringing you here," he said desperately, without turning his head. "The patient saw you, and was scared." Max didn't think long. "So he doesn't need to know that I was here. By the way, no one has seen me in your department yet. And why be scared? Am I that scary? We only knew each other a little." Then Max decided to cheat. There is no need for an outsider to know about their difficult relationship with the policeman. And besides, to live with wolves. After all, this Nezhnov is a real predator, Maxim reassured himself. After a short discussion, where, as he thought Max turned out to be the winner, the bearded doctor ran after the neurologist, and Maxim, unnoticed by anyone, went home in the corridor of the department. He couldn't leave right away. Climbing into the car, Max relived the minutes of the meeting with the colonel for a long time, going over in his memory all the shades of the conversation with the bearded doctor, remembering Nezhnov's panic-stricken face, his seemingly convincing words, but he did not calm down soon. He still couldn't believe that Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, his number one enemy, had given up so easily, and had come out of the confrontation completely without his help. On the one hand, Maxim was glad that everything seemed to be resolved without his participation. On the other, he was haunted by the thought that his protection measure was already working on its own. The long-cherished thoughts of punishing the colonel triggered the implementation mechanism on their own, without the orders of the owner. Could it be? Why not? If so, does that mean he's slowly turning into some kind of monster, a machine for punishing the undesirables? And who is objectionable? He determines himself. Or even his subconscious. Wow. Maxim could not fully agree with this, but nevertheless convinced himself that his protection measure had nothing to do with Colonel Nezhnov's stroke. It just happened that way. Nikolai Sergeyevich saw him and was afraid that Max would fulfill his promise about the third operation with its unfavorable outcome. His blood pressure rose, and as a result, he had a stroke. Everything is exactly as Maxim told the doctor on duty at the department. Max liked this version better, no matter how hard he tried to hide his worries behind fake bravado, funny jokes, and ostentatious carelessness. Lena immediately realized that her husband was worried about something. Moreover, his concern was not at all related to work problems, and she even guessed what it was. Her doubts were reinforced by the fact that Max refused the traditional coffee after dinner, and hinted that he would like to drink a glass of cognac. Sometimes they practiced it. In the evening at dinner, we symbolically drank a glass of Old Königsberg, regardless of the problems. It could just be a hard day, or, conversely, a good mood and some local successes. For some reason, they liked Old Königsberg more than others, even more than the vaunted Hennessy, probably because its taste and harmonious mild aroma fully corresponded to their concepts of cognac standards, and it had no pronounced alcoholism, and, of course, no destructive intoxication. Elena had the sense and tact not to start clarifying the relationship, which is why her husband's mood changes are related today, but to support him. 20 grams on a Saturday night won't add to the problems, but they may well help solve them. And she was right. However, this time, Maxime drank 2 glasses and did not hurry to remove the shaped bottle with the company logo from the table. Lena. Having finished washing the dishes, he began gloomily. I was at Nezhnov's today. Usually Max always washed the dishes in the kitchen while Lena set the table. Even now he did not depart from the tradition, although, I must say, he had some culinary knowledge and skills acquired in his school years from his mother, who works as a cook. Sometimes on weekends he would practice in the kitchen, and the family liked the results of his exercises very much. Maxime was particularly successful with beetroot or carrot marinades. They were his signature feature, which his wife liked very much. And Alyosha did not lag behind his mother, which surprised and pleased Maxime. I know, the wife replied calmly, and, seeing her husband's surprised look, added, You haven't been yourself lately, and you don't talk about our problems, but we used to discuss them almost every day. When you started talking about the trip, I realized that something was going wrong. I called your surgery and asked about Colonel Nezhnov's health. You yourself told me about his appendicitis. They replied that he had been transferred to another hospital. They can transfer you in one case if there are any complications that they can't handle here. So? She looked at her husband questioningly, did not wait for an answer, either positive or negative, and continued. So? I thought at first that you had a hand in it, but then I realized that you didn't. You should have told me about it to calm me down. Are they usually transferred to where? Again, I didn't wait for Max's reaction. To the regional hospital, on a higher level. I called the information desk there. They answer. Such a patient has not been admitted. Where did he go then? Clearly, he escaped. And he ran away, most likely from you, from your protection measure. So you went looking for him, right? She stared at Maxim with interest, hoping now to get an answer and test her intuition. Maxim just shook his head and spread his arms to the sides, and he was hiding his attempts at secrecy from her. Stupid. I can even guess how you got to him. Through Vasnetsov? Lena stared at Maxim again, waiting for an answer, to which he just sadly nodded his head. Lena, I can't hide anything from you. You already know everything. No, not all of them, Max, she smiled. I do not know how it all ended. Judging by your gloomy face, nothing good. He's having a stroke, Lena, and it looks like it's going to be tough, Max replied gloomily. Lena shook her head now, not sure if she was condemning or wondering. Have you decided yet? No, Lena, no. Maxim raised his voice significantly. I have nothing to do with his stroke. I didn't even have time to talk to him. As soon as he saw me, he turned pale, blushed, and collapsed. The cheek is swollen, the pupils are different. It's clear that it's a stroke. Lena always trusted her husband. I believed it now. He's so excited. She turned the conversation in another direction. Did anyone see you? The doctor on duty. He even took me to the room. But I introduced myself by a completely different name. Besides, He won't talk about me. Lena stared at Max questioningly. Nezhnov is a friend of the head of the department, who just hid him at his place. The colonel is not on any list, and he either has a medical history or not. This doctor never saw her. I didn't even know the colonel's last name. So there's no reason for him to say that he took me to Nezhnov's room, but he took me and almost died. Or maybe, even that. Already. Maxim began to explain. Lena was silent for several minutes, and Max didn't rush her. He knew that his wife, the investigator, was now sorting everything out in order to analyze the situation and draw conclusions that Max was sure would be correct and help them avoid the possible negative consequences of his trip to Kadrovka. It turns out that our problems have been mostly solved, Elena said after a long pause. I guess so, Max began, not very confidently. The colonel is unlikely to return to his job. If, of course, he stays alive. And if it remains, it will lose its influence on other people. A disabled person is unlikely to be able to manage an organized gang. Well, Max, Lena snorted. Is that really a gang? Well, let's not say a gang, but an organized group. Maxim didn't know what else to say, how to label Nezhnov's activities with his henchmen, and finished vaguely. We'll wait and see. The darkness has not yet lifted. Maxim couldn't sleep that night. In his mind's eye, images of both today and 3 years ago passed one after another. They alternated between the usual sequence, allowing him to remember everything, and then they changed so quickly and in complete disarray that Maxim barely had time to think about anything. The glowing dead, and the clearly felt horror from the first encounter with the mysterious blue light. The sensations of goosebumps on their bodies were replaced by thoughts of their faithful comrade Vanya Medvedev, who greatly helped them in the epic with the alien ship. How well they got rid of the chase. And how he was on his knees in front of Lena, unable to express his gratitude. He saw his wife extending her hand into a stream of billowing smoke during an experiment in the morgue, saw a black square in Krasnoyarsk, completely devoid of snow covering everything around. I saw today's day again, the bearded doctor's face, now joyfully cheerful, now confused and amazed. I saw the colonel's changing face, his burning cheek, an unmistakable sign of a stroke. And again, the terrible footage from the film in the psychological unloading room of the crew on the ship about the fight between a saber-toothed predator and a peaceful hippopotamus, which ended with streams of blood from wounds on the giant's neck, was replaced by the greenish face of Pavel Ivanovich and his soft voice. The dead white light flooding the area in front of the ship during an unusual fight with the FSB changed to the lifeless lights of fireworks in the morgue during a visit by Dr. Frenz. By morning, he managed to doze off, but he got up completely exhausted and completely unsure what to do next. He never received answers to the questions he asked his wife during his return after the departure of the alien ship. He remembered this conversation clearly, as if it were yesterday. But we still didn't find out why my dead were glowing. And where did I get these anti-medical abilities, and you have the gift of foresight? And what was that mist over the village? For what? And a lot more. I also remembered Elena's answer. So we need to get to this Celia somehow. We'll figure it out there for sure. But what if? They can get there now. Yeah. Lena has hardly used her gift in recent years, but if you think about it, she always had it. Even then, she already foresaw that they might end up on another planet. She may have answered vaguely, but in the light of today's events. Max made up his mind. More, perhaps, from the emptiness inside caused by the monstrous psychological strain in recent days. Alyosha is here, and the colonel, and Makagon with his beloved false Rusakova in the case of a fake bribe, and again the colonel, the mayor's heart attack, the death of Denis Karpov, which, God knows, he did not want. And a lot more. It was necessary to change something in life, and it was here and now. Lena didn't mind.